Chapter 236. Hold your horses, redhead. I was going to ask Harry for a dance first. Katie Bell stood from her seat to get closer. What, Katie? You can go with one of the seniors, Ginny told her. Why should I? I'm only a year older than Harry. Isn't that right, Harry? Katie asked him. Why did they have to make this a dance? Harry lamented. Oh, Lyra, Neville called for his sister with a nervous voice. Yes. She turned to look at the boy. This could you, he pointed with his finger. What is this? Harry raised his voice. What are you going to ask my little sister? Neville's eyes opened widely and he got even more nervous. Harry, stop. Don't scare poor Neville. Lyra glared at him with a deep frown. No, Neville tried to point again. His eyes moved to the potato salad in front of Lyra. She is just in her second year. Harry huffed. If Neville thinks he can take advantage of my family even if it's him. So what? If he wants to ask me to the dance, he is free to do so. Lyra snapped. You were going to dance with Ginny, weren't you? No one is dancing with Ginny. Ron exclaimed. Shut up, Ron. Ginny smacked his head hard enough to almost dunk his face on his plate. You know what? Lyra turned to Neville. I would love to dance with you, Neville, thank you for asking me. Yes, the boy sat back down and kept his head lowered. Neville, Seamus shook his shoulder. Did you get the potatoes? Shut up, Seamus. Neville snapped at him. What did I do? Seamus looked baffled. Once dinner was concluded, a music band appeared on the newly made platform and started playing music. Students, professors, and other guests made their way to the center. Sorry, I know you don't like dancing that much, Ginny said. I don't mind if it's just this much. I'm just really bad at it, Harry told her. You are not that bad. She hurried to say. His green eyes went to a couple dancing close by. Ginny saw this and grinned. You are very protective of Lyra. I don't want anyone to hurt my family. Harry confessed. You think I am exaggerating? He asked her. Ginny shrugged. My brothers are the same. But I don't think you have to worry about anyone hurting your sister. Especially Neville, he is terrified of you. Yes, I was surprised he even asked her to dance, said Harry. That was weirdly brave of him. Ginny chuckled. You know, not long ago, you were obsessed with his books. What happened to that, Ginny? She lifted her amber eyes to meet his. Reality hit her in the face. You didn't have the best Hogwarts experience, said Harry. In her first 2 years of school, this girl had already been attacked by some of the most deadly creatures. The headmaster likes to say it's the safest place in the country. I don't know about that. Ginny chuckled. But I was always saved in the end, so it's fine. The song ended. I think I'm going to go sit with Luna for a bit, said Ginny. The other girls are going to lynch me if I try to keep you for longer. The other girls? Harry raised an eyebrow. A group of girls were sitting nearby and staring at him. I thought most of the school was scared of me, Harry said. Ginny smiled. The boys? Yes, the girls, who knows, but I got the first dance. She gave him a playful wink before walking away. Tell Lyra to stay in the hall, Harry reminded her. It's my turn now. He saw Angelina Johnson approaching with a seductive grin. Potter. When Pansy finally let him go, he felt a strong pull on his arm. When he turned around, he found himself face to face with Daphne. She is mad. Daphne always ends up calling him Potter when she is angry. What did I do? He asked. If you are done having fun with half the girls in the hall, I think there is something you should hear, Daphne said in a cold tone. That was hardly half the girls in the hall and it would have been impolite to refuse, said Harry. What happened? The music started again. Harry realized they couldn't just stand there and talk, so he grabbed her arms and put them around his neck. Daphne raised an eyebrow but did not complain and soon started dancing with him. The minister has been whispering something to a few young men before they left the hall. Also, most of the seniors in my house are acting very suspicious. All of them are sitting down and looking around the room, like they are waiting for something to happen. Not bad. Harry also noticed those things, but the difference was that he already knew that something was going to happen. You knew, Daphne stated. It's okay, I already know who the targets are. Just make sure that. Harry stopped mid-sentence when he noticed someone was missing. She was here a moment ago. Where is she? Who? Daphne asked. My sister, Lyra. She is gone. She must be with. Daphne's eyes narrowed. I can't find my sister either. Chapter 237. We have a problem, Harry whispered in his mother's ear. Lily was sitting at the adults' table along with the other teachers and ministry guests. What is it? She knew her son would not call her unless something important had happened. Can't find Lyra. Her friends are missing too, Harry said. They must be outside, in the gardens. Harry, it must be. Lily was about to say it was nothing to worry about but stopped herself when she saw his serious expression. I'll help you look. Lily? Is something amiss? Professor McGonagall asked when she saw Lily standing up for the first time during the party. I just need to speak with my daughter about something. Don't worry, Lily didn't want to cause panic yet. Harry, he turned around and saw Daphne. I spoke with some Gryffindor girls. They saw Lyra going outside with Longbottom. See? They must have gone to the garden. Lily felt a bit more relieved to hear this. Let's go, said Harry before he started walking away. Daphne and Lily shared a look before following his steps. As soon as Harry stepped outside, he realized that this was going to be harder than he thought. The garden was completely filled with students walking all over the place. Even with his enhanced senses, it would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Lily and Daphne also went outside and started to look. Lily had been expecting to spot her daughter after a couple of minutes of looking around. But 10 minutes later, she still had no clue where her daughter was, and now she was getting worried. Harry. Where is she? Lily found Harry near the dirt path that led back to the castle from the gardens. Did you see anything? Asked Daphne. Harry knelt down and picked up something from the floor. It was an earring in the shape of a carrot. He only knew one girl who would wear something like this. This must be Luna's. An elf appeared next to Harry. His little face was twisted with panic. Sir. We have spotted intruders in several parts of the castle. What kind of intruders? Harry asked. Humans wearing black robes, sir. And trolls, sir, the elf exclaimed. Black robes? Lily cried. Trolls? Daphne's blue eyes were wide. Harry kept his calm and glanced at the elf. Okay, tell me where and try to be specific. Professor Potter. Some panicked students came running to them. You have to come quick. There's been a fire at the hedge maze. 15 minutes earlier. Come on. I heard there is even a hedge maze. Lyra said with excitement. It's cold outside, Luna complained. Lots of people, Astoria complained, but then she looked around. There were a lot of people inside too, perhaps even more. Outside then. See? Astoria is on my side, Lyra grinned. But Harry said to stay here, Ginny told her. My brother can't tell me what to do. Come on, Neville. Let's go see the garden. She grabbed Neville's hand and pulled him away from the seats. But I should go back with Ron, the boy said. My brother is still eating. You are not missing anything there. And last time I saw him, Seamus was half asleep, leaning against the table, said Ginny. It's decided then. Let's go explore the garden. She pulled Neville along the way. I want to go see the maze first, she exclaimed as they went outside. Ginny sighed. We should go too. It's cold, Luna complained again. Luna, we are in June already. It's not cold at all, Ginny told her weird friend. Luna frowned while glancing outside. There is something cold out there. Do we really have to go in there? Neville saw the massive hedge maze and became worried. What if we get lost in there? He was mostly worried about Harry finding him alone with his sister and getting the wrong idea. There is no way we get lost, come on. Lyra laughed and they both entered the maze. At first, they came across several other groups of students, but after the 5th or 6th turn they were alone. A few more turns and they could not even hear the voices of the other kids. The noise of the party had completely disappeared and was instead replaced by an eerie silence. Lyra? Neville looked around. Everything seemed the same. When glancing upwards, he could only see the edges of the plants and the dark sky. Are you sure we are not lost? Lost? Don't be ridiculous, this is a maze for kids, hee. Lyra tried to brush off Neville's concerns, but she was starting to get worried too. She took a few more turns, with Neville following close behind her, but they didn't seem to be getting closer to the center of the maze. Lyra? Gray smoke appeared out of nowhere and started to fill the narrow passages. Okay, there is something wrong, she had no choice but to admit. Let's turn around and try to. They were both startled by the sound of footsteps right behind them. You want to leave now, little one? A mocking voice was heard. It sounded playful, but there was a clear threat in it. Neville froze when he saw a black-robed person walk out and stand behind them. The man was wearing a pearl-white mask. The fun has just begun. Chapter 238. That's a. Neville pointed at the masked man with terror in his eyes. Expelliarmus. A flash of light came out of Lyra's wand and blasted the wand away from the masked individual's hand. Bloody hell, that hurt. He let out a shout of complaint. 2 more masked persons came out of their hidden spots. You idiot, pay more attention, one of them said. Neville, come on, run. Lyra took Neville by the cuff of his robes and pulled him along. The 3 masked men were blocking the only way out, so they had no choice but to venture further into the maze. Hurry you idiots, we can't let the boy who lived escape. Yes, the Dark Lord will kill us if we fail. Neville huffed and puffed as they ran. Those are Death Eaters, he finally said. I know. Lyra looked around. Everything looked the same, so she had no idea where to go from here. You disarmed one of them. That was incredible. Neville said in between breaths. That was nothing. Daphne would have thrown like 3 more spells and completely disabled him. As much as she would like to brag, she knew her brother would tell her that she could have done better. Lyra, where are we going? Neville decided to ask as they were just going further and further into the maze. To the center. Maybe there is another way out from there, Lyra hoped. As the 2 of them took the next turn, they finally arrived at the center of the maze. Yes. We found it. Lyra exclaimed. And if there isn't? Neville asked after seeing that the center of the maze only contained a small statue with some congratulatory message. There was no other way out. You think they made it fireproof? Lyra asked. What? You don't mean Incendio. Lyra pointed her wand at the back wall. The leaves and branches immediately burst into flames. What are you doing? We are going to die in a fire now. Neville exclaimed. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm making a new path, Lyra pointed. The fire consumed the shrubbery, and soon enough, there was a hole big enough for them to pass. Incendio. Lyra continued to burn her way through the maze. After the 4th time, she could tell they were getting closer to the exit. Just 1 or 2 more. Lyra's breathing was starting to become more irregular. Are you okay? Neville looked at her with concern. She now appeared to be a lot more tired than he was. Fine, just a bit more. Those fire spells were taking a toll on her. Incendio. There. Neville turned around to find the source of the voice. Lyra. They found us. The downside of Lyra's strategy became evident. It was very easy to follow them since they were leaving a trail of burned plants. Let's go. Lyra crossed through another burned hole, hoping to find the exit, but she only found herself surrounded by more walls. There is no other choice, I have to fight them. She turned around, prepared to put up a struggle, but her wand was immediately pulled away from her. No. She was then hit by another spell that pushed her back with a lot of force, making her fall against the wall of branches. Lyra. Neville exclaimed. He hurried to get in front of her in a protective manner and pointed his wand at the 3 masked men. Leave her alone. I will fight the 3 of you. The trio of Death Eaters started laughing. Go ahead, do your worst. One of them got in front of the group and taunted Neville. The boy trembled. He wasn't even sure what spell he could use in this situation. Neville, just run away, you can't beat them. Lyra told him. No, Neville pointed his wand at the masked man. There was one spell that Professor Potter had taught them during this last trimester, but he had been unable to use it successfully so far. Stupefy. A bright red light came out of Neville's wand and flew directly at the Death Eater. Neville's eyes widened, both shocked and happy at his accomplishment. This sensation went away quickly when he saw the masked man flick his stunner away like it was some sort of insect. What a disappointment, I was expecting something better than a stunner from the boy who lived, the Death Eater said. Just kill him already. There is no need to waste time. What about the girl? She is not one of the targets. We kill her too, I guess. I doubt the Dark Lord will care. I suppose we better do this thoroughly. Lyra and Neville were horrified to hear their conversation as they casually decided to kill them. She opted to do the one thing she could do at this moment. She screamed as loud as she could. Shut her up. Silencio. One of them cast a silencing charm at her. Just kill them already, we have to leave Bifo. Found them. The voice of Astoria could be heard on the other side of the maze wall. Over here. Ginny shouted. See? I told you that if we follow the Raxperts, we will find them. Lyra is always surrounded by them, Luna explained. Chapter 239. Lyra tried to call for them but was unable to make a sound. Ginny. Be careful, there are 3 Death Eaters here. Neville screamed. There, Defindo. Ginny cut open a hole in the shrubbery wall. Wait, what did he say? The 3 girls were now able to see Lyra lying on the ground and Neville staring at them. Behind them were 3 creepy individuals with black robes and white masks. I think he said Death Eaters, Luna commented casually. Dangerous, Astoria narrowed her eyebrows. Now what? The first Death Eater asked. Let's just kill the boy at least, another one said. Let's kill them all, the third one pointed his wand at the 3 girls. Avada Kedavra. Ginny yelped in surprise and moved out of the way of the green curse. If it wasn't for all the dodging practice they did during Harry's lessons, she might not have reacted in time. Dismembra. Luna was the first one to react and she used the most potent spell she knew. The one that Harry had recently taught her. The Death Eater who shot the killing curse was hit on his right arm by a yellow light and immediately felt the effects of Luna's curse. What is happening to him? Neville exclaimed while staring at the masked man as he began to scream. What curse was that? One of his companions asked. Bloody hell. His arm, the other one shouted as he saw his friend's arm coming off its place and falling onto the ground, followed by a stream of blood. Lyra and Neville had front row seats to the macabre spectacle, but the girl was able to recover quickly from the shock. She took Neville and dragged him along. Hurry, shouted Ginny. Lyra and Neville passed through the opening left by Ginny's spell and they were finally out of the labyrinth. Blood, lots of blood, Astoria said while looking at the wounded Death Eater. That was a bit more graphic than I expected. Luna said. What in Merlin's name did you expect was going to happen? Ginny shouted. Like his arm coming off but without the blood, Luna admitted. That's not how real bodies work, Ginny looked back as they ran. The 2 other Death Eaters had stopped chasing them in order to assist their companion, but she knew they would soon come after them again. We need to go find some help, she suggested. They had come out from the back of the hedge maze and there was nothing or no one around here. If we make a turn to the left, we can go back to the Great Hall, said Neville. Yes, let's do tea. Careful. Astoria shouted in a very out-of-character manner before shoving Luna away from her. A nasty-looking curse passed between them and hit the dirt ground. As the curse made contact with the surface, it started to dissolve. The group turned around and saw that the remaining 2 Death Eaters were already catching up to them. They now had no choice but to run in the opposite direction to get away from those 2. Wait, if we follow that dirt path, we can get to the front of the castle. Ginny pointed ahead. We can lose them inside the castle, suggested Neville. I think I lost my earring, said Luna. Luna, who cares about that now? Lyra shouted. Oh. I can speak again, she realized. But I will look weird with only one, Luna pouted. Your priorities are so messed up, Ginny gave her a black stare. Pyros, one of the masked men threw a ball of fire that hit a nearby wall and splashed fire over them. Ah. Ginny clutched at her shoulder when some flames fell on her. Ginny. Lyra exclaimed with worry. I'm fine, she did her best to ignore the pain on her left shoulder and pointed her wand back. Some green goo appeared in the air before splashing all over the floor, right behind them. What was that? Neville asked. Slippery charm, my brother Fred taught me that one, Ginny said. As soon as the 2 men stepped over the goo, they tripped over and fell down while screaming curses. Nice, Astoria said. Awesome, Ginny. Lyra added. There. I can see the front entrance. Neville said with excitement. The group did not slow down as they could still hear their pursuers right behind them. Hurry, inside. Lyra opened the door and ushered everyone to enter. She waited until the last person had passed before entering herself, but when she was about to close the door behind her, she heard one of the men. Bombarda. She was still clutching at the door handle as it exploded. With a quick reaction, Lyra used her ring shield, the one her brother had made for her. This time, she knew how to use it and managed to create a powerful shield around herself to act as protection from the explosion. However, the shield was only able to cover her upper body and her legs still received some cuts from the flying pieces of broken wood that came from the door. Lyra fell to the ground and continued to roll as more flying debris passed by. We got you. One of the Death Eaters immediately appeared on the other side of the entrance. The group was not able to see their faces, but by their voices alone, it was easy to tell how enraged those 2 were. Their jovial and mocking tone from before was now gone and was replaced by pure bloodlust. This game is over, no more running. The Death Eater pointed his wand at the defenseless Lyra who was lying on the stone floor of the castle entrance. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 240. Avada Kedavra. The green spark of light manifested from the wand of the Death Eater and flew directly to Lyra. No one was able to react in time to save her, and they watched the green specks dissipate after the impact, right in front of them. "No!" screamed Ginny. "Lyra!" Luna and Astoria exclaimed together. "Oh no!" Neville covered his mouth in horror. "Huh, what is that?" Lyra stared in awe at the stone hand that had appeared in front of her, just in time to block the spell. The hand had come out from the ground and was made of some sort of pearl-white stone. The two Death Eaters didn't understand the situation any better. They had both assumed the girl was dead and were ready to move on to the other children, but then they saw that thing appear out of nowhere. They then saw the stone hand rise further and further into the air. An entire figure was now coming out of the ground, but it wasn't breaking the floor tiles, it was more like the stone was changing shape and moving around to let this white figure out. Ginny hurried to grab Lyra and move her back. She did not want her friend close to whatever that thing was, even though it had just saved her life. "That's a golem." Neville was the first one to recognize the creature that appeared in front of them. The golem was now completely in the open and it stood between the children and the two Death Eaters. The construct was humanoid in shape, almost 3 meters tall, and had very simplistic features, with something resembling a basic face and some lines across its body to represent muscles. "It looks a bit like Goalie," Lyra said. The golem in front of her reminded her of the small toy that Harry had made for their sister. Except this one was made of stone and was much, much bigger. "Where did this thing come from?" one of the masked men asked. "I heard some rumors that Hogwarts statues and suits of armor were able to move and fight during emergencies, but I have never seen this one before," the other one added. "What do we do?" Neville asked. "It looks like he is on our side." "I wouldn't worry too much," Luna said. "Let's hope so. Don't need more enemies," said Ginny while clutching onto Lyra. "This thing is creeping me out. Blow it out," said one of the masked men. "TSK. It's always me, Bombarda." The other one pointed his wand at the golem and gave it a flick. A soft crack could be heard before a tiny piece of white marble fell from the golem's chest. "What the hell is it still standing?" the man who had just shot the spell asked. "What about this then, Bombarda Maxima? He put a lot more magic into the spell now. This would be enough to bring down a magically reinforced wall." Once again, they heard a soft crack, and a slightly bigger piece, around the size of a pinky nail, fell onto the ground. The golem stood as if nothing had happened. The cracks on its surface had already started to be magically repaired. "It's heavily reinforced. This must be a creation from the headmaster," one of the men concluded. "Then what do we do?" The golem started moving towards them, and the two men became more anxious. "Let's go find the others, then we can bring some trolls to break this thing." But the Death Eater glanced at Neville. The rest were not important, but if they left without killing the boy who lived after being so close, they would definitely be punished. "We have no choice. We can't destroy that thing. But at least, golems are always slow, so we can." Both Death Eaters heard a strange sound, and when they looked over, the golem, who had been standing some good 16 feet away, 5 meters, had disappeared from its previous position and was nowhere to be seen. "What the?" They then noticed that all the children were looking upwards, so by mere instinct, they followed their eyes, and just for a fraction of a second, they were able to spot the golem descending from the air and landing right on top of one of the two masked men. The Death Eater had his body crushed under the weight of the massive construct while his companion watched in horror. What is T? The masked man muttered the words as he tried to stand back and get away from the golem. The golem twisted its body at lightning speed, and before the man had time to process what was happening, one of the golem's hands got a strong grip on his head. "No!" the masked man screamed. He had never felt this afraid before. Because he was aware of the futility of the situation. This golem was going to kill him, and there was nothing he could say to change its mind. The magical construct had no feelings or empathy. It just followed its last given command. But the masked man had to try. "Please let me G." That was as far as he got before the golem used its powerful grip to crush his skull as easily as breaking a raw chicken egg. The golem's eyes were made of some type of crystal, and at that moment they started to shine with an eerie blue light. "Kill the intruders." The golem didn't open its mouth to speak, but sound came out of it. A command that had been given with a familiar voice. Harry, Lyra could have recognized her brother's voice a mile away. Chapter 241. "Harry, what d? Go check on that fire. I will track down these intruders," the elf mentioned. Harry told his mother. Lily was a bit hesitant for a moment, but then, she knew her son could handle this by himself. Her priority should be to find her daughter. "Okay, but be very careful, Harry." "I'm going with you, Professor," Daphne said. She knew that if she went with Harry, she would only be a bother and get in the way. Lily and Daphne were guided to the back side of the hedge maze by a few senior students. Someone has burned their way out of the maze, Lily pointed out while looking at the hole in the shrubbery wall. Yes. We thought at first it was some student trying to be clever, but then we saw a large fire on that dirt path that goes around the castle that looked like dark magic, Professor, a worried student said. Yes, and I noticed some guys with black cloaks running that way, right before the fire. Those were definitely not students, another one added. Okay you, Lily pointed at one of the students. I want you to go inside and tell the headmaster everything that you saw. She then looked at the others. And the rest of you, I want you to gather the students here at the garden and bring them back inside the hall. Make sure no one leaves. The senior students went on their way, leaving Lily alone with Daphne. You should go back inside too. No way, Professor. My sister is also missing. I'm not going anywhere without her. It may be dangerous. These black-robed individuals they mentioned, Lily already had a good idea of who they could be, given the current situation and Harry's worries about who could be behind this. I am not as defenseless as you think, Professor. I know what I am doing. A quick glance at her determined blue eyes was enough for Lily to realize that the girl was not going to back down. Very well, but stay close to me and do what I say. After Daphne gave her a nod of consent, the two of them hurried towards the dirt path where the students had seen the fire. Wait, there is something over there. Lily warned. Daphne wand ready. Yes, Professor. There was a dark bundle at one side of the path. It was hard to tell what it was at first because the moon was not offering much light on that night. But when they got a bit closer and heard it moan in pain, they knew it was a person wearing a black cloak and lying on the ground. He appeared to be severely injured. Lily spotted several stains on the dirt that were probably blood. Hey! Turn around slowly. Lily had her wand pointed at the man, ready to fire. Ugh! The man managed to turn himself on his back. Lily spotted a wand in his hand and immediately fired a disarming charm at it. They both were now able to see the man's face. Or more like they couldn't, because he was wearing a mask. A very familiar white mask. Lily had seen a few like this one before. A Death Eater in Hogwarts. Her son's worries appeared to have been warranted after all. Daphne noticed that the wand from the Death Eater had fallen close to her feet, so she knelt down and picked it up. She gasped loudly when she saw the wand. She recognized that this was certainly not the Death Eater's wand. Her eyes moved quickly to the man lying on the ground and managed to catch the moment when another wand appeared in his hand, likely from a hidden holster. Without hesitation, she made a fast wand motion. Expelliarmus. Arg! The man yelped in pain when the wand was ripped from his hand, breaking a couple of his fingers in the process. Lily glanced back at Daphne for a moment and nodded. Good one. Professor, look. Daphne showed Lily the wand she had picked up. Lily's face went a shade paler. She grabbed the wand from Daphne's hand to take a closer look. Her face contorted with rage as she turned to face the injured Death Eater. Where is she? What did you do to my daughter? This is her wand. Lily sent a pulse of wind that lifted the man in the air and pushed him against the rocky wall. He grunted in agony and fell back on the ground but refused to utter a single word. Accio mask. Lily took the mask off his face, revealing a young man with blonde hair and very pale skin. I know him. That's Tobias Smith. Daphne exclaimed. He was in my house. Graduated last year. Lily stared at him. A new recruit. They send children to do the dirty work now. She would normally show more compassion, but if this boy had hurt her daughter there would be no mercy. Harry was not the only ruthless one in the family. The youngster opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at her. Lily noticed the large stain of blood on his side now and the fact that he was missing an arm. He is not going to last long. He lost too much blood already, Daphne pointed out. Lily's eyes were cold as she spoke. Then you better answer quickly, boy, if you want to live. Where are the girls? Chapter 242. A cruel grin appeared on the boy's face. D-Death and my comrades must have got them by now. Lily's face went through many changes at that moment but eventually went back to anger. I don't think so, Daphne said with conviction. Harry is here, he will. His eyes moved to Daphne and his smile disappeared. Why you traitor W will die too. The Dark Lord W will oh. He tried his best to keep his eyes open a bit longer but was unable to continue. His body gave up. He's dead, Daphne realized. She had mixed feelings about this. She may not have liked this guy but this was the first time someone died in front of her. Although Harry had been very close. Let's go. We can't waste time here. Lily gave the boy a look of disgust. She felt no pity for him at this moment. Even if his family influenced him, he still had to make many bad choices to get to this point. After all, her old friend Sirius had been not much different. Growing up in the Black House. But he chose to not become like them and leave that family behind to become a better person. There is always a choice. After giving the dead young man a last glance, she turned around. We need to find those girls. She did not believe his words even for a moment. Lily was sure her daughter was alive. It's looking at us, Neville pointed at the golem with his shaking finger. He is not going to attack us, right? Ginny asked. No, it just spoke with Harry's voice. I think my brother sent it here to save us, Lyra said. The golem turned to them and advanced a few steps. Its eyes seemed to move to Lyra and then to her wounded legs. Protect the students. A voice came out of the construct again, but it was also Harry's voice. See? He is here to protect us, Lyra said. All of a sudden, they heard a loud pop sound that startled them. Mrs. A house elf was now in front of them. Dobby? Lyra recognized the little creature. Mrs. is hurt. Dobby failed. Dobby is a bad elf. Tonight, he had been tasked to protect Lyra, since Harry knew she was the most likely to do something stupid. But Dobby had lost track of her while they were in the maze and had just now been able to find her after they entered the castle. The poor elf started to panic while trying to pull something out of the small bag tied to his shoulders. Dobby, calm down. This is not your fault, Lyra said. That's your house elf. What is he doing at the school? Neville asked. I have no idea. Although, he is more like my brother's personal elf rather than my family house elf, Lyra understood that much at least. Here, Mrs. Dobby brought her a potion with some green liquid inside. Healing potion, high grade, Astoria commented. Potions were an important part of her family business, so she had been learning a lot about them and the ingredients used to create them for quite a while. Great. You are the best, Dobby. Lyra smiled and took the potion before applying some over the several cuts on her legs. The effect was immediately visible. She made sure to leave some and hand it over to Ginny. Here, put some on your shoulder. Ginny had been badly burned by that flame explosion from before. Lyra knew she was in a lot of pain even if she didn't complain. Thanks, Ginny accepted the vial with a smile and poured the remnants of the potion over her burned shoulder. Where do we go now? Luna asked. Should we stay here or try to go back to the Great Hall? Neville added. Lyra stood up. She felt much better now. If we stay here, there may be more of them coming through here. But if we go to the hall now, we could run into them, Ginny said. But no one knows we are here. If we stay, the only ones who will find us are the bad guys, Neville pointed out. We have him, Luna signaled at the golem. But is it actually going to protect us? Ginny wondered. Dobby, do you know anything about it? Did Harry really make it? Lyra asked the elf. Dobby shook his head. Dobby doesn't know. Fine, let's go to the hall then. Staying here in the entrance just seems more dangerous, Lyra decided. They all agreed to that, so they ventured up the stairs and went further into the castle. Tap tap. The group kept glancing back as they walked. It really is following us, Neville said. How else is he going to protect us? Luna asked. It is following us, but I would still feel safer if I had my wand, said Lyra. Dobby will also protect the missus. The elf declared with confidence. Lyra chuckled. Thank you, Dobby. I feel safer now. I will also, you know, Neville stammered the words. Oh, Ginny gave Neville a side glance. There are a lot of blibbering humdingers flying over Neville's head, Luna pointed out. Just a few minutes after the group departed from the entrance, 3 large individuals came through the hole left behind by the broken door. I can smell a lot of blood here. The door has been completely destroyed. Yes, something happened here. The 3 large men wore simple pieces of wool clothing that barely covered their muscular torsos. Their bodies had copious amounts of hair, including their faces. This all combined gave the men a very feral and dangerous look. Sniff sniff, oh. What do we have here? One of them moved his eyes towards the 2 dead men on the floor. Bloody hell, what a mess. Chapter 243. The 3 men looked over the scene without showing much change in their expressions, as if the blood and gore were something they had grown used to. What happened here? Those guys were not killed by magic, one of them kneeled next to the bodies for a better look. How so? This one has been crushed and the other one had his head broken into pieces. You are right, it doesn't look like any spell I know, at least. You think the trolls went wild on them? Well, a troll could definitely do this. I bet those newbies messed up big time and got killed. Ha. I bet that's what happened, those bloody idiots. Wait, ZH. Someone is coming. The three men immediately went on alert and moved away from the door. Look, Professor. Someone broke the door. The voice of Daphne could be heard from outside the castle as she approached with Lily. The two of them entered with care. Lily went first with her wand at the ready. Something happened. She gasped at the sight of the two dead men. Daphne, I think it's better if why. Don't worry about me. I have seen a lot more blood than that. Daphne covered her nose. She didn't mind the sight that much, but the stench was very strong here. These are probably the companions of the one from before, Daphne said. Lily moved suddenly and got in front of Daphne. Protego. Several spells impacted her shield. Who goes there? It's fine. Let's do this the hard way, a man's voice resounded from behind a column. The man then showed himself to them. He snarled at Lily and Daphne. The two ladies want to fight. Another Death Eater, you don't look like them, Lily said. I am not like those two on the ground, I am Muckmore. With a grin on his face, he moved his wand at lightning speed. Two crimson lights shot out. Dodge! Lily shouted. She recognized them as extremely dark spells even if she could not tell exactly what they were. The Protego charm was unlikely to block them completely. Incarcerus. Daphne responded by creating a series of ropes that flew at the man. But she was not done there. She used a continuous motion to also cast a silencing charm and a tripping jinx. Lily, for her part, was also going to cast a series of spells until she felt some movement at her side. He is not alone. She realized just in time to avoid being grabbed by a large man who had silently moved near her. The man made a noise of frustration that his plan didn't work. Of the spells thrown by Daphne, only the ropes created by the Incarcerus charm were able to hit. The man got the ropes tangled on one of his legs, making him almost lose his balance. The blonde girl was getting ready to continue her assault when someone took hold of her right hand and twisted it. Daphne let out a yelp of pain and was forced to drop her wand. The man then pulled her back and grabbed her neck from behind while still securing her hand. Got you. Daphne. Lily exclaimed. Let her go. She was about to point her wand at the man holding Daphne when she heard the girl scream in pain. You better drop that wand before I break this girl's neck, the man said in a cold tone. Lily saw another one behind her but did not dare to move now, lest Daphne got hurt. What do I do now, she wondered. The man behind Lily laughed while the last one struggled to get the ropes that Daphne had cast off him. What are you waiting for? Just break that little bitch's neck, one of them said. Professor, Daphne clenched her teeth. Oi, redhead. You better drop that wand. My friend over there is not going to hesitate to kill that girl, the man behind Lily said. Just at that moment of desperation, Lily noticed something before anyone else could. Something came out of the ground right behind the man who was holding Daphne without making any noise. What the? Troy. Behind why? Before any of them could warn their companion, the silent white construct moved its hands at an incredible speed, securing both arms of the man, and then, without hesitation it squeezed them. The man could barely process what was happening before he felt his arms being grabbed and crushed. His bones made a loud crunching noise as they were destroyed. The man's grip on Daphne became loose and the girl did not waste time getting away from her captor and hurried close to Lily. Lily did not understand the situation any better, but now that Daphne was free she could fight. She twisted her body around and made a slashing motion aimed at the man who had been approaching from behind her. Devulsa. The purple light slashed the man across his chest, creating a massive cut. The man tried to react and ignore the pain to fire back at Lily. He then realized his wound was more serious than a simple cut when a purple substance started growing on his chest while making a sizzling noise. No. The man screamed in agony. His flesh was being corroded at a fast pace. Right then a crunching noise was heard. It was loud enough to earn the attention of everyone present. The head of the one who had been captured by the golem had exploded into a dozen pieces of flesh and bone when it was crushed with both hands. Troy, the last man, now realized that it hadn't been a troll that killed those two Death Eaters but this golem. One more. Lily's cold green eyes turned to the last man. Chapter 244. Ahurk. The man let out a scream of rage. As he did this, his eyes changed color to a bright and unnatural yellow. His muscles bulged even more, and fur started to coat his entire body. What is happening? What is he doing? Daphne was startled by the sudden change. Lily was more surprised than anything else because she knew this transformation very well. She had seen it many times when she and her husband had kept Remus company during full moon nights. "This is impossible, we're 2 weeks away from the full moon," Lily said. "Full moon? Wait, you mean this is a werewolf?" Daphne then understood. They had briefly covered werewolves this year in defense against the dark arts. This man was not a normal werewolf. He was one of the elite soldiers from Fenrir Greyback's pack. Like their leader, he had achieved enough mastery over his curse to transform at will. However, unlike Fenrir himself, he would still lose himself to his savage instincts when transformed. This was not a concern for him at this moment. His companions were dead. He had nothing to lose. "We cannot let him transform." Lily focused her magic and made a diagonal slashing motion. Defindo. The werewolf's eyes became sharp as a blade. He twisted his body while it was still transforming and avoided the spell completely. Daphne hurried to retrieve her wand from the floor and tried to restrain the creature's movement. Incarcerus. She sent the ropes along with a tripping Jinx. The werewolf moved out of the way of the spells with incredibly fast movements. As the transformation finished, he became faster and more agile. Lily was also trying her best and cast a barrage of spells at her dangerous foe, but all of them were avoided with ease. "He moves too fast, I can't hit him at all," Daphne exclaimed. Lily decided to change strategies and target the floor itself. She pointed her wand down and created a large sticking charm in front of them. If the werewolf tried to approach them, he would become stuck. But despite its altered mental state, the werewolf appeared to maintain much of his intelligence. His next move was to jump over the area where the charm had been placed and directly lunge at Lily before she could do anything else. "Professor!" Daphne shouted when she saw this. Lily lifted her left hand and poured as much magic as she could into the magicite ring that Harry had given her, creating a powerful shield in front of her. The beast lifted his right arm, showing her his long, sharp nails before bringing them down on the shield. Lily was unsure if her protection was going to hold long against an attacker like this. But it turned out she would not need to worry about that. She never saw when it happened, but at some point, the golem must have moved from its spot because it was now right in front of her. It had gotten between her and the creature. The werewolf did not seem to mind that much. In its current state, he wanted to rip everyone and everything apart. He slashed with his sharp claws at the golem with no hesitation. The nails bit on the stone, making a loud and piercing scratching sound before the claw was grasped by the golem's hand and held tight. The beast-man howled in pain when the golem's hand started to crush his flesh and bones, and his reaction was to use both his legs to kick the chest of the construct. His legs were powerful enough that the kick managed to push him back with such force that the golem's entire arm was ripped out of its socket. The werewolf was propelled 30 feet back with the golem's arm still attached to his own while the white golem remained in place, completely impassive despite its missing limb. Lily and Daphne had their mouths open but had nothing to say. They stared at the struggle between the werewolf and the golem in silence. "Jarr!" The beast-man snarled loudly, showing his fangs. His yellow eyes became brighter as he stared at his target ready to jump at it again and finish it off. "We should help it out," Daphne said in a nervous tone. That beast-man made her extremely nervous. Lily nodded. She knew what was at stake. If the golem was destroyed they were next. Tap tap, the golem started moving forward towards its target. "Wait, no." Lily tried to warn the construct. Her sticking charm was still in place, right ahead of him. If it continued on that path, it would certainly step on it and get stuck, then the fight would be quickly over. The golem did not listen to her warning and continued, leaving Lily with no other choice but to remove the magical substance from the floor before it was too late. Unfortunately, the golem had increased its pace, leaving her not enough time to dispel the jinx. "Stop, wait." Lily hurried with her hand movements. Her eyes were glued to the floor where the golem was about to step on the green substance. "Finite incantatwat." She did not have time to finish her chant when the feet of the golem took the next step. Much to her surprise, it did not get stuck. Instead the sticky substance moved out of the way, allowing the golem's feet to step on the clean stone. One by one, the golem continued to step forward, and every time its feet were about to touch the magical sticky substance, this one would move away like it was repelled by the golem's presence. Anti-magic? It was the only conclusion that Lily could reach at this point. She had only read about it in theories at this point. But there were some people who had worked on trying to create a material capable of nullifying magic or at least repel it to some degree. It was different from the magical resistance of trolls or dragons. This method would basically push the magic away from the material, like magnets of opposite poles, instead of resisting it. The researchers did not get too far though. Some of them ended up with the conclusion that it was not possible, while others believed they were at least a century away from having the magical technology to create something like that. But somehow the golem in front of her had such defenses. Chapter 245. The white golem continued on its path, while the werewolf got ready to fight back. The golem's broken arm remained attached to the werewolf's upper arm. Its fingers were clutching with such force that the creature was unable to remove it from himself. "Grggg, I'm going to break you." The beast spoke in an unnatural voice. The golem was only a few feet away but did not seem to be in a hurry to get closer, as it moved very slowly, one step at a time. The muscles on the werewolf's legs tightened up as he got ready to jump at the construct, ready to take another arm with him. But right before he could do that, he felt incredible pain in his arm. "Arg!" The beast man screamed and looked at the source of this pain. The detached golem's limb was now actively increasing its grip on his arm. Everyone present heard a loud crunch when the bones in the arm snapped, but the golem's limb continued to press as the werewolf screamed and tried to remove it. The golem used this distraction to charge at the werewolf. It closed the 20 feet between them in less than a second. Its body twisted as it sent its remaining fist straight at the werewolf's head. He could not react in time, as he had been distracted trying to pry its arm off him. The white marble fist impacted the werewolf's right side of his face, breaking his nose, jaw, and turning his right eye into mush before making the beast collide violently against the ground. Lily and Daphne stared without blinking at the werewolf. His body continued to twitch a few times before it finally stopped moving. "Is he dead?" Daphne asked. Lily walked a bit closer, circling around the golem so she could get a better look. Oh, the punch from the golem must have had tremendous force because it completely destroyed the head of the werewolf. She could see how it was turned into a bloody mush. "Uggies, he is definitely dead," she decided. "Kill the intruders," the voice came from the golem. Harry, of course. Lily recognized the voice of her son. The golem moved again. It approached the dead werewolf, who was now starting to change back into his human form. It picked up its detached arm and placed it back into its place. "It can fix itself too. What kind of golem did my son make?" Lily knew Harry was very advanced in this type of magic but could not have imagined he could create something this advanced. Could Dumbledore have a hand in this too? "Did Harry make this? Is it not going to attack us, right?" Daphne stared at the white marble golem. "I don't think S-." The golem turned around and appeared to be looking directly at them. "Protect the students." That's really Harry's voice. Daphne realized. "I think those are its commands. Kill the intruders and protect the students," Lily said. "Then let's hope it doesn't get them mixed up," Daphne muttered. "You think there are more of them?" "I don't know. I imagine making something like this would take a very long time, not to mention several of them. But we can ask those things later. Lyra and the others had definitely come through here," Lily concluded. "Yes, and I bet they are trying to get back to the Great Hall," Daphne realized. Lily nodded, agreeing with her. "Let's hurry up." "Here, sir," the house elf said while pointing past a large door arch. Harry had let the elf carry him to the place where they had spotted the intruders entering the castle. "The astronomy classroom," he muttered. "I think I already know how they came inside." With the ward's protections turned off, there were many good spots to enter the castle without being noticed. The balcony of the astronomy tower was massive, and it overlooked an empty forestal area at the back of the castle. A good place to sneak inside. He went inside the large chamber and soon spotted a large number of objects that shouldn't be there, left carelessly in one corner. "That's a lot of brooms." Harry gave them a quick count, and it seemed to be over 30. He turned to look at the elf. "How many did you see exactly?" It's of them, sir," the elf answered nervously. 44 humans and 5 trolls." Harry moved his eyes towards a large painting near the entrance. It depicted a peaceful night scenery. An elegant knight was standing on a field, looking directly at him. "That's a lot of intruders." The humans were all dressed in black robes and wore white masks. Harry asked. "No, my lord," the knight answered. "Only 15 of the humans were dressed as you mentioned. The rest just looked like uneducated thugs, ruffians, if I may. They lifted those ugly creatures with chains and unleashed them in the castle. This is preposterous. If only I still had my body, I wow dash." "Okay, I understand, my good sir," Harry interrupted the grumpy knight. "I will handle this. Did you happen to see where they went?" "Of course. This old knight saw everything. Let me tell you." Chapter 246. It only took him a couple of minutes of flying around on a borrowed broom to find a large group of people who were about to have a very bad time. That's not all of them. He could only see 10 black-robed individuals and 3 very large trolls being pulled by chains. "Come on, move." One of them pulled on the chain too hard, making the troll growl at him. Be careful. If they go berserk, we are all going to be in trouble. One of his companions admonished him. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. The young Death Eater snapped back. I don't think any of you know what you're doing, Harry said as he flew closer. The 10 Death Eaters turned their masked faces up. What is this? Who is Twite? That's one of the targets. That's Harry Potter. Several of the men hurried to get their wands out and pointed them at Harry. Kill him. Yes, he is a target. Don't hesitate, just kill him. Harry flew out of the way as a barrage of killing curses passed by. A smile appeared on his face. I missed this broom. Hey, that's my firebolt. One of the masked men started to yell at Harry. Don't stop firing, you bloody moron. But he stole my broom. The Death Eater recognized it immediately. That had been a custom order with a gold handle and black bristles made specially for him. It had cost him a fortune. I'm keeping this one, said Harry as he passed by. And you have better things to worry about, he pointed his wand down. A Cluedo. Black smoke started to cover the area, preventing them from seeing more than a foot or two ahead of them. I can't see. Keep firing. They launched another barrage, but their spells were now going everywhere. One Death Eater screamed when a Cruciatus curse landed on him, while another fell limp on the floor when a killing curse hit him on the back. But things were about to get a lot worse for them. Harry's green eyes shone with an eerie light. A deadly aura enveloped his wand right before he conjured the curse. Venenum. From the air, a deadly mist descended upon the group of Death Eaters. It spread quickly, and its effects became evident very soon. The masked group started to cough and moan. C can't breathe. Help, G, get me out of here. The corridor was wide, but they couldn't even get a glimpse of where they were going. They couldn't breathe, they couldn't see, their bodies were in tremendous pain as the venom inside them started to consume them. The curse that Harry had called upon would create a cloud of not just one but several different deadly venoms and poisons. The worst ones among them were the necrotic types. Those would rot the person's flesh, causing a level of pain that was hard to describe. The 9 remaining masked men became immediately desperate and started to run as fast as they could. The idea of killing Harry had long been forgotten, and they just wanted to survive now. Ah. No. Help. As they ran, many of them ended up hitting the walls of the corridor and fell back onto the floor, incapable of standing up again. There were a few who made it out of the cloud of death that Harry had created, but even those did not make it too far. Not even 30 feet after getting out, they would fall down and scream in pain, no longer able to move. Harry looked at the spectacle without an ounce of pity in his eyes. As far as he was aware, these people dug their graves the moment they decided to invade this place. No one is leaving alive. Harry's eyes moved around, scanning the area. The only living beings who were a bit better off than the rest were the 3 trolls. Because of their large height, they avoided most of the poison cloud as it settled on the ground. And because of their incredible resistance to magic, they were able to withstand the effects of the various venoms and poisons. Harry was going to need something else for these 3. The trolls looked up and growled at him. They were smart enough to recognize the source of the threat. Their chains were loose now, and they could move freely without their handlers ordering them around. Arg! One of the trolls yelled at Harry while extending his hands in the air as if it were trying to reach him. Human, arg! Another one of the trolls shouted at him. Their language was mostly composed of grunts, but they were able to speak a few of their words. Coward! The last one complained. None of them could reach him while he was in the air, so they thought it was an unfair fight. Do you think this is a duel or something? Harry asked them. He could no longer hear the screams of the Death Eaters below. No more than 2 minutes had passed, but most of them had already died. Only a few of them made it out of the cloud and were now left moaning in pain and shaking. Those may last a few more minutes, but their deaths were already guaranteed. Finite incantatem. Harry gave his wand a wave, and both the Cluedo cloud and the poison one vanished immediately. Harry descended now that it was safe. He got off the broom and let it rest carefully against the wall before glancing back at the trolls. Fine, I'll give you a fair chance to live, come at me. He waved at the trolls with his free hand in a taunting manner. Chapter 247. Are we lost? Neville asked. How can we be lost? We've been through these corridors like 100 times, Lyra complained. I don't understand it. Went through the south courtyard entrance and passed by the marble staircase. We should be seeing the entrance hall right now. Ginny looked around. She had never seen this corridor before, and at the end of it were more stairs. The stone bridge, Astoria pointed ahead. Ah yes, that goes to the library, Luna realized. That is in a completely different part of the castle, and on the 3rd floor. How did we get here? Lyra asked. I heard that the castle could change shapes. And even reveal new rooms or hide others, but I have never experienced it like this, Neville commented. Hogwarts is guiding you, little ones. You should listen. They were all startled by the sudden appearance of an unknown voice. Who's there? Lyra looked around but could not see anyone. On the wall, child. Is that one? Neville pointed at a small painting hanging near the next stairs. Well, it is the only painting, Luna commented calmly. The group got closer to take a better look. It was a painting of a humble farm with a wooden house on one side. Next to the house was a voluptuous middle-aged woman with long brown hair tied into braids and a simple yellow wool dress. Who are you? I've never seen you before, Ginny asked. The woman in the painting smiled. Well, I usually hang in places where not many students walk by. You said something about Hogwarts guiding us? Neville asked. Yes, the castle is guiding you. And you should listen. Hogwarts will always try to protect its students, the lady said. Lyra stared at her in disbelief. You are talking like the castle is alive or something. That is impossible. The lady chuckled. You are far too young to know what is possible and what is not. The castle may not be alive in the same way that you are, but it definitely has a mind of its own. Ginny looked in the direction of the stairs. That seemed to be the way the castle wanted them to go, even if it would only get them further away from the great hall where they were trying to get. We should go that way then. Ginny, that is the wrong way. We need to turn back, Lyra disagreed with her friend. I also think we should listen to what Hogwarts wants to say, Luna remarked. Her eyes wandered around as if she was looking for something that wasn't there. Dobby will follow Mrs. Anywhere, the elf said. I'll follow Lyra, Astoria decided. They turned to look at Neville. He glanced at Lyra. I also think we should try to find the Great Hall. All the professors are there, and even the headmaster. We will be safe there. He looked ahead towards the distant stairs. We don't know what's ahead. It's decided then. Let's go back. We'll find another way into the entrance hall. Lyra turned around and started to walk at a brisk pace. The rest of the children soon followed her, and just a few steps behind was the white marble golem, still acting as their protector. The middle-aged woman in the painting let out a sigh of disappointment. Children these days, they never listen. Let's hope nothing happens to them. Do not worry, my lady. The valiant knight who had previously talked to Harry entered her painting. We have a mighty protector this time around. Hogwarts and its students shall suffer no harm, he promised. I know, I have seen him too. He scares me. He reminds me too much of him. The knight pulled off his helmet, showing a healthy patch of brown beard underneath, and then he gave the woman next to him a knowing smile. You are wrong, Helga, this one is one of mine. I don't think we came this way, Luna pointed out after seeing a large wooden bridge. I think we took a wrong turn somewhere, said Ginny. No, this is the viaduct bridge. We just have to cross it, and we will be at the front courtyard, Lyra said with excitement. Oh. You are right. I remember coming here last year now, Ginny exclaimed. Wait, it's very cold there. Luna stared into the distant end of the bridge. It was too dark to see anything. It appeared that most of the torches had gone out. I'll get you a coat when we are back in the dorms. We need to go now, Lyra said. The group ran at a fast pace, wanting to get back to safety as soon as possible. We are close. I can see Lyra's eyes became sharper when she spotted something moving at the end of the bridge. Wait. She stopped Ginny, who was at her side. Bad news, Astoria saw two very large figures. They heard a large number of steps resounding on the wooden boards of the bridge. I smell fresh meat. Ha. Me too. Make sure to keep this thing under control. I don't want it taking our prey. The men spoke in a loud, boisterous way. The group also heard the sound of chains clanking as they approached. What is that? Lyra shouted when she saw them. More D-Death D-. Know them, the big ones. Lyra corrected. They spotted two masked men holding chains tied to two giant humanoid creatures. Trolls, Luna answered. Those are trolls, and she then glanced at the other two savage men. Werewolves, Luna added. Chapter 248. Werewolves. Ginny exclaimed. Missy and her friends should run. Dobby stood before Lyra. Dobby will fight the bad men, and those ugly ones. Dobby, no. Lyra shouted. What is this? One of the Death Eaters said while staring at Dobby. What a joke, a house elf is going to fight us, the other one chuckled. Just let one of the trolls go have some fun. That will take care of this, one of the werewolves said with a cruel grin. Oh. I wanna see that, the other one added. What are you all panicking for? We also have him. Luna pointed at the marble golem, who was still standing at the back of the group. Right. He is supposed to protect the students, Ginny said. All of a sudden, the group was startled by a loud scream coming from one of the trolls. The chains had been released, and the large creature started to walk forward towards them. Fun, he shouted with a wide smile on his face. He then moved his massive hand backward and pulled a colossal wooden club that had been attached to its back. Fun fun, he kept repeating. That doesn't look fun to me, said Luna. Astoria nodded in agreement. You will not harm the missus. Dobby got in front of the group and waved his hands at the approaching troll. Dobby, stop. Just come with us. Lyra turned to her friends. We can just run the other way. Yes, let's d-ah. Ginny ducked down to avoid several balls of fire that passed by her side. They impacted on the wooden bridge and started a fire that continued to spread at an unnaturally fast pace. No! Ginny screamed. Their path of retreat had been blocked. Both of the Death Eaters brought their wands down while laughing loudly. You think you can leave just like that? There is no escaping this except your fates. W8. Neville shouted. It is me who you want, right? Let them go, you can have me. Oh. The brave boy who lived finally spoke. And a good Gryffindor he is. The two Death Eaters commented in a mocking manner. Forget it, boy. The rough werewolf told him. Once that thing is off the chain there is no stopping it. He pointed at the giant troll. The creature had been walking very slowly towards them, but once it got to around 30 feet it started running. The children panicked, not sure of what to do now. They could not retreat due to the fire covering the last part of the bridge. Ginny launched a barrage of spells at the troll, in an attempt to stop it. But trolls were extremely resistant to magic to the point of near immunity, so all of her attempts were brushed off. Dobby did not move from his spot, he was ready to take on the troll by himself if necessary. His elf apparition could only take one person away, so this was the only way to protect all the students. Fortunately for the little elf, that was not necessary at all. When the troll was less than 15 feet away, almost in the range of his club, the golem moved. The white marble construct passed by every member of the group and launched itself against the troll, pushing the creature away from them. What is that thing? A golem? The Death Eaters had missed the presence of the construct altogether. The golem had remained immobile the entire time and standing at the back. Due to the lack of illumination, they couldn't even see it clearly. The troll roared in pain. The golem had punched its stomach and almost sent him tumbling down. Pain, the creature screamed. After standing back up again, its face was a mixture of agony and rage. It stared at the golem and lifted its club before running back at it. The two were around the same size. The troll being just slightly taller and wider. The golem reacted to the troll's attack by charging forward, avoiding part of the attack by closing the distance. It then hit the troll with its shoulder. This time, it succeeded in making the troll lose its balance and fall down, making a loud noise as the wooden bridge cracked and losing its weapon in the process. The Death Eaters and werewolves were watching the spectacle with increased worry. They all thought the troll was going to make quick work of this stone golem, but they were now seeing that this was hardly a normal magical construct. It must be some secret project from the headmaster is the only one who could make something like this, one of the Death Eaters said. As a recent Hogwarts graduate, he was very familiar with Albus Dumbledore. Should I release this one too? The handler of the remaining troll asked. Once he removed the charm on the chains, it would be very difficult to get that creature under control again. It may not even be possible due to their reduced numbers. They used groups of 10 to chain the trolls in the first place before bringing them to the castle. Release that beast, one of the werewolves said. He knew already that one troll was not going to be enough and he was in no hurry to face the golem either. Yes, there is no need to chain them back either. After they destroy the golem, we'll just leave and let the trolls continue their rampage, the other one added. Finethus will be someone else's problem then, the Death Eater holding the chains let them go. As he did, the rune markings on them disappeared, and the troll was now free to do as it pleased. Grr. The large troll groaned and grunted. Its eyes were fixed on the golem who had hurt its friend. Pain, destroy, it roared. Chapter 249. Lyra knew that the golem was incredibly strong, but fighting two trolls at the same time might be too much. She glanced at Dobby with worry. Lyra knew that the elf would immediately jump into danger to defend her if necessary, but she didn't want him to get hurt. Retreating was going to be difficult. The fire had completely cut their way out, and as it continued to burn the bridge, it was also making their standing space smaller by the second. Even if the golem somehow won the fight against the two trolls, if it didn't do it quickly enough, the bridge might collapse anyway, killing them all. And then there were those 4 dangerous individuals who were determined to make sure they didn't get away. Lyra felt like she was standing on a piece of glass that could break at any moment. "This is my fault," she admitted to herself. "I should have followed that lady's advice and continued ahead. Hogwarts was trying to protect us and I didn't want to listen." She wished she could go back in time and choose differently, but it was now too late. Oh no! Ginny's scream brought her back to the dire reality. She saw the golem being hit by another large wooden club. The construct was having a hard time against the combined attacks from the two trolls. And the two creatures appeared to be having a great time, bashing the white marble construct. "They are going to destroy it," Luna said with bitterness in her voice. She already liked that golem. "Help?" Astoria asked. Ginny had already considered it, of course. "I don't know how. I don't have anything that could work on those trolls." She only knew a very limited amount of combat spells. "What about that slippery thing you used before?" Lyra asked. "That will also affect the golem," said Ginny. But then she thought about it a bit more. "Perhaps if I aim it correctly." "If you have an idea, this may be the best time to use it," said Neville. Ginny aimed her wand right behind the trolls. She tried to give the jinx a more defined shape so it appeared only behind them. Since the golem was at the center, it might avoid stepping on it. She chanted the name of the spell and a green substance manifested from her wand before traveling to the spots she was focusing on. If the Death Eater group noticed her actions, they did nothing to stop her. Her aim was true, and only a few spots behind the trolls became stained with the slippery substance. It quickly became evident that despite their magical resistance, they were not immune to this. One of the trolls took a step back in order to make room for his next attack. But the moment it did so, his feet slipped backwards, making it fall on its face. The other troll got distracted by this, just for a moment. But the golem was intelligent enough to detect an opening in its enemies. The construct, which had been doing its best to defend from the barrage of attacks from the trolls, now changed into the offensive. It blocked the troll's club with its left arm while punching its face with the right one. The troll grunted in pain as its jaw let out a crunching sound. And if that was not enough, the moment it was pushed back, it stepped on Ginny's jinx, making it fall completely on its back. The golem jumped in the air and landed on top of the troll before it began to throw one punch after another. All of them were directed at the troll's face. The other troll grunted loudly at the golem. In its language, it was probably a shout to stop. Not that the golem would have listened to it. The Death Eaters and the two werewolves decided that they could no longer stay still and had to take action. Bombarda. Confringo. The two masked men started firing their magic while the werewolves did the same. These two werewolves were not part of the elite few who could transform in the absence of a full moon, so at this moment, they were not that different from normal wizards, just with enhanced strength and sharper senses. The spells impacted the golem's body but did little to stop it as it continued to pummel the face of the troll. It wasn't until the second troll managed to stand still for a bit and used its wooden club to hit the golem that this one stopped its assault. When they glanced at the immobile troll, it became obvious really quickly that it was not going to stand back up again. The golem had completely destroyed its head. Blood and gore were pouring out in a stream. The remaining troll roared with pure rage after seeing its friend die. "That thing has magic resistance too. Use the strongest magic you have," one of the Death Eaters shouted. Bombarda Maxima. The two Death Eaters cast together. This time, the effect on the golem was much more visible as large chunks became detached. The anti-magic coating that the golem was equipped with had its limitations. It was able to nullify magic up to a certain potency, but if it was hit by something that went over that limit, the spell would be able to cause a small amount of damage. It wasn't enough to destroy it by any means, and the golems were able to regenerate extremely fast, but it did act as a distraction just enough for the troll to start landing some hits with its massive club, and those were the ones that did the most damage. An entire arm of the golem was broken into pieces by the last hit, leaving it in a bad position. "Nuthi are breaking it apart," Neville said with despair. "Ouch!" Luna yelped. The fire was getting closer and closer to them. They were between the wall and the sword, and no escape was in sight. Just as it seemed like hope was lost, they heard two voices coming from beyond the flames. Chapter 250. A very welcome wave of cold air hit them instantly, and the flames started to dissipate. The bridge was filled with a thick misty vapor, a result of the ice colliding with the violent flames. "Are you okay?" A tall red-haired woman crossed through the mist and approached, rushing at them. "Mom!" Lyra exclaimed with joy. They all turned to look as Lily and Daphne got closer. Astoria. Daphne jumped at her sister and gave her a crushing hug. You had me so worried. Daphne hurts, Astoria complained but still wrapped her arms around her sister. Professor, you saved us. We can leave now, Ginny said with relief. She was starting to think they were not going to make it out of here. Yes, can we leave like now? Lyra let go of her mother and glanced back at the struggle between the golem and their enemies. Things were not looking good. The golem was doing its best with one arm, but it was getting completely overwhelmed. Just at that exact moment while she was watching, the troll got a good hit on the golem's right leg and shattered it, making the construct collapse on the ground. Oh no! Luna exclaimed. Poor Goalie. Goalie? Lily moved her green eyes around, scanning the area. That golem teased like ours, despite its terrible condition, she was able to tell that it was exactly the same as the one that had saved them. Luna gasped. You have one too. She spotted the second golem approaching. This one was the one that had been following Lily and Daphne for a while. Bloody hell, there is a professor now too. One of the masked men said. TSK. Well, at least this thing is done for. The other one moved his eyes away from the downed golem to focus on the large group of targets. Oh ho. I'll take the hot redhead. One of the werewolves seemed to have gotten very excited with the arrival of Lily. Let the boy to me, I'll rip him apart, Gur. The last one said. Come on, girls, let's get you out of here. You too, Mr. Longbottom. We must move now. Lily stood in front of the children with her wand pointed at the approaching men. Big missus. Dobby will help. The elf proclaimed. Dobby? What the no, you should stay close to Lyra. She instructed. No, Mom. You can't. Lyra panicked when she thought her mother was staying behind with those men. Hee, wanna stay here and play with this big guy? He wasn't really exaggerating either. The man was over 7 feet tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. We don't have time for this. His partner stood at his side and pointed his wand at Lily. Before the large werewolf could complain, he attacked. Avada Kedavra. Silencio. Lily was ready to react at any moment and her spell was a much faster one than his opponent's. Crucio. One of the masked men fired his curse next. Lily hurried to conjure a shield made of stone to block the spell. Protego. Daphne created a shield before the professor to protect her from the debris created when her shield was blown up by the force of the unforgivable curse. Thanks, I forgot they did that, Lily sighed. Let's fight together, Professor. We can beat them. Daphne stood at her side. The golem approached also. Protect the students. I think he means he wants to fight too, said Luna. Another one of those things. One of the masked Death Eaters stared at the golem. This is troublesome. What do we do? His friend asked. He was unsure if they could take another one, along with the professor and all those students at the same time. Maybe we should retreat for now. Are you listening to yourselves? The Dark Lord will skin you alive if you dare go back now, the large werewolf spoke. The other one could not speak, so he just nodded. Alright, and we still have one TR-. GRR, PPAUG. They all turned to look back at the place where they left the troll to take care of finishing the golem. They all assumed it must have been turned into debris by now. But much to their surprise, they found the torso of the golem clutching with one arm to the troll's neck while this one tried to free itself. Realizing the severity of the situation, the two Death Eaters pointed their wands at the golem. Crack. By the time they fired their bombardas, it was too late. The troll had its neck broken. The spells impacted on the golem's back, breaking more pieces apart and pushing it away from the dead troll. Shite. We have no more trolls now, the masked man shouted. And now what? The other one glanced at the other white marble golem. That one was completely intact and they had lost their best weapon to destroy them. Their situation had gotten much worse now. Even the werewolves were considering their options. The golem's eyes flashed blue. Kill the intruders. Yeah, go kill the intruders, Goalie too. Lyra exclaimed. Are you giving them numbers now? Ginny asked. Well, I don't know how many of them are, so this is easier. Lyra shrugged. Go Goalie too. Luna exclaimed. The Death Eaters took several steps back. For some reason, this golem appeared to be more intimidating than the other one. And where do you think you are going? A raspy, threatening voice resounded over the wooden bridge. The two Death Eaters froze in place, not daring to make another move. The werewolves immediately got to their knees. Master. Chapter 251. Lily did not hesitate. She took her daughter's hand and started running away from the scene. "Everyone, run," she shouted. Seeing their professor panic like that after just hearing that man's voice had them scared, so they followed her without looking back. They did not have time to see the looks of the new arrival or to notice the fact that he was not alone. Fenrir Greyback was accompanied by the rest of his pack. "What are you all standing there for? Go kill the boy," he screamed. "Master, these things are very dangerous. We need to be careful." The two werewolves who had been fighting the golem approached their leader. The two Death Eaters were now facing Fenrir and his pack of werewolves, so they failed to notice that the half-destroyed golem had been using its remaining arm to crawl toward them. One of them only heard the noise that the marble construct was making when it was already next to them. This was due to all the noise on the bridge caused by the students yelling and the werewolves shouting at each other. "Move!" The Death Eater tried to warn his partner, but it came too late. "Ah, my leg!" He had already been grabbed by the ankle. The powerful marble hand crushed its bones without resistance, making the man let out a blood-curdling scream that caught everyone's attention. "Shit! Move away, you fools," one of the werewolves yelled. The only standing Death Eater had assumed that this was another late warning directed to his partner. But then he felt two hands grabbing onto his shoulders from behind. The other one? No. In all the chaos, he had somehow forgotten about the second golem that had arrived with Lily and Daphne. Several werewolves rushed at them as fast as they could, but the golem only needed 1 second to destroy the Death Eater's shoulders before it began to squeeze his body tighter, breaking his ribcage and turning his internal organs into pulp. A river of blood came from the bottom of his still white mask as the golem continued to compress him like it was trying to make juice out of him. They did reach in time to save the other one, as the broken golem only had one arm to work with and it was much slower to cause any lethal injuries. The one-armed golem had managed to break the masked man's ankle and bring him down to the ground but then failed to grab hold of his head as it intended and could only reach one of his arms. The werewolves were able to separate the golem's remaining arm before it could do the same to the Death Eater, and then they unleashed their full fury on the construct, breaking it until it was nothing more than small pieces of white marble. The other golems suffered the same fate under the assault of over a dozen powerful werewolves. No matter how strong and fast it was, there was nothing it could do against the overwhelming numbers. It still was able to injure several of them. Something that truly surprised their leader, who watched the fight in unusual silence. "What are those things? I don't remember Dolohov mentioning them during the meetings we had." He had several conversations with the wizard, who had provided as much information about the castle as he had. All about their defenses, the professors, the headmaster. They had gone over every possible thing that could pose a problem. The golems and sets of armor of the castle were indeed mentioned as a distant possibility. They could only be activated by the headmaster or vice-headmistress McGonagall. But those were nothing like the constructs he was just seeing. "Well, can someone tell me what in hell are those things?" Fenrir growled. He did not like surprises. And especially not at this moment. This mission was very risky and that is why he asked to double the payment, but this feels like someone made a grievous mistake in calculating the danger. "We don't know either, Master. There was one of them with the boy who lived that one took down both of the trolls we had with us. The other was apparently following Professor Potter and that blonde girl," a werewolf said. "Could the headmaster have put some bodyguard golems on the boy?" Fenrir considered the possibility. "That seems likely, Master. But whatever they were, they are gone now. We destroyed them completely." The large man pointed at the golem's remains with a satisfied smile. "Yes, well now we j-dash. Ah, please." Fenrir was interrupted by the Death Eater's screams of pain. "Now we just need t-dash. Ah." He was interrupted again. Fenrir huffed in annoyance and approached the injured masked man. I need a healer. Please, it hurts." The Death Eater had his ankle and arm completely shattered and was in agony. Fenrir grinned. "I don't have healers in my pack, I'm afraid, but let me give you something for the pain." "Ah, thanks. Fenrir's powerful fist impacted the Death Eater's face, breaking his mask into pieces, as well as the man's face, before being bashed against the floor. The injured Death Eater made no more noises after that. "Now, as I was saying, now it is time to hunt." Fenrir howled loudly, followed by his pack. "A hunt!" they all exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 252. "Who was that? Why are you so scared, Professor?" Ginny asked. "Yes, why are we running so much? We left Goalie 2 behind." Lyra complained. "Fenrir Greyback, I have encountered him before," Lily said with a grave tone. "He is the most dangerous and ruthless werewolf that I know, and he is not someone you want to fight." "The castle is changing again," Luna observed as they went through another set of staircases. They could all feel the walls shifting and changing. I had no idea the castle could transform so much. Lily looked back at where they came from. She could not see or hear anything yet, but she had no doubt that Fenrir and his pack were coming after them, so she could not slow down. But as soon as she got off the stairs, Lily stopped in her tracks. What in Merlin's name is this? Those stairs should have led them to the 4th floor and come out right next to her defense against the dark arts class. She was then planning on using a secret passage that would lead them outside after passing through a long flight of stairs on the east side of the castle. Instead, they found themselves in a narrow corridor with only one way forward. This one looks very familiar, even if the walls are a bit changed. Lyra looked around. The writing supplies storage, Lily said as they passed by a room with a very old wooden door. She then realized where they were. This is the last floor of Hogwarts, she said with worry. There was no escape from here. If their enemies found them now they would have nowhere to run. The entrance to the training room is right there. Ginny pointed to the only painting remaining on the walls, depicting some trolls trying to practice ballet. Right. Over there is the room of requirement, Lyra exclaimed. The other paintings are missing, Astoria noticed. Usually, there would be several more decorations on the wall, but now there was only the one painting that pointed towards the secret entrance to the room of requirement. I think Hogwarts wants us to go there, Luna said. Yes, let's go. They will never find us there. Ginny hurried to open the entrance by pacing around. Lily didn't understand anything. She had never heard about this room they were talking about. What are you doing? She told Ginny after seeing her pacing around in front of an ugly painting. There is a secret room here, Mom. We can use it to hide, Lyra explained to her. Once we go inside, the entrance will disappear. It is the perfect place to hide. There is a room here. Neville had no clue about what those girls were talking about. Really? Lily had learned of many of Hogwarts' secrets thanks to James and the other marauders, but never heard of a hidden room on the 7th floor. Was there a place like that in the castle? Could it be they never found it? Her eyes opened widely when she saw a door forming out of the stone walls. Ginny did not waste time opening it and went inside. Luna and Astoria followed behind. Lyra pulled both Neville's and her mother's hands. Come on, let's go. As they entered, they were all surprised by the contents inside. Even the 4 girls who were used to being here had never seen their training room in this state. Ginny, what did you ask when you opened the entrance? Lyra asked before closing the door behind her. A good place to hide, Ginny answered. The room of requirement had taken its original form. The entire massive chamber was filled with rows and rows of shelves, all filled to the brim with things. It did seem to be somewhat organized despite the amount of items stored, but it still gave them an overwhelming feeling. There are plenty of good spots for hiding, so it wasn't wrong, Luna said. Where did all of this stuff come from? Neville looked around in shock. I don't know, we have never seen the room like this. It usually looks like a large training room, with target dummies and stuff like that, Ginny explained. And my brother never explained much about this room either. He just asked us to never tell anyone about it, Lyra added. So remember when he asks, we tell him it was Ginny who revealed the secret and not me. Okay, said Luna, while Astoria assented with her head. Whoa, wait. Don't tell him that, Ginny didn't want Harry getting mad at her. I won't tell anyone, if that helps, said Neville. I mean, if Ron knew about this place, he would have us skipping class and coming here all the time. What? Lily raised an eyebrow. Neville had somehow forgotten there was a professor present in the room. Ah no, I mean we would never do that. Lily ignored the panicked boy and examined the entrance. There was nothing on the stone wall, but as soon as she got closer a door appeared in the same place as it was before. Don't open it. Ginny hurried to say. As long as we are inside and the door is closed, no one else will be able to enter here. Yes, Harry always made us all enter together. He said that as long as someone was using the room, it would not show for anyone else, even if they knew it was here, Lyra explained. That sounds very useful, Lily agreed. Let's hope that is enough to lose them. Chapter 253. I think I heard something. Lyra exclaimed. Only 10 minutes had passed since they entered the room of requirement. Shoo. Be quiet. Ginny told her. What do we do? They can't find us here, right? Neville asked. Everyone be quiet. Lily got closer to the door and tried to pick up what was going on outside. Sniff, sniff, it must be around here, she heard someone say from the other side of the wall. Keep looking. They are hiding somewhere close. Hearing the voice of Fenrir made Lily's blood run cold. She made a gesture of silence to the children. Their only chance was to make sure they didn't reveal the existence of this secret chamber. But what if they actually find it? She had no doubts that Fenrir would have a way to enter here if he discovered where they were. She kept silent about it since she didn't want to worry the children no more than they already were. Harry, where are you? Her son seemed to always know what to do. Now she wished she could talk to him. Lily heard the steps and voices getting more distant. Are they leaving? She thought with an increasing sense of hope. A few moments later, she could no longer hear anything on the other side. Lily let out a sigh of relief. I think they left. Bombarda. The walls trembled and shook when the spell impacted them. Lily lost her balance and fell backward. Mom! Lyra shouted and ran to her. Fire again, all of you! Fenrir commanded. Lily stood back up with the help of her daughter and, knowing what was coming, the two of them moved away from the wall. Run! Go hide somewhere! Lily told the children. But before anyone had time to do much, a bombardment of exploding charms hit the walls of the room. The stone wall blew up into pieces that flew everywhere, leaving a giant gaping hole. The group stared at the entrance with frightened eyes. How did they find us so fast? Ginny could not understand it. There is no way they knew about this place, Lyra added. Ha! You lot are truly underestimating the senses of a werewolf. You think some hidden wall is going to cover your scent, dot. Fenrir walked inside, stepping over the remains of the wall as the smoke cleared. Following behind him was what remained of his pack. Leaving the 3 who died at the hands of Lily and the marble golem, there were still 25 werewolves plus their leader, Fenrir. All of these large, fierce men were now standing in front of Lily and the students. What are you after, Fenrir? Lily decided the only thing left was to try and reason with this savage man, or maybe gain some time at least. A cruel grin appeared on the werewolf leader's face. All your deaths, I'm afraid. Lily clenched her teeth to keep her composure. Did someone hire you to do this? I can double their offer. All you have to do is go away. Oh, I have no doubt you could do that. I heard wonders about the pot of fortune. But my word is more valuable than that, and I know better than to betray someone like the Dark Lord. Fenrir may be quite fearless, but he was aware of how powerful and cruel the Dark Lord was. It would be stupid to make an enemy of someone like that for some coins. The Dark Lord, Lily then realized. All these men thought they were working for Lord Voldemort. None of them knew of Lord Parkinson's deceit. She was considering if it would be possible to convince this man that he had been lied to. But she had no evidence of her claims, and they would sound like nonsense to his ears. Is there something I can say to him that could change his mind, she wondered. The Potter boy is not here. That is too bad. Fenrir glanced at Lily. You wouldn't happen to know where he is? We have some business with your son too. You are also after my son. And you think I would help you find him? I'd rather die. Lily screamed at him with rage. Her wand was held firmly in her hand, but she was hesitant to use it. The moment she fired a single spell, all of those werewolves would rush at them without delay. You will die, don't worry about it. The rest of your family will soon follow. So go ahead, use that wand in your hand. Fenrir chuckled. I'll give you the chance to fire the first shot. A set of steps were then heard behind them. I think I will take you up on your offer if you don't mind. A black-haired boy, wearing elegant robes, came walking into the chamber with steady steps. Fenrir and his pack turned to face the new arrival with a great deal of disbelief. This was because they had not heard or smelled his approach. Even now, when they could see him stand in front of them, they could not sense anything from him. Harry's green eyes scanned the room until they landed on Lily and the rest. You gave me a lot of work. I have been trying to find you for a while. Harry! Lily exclaimed. Daphne sighed in relief. We are safe. What took you so long? Lyra shouted. You are Harry Potter? Fenrir asked. I am, but first, Harry moved his wand and pointed it up. Magna Custodia. Chapter 254. A flash of light came out and moved immediately towards its target. The werewolves didn't know what that spell did, so they were all on high alert, but they soon realized that it was not aimed at them but at Lily and the other students. The ball of light stopped right above the student group before it opened up like a large curtain. It enveloped them inside a translucent filament. A protection charm? Neville asked. The girls had seen this before and knew how strong this protection was. But for Lily, it was the first time, and she was shocked when she saw symbols appear on its surface and move around. Runes? You combined runes with this charm, it's like a miniature ward, Lily realized. Just stay in there. That thing can protect you from almost anything, Harry told them as he used his wand to tap the wall behind him. All of a sudden, the hundreds of stone pieces scattered around started to move back to their source, repairing the wall in the process and seal in the entrance. What are you doing? Fenrir could not understand this boy's actions. He sort of understood using some protection over his loved ones, no matter how futile that was. But he had no idea why he was now fixing the broken wall. This room is no good for combat, change it, Harry told no one in particular. But the room seemed to listen to his words and started to transform, even while everyone was still inside. There were many noises of confusion coming from the werewolves until their leader began to put order. Shut up. Keep your eyes open. All the clutter in the room disappeared. All the shelves and all the items stored inside were suddenly gone. The room of requirement was now completely empty. There was just one massive chamber with nothing in it but people. Much better, Harry said as the wall also finished repairing. Harry, what are you doing? Lily cried. Because she knew her son and it looked like he was getting the stage ready to fight all these werewolves on his own. Let me help you. Lily tried to leave the protective bubble but, much to her shock, she found out that she was unable to. I can't leave. It's for your own good. I made the protection go both ways so it also protects the outside from you. This means that nothing goes inside or outside of that barrier, Harry revealed. Like that sanctuary thingy you gave Holly? Lyra asked. Something like that. The shield will go away in around 10 minutes, so sit down somewhere and relax while I take care of these intruders. Harry glanced back at the werewolves and Fenrir. The werewolf leader had now recovered his confident grin. I will admit. That was an impressive demonstration right there. You even frightened my pack a little bit. But you say you will take care of us? He started to laugh. Soon, the entire pack joined in. I have heard that Gryffindors were heroic, reckless, and stupid, but you really take it too far, boy. You come here alone and think that you can beat me and all my men by yourself. Fenrir growled at him in a menacing way and showed Harry his fangs. I will eat you alive. And when did I say I came here by myself? Harry pointed at the ground. The stone tiles began to move. They began to ripple as if the surface of the room had been turned into some thick liquid. What is happening? Ginny asked. I have seen that before. Lily recalled a recent moment that remained engraved in her mind. The marble golem. There are more than two. Of course, it makes sense that Harry also had one for him. Lyra realized. I don't think one of those golems is going to make much of a difference, Neville commented. I don't think there is only one coming. Luna noticed how large the affected area was. Her senses were going crazy, but she was unable to understand exactly what was happening. She just knew that Harry was the one causing it. How many are there? Daphne started seeing dozens of white hands pulling up from the ground. Fenrir's expression quickly changed. His honed instincts were screaming at him about danger. His men panicked when they saw those white marble bodies emerge from the ground. It wasn't just one or two. All around them were dozens of those golems continuing to emerge. This can't be. How many of those blasted golems are coming out? Fenrir went and grabbed one of his men by the throat. Didn't you say they were unique constructs made by Dumbledore? He could not have created so many. This was one of the two werewolves who had initially faced off against Lyra's group at the wooden bridge. I don't know, Master. I just thought that. Humph. Fenrir threw him on the ground. He knew that the blame was not on his men. They could not have known this. If he was going to be blaming someone for this, that would be Anthony Dolohov. He was their contractor and the wizard who was supposed to supply all the necessary information. The white marble golems stood all around the small group of 26 werewolves. In total, there were 100 golems, but 2 of them were currently in a state of self-repair and could not answer Harry's call. There was one extra golem that Harry did not call here. That one was a special case and it would have been a terrible idea to bring him to this location. Master, if the boy is the one controlling these things, one of his men told the leader. Yeah. If we kill the boy, those golems should become useless, right? Another one added. A glimmer of hope appeared in Fenrir's eyes. Yes. He shouted. This had to work. All they had to do was kill Harry Potter and then victory would be theirs. Chapter 255. That's a lot of golems. Where are they even coming from? Ginny asked. They are coming from the ground, did you not see it? Luna told her. Luna. That's not what I'm. Are we really trapped here? Neville was starting to panic, tapping his hands against the translucent barrier. You are safe in here. And Harry said it would only last for a short period of time. Daphne tried to calm him down. I assume this charm consumes a lot of magic even for Harry. But then what? What if the werewolves come for us after this shield disappears? Neville asked. Daphne smacked him on the head, making the boy let out a painful yelp. Think about it, Longbottom. You have seen what those golems can do. And you still believe those werewolves have a chance of victory? Even without the golems, Harry would not lose, she thought. The more Daphne learned about magic and improved herself, the more she realized just how ridiculous Harry was. People who called themselves talented or geniuses had no idea how impossible his feats of magic were. At least for a single wizard. She had seen him use magic that was meant to be cast by large congregations of wizards or an entire cabal of witches. That's all right, Neville. The golems will take care of these scary guys, Lyra told him. But why are none of the golems moving? Shouldn't they be protecting Harry? Ginny was beginning to become concerned. The werewolves were approaching Harry with a lot of care. Their eyes kept going back and forth between the large group of golems. Ginny is right, they should be moving. Lily could not help but think that maybe there was something wrong with them. Was her son trying to call a bluff on Fenrir? That did not seem like him. She tried to catch a glance of his face but could not see him anymore among the crowd. Fenrir did not miss this, and he also started to think that perhaps that boy was trying to deceive them into an early retreat by making them think they were completely outmatched. After all, creating so many of those high-quality golems should be impossible. Even for someone like Albus Dumbledore, much less, a third-year student. The golems surrounding them could be still incomplete and were incapable of fighting at all. That would be a clever ruse then. Fenrir examined Harry a bit closer. He could not smell any fear on him or anything at all for that matter. What a strange boy, too bad we have to kill him. I would have liked to add him to my pack. The first few werewolves were now almost at arm's reach of Harry. They were now much closer to him than the golems were to them. So, with no more hesitation, they pounced at him. Some of them tried to grab him in order to prevent him from casting any spells, while others threw curses and disabling charms at Harry. Harry had nowhere to back up. His back was almost against the wall where the entrance used to be. After repairing it, the door had disappeared, leaving a clean wall behind. All around him were nothing but werewolves. The golems had all been positioned in an outer circle around the werewolves themselves. The men present could not be considered of the intellectual kind, but even they realized immediately that this was a very stupid decision. Instead of having some golems next to him to protect him, he left them all outside and he stood alone, surrounded by enemies. You have nowhere to run, boy. Come on. You are mine. The two large men moved at a very impressive speed considering their sizes. Their curse had given them many benefits, and an increase in physical strength and speed was one of them. But they would all soon come to realize that Harry was not as trapped as they thought. With a nimble motion, Harry lifted his wand in the air, and in the next instant he was gone from the spot he had been standing. This was so sudden that the two large men did not even have time to stop and ended up having their bodies hit the wall with tremendous force. Where did he go? Fenrir shouted. Find him. Harry, how did you get there? Lyra was the first one to spot her brother. He had somehow moved several feet behind the group of werewolves and was standing right in front of some of his golems with a confident smile. They all heard Lyra speak and turned around, finding Harry without problem since he wasn't trying to hide. When did he get there? How did he move so fast? The werewolves didn't understand. Apparition. Fenrir had been very close to Harry when he used his wand. That spell was something everyone learned when they were still in magical school. It's impossible to use apparition inside Hogwarts, Master. One of the werewolves dared to say. He had graduated over a decade ago but still remembered something that basic. Many of them had attended this school before becoming what they were now and were also aware of this rule. I know that already. Fenrir growled. But I know what I saw. That was apparition. The big wolf is right. I did use apparition, Harry told them. Before they could ask any questions, he spoke again. His tone now sounded a lot less friendly and contained. Because you see, his eyes shone with an eerie green light. I am the lord of this castle you so foolishly decided to intrude, and none of you will ever leave this chamber alive. After saying that, Harry vanished again. Chapter 256. Have a good day, and as always, thank you for your support. He's gone again. Lyra exclaimed as she saw her brother vanish. Did he apparate again? No, that was not apparition. He didn't even move his wand, said Lily. I think he used a disillusionment charm or something like that. He's not gone, just invisible. Daphne had some experience with this. He's always using those tricks to startle me. Ginny glanced behind her and at Daphne. You two meet alone very often. Daphne raised an eyebrow. And what if we do? Girls, this is really not the time for this. Lily stood between them. Leave it for another day for Merlin's sake. The werewolves went crazy, trying to look for Harry. I can't track him down. Why can't I get any scent from him? Where is he? Could he have actually left? A werewolf that was a bit more distant from the rest asked. All of a sudden, he could feel some movement behind him. What the? A small breeze of wind hit his skin. He's here. He's her. Everyone turned towards the source of the commotion just in time to see the werewolf's head being separated from his shoulders. He's over there. Fire everything you have. They used a wide variety of spells that impacted all over the walls and ground. The assault ended after a few seconds and was followed by a disturbing silence. Did we get him? One of the werewolves asked. Someone stood at his side. No, I don't think you did. The large man frowned. What makes you so sure it's you? He pointed at Harry. He answered by pointing his wand at the large man. Incendium. Iridescent flames washed over him, melting his flesh and bones. The werewolf could not even scream, and instead, he just let out a brief whimper before being consumed. Once again, they all turned towards the source of the noise and just managed to catch a glimpse of Harry as he disappeared. 2 down 24 to go, Harry said. They fired spells at his previous location, but he had already moved. Even with their enhanced senses, the werewolves were not capable of finding his location. This is because Harry was using a new ability of his. After awakening as the true master of death, he was now able to use powers related to the Three Hallows. The Elder Wand improved the strength of his offensive magic. The Resurrection Stone allowed him to speak with the dead. And the cloak did what it had always done. It gave Harry the power to become not just invisible but nearly untraceable, leaving no sound or smell. As the old tale said, not even death could find him. The werewolves grew more desperate as they saw their companions die, one by one. Harry would move around and throw deadly spells at them. They could not see him or track him down, so they were not able to fight back. After a short period of time, only 17 of the original 25 werewolves were left alive. Fenrir growled with rage. Show yourself, you coward. Let me see you so I can rip you to pieces. Ah! Another werewolf screamed as his body was set ablaze. 17 down, the voice of Harry resounded in the chamber. Master! We can't keep this up. Even without the help of those golems, he is going to kill us all at this rate. We can't even fight back. Fenrir could not argue back. He knew his pack was right, they could not win if things continued like this. He looked around. The golems did not move an inch. It looks like I was right about that at least. His eyes then moved to the wall they had previously broken to enter here. It was completely repaired, but they could always break it again to escape. But he did not want to escape. Fenrir Greyback has never run away from an enemy before. And he just thought about a way to force that boy to show his face. He glanced at the translucent protective bubble near the middle of the room, where Lily and the students were standing. We are not running away. Fenrir exclaimed. But master. There. He pointed at the barrier. We break down that protection and take those girls. Potter will not dare to lift a finger against us anymore. Fenrir revealed his idea to his men. Their eyes opened widely at the realization. Of course. His mother and sister are in there. If we get them, he will have no choice but to stop hiding. Fenrir smiled. Now you see it. Go on then, go break that barrier. Put everything you have left. As he said that, Fenrir's growl became louder and fiercer, like the one from a savage beast. His body grew in size and began to change. Master is transforming. Let's follow him. Several others also began to change into their werewolf shapes. These were the elite soldiers from the pack, and there were 5 still remaining alive. They all began to transform and howl. It was time to fight back. Chapter 257. Harry is killing those guys left and right, Luna said. I can't believe he is so ruthless. How can he kill them with such ease? Neville could not understand it. Harry and he were the same age, how could he be so different? Hey, my brother is not ruthless. Those werewolves deserve this, Lyra snapped at him. No, I didn't mean it that way, Neville hurried to say. Mr. Longbottom. Lily glanced at him. I understand how you feel. No one should take a life without a second thought, but don't be so quick to judge my son. He has experienced things that even I don't truly understand. He may have become more desensitized, but he is not without feeling. She does what he does in order to protect others. They are approaching. Astoria pointed ahead. Missy, big Missy. The bad wolvies are coming here. Dobby tried to get their attention. 5 transformed werewolves rushed at the barrier, and without wasting a second, they jumped at it, slashing it with their sharp claws. Oh no! They are going to break the shield. Neville took several steps back in a futile attempt to get away before he was smacked in the head. Ouch. Calm down, Longbottom, for Merlin's sake, have some grace. You are the heir of an ancient noble house. Daphne couldn't believe she had at one time been troubled with the decision of choosing between an alliance with the Potters or the Longbottoms. But look. He pointed with his trembling fingers. The werewolves continued to slash at the barrier with their claws. Over and over without signs of stopping. The shield showed no changes, other than the runes becoming more brilliant when the charm was hit. The barrier is not going to break after a few hits, and besides they have all made a deadly mistake already, Daphne said. What mistake? What do you mean, Daphne? Lyra asked. Haven't you noticed that many of the golems are missing? The blonde witch asked. They all appeared to be surprised, but when they actually took a few seconds to glance around, they were able to ascertain Daphne's words. Right when they were wondering where those golems could have gone, they saw several figures emerge from the ground and lunge at the werewolves. 24 white marble constructs appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the savage beasts as they tried to break the barrier and took them by surprise. The golems were now the ones who had the numerical superiority and knew how to perfectly work together. While some of them grabbed onto their legs, others took hold of their arms. The werewolves struggled the best they could but were ultimately ripped into pieces, as they had previously done to those two golems. Their howls of agony filled the chamber while the rest watched. Fenrir stood frozen in place while his transformation receded and allowed him to recover some of his human features. He had been ready to jump in and help his pack if Harry showed up to attack them. The last thing he expected was for the golems to move now. They can move, he now realized the unnerving truth. There was nothing wrong with these golems, they were all perfectly functional. That boy has deceived us. The golems are functional. Fenrir shouted. Hey! Come on. I never said they weren't. You just jumped to conclusions, so don't blame me for your own stupidity. Harry came into view near the end wall. He was kneeling down, with his wand tapping the ground. 12 left. Get out of there. Fenrir screamed to his remaining men, trying to warn them. It wasn't like they didn't make the attempt. All the werewolves tried their best to get away from Harry even if they were not sure what he was about to do. The entire chamber shook and dozens of sharp spikes formed from the stone tiles. They shot upwards, as fast as bullets. The spikes pierced the bodies of the men while they screamed and were pulled into the air. Fenrir saw something forming beneath him and moved away. As he did this, a spike came out, faster than he would have ever expected possible for magic to do. When it was all done, Fenrir had been the only one quick enough to avoid the stone weapons. This can't be happening, he now truly regretted not giving the order to flee when there was still time. Now should never have come to this place. Now his pack was dead, all of them were dead. Their blood was staining the floor of the chamber, and he was alone. One left. You must be the leader. Harry did not seem one bit affected by the sight. He walked among the corpses and all the gore among the scenery he had created with his magic. Despite all of that, Harry's expression had not changed one bit since the beginning. I heard them call you master or something like that, Harry commented. He stopped walking when he was a short distance from Fenrir and stared at the werewolf. So you must be Fenrir Greyback. He had long forgotten the face of this man. In his past life, he had only seen him very briefly, but he did recall the name being said many times. Among other things, this was the werewolf who attacked his uncle Remus when he was a child and cursed him. That alone would have been enough for Harry to kill him, but now he came into the school and harmed his family. You killed my pack, Fenrir accused Harry. You will join them soon enough. But first I have a question for you. Who hired you? He asked. Chapter 258. Let's just be done with this. Fight me, Potter. I have nothing else to tell you. Fenrir howled as his body transformed again. This time, he seemed to become even bigger and fiercer than before. You will tell me what I want to know one way or another. Harry pointed his wand at the giant beast. Foolman. Fenrir twisted his torso, bending his head away from the lightning as it passed by. The high temperature generated by the spell was still enough to burn his fur and skin due to the proximity. But this one did not seem troubled by the pain. Fenrir's eyes turned blood red, his claws and fangs grew in size, and his fur started to lose its color, becoming paler. The werewolf master was now in his most powerful form. In this berserk state, he was twice as strong and fast as usual, with the large downside of losing his sanity and becoming unable to tell between foes and allies. Fenrir charged at Harry with such speed that he almost seemed to disappear as he moved. He then performed a diagonal slash, aimed at Harry's chest. The sharp claws ended up clashing against a yellowish shield and cut it apart. But as he did, more layers of the shield were created. Seeing the faint smile appear on Harry's face behind the shields made Fenrir react. He used now both claws to attempt to break Harry's protection. Greyrar. Fenrir used his full strength with both arms and smashed the shield into particles of magic that soon disappeared into nothingness. Harry was prepared for this. He lifted his wand and vanished from the spot. Only to reappear a good distance away. So that's it. You are fast and strong but you fight like a savage beast, said Harry with a mild grin. How can he be so calm while facing a monster like that? Neville asked. He has seen worse things. Daphne recalled the monster they had to escape from during their second year. This werewolf was not that scary compared to that. Not that she would like to be the one fighting against him. That's right. My brother is the strongest wizard. Lyra cheered. Master Harry Potter is the greatest. Dobby cheered. Okay, Neville didn't know what to say to that. Grr. The werewolf chased after Harry, moving as fast as his legs allowed him. The group watching thought that he was going to use the short period of time he had before Fenrir reached him to transfigure the ground or create some stronger protection. But much to their surprise, Harry did none of the tin fact, he did nothing and instead remained still, as if he was just waiting for the Beastman to arrive. Harry? What are you doing? Daphne could not begin to guess what was going on inside his mind right now. Harry extended his right hand and his wand disappeared from view, retreating back into its holster. But it was quickly replaced by a small metallic stick that grew in size until it became a long staff made of goblin steel. He held the artifact by its head, leaving the sharp tip pointing forward. When Fenrir arrived at his side, ready to turn him into bloody shreds, Harry tapped the werewolf's chest with the tip of the staff. Lily and the students were extremely worried when they saw Harry letting that massive beast with razor-sharp claws and fangs get into such close distance. Fenrir, who at this moment could not think of anything else but to kill the person in front of him, did the first thing his instinct told him. He slashed once more with his claws. Only to then find out that he had no claws or hands. Harry pushed the tip of the staff with more force and made the werewolf take a step away from him. The Beastman was in complete confusion while it looked at the stumps where his powerful claws had been just seconds before, not able to comprehend what could have happened to them. See? This is why it's a bad idea to give up your sanity and ability to think in exchange for a bit of power. Harry told the werewolf, who obviously did not have the capability to understand him. Where did his hands go? Luna asked while she watched with interest. What did Harry do? Lyra turned to her mother for answers. I think that he is using human transfiguration. Lily recalled some of the things written in that book they found back at the Potter Vault. As long as the caster was able to overpower its opponent, it was possible to transfigure another person against their will. Fenrir's decision to use that transformation probably only made it easier for Harry. She assumed that it would take less work to overcome the will and magic of a creature with a simple mentality like a savage beast, instead of a fully functional wizard or witch who would understand what was happening and could fight back. I think this battle is already over, Daphne said. Over. Her sister nodded in agreement. Fenrir growled furiously, showing Harry his fangs. His legs bent slightly as he prepared to attack again. You still don't understand, do you? Go on, attack once more. Harry encouraged him to try again. Fenrir still moved at lightning speed even in his condition. The next instant, he was right next to Harry. His eyes were focused on Harry's neck. His jaws opened widely, and he took a bite. Only to find out he had no mouth. Chapter 259. Fenrir jolted when he realized what was happening and tried to distance himself from Harry. In his current state, he was more like a wild animal, guided by its instincts. And right now, those instincts were telling him to get away from the threat. He's transfiguring his body before he can do any damage. How can he do it so quickly? Lyra asked, her voice trembling. It's not just fast doing it under the pressure of having a monster like that just inches away, ready to rip him apart. Transfiguration requires complete focus, otherwise, it wouldn't work at all, Daphne added, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and admiration. Human transfiguration sounds very Scarito change someone's body with just a touch, said Neville, his voice barely above a whisper. It is, but it has many downsides. Compared to the many deadly curses one can use from afar, this type of magic requires one to be right next to the target, Lily explained. I don't think there are many wizards out there who would dare to stand that close to a werewolf to use transfiguration. You would need to have absolute confidence in your skills to even attempt something like that. Right, I wouldn't want to get close either, Neville agreed, shuddering. Harry walked toward the retreating Fenrir. There is no escape from this room. The werewolf scrambled away from him, fear clear in its previously fierce eyes. Harry frowned at the sight. I wanted to make you suffer more than the rest since you were the one in charge, but right now you are nothing but a scared beast. You can't even talk, can you? I mean, even if you had a mouth. Fenrir got to his feet, turned around, and started running away from Harry. He used apparition to get in the beast's path and hit him again with his staff. Fenrir's legs started to shrink until they disappeared from view, and he tumbled down, but the beast continued to move, using the stumps of his arms to push his body around. This is pathetic. I guess this was your way to prevent me from getting answers. Then again, I may be giving you too much credit. Harry glanced at the desperate beast moving away and knew there was nothing else he would get from him. I will have to use another method. Let's finish this then. He pointed his staff at the scared creature that had once been the mighty Fenrir Greyback. Foolman. Sparks jumped around the surface of the staff before converging and forming a large bolt of light that impacted the back of Fenrir's head. The protective charm around Lily and the students disappeared. Harry, are you okay? His mother was the first one to reach his side. He glanced at his mother and the rest of the group with concern. I should be the one asking that. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you. The paintings were going crazy trying to track you down. In the end, I had to lead all of you here. Wait, it was you who changed the castle. We were so lost. Lyra exclaimed. Not exactly. May just asked Hogwarts to bring you here, Harry answered. Is the castle really alive? Luna asked with interest. That's what that lady in the painting said, Ginny confirmed. Yikes, there is blood everywhere. Neville was trying his best to avoid stepping in any of the werewolf remains splattered all over the chamber. Dobby. Harry called. Master Potter. Harry, sir. What can Dobby do? The elf hurried to answer. Call the other elves. I need you all to clean the castle. There is a lot to clean. You can use the Chamber of Secrets as a disposal place. There is an abundance of room in the waters, Harry said. Right away, Master Sir. Dobby disappeared with a loud pop. The Chamber of Secrets. Neville had heard tales about it but didn't know that Harry had found it. He was about to launch into a barrage of questions but then stepped on someone's intestines and was brought to reality. Bleeg. Ah. Careful, Longbottom. Don't you dare vomit on my new shoes. Daphne moved away from the boy as fast as she could. You can leave now. The castle is safe once more. There are no more invaders. As Harry said that, the door reappeared. Harry? Lily asked, wondering what he was planning. I need to have a word with this man. He pointed at Fenrir. I don't think he is going to talk much without the head, Lyra pointed out. Oh, you are going to use that thingy? Luna asked. Yes, I will use that thingy. Harry answered. What thingy? Lyra didn't understand anything, as usual. Just wait for me outside, I'll be there in a moment, Harry insisted. Lily knew him well enough to know he didn't want them to see what he was going to do next. Okay, come on children. Let's go out. This is no place to stay anyway. There were corpses and blood everywhere. She was already surprised by the fact that her daughter and the rest were not freaking out more. The only one who reacted in a more normal way was Neville. Bleeg. Ah. My dress. Ginny jumped away. Your dress is half burnt anyways. Luna reminded her. Gross. Astoria moved quickly to the exit. Mom. Help me bring Neville out before he gets more sick, Lyra requested. Just close your eyes, Neville. Come on, grab my hand, Lily said. Once they were all out, Harry approached the remains of Fenrir. Speak to me, Fenrir Greyback. Chapter 260. A large amount of green smoke manifested over the corpse of the werewolf master. The visage of Fenrir began to form. What ice am I alive? The spectral figure moved its head around in a confused manner. No, you are very much dead. Didn't even put up a proper fight, Harry told him. You. Fenrir's eyes locked on Harry's. You killed my pack. I'll make you pay for this. You don't seem to understand your situation. I suppose that dying doesn't improve one's intelligence. Harry shrugged. But unlike yours, my time is valuable, so let's get to the point. Who hired you? Anthony Dolohov, Fenrir answered without hesitation. Dolohov, so it wasn't Parkinson directly. But he is one of his men if I recall correctly, Harry muttered. Wait. Why did I say that? I never meant to. Fenrir was more than confused. Why did he even answer his question at all? Did you have contact with any other Death Eater? I only spoke with Dolohov until today when we were joined by some new recruits. What is going on? I can't keep my mouth shut, Fenrir shouted. You don't have a mouth, and spirits cannot lie to me. Next question. What was your mission? Harry asked. To kill Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter. To inflict as much chaos as possible in Hogwarts and to avoid a confrontation with Dumbledore if possible. Why? Harry knew Parkinson would want him dead, but this was a terrible way to accomplish that. As for killing Neville, well, he is the boy who lived, so it would probably help Parkinson to have him gone. Even if Neville didn't ask for it, his name carries a lot of weight, and in the future, he could easily become an influential figure who could oppose Parkinson and take his position as minister. They pay me well. I didn't ask why stop this. Release me off whatever this magic is. Fenrir answered. He still did not seem to understand he was dead. One last question. Where can I find Anthony Dolohov? This man was just a hired hand. If Harry wanted to know more about Parkinson's plans, he would have to ask Dolohov. I don't know, Fenrir clenched his teeth but still answered. How did he contact you? Through a common acquaintance. We would arrange our meetings in some abandoned old house. Tell me about this acquaintance of yours. Damn it, Potter, his name is Marcus. He is the owner of a tavern in Knockturn Alley, called Macabre Concoctions. Harry remained silent for a moment, considering all the information he had received. It was at least enough to continue his search. Fenrir shouted slurs at him when he finally realized he could not escape either. Harry merely waved his hand. Go back. And the spirit disappeared. He left the room of requirements but only found his mother waiting for him. I told them to go directly to the infirmary, Lily informed him. Did anyone get badly hurt? He needed to check everyone properly. No, but Ginny had a few burns that will need to be looked at, Lily said. And before you say anything, it's not your fault. I promised to protect them. They could have died because the ones responsible are already dead. Aren't they? Lily interrupted him. Not all of them. I know who hired them, Harry said. Then tell your father and have him arrested, Lily suggested. My father is being suppressed by Lord Parkinson. He won't be able to arrest anyone, much less one of his associates. Associates, so he was behind this. Lily already suspected it but did not want to say it out loud. Yes, who else would be behind a plan like this? My father can't do anything in this case, his hands are tied but mine aren't. Lily frowned. Harry, you can't fight everyone by yourself. At least speak with the headmaster about this. The order is also trying to put a stop to him, but things are complicated at the moment. I know politics. I'm tired of them. Maybe I should just go to Parkinson and have a private conversation with him. Is still in the Great Hall, isn't he? Harry began to walk away. Harry. Have you gone mad? He is the Minister of Magic. Do you have any idea what would happen if you even aimed your wand in his general direction? Lily was not sure how serious her son was about this. He opened the doors of the Great Hall and walked inside, with Lily following close behind him. The hall appeared to be in commotion. The music had stopped, and all the professors were close together, discussing something with worried expressions. When they heard the doors open, most of the people inside turned to the noise and saw him and his mother enter. Dumbledore and McGonagall stood up from their seats and went to meet them. Mr. Potter, what is the situation? The headmaster waited until he was close enough to avoid raising the volume of his voice. Lily. Did you find the missing students? McGonagall asked with concern. She gave her a warm smile. Yes, everything is fine. The students are in the infirmary, but they have no serious injuries. The situation has been resolved. Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The intruders are gone. Where is our beloved Minister of Magic? I would like a word with him. Harry scanned the hall but could not find the man in question. Dumbledore gave a sigh of relief. That's good to know. But the minister left in a hurry, along with his full entourage and the Aurors he brought with him. It was around 10 minutes ago. What did you want to speak with him about? He had a bad feeling. We better discuss this later, said Harry. Shall we end this party then? The students are anxious to return to their dorms, I believe, McGonagall suggested. It would be best to wait 10 to 15 more minutes. Give the elves a chance to talk first, Harry told her. Oh, Dumbledore muttered. Knowing Harry as he did, he had a good idea what they were cleaning. Chapter 261. How are you feeling? Much better. Ginny looked very energetic this morning. Madame Pomfrey made sure there wasn't even a mark left. That's impressive. Harry knew how difficult it was to remove every trace of a wound left behind by a dark curse. And the fire that had hit Ginny was such a spell. Dobby's potion also helped a lot. Say thanks to him when you have the chance. I will. Harry looked around. The infirmary was almost empty this morning. His sister and the others were discharged after a quick checkup. Ginny was the only one who had to stay overnight. I'm surprised they aren't already here. I told them not to come, Ginny said. Madame Pomfrey said that she will come to check on me in 30 minutes and if everything is fine, she will let me go. There was no need for them to come visit. I see. I'm sorry you got hurt, said Harry. Ginny raised an eyebrow. Why, were you the one who shot that fireball at me? No. Then you have nothing to apologize for, she said with a stern tone that reminded him of her. It was still my sister's recklessness that got you and the others in trouble. As her elder brother, it is my duty to. Lyra is my best friend, Ginny interrupted him. If she gets in trouble, I will go help her as I'm sure she would do the same for me. Fair enough, I won't insist on it then. Still, it was a very scary experience, Ginny said while staring at her bed sheets. I know. Will every year be like this? Ginny asked. I have no way to know that. But I will tell you one thing, I will always try my best to keep you all safe. He was not very satisfied with his performance last night. He wished he could have done things differently so the girls had not been exposed to so much danger. Harry spent the entire night thinking about how he could have done things differently. Maybe, instead of tracking down the intruders, he should have continued to search for his sister along with Daphne and his mother. Once everyone was secure, he could have been free to hunt them all. Or maybe. Harry, what happened last night, did it have anything to do with you-know-who? Ginny asked with hesitation. What makes you think that? There have been a lot of rumors circulating around the school. And the Slytherins have been acting very strange lately. So is it true? Were those men working for him? Is that why they were after Neville? Ginny asked. Kind of is a bit more complicated than that. Harry didn't really want to explain too much. It would only serve to worry her more. Ginny was smart enough to notice this and didn't ask more questions. He then kept her company until Madame Pomfrey returned. I'm taking a few days off school, Harry said. The headmaster leaned forward in his chair. We are almost at the end of the year. What do you need to do that is so urgent? There are a few people I need to find, Harry answered. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to shine for a moment under his glasses. Do these people have something to do with what happened yesterday? Yes, Harry simply said. The old man sighed. He already expected this reaction after hearing all the details from Lily Potter. Your mother is worried that you will do something reckless like going after the minister. I told her to be at ease. I told her that her son was not someone foolish enough to do something that would certainly put him and his family in so much trouble. Tell me, Harry, did I lie to her? Harry shook his head. It is not Parkinson that I'm after. At least for now. Those werewolves were hired by a man named Anthony Dolohov. The face of the headmaster changed to one of displeasure. Oh, that is one nasty individual. One of the worst ones, and unfortunately very gifted with magic, and very willing to use it to accomplish his goals. He is also one of Parkinson's closest allies, Harry commented. And you know where to find him? He will probably be hiding right now. We can expect the same from the rest of the members. After last night's failure, I doubt Minister Parkinson will be in a hurry to try anything else again. He may want to take a different approach. So your suggestion is to take things easy and wait. Because our enemies will likely try to lay low for a while. Dumbledore frowned. I wasn't going to suggest taking it easy, just to use this time well and prepare. You and your order can do that without me. Think I will try a different approach. He stood up from his chair. I will be back before the school year ends. Dumbledore sighed in defeat. I know I can't stop you, so I won't even try. But before you embark on your reckless hunt, I do have one more question before you leave. A question, and what would that be? Harry stared at the old headmaster. You moved the marble golems that rest inside the castle foundation. How did you do that? I can connect with them while touching the main arc stone, and give them orders. I assume all headmasters have been able to control all the castle defenses. Did you never try that? Harry wondered how that was possible since the old headmaster always liked to know everything. Dumbledore stared at Harry. His eyes shone under his moon glasses. I have spent years studying them and trying to make them move, and as far I know for the previous headmaster's records, this is the first time those golems have moved from the castle foundation. You are the first one they obeyed. That's odd, Harry muttered. Very much so, and very interesting, Dumbledore added. Chapter 262. Nocturne Alley was particularly quiet that night as Harry made his way to the bar mentioned by Fenrir. He was not familiar with this one, so he ended up taking a lot of wrong turns until he finally spotted a half-broken sign with the words, Macabre Concoctions, written on it. The bar, if it could be called such, was located at the end of an alley with no other exit. The exterior was extremely dirty and unkempt, with a broken window and a large variety of stains, from blood tooth or things. Unlike the entrance to Miss Yafel's shop, this was not the work of a spell to conceal its true form. Harry was sure of that. This place was, as some would call it, a shithole. I doubt they get many new clients, he commented before pulling on the door handle. The old wooden door opened with a loud creak, alerting everyone inside to the new arrival. There was little light inside the bar, but it was enough for Harry to at least count the number of patrons. There were two large individuals sitting at a small circular table on the right side. One dark-robed person sat at the far end of the sitting area, their face darkened even further by the hood they wore, making it impossible to even tell if it was a man or a woman. One last patron was sitting at the bar, a short bald man wearing something akin to leather armor, drinking some green liquid from a large cup. And finally, there was the barman, a chubby man with dark red hair, a short beard, and cruel eyes. Harry hoped this was the person he was looking for. That would make things simpler, and he wasn't even sure how much useful information this man could have. All the patrons had their eyes fixated on Harry. It wasn't clear if this was because he was a new face in this place, something very uncommon, or because he was still a minor and should have no business in a bar, much less one like this one. Under their intense gazes, he made his way to the bar and looked at the large man behind it. "Are you Marcus, the owner of this place?" "That depends who is the one asking." The barman was experienced enough to avoid antagonizing anyone until knowing who he was dealing with. His first instinct was to kick this child out of his bar, but if he turned out to be the pretentious son of some important pureblood lord, he could get in a lot of trouble. The other patrons seemed to be thinking the same. They looked at Harry with interest, but no one had made any comments yet. A normal schoolboy would not have come to a rundown bar in the deepest part of Nocturne Alley. And judging by his elegant robes, this was someone from a wealthy family. "Harry," he answered. The barman's displeasure became more evident. "And what family are you from, Mr. Harry?" "That is not important, and I asked the question first, are you the owner or not?" "I don't have all night," Harry said. The bald man at his side let out a chuckle. "You heard him. He doesn't have all night," he said in a mocking tone. "Boy, if you don't tell me which family you belong to or who sent you here, I will begin to assume that you are a mudblood who stole those clothes from some proper young lord," the barman said. The two large men who were sitting at the side table were now standing up. Their eyes never left Harry. The bald man got his face closer to him. "You don't want to know what we do with mudbloods around these parts, so you may want to start talking, little boy." Harry nodded. "Very well, I will tell you who I am." He stared at the barman. "I am the little boy who killed Fenrir Greyback and the rest of his pack. Now I am looking for Dolohov, and I have been told you may know something about that." There was a moment of silence in the tavern while the patrons tried to process what Harry had just said. Following this, the bald man and the other two started to laugh at the top of their lungs. "What a jokester we have here," the bald man exclaimed. "Did you hit your head? A toddler like you killing Fenrir, this kid is crazy." The only ones who had remained serious were the dark-robed figure at the back and the barman. It wasn't that they believed what Harry claimed, but the news about Fenrir Greyback's death was not widespread yet. Marcus, the owner of the bar, had only learned about it that same afternoon after receiving a message from Dolohov explaining briefly what had happened at Hogwarts and saying that he was going into hiding for a few weeks. As far as he was concerned, the only way this boy in front of him could know something about it was if he had been involved somehow. Perhaps a witness. "How do you know about Fenrir?" Marcus asked with a deadly serious expression while pulling his wand out. The men stopped laughing when they saw this. "Wait, is it true? The werewolf king is dead?" the bald man asked. "That can't be." "Yeah. There is no way. Who could kill that monster?" "Silence!" Marcus shouted. "Grab the boy, Dot." Chapter 263. The two large patrons stood behind Harry while the bald man got closer. He gave Harry a smirk. "Do you have a wand, boy? Hand it to me, and do it slowly." The man reached with his hand and grasped onto Harry's shoulder with a lot of force. Harry responded by grabbing onto the man's wrist. "I don't like being touched." The strength of his grip increased until they all heard a loud crack. The bald man immediately started to scream. "Ah! Let me go." The barman pointed his wand at Harry while the two men behind him tried to hold him. "Stupefy." The red spark appeared to impact on Harry's chest, but upon closer inspection, they saw that a small yellow shield had appeared in front of him, blocking the spell. Marcus glanced at Harry's hands. One of them was resting on the bar while the other one was still holding onto the bald man's wrist. Wandless magic. He could not believe that a boy this young had that much mastery already. Marcus was beginning to get worried. But he could not take back his actions. Now he had no other choice. He had to capture this strange boy and call Dolohov. The wooden counter at the bar came alive all of a sudden. Whoa! The bar is moving. Marcus knew what was happening. He first opened his mouth to warn them but instead opted for casting a protection spell for himself before it was too late. From the wooden surface of the bar, several protrusions formed and aimed at the men before they shot outwards at tremendous speed. Erg, arg. The two large men grunted in pain as they were hit on their chests with something akin to a battering ram and sent flying. Marcus was pushed back against the shelves of the bar but thanks to his protection charm, he didn't suffer much damage. Ah! Let me go, the bald man continued to yell. Harry used his free hand to grab onto his bald head and brought it down onto the wooden counter. Instead of smashing his face against the hard wood, his head sank into the material like it was a liquid. Once inside, Harry ended the transfiguration, leaving the man with a broken wrist and his head trapped inside the counter. Damn it all! The barman moved his eyes towards the dark-robed individual sitting in the corner. Yaxley! You better give us a hand. This boy is not normal. So you knew it was me. The man stood up from his chair and glanced at Marcus. Of course I knew it. I know everyone who enters my place. Now do something. Marcus shouted. Yaxley lifted his hood and looked at Harry. You said your name was Harry. I presume your last name is Potter. Potter, Harry Potter. Marcus was surprised to hear this. He knew about the Potters and their son, who was a rumored genius at Hogwarts. Is it true? Did you kill Fenrir? Yaxley asked. And the rest of his pack, Harry answered. Not many would believe that, but that was a very impressive demonstration of magic. Yaxley moved his wand to point at the two large men on the ground. So you are Korban Yaxley, one of the men who left Azkaban recently. I suppose you also are one of Parkinson's cronies, Harry said. Yaxley frowned. I am no one's crony. My allegiance has never changed. Is that so? I still have some questions for you. You must know the locations of many of their hideouts. Harry walked towards him. You will tell me everything you know about the Inner Circle members. The dark-robed man was visibly unsettled by Harry. He pulled out a white mask from his robes. Sorry Marcus, I only came here to meet someone. I have no business fighting this person right now. Harry glanced at the mask. It was similar to the ones Death Eaters typically used. But what caught his attention was Yaxley's words. It was obvious that the man was planning on escaping, a portkey. Harry reached the most logical conclusion. His wand appeared in his right hand and, without hesitation, he called upon one of his most deadly spells. Devulsa. If he could not keep him here to answer his questions, he would rather kill him now than let him escape. The purple-colored curse managed to touch Yaxley's robes at the last moment, right before he activated his portkey and disappeared. Harry wasn't sure if that would be enough to kill him. Scone got away. You bastard. Marcus screamed with frustration towards the empty spot left by Yaxley. Accio. Harry ripped the wand from Marcus' hand with such force that it almost sent him over the bar. To bypass the anti-summoning protections placed on wands, he had to put a lot of power into that spell. But that had never been a problem for Harry. Can't let anyone else get away. He approached the wooden counter, where the startled barman was trying to keep his composure. The bald man continued to struggle to free himself. He was starting to run out of oxygen. And the two large men were starting to recover from their tumble. They groaned and complained about the pain as they stood back up. Now what would it take to make you talk? Harry said in a cold tone. Chapter 264. The sound of footsteps echoed over the stone tiles of the alleys as two individuals ventured further into Nocturne Alley at a brisk pace. One of them was a woman with olive skin and amber eyes. She was wearing a discreet dress, but even then, she could not hide her extreme beauty from the few onlookers in the alley. Had she been alone, many would have already approached her. The reason they didn't was because of her companion. Those who had lived in Nocturne Alley long enough were able to develop a sixth sense to detect dangerous people who should never be offended. Those who failed to develop this sense did not live too long. This place hasn't changed, the one next to the beauty spoke with a mix of nostalgia and displeasure. No one could see their face because it was well covered under a black hood, but the little skin that could be seen was extremely pale, almost white. And by the voice, it was easy to tell this was also a woman. It didn't change much, my lady, the beauty answered with utmost respect. She was usually aloof and arrogant, but in front of this person accompanying her today she did not dare to try anything. Lady Zabini did her best to contain her nervousness. Her life and her son's depended on her doing a good job and not making her angry. And from what she had heard, that was not an easy job. Is it too far? The black-robed woman spoke again. Just a little bit, my lady. It is near the end of the alley. It's a very private place. The black-robed lady made a sound of annoyance but did not speak again and just continued to follow the figure of Trisha Zabini as she navigated through the narrow corridors. After a few more minutes of walking, the two of them entered a corridor with no apparent exit. It's just at the end, my lady. Would you stop with the, my lady, already? It makes my skin crawl. I am done with all of that noble bullshit. Lady Zabini started to panic. I am so sorry, I mean I have been told not to use your name or last name in public. She stopped and considered Zabini's words. Ah, that's right. If the wrong person learns of my identity, it could be trouble. Just call me Miss, then. As you wish, Mississippi. We are here. Lady Zabini indicated towards the old wooden door leading into a certain bar. What a shithole. That bastard Yaxley better have some compensation prepared for asking me to come here. The black-robed woman pushed the door open and went inside. She then stopped after taking no more than 2 steps. Lady Zabini almost collided with her. There was barely any light here, and the other woman had stopped all of a sudden. Miss, Trisha peeked her head and glanced around the bar. What happened here? That's what I was going to ask. She pulled her hood off, freeing her long black hair. She did not look a day older than 30 even though she had been around for much longer. Her previously violet eyes were now completely yellow, even more so than Lady Zabini's, to the point of being her most distracting feature, only followed by how pale her skin was. To the knowledgeable about dark creatures, those 2 features combined in such a young and attractive individual would be a clear indicator of her true nature. Lady Zabini, however, had other worries at the moment. The meeting she had helped arrange appeared to have been ruined. The bar was a complete mess. Broken bottles, chairs, and tables were everywhere. She saw 2 large men lying on the ground, and they did not seem to be breathing. Another person had their head stuck inside the wooden counter. And the one she recognized as the barman was resting on top of the counter with his face down. There was no trace of Yaxley, but as far as she knew, he could also be somewhere in the middle of all this mess. Are they dead? She said in almost a whisper. Those 3 are dead. Her yellow eyes moved to the barman. That big boy is still alive. What about Yaxley? Could he be somewhere in here? Maybe he is injured, Lady Zabini said. No, there is no one else in here. She said with absolute certainty. Lady Zabini knew better than to ask how she could be so sure. But it was easy to reach the conclusion that it was due to this person's unique skills. Or as some people called them, dark gifts. Go on, wake him up. The miss pointed at Marcus, the barman. I need an explanation for this. Immediately, miss. Trisha hurried to approach the bar. Once she was closer, she could see that the 2 large men on the ground were lying in a pool of blood. They seemed to have been stabbed with something. Ugh. She had to cover her nose. The scent of blood and death was almost asphyxiating at this distance. And she had to literally walk over the 2 dead men to reach the unconscious barman. Lady Zabini averted her eyes away from the man encrusted inside the counter. She would rather not think about how painful his death must have been. Instead, she focused on the unconscious large man. By his clothing, it was evident that this person was the barman. This must be Marcus, the owner of the bar. She had never been here but at least knew that this bar had no employees because the owner trusted no one. So this person could only be the owner. Lady Zabini then realized something else. I think this man has been hit with some powerful mind spell, perhaps an obliviation. I don't believe it is going to be possible to wake him up for at least a few hours. The other woman made a sound of displeasure. Fine, bring him. We'll take him with us. Huh, you want to take him, there? Zabini asked. Do you have any objections? She raised an eyebrow. Lady Zabini felt her blood run cold. No. I mean, I'm very sorry, miss. I was just wondering how I can carry him. He looks very heavy. You are a witch, aren't you? Surely you know a spell for that. Right? Trisha thought that it was better to be taken for incompetent than a traitor. She pulled her wand and cast a levitating charm on the man's clothes so she could move him with ease. Let's go outside. I'll activate my port key there. The other woman said before walking outside by herself and waiting a few feet away from the door. Lady Zabini struggled to pass the large man through the door but received no help from her companion. Not that she expected any. Despite not being someone used to physical labor, she did not speak a single word of complaint, and eventually, she made it to the woman's side while hanging onto the floating man. We are ready, miss, she muttered as she cleaned the sweat from her forehead. Yes, the dark-robed woman pulled a white mask out and held it in her left hand. Grab onto my arm, dear. She instructed. Lady Zabini did so and then waited to feel the pulling sensation caused by the activation of a portkey. But instead, she heard the Themist speak again. Before we leave we better clean this place. I don't want to leave anything for the Aurors. Miss? Lady Zabini did not immediately understand the meaning of her words. Not until she saw her pull a wand and pointed at the bar. Fiend Fire. Chapter 265. Harry spotted a small wooden shack standing near the top of a mountain. He had to fly through almost half the country towards the northern area to find this house. The barman had given him clear directions under the Imperious Curse, so he had no doubts about finding the house, but he could only hope that Dolohov was still hiding there. It was still nighttime, but dawn was only a short time away. He pulled on his firebolt broom and landed a good 300 yards, 270 meters, away from the actual house. Even before using any detection spells, he could tell there were several wards around the small home. If I alert him about my presence, he may run away like Yaxley, and then I will lose my last source of intel. I need to be cautious with this one, Harry thought. He could set up a rudimentary anti-apparition wards around the area, but that wouldn't stop portkeys since they work very differently. That would require a different array setup that he didn't even know how to create. Runes weren't exactly his specialty, he had just learned a few arrays from his old friends. But after spending 15 minutes performing a thorough examination, he was confident he could at least break through Dolohov's defenses without being detected. Other than the charms meant to repel muggles and animals, there were only 2 protective wards in place. One was simply a detection ward that would alert Dolohov if anyone got too close. A bit ahead of that one was a shield ward. It wasn't very strong, but its purpose was probably just to stop any intruder for a few minutes while he escaped. Passing by the first defense was a simple matter for Harry. His body vanished when he activated his invisibility. While using this power, he should be completely undetectable, so the ward would be unable to pick up his presence. Harry walked forward and could feel the foreign magic pass by him as he crossed the ward. No changes, I think I'm good. He never had the chance to try this method of bypassing a detection ward. He had a lot of confidence in his chances of success, otherwise, he would have taken a different approach. But at the end of the day, any method would have some attached risks. Okay, now I need to break through this one. The second ward was a protective one that would physically stop him from advancing. He pulled his staff out and got it closer to the ward. Expulso. The jewels shone brightly as Harry channeled a large amount of magic through it. He then heard a loud crack before the protective ward started to shatter like a dome of glass. That must have alerted him. I must hurry now. Breaking that barrier was always going to make noise, so he had been ready to rush after it went down. Harry maintained his invisibility as he moved. This would at least give him the upper hand to capture Dolohov alive or at least prevent his escape. Once he was very close to the house, he spotted someone turning on the lights, and a few moments later, he saw a man opening the curtains and looking outside. His wand was already in his hand. Confringo. The window, along with a large part of the wall, exploded in a cloud of fire. Aguamenti. Harry heard someone groaning in pain inside the house as he put down some of the fire before going in. He did not need the entire house burning down before he could even talk with the man. Who's this? Dolohov moved his eyes frantically around the room, pointing his wand and yelling. Show yourself, you bastard. I'll rip you to pieces. His clothes were burned, and he had to cover half his face with his free hand. Harry walked around until he was behind him. Imperio. Dolohov became stiff as a table when the curse hit him. Drop the wand and turn around. Harry removed his invisibility. The man turned around but struggled to avoid the other command. Why you, P. Potter? He gritted his teeth so hard that they started to make unpleasant noises. The grip on his hand remained firm as his entire body trembled and shook. You have a strong mind. Harry was genuinely impressed. There weren't many who could resist his Imperious Curse to this degree. Depulso. Harry gave his wand a flick, and a powerful wind pushed Dolohov's hand away, finally taking his wand away and sending it flying in the air. Arch! He screamed. Some of his fingers were bending in strange ways and were clearly broken after receiving the brunt of the magic. The pain seemed to have been enough to give the wizard the final push, and he was then able to completely throw off the Imperious Curse. Get out of my head. Get out of my house, he yelled. No, Harry simply answered. Dolohov made a swift move with his left hand, and another wand appeared in it. This was his spare holster, and it wasn't the only one. He had been prepared for an attack. His left hand moved like lightning as he unleashed 4 spells in quick succession. 3 of them were restriction charms, while the last one was a dark curse. Harry deflected the charms and used his enhanced speed to avoid being hit with the curse. This one passed by him and ended up dissolving part of the wall behind him. Was that the organ-dissolving curse or the corrosive one? And you're using your offhand. Very impressive. He knew this man was a skilled duelist, but even in his late 40s, he seemed to be in good shape. It's too bad you tried to murder my family, otherwise, would have humored you with a proper duel. Chapter 266. Dolohov refused to show his fear to this boy. Ah! He shifted his weight to move sideways while throwing more curses at Harry. Harry moved around, avoiding them, and then tapped his wand against one of the wooden walls. Let's end this. The numerous bookshelves next to Dolohov exploded in a rain of sharp shards that stabbed his entire left side. The man grunted in pain and lost his balance, eventually falling onto his broken hand. Ah! Fuck! That looks like it hurts a lot. Harry approached him slowly. The older man glanced at Harry with pure hatred in his eyes and was somehow able to push through the pain just long enough to pull a small object from his robes. Harry reacted immediately. Dismembra. Dolohov let out a blood-curdling scream as half his arm became detached from his body, along with the small object. You bloody monster! Arg! Dolohov clutched his stump against his chest. Harry scoffed. You hired an entire pack of werewolves to massacre a school filled with children. But I am the monster sure. They were only there to kill Longbottom and you. Dolohov was starting to have trouble speaking. The light in his eyes was becoming dimmer. And anyone else who was present at the time, but that is not the only reason for my presence here. I want Parkinson. I know he is the one behind all of this. Haha arg. Dolohov tried his best to laugh. You want Lord Parkinson? And you think I can take you to him? Keep dreaming, boy. Harry didn't really expect this man to know the location of Parkinson's main house, just to point him in the right direction. What about Lord Knott? He is the one who is closest to him. Dolohov remained silent for a moment. His eyes were starting to close as he had already lost too much blood. I am not going to tell you any. His eyes closed, and his chest stopped moving. Great, Harry rolled his eyes. It's a good thing I have this. Speak to me, Anthony Dolohov. Green smoke started to emerge from the corpse. Harry got off his broom and took a better look at the house in front of him. The place was massive, with a main building surrounded by 5 tall towers, all made of grey stone. This is a bloody castle. I didn't know the Rookwood family was this rich. Harry commented. It was around midnight, and he could not see any light coming from any of the windows, indicating that everyone was likely asleep at the moment. It seems like waiting for the cover of night was the right decision. He did not know much about this wizard family, only that its lord, Augustus Rookwood, had been in Azkaban for a very long time. He was one of the few followers of the Dark Lord who got out recently. This was also the only location that Harry was able to get out of Dolohov. It was unfortunate, but the man did not have much useful information. Parkinson must have had little trust in him because he was not told much. Harry could now only hope that Rookwood would have something more to offer. He anticipated for the wards on the castle to be many times more powerful than what he found at Dolohov's place, as it was expected from the home of an old noble pure-blood family of wizards. But when he scanned the surroundings, Harry could not detect any kind of active protection. What is going on? This made him more worried than encountering powerful wards. This either meant that the protections were different than anything he had encountered before and he would not be able to break them, or something unexpected had happened here. He was being cautious in his approach. First, he threw some rocks and other physical objects but was able to reach the wall of the castle with no issue. Then he tried some spells, but once again he encountered no resistance at all. It was like there was nothing at all protecting the home. This should not be. Did they disable the wards? I cannot think of a single reason Rookwood would want to do that. He tried to think of more ways to test this, but he had run out of options. The only thing he could do now was to try and enter in person. Okay, let's do this. Magna Custodia. Harry then created a layer of his most powerful defense around him and began to walk forward towards the main entrance. He advanced very slowly while making sure he scanned the surroundings for any change. But after 5 minutes, he arrived in front of the door, and nothing had happened. No changes, no movements, and no magical reactions. He gave his wand a flick and the door opened. Nothing. Once more, nothing had happened, so he stepped inside. The entrance hall was completely dark. Not a single candle or chandelier was lit. Usually, you would keep some lights here, just in case someone had to leave or you had an unexpected visit. Everything seemed to indicate that this ancient castle had no active magical wards. And that could only suggest one thing: that someone got here before him. He did not find it odd before, but now that he found this out. I can't detect a single presence in this castle. He was now able to pick up magical signatures in a very large radius. But he did not feel anything while standing at the entrance of this house. It was like the place was completely deserted. Chapter 267. Lumos. A small bright sphere illuminated the hall. A bit of moonlight was able to get into the entrance hall, but the upper corridors were pitch black. There were some torches on the walls, but all of them were off. Something happened here. The more time he spent here, the more he had this feeling. Even if Augustus Rookwood was the only member left of his family or the only one who lived here, there should be at least some servants working here. A castle this big would need at a minimum 3 house elves or 24 squibs to keep it in decent shape. Harry looked over the furniture and decorations as he walked. There was no dust on them. The wooden floors were clean and polished. This home had been well cared for until recently. It also makes no sense for the wards to be wait. His green eyes moved to a double door to his right. It appeared to be the entrance to a dining hall or another large room. But what caught his attention was that one of the door handles was missing and there were slash marks on the wooden surface. He could even feel the traces left behind by the cursed weapons that had been used. Harry pushed the door open and aimed his wand inside. Someone had a bad time in here. There were clear signs of a fight in the living room. It must have been fancy at one point, but now it was filled with broken furniture, pieces of glass all over the floor, and several large red stains near the end of the room. So somebody attacked Lord Rookwood in his house, but where is he? If he had been killed, the body should have been here. Considering the amount of blood on the ground, if it all belonged to the wizard, he was most definitely dead. But there wasn't a single corpse in the dining hall. He decided to check the rest of the castle. This is going to take a while. By the time he had visited all the rooms, including a few hidden ones, it was already dawn. The only interesting things he found were a stash of illegal artifacts and a couple of dead house elves. Very hard-working house elves, Harry was sure of that. There was no trace of Rookwood or anyone else. He did find the point of entrance. They used one of the windows of the west tower to gain access to the castle. Other than the dining hall, that was the only part with signs of a fight. Harry then used his last resort. Answer my call, Augustus Rookwood. There was no immediate response. So, he is alive. Someone took him as a what? The green mist started to manifest in front of him. He had only used this ability a few times, but it had never taken this long to show any sort of reaction. The mist began to group together and form a human figure, as it usually did, but it was now moving very slowly, like it was struggling to create the visage of the dead wizard. Augustus Rookwood, are you there? Harry asked. For a moment, the mist began to form the face of a middle-aged man. Harry recalled the face he saw in the newspaper months ago. It was definitely him. The spirit appeared to look at Harry and then opened its mouth to speak, but before a single sound could come out the mist lost its shape and dispersed. Wait. What? That had never happened before. Calling a spirit would take a toll on his magic, but despite that, he would be able to maintain it for a long time. This could only mean that this was not a failure on his part, but instead, it was on Rookwood himself. The soul, whatever they did to him, they must have also damaged his soul. He personally knew a few ways to accomplish that. There are spells out there that are capable of attacking more than just the body. There is even an entire branch of magic dedicated to affecting the soul. It's called soul magic, but its main purpose is not to destroy souls but to find ways to make them stronger. It is commonly believed that the soul is tightly associated with one's magic and is also the reason some people are able to use magic at all, while others just can't. There is another branch of magic whose practitioners normally delve a lot into the study of the soul, necromancy. Necromancy and soul magic go well together, and sometimes you need the latter to make the former work at all. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Whether this was the work of a necromancer or someone else, it doesn't get me closer to my initial goal. He came here looking for information about the other Death Eaters, and especially to Lord Parkinson. Now he was left empty-handed, with no more leads to follow. He did not know where to find any of the other members of Parkinson's inner circle, and he couldn't exactly walk into a Wisengamot meeting and kill them there. There is another way. He did not want to use this method, but the only other person who could lead him to where he wanted to go was Pansy Parkinson. He had no qualms about using Draco Malfoy to access his house. But Pansy was innocent. As far as he knew, she had no idea what her father was doing behind the curtains. With a sense of defeat he returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 268. Can you pass me the sausages? Sure, Emma. Neville almost dropped the plate on top of Ron when he saw Harry standing so close to him. For the past 2 days, he had been having nightmares about that night. He would find himself being chased by those masked men and werewolves, then Harry would appear, along with all those white golems, and they would kill everyone. There was always so much blood. Neville, you look a bit pale, are you okay? Harry asked. He was somewhat worried about the boy. He knew that his sister and the others were a bit more used to dangerous situations, but Neville had lived some fairly peaceful 3 years of school. Other than that one time he almost got killed by spiders. I'm fine. Neville took a deep breath and recovered a bit. Oi, be careful. Don't drop the plate on top of my head, Ron complained. Sorry. He quickly apologized and passed the plate to Harry. Harry sat down and began serving food on his plate. I missed this. He noticed the stares of Lyra and Ginny. They were obviously wondering where he had been for the past 2 days but were familiar enough with him to know they were not going to get a straight answer if they asked here. Harry, where have you been? You missed the final charms test. Hermione leaned forward. I had a lot of diarrhea, Harry answered while taking a bite. Ew, Lavender said. Too much information, Parvati added. Hermione moved a bit further away from him before looking at his plate. Then I don't think you should be eating fried sausages and fried eggs. Harry moved his eyes away from his plate and scanned the other side of the Great Hall, where the Slytherin table was placed. He was looking for one particular student, but no matter how much he stared at the Slytherin students, he could not find her there. As breakfast ended and the students started to leave, Harry stood up. He could feel his sister's piercing green eyes focused on him as he moved. I'll tell you later, he said to her before leaving. After taking another turn into a long corridor and making sure no one was around, Harry used his new favorite ability and became invisible. His steps became silent, so there was no need for extra charms. He hurried his walking to catch up to a duo of Slytherin students and got closer to a particular blonde girl. Hey, he said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Daphne reacted by pointing her wand behind her. Depulso. Whoa. Harry was not expecting that reaction, but he was still able to move his head away. Wait. He turned his invisibility off and showed himself. It's me, Harry. Harry glanced back at the wall. There was a large chunk missing. Merlin. Were you trying to take my head off? I already knew it was you. Daphne's light blue eyes met his. Otherwise, I would have used a stunner. Harry raised an eyebrow and glanced at the other girl who was standing next to Daphne with a smirk on her face. She is mad at me. How should I know? Tracy told him. But if she is, then you must have done something. That was some nice wand work. I see you have gotten used to the holster, Harry told her. What do you need? Daphne stored her wand. Well, I am looking for one of your classmates, but she seems to be missing. Do you know where Pansy is? Harry asked. Oh, by Merlin's balls, Potter. Daph is already angry and you come here to ask her about another girl. Tracy snapped. Daphne frowned. Once again, she did not know what he was planning, but she was sure that he wasn't looking for Pansy to ask her out. Wait, she could only think of one reason for Harry to need that girl. Tracy. She turned to her friend. I need to speak with Potter alone a bit. I'll see you later in class. Okay, you go kick his ass. Tracy stuck her tongue out at Harry before leaving. How old is she again? Harry asked. Come. Daphne dragged him into a nearby empty room and closed the door. Daphne, this is a broom closet. She then placed a privacy charm. Where have you been for the past 2 days? Is that what got you angry? That I left without telling you? Harry asked. After what happened, you disappeared for 2 days and no one knew where you were. How can you be like that? I told the headmaster I was leaving, and I'm sure he informed my mother. I didn't tell anyone else because, well, let's just say that time was of the essence. He tried to explain. You had time to visit Ginny at the infirmary, Daphne pointed out. He now understood. I had to check on her. Ginny had been hit with a dark curse. I didn't visit anyone else because no one else was hurt that badly. Daphne stood silent. I haven't told anyone what I have been doing for the past 2 days. But I will tell you the details, and why I am looking for Pansy. You will? Daphne was surprised by this. Harry was always so secretive about everything. Sure. Get yourself comfortable. We are in a broom closet, Daphne reminded him. There was barely any room for them to stand, much less to sit. Then you should have chosen a different room. This is going to take a while. We have potions class in 10 minutes, Daphne said. Snape is not going to miss me, Harry shrugged. Now, where do I start? Right, let's begin with my conversation with Fenrir. What do you mean by conversation? You barely talked to him. I was there, Harry. Oh, I meant the conversation we had after he died, Harry said. Daphne stared at him. I guess we are going to skip potions class then. Chapter 269. I can't believe it, Daphne said. Which part? Harry asked. The part where you decided to go all vigilante and hunt down those men. Death Eaters, and I only managed to hunt down one of them before I got stuck again. Harry clarified. You went alone to raid the ancient home of a pure-blood wizard family. You do know how dangerous that was, right? Daphne exclaimed. Are you seriously worried? You know that I can take care of myself. I know you are strong, but you are not invincible. No one is. Daphne said. I assure you I am very much aware of my lack of invincibility. More than you can imagine, Harry said the last part in a low tone. Now I did my part. Now, can you answer my previous question? About Pansy, why are you looking for her? She stared at him with knowing eyes. You think she is going to take you to her father? At this point, she may be my only way to reach the rest of them. Other than assaulting the Ministry of Magic. Harry told her. She may not be my best friend, but she does not deserve to be used like that. Daphne had a serious look on her face. I don't like it either. But what else can I do? Wait for Parkinson to organize another attack on the school. Maybe next time he will send people to my house. I already tried following my father's advice and taking things slow. It doesn't work for me. Harry said. Daphne remained silent for a minute. I can't help you with that. Daphne. It's not that. She shook her head. Pansy left the school shortly after you went missing. She said that her family was taking their vacation a bit earlier than usual and that she would finish her last school tests during the summer. We probably won't see her again until the next term, unless she speaks to me during the summer. An early vacation, that sounded to Harry like the minister was running away from something. The question is, what is he running away from? He could be afraid of someone pinning the blame for the attack on Hogwarts on him. After all, it was a party organized by the minister in person, and everyone allowed access into the school was approved by him and his ministry, or he is running away from whoever attacked the Rookwood Castle and killed Augustus. Harry. Daphne shook his head. I was thinking. I wish you did that more often before jumping into some reckless actions again. But we already missed potions. If we don't leave this broom closet, we are also going to miss the next class. Want to go on a trip? The old man looked a bit tired as he returned the stare. Harry, tomorrow is the end of the year feast. I am very busy with all the preparations. Oh, but I think you will find this one very interesting. Harry leaned forward on the headmaster's desk. This managed to pique Dumbledore's interest. He was confident that Harry would not waste his time with something useless at least. Very well, tell me more about this. Where do you want to go? A cave, Harry simply said. A cave? Dumbledore repeated. I have to assume you don't mean for us to go spelunking for fun on the second to last day of the year. There is more to that cave. It is located on a cliff at the end of the Thames River, west of London. It is fairly close to the orphanage of a certain former student of yours, Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's face changed completely. Riddle, and what did he do in that cave? That's what I want to find out. Why don't we go take a look? Harry suggested. You must have known about this place for a long time. Why bring it up now? Why haven't you gone there before? Dumbledore asked what was on his mind at the moment. Harry shrugged. There was no point. Back then, we were looking for the Horcruxes, but there is something else I want to check this time around. Harry said. I see. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, I will accompany you there. He stood up from his chair. I assume you want to depart as soon as possible, considering how little time we have left. Harry pulled his wand out and held his left arm in the air. Hold on to it, we are leaving now. It was a good thing I was yet to put on my pajamas. Dumbledore commented. Yeah, it may be a bit cold for that. Harry said as the old headmaster grabbed his arm. Let us go then. Harry lifted his wand up and the next instant they were gone. When they opened their eyes, they were on a rocky cliff. It was a cold and windy night. And as usual in these parts of the country, it was raining. Dumbledore made a noise of displeasure before using some magic to protect himself from the weather. Lovely place this is. Yes, he knew how to choose them. Harry pointed ahead, towards a darker area in the rocky walls. If my memory doesn't fail me, the cave should be over there. Let us proceed with caution then. If this cave was used by the individual that you claimed, then I have no doubts about the presence of powerful protections. Dumbledore warned him. Chapter 270. As they approached the cave, the presence of magic became more obvious. There is a powerful anti-muggle ward set around the area, Dumbledore noted. It should be in that hole over there. Harry pointed at a nearby opening, just tall enough for a person to pass without bending down. Should be. I had assumed you had been here before. At the very least in your previous world, Dumbledore said. I did, but it's been too long. And you were the one who brought me here that time. I'll say we are already lucky I managed to apparate this close to the target, Harry chuckled. Considering your mastery of occlumency, I doubt it was luck. But let us not dwell on that. Dumbledore glanced at the pitch-black hole. Yes, let's. Harry made a hand gesture. Old people, children, and women first, isn't that what the Muggles like to say? Dumbledore laughed. You want to use your headmaster as a shield? Well, I do recall doing absolutely nothing the last time I was here. So you either removed any protections by yourself or there was nothing dangerous to remove. I would still be extra careful with any detection charms put in place by him. Fair enough. Dumbledore scanned the entrance, using all the detection spells he knew. He was being very thorough with this, he didn't want to miss anything. Harry left the work to the headmaster. The old man was much more knowledgeable than him about these types of things. I am done. There is only a detection charm placed near that wall. It seems a bit light on protections, Dumbledore commented. Not really. How many people know about his real identity and his past? The only reason you found this cave the last time was because you spent a very long time studying his early years of life. When he still lived at that orphanage. Harry spoke as the headmaster cleared out the charms. Once he was done, he stood in silence for a moment, considering something. I remember that orphanage well enough. It was an awful place. No child should grow up in a place like that. There was a tinge of sadness in his voice. Yes, growing up with no parents or anyone who cares for you is rough, Harry spoke from personal experience. Maybe I shouldn't have left him there. I always wondered if I had done things differently. Oh please, stop that nonsense, Professor. Having a bad childhood doesn't excuse becoming a murdering psychopath, Harry told him. Yes, I suppose you are right, Dumbledore said. I suppose you are right, he repeated. Come on, let's open this thing. Harry cast a Lumos charm. I believe that wall can move. Dumbledore glanced at it. I was going to suggest the same. He tapped it with his wand. After feeding it a bit of magic, the wall moved aside, revealing the real entrance to the cave. Oh, very impressive. Dumbledore stared at the insides of the cavern. It was much bigger than he expected. There was a large lake that went all around it, with a small rocky island in the middle. Dumbledore's eyes moved around before landing on the small island. I assume that what we came to look for is there. Harry smiled. It used to be the first time around. And now? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Usually, he was the one with answers and not the questions. He hid one of his Horcruxes on that island. There is a magical fountain that needs to be emptied first, Harry said. What? Did you know about this since the beginning? Why did we wait this long to come here? Dumbledore exclaimed. Because it was a fake. Sirius's brother was one of his most trusted men, but he betrayed his Dark Lord in the end. Regulus Black took the Horcrux from here and left an imitation. The real one should have been hidden in the Black household, Harry explained. But it won't be there anymore. Is that what you think? Otherwise, you would have already tried to gain access to that house. I think at this point it is very safe to assume that Voldemort has recalled all his Horcruxes. The Ravenclaw diadem was missing, and so was the diary. We did find the ring, but there was no soul in there. Very well then, we are not looking for a Horcrux. What did we come here for? Dumbledore questioned him. Harry approached the waters and waved his wand over it. Pyros. Several balls of fire appeared and were sent flying to several spots before they stopped and remained levitating over the lake. Harry knelt down and stared at the dark waters. He could still see nothing. It's too dark. Is there supposed to be something there? Dumbledore looked too. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. Help me out a bit. Use your most potent light spell inside the waters. I need to make sure. Dumbledore nodded, even if he still was not sure what Harry was trying to find. He did detect traces of some very unpleasant magic inside this cavern. They both manifested large spheres of light inside the waters. Everything became as clear as if it was day, and they were able to even look at the stones at the bottom of the lake. Other than stones, there was nothing in there. They are gone. Harry now was lamenting not coming here before. But perhaps, he had taken them years ago. What dash? Inferi, Harry answered the question before Dumbledore finished it. An army of Inferi. Chapter 271. We are here once more to say goodbye. Another year has come to an end, the headmaster began his speech. Harry was not paying much attention. He was thinking about the next step. Everything was indicating that Voldemort's return was imminent. If he was bold enough to get that close to London and retrieve his Inferi, that meant he was done, or at least very close to be done with whatever preparations he had been working on. His eyes scanned the Slytherin table. Pansy had not returned to school. If he is back, her family is going to be in great danger. It did not take much to anger Voldemort. He could only imagine what he would do when he came back and found that Parkinson had been acting as Dark Lord in his place and deceiving everyone in the process. The other Death Eaters would either hurry to return to his side or be killed for their betrayal. Things were about to change. He was sure of that, but didn't know what the best thing to do now was. Neville was still here, and Voldemort would surely come after him. So as long as he kept a close eye on the boy who lived, it would be a matter of time before he stumbles upon some of his followers at least. And the winner of this year's Quidditch Cup is Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall proclaimed with joy. Everyone at his table started to celebrate and cheer. Harry stopped his inner musings and glanced at Ginny. She looked so happy right now. But how long would that happiness last? He was willing to do whatever it took to protect her. And not only Ginny, but now he also had a family. And there were also Luna, Astoria, and Daphne. He moved his eyes to the podium. Dumbledore was standing next to McGonagall with a smile on his face, but Harry could tell that the man was very worried. They had decided to avoid informing the Order yet. At least not directly. The old headmaster had shared some ideas with him about how they could get more information about what is happening in the Ministry. That was very possibly the first place that Voldemort would try to control. Because as long as he held a firm grip on the Ministry, there was not much that the Aurors could do against him. It was the same thing that Parkinson had done, and it worked great for him. Of course, Parkinson did not have the ability to remain in power for much longer. The Gryffindor table erupted into cheers again when the headmaster announced that they had also won the House Cup. Apparently, it had been a long time since the same house won both trophies. You look very grumpy. Hermione touched his shoulder. Do I? Harry glanced at her. She gave him an inquisitive glance. You usually look very serious, but there is something more this time. You are always too observant, Harry admitted. Did something happen? Gryffindor had just won the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. You also have one of the highest grades in our year. I bet they would make you a prefect next year if you were a bit older, so. I suppose that something did happen, but I can't talk about it right now, Harry said. You can't? I mean, what could it possibly dash? Harry, come on. Lyra pulled from his other side. We are making a toast. She handed him his cup. He will have to leave his worries for another day. Ouch. Harry grabbed onto the girl and lifted her up. Ah! Holly yelled when she was tossed over his shoulders. Harry, be careful. Lily gave him a side glance. You are getting a bit too big to throw yourself at me like that, Holly. Next year, you may bring me to the ground. Harry shook her a bit and this made her giggle. I'm only 6, she said defiantly. Almost 7, Harry reminded her. It would only be 2 months before her birthday. Stop it, Harry. Everyone is looking. Lyra was becoming embarrassed. They had just gotten off the train and all their classmates were still around. Bah, leave it. She looked so happy now, Lily said. She knew that this year had been particularly difficult for her youngest daughter as she had spent most of her time alone in the house. Yes, and you have no reason to complain. James glanced at his daughter, who was still clutching onto his arm. You did the same to me. Lyra became more embarrassed. But you didn't lift me up like that. Ah, I see if that is what you want. James went to lift his daughter up. No, stop. Lyra panicked and began to struggle, trying to free herself from her father's grip. You are all very lively. Molly Weasley approached them. All her children were right behind her. Molly. So good to see you. Lily greeted her friend. They hadn't seen each other that much during this year. Your family is also very lively. Especially those two. Lily pointed at the twins. Hey, we haven't done anything, George exclaimed. Not today, that is for sure, Fred added. You put a spider on my breakfast. Ron shouted. Come on, Ron. It wasn't even a real spider, Ginny chuckled. Her youngest brother was often the target of the twins' pranks, but they never took it too far with him. Still, you did not hesitate to crush it, Lyra glanced at her friend. It was kinda scary. While the children were talking, Molly got a bit closer to Lily. Lily noticed this. Is something wrong, Molly? No. Well, there was something I wanted to discuss with you and James, when you have time, Molly said, looking a bit nervous. Of course, you can come visit any day you want. James is usually home after 5 in the afternoon, if you need him there too. Lily wondered what could have the fearless Weasley matriarch so preoccupied. Then, I'll visit you in a couple of days. Chapter 272. How are things going? Harry sat down in front of the desk. Shouldn't I be the one asking? Since, you know I am the father, James rested in his chair. You look stressed, Harry pointed out. James sighed in defeat. I don't know how long I can keep going. Things at the ministry are becoming more tense. People have started to become divided into factions. That's not new, there have always been factions in there, Harry commented. Yes, but not like this when Fudge was minister, not everyone liked him. But even the ones who didn't agree with him, James seemed hesitant to continue. What is going on? Tell me, Harry leaned forward on the table. There has been talk of starting an uprising to remove Lord Parkinson as minister, James said in a grave voice. Why now? What's the hurry? They have begun replacing ministry personnel. In just a few months, there may not be anyone left working at the ministry that disagrees with Parkinson. Are they going to fire you? Harry asked. They haven't touched the Aura department yet. Madame Bone still has a lot of authority left. But they have begun with other departments, like the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Arthur Weasley? James shook his head. More than half the department has been replaced. I suppose it makes sense. That is Parkinson's way of doing things. But this is for the best, Harry surprised his father with those words. James glanced at him. For the best? Do you not realize how serious this is? Once there is no one left to oppose the minister's decisions, he would basically have full control of the country. I do understand it, but it won't matter for long. Let the minister do what he wants. I was going to suggest that you get out of there anyway, Harry said. Out of the ministry, like quitting my job? James was baffled. Not just you, but everyone who, as you said, disagrees with the current minister. It would be best if all of you got out of there as soon as possible. Okay, what are you not telling me? James asked with suspicion. Voldemort is back, and I mean the real one this time. Harry just dropped that bomb like it was nothing. James remained silent for a few seconds, like he was trying to process what he had just heard. What? Maybe, Harry added. Maybe? So you are not sure? And Dumbledore is also in this? You are going to have to explain that a lot better. Let's see, Harry tried his best to inform his father of everything he had learned during the last month. The minister being the mastermind behind the attack on the school, Harry tracking down Dolohov, what he saw at the empty castle, and finally, what he saw back at the cavern. You went after Dolohov alone? James shouted. That's not even remotely the most important part. Did you hear what I said? Harry asked. I heard everything, James muttered. Do you know something about Rookwood's disappearance? Have any other lords from Parkinson's faction gone missing? James made an expression of displeasure. There is no way for me to know. I have been stuck at a desk for months. The investigators won't share anything important with us since they are all in Parkinson's pockets. Moody must be going crazy. Harry could not imagine that man doing desk work for months. Last week, he burned his desk. This is the 5th time it got destroyed. James had a tired smile on his face. But going back to what's important, just because Rookwood went missing, and some undead disappeared. Inferi. Yes, well. You don't know exactly when those things were taken. Voldemort could have taken them before leaving the country, or who knows, maybe some other dark wizard stumbled upon that cave and did something to them. This is not hard evidence, Harry. James explained. I know it's not. That's why Dumbledore doesn't want to share anything about this, yet. He doesn't want to cause a mass panic. That's understandable. If someone of his status suddenly started to make declarations about that dangerous man coming back, this is something that everyone has been fearing since the day of his disappearance. Everyone was dreading his return. James realized something. Is that why you don't want me in the ministry? You think he is going to attack there first? Harry shrugged. It's just a possibility. But between the fake Dark Lord and the real one, all of you are going to be in danger. My job has always been a dangerous one, and I have accepted the risk. I will not run away, and I'm sure that my colleagues would agree with me. James said with conviction. If that monster is coming back, I will be there to receive him. Harry wanted to tell his father that he didn't know what Voldemort was truly capable of. But to be fair, he also didn't know what this version of the Dark Lord had been up to. If he was anything like the one Harry knew, this Voldemort would also be obsessed with achieving immortality, by any possible means. Above all else, what that man feared was death. The fact that he recalled all the scattered pieces of his soul from the containers where he had previously placed them must mean that he had found another solution to his dilemma. What kind of answer has he found this time around? What kind of monster have you become now, Tom? Harry pondered. Chapter 273. The next 2 weeks passed in relative peace. Harry had received letters from Ginny, telling him that her mother had finally allowed her to fly her broom at home, now that she had demonstrated her skills during the school year. She sounded happy, and now that she was with her family, the ugly events during the end of the year were starting to be forgotten. He also received a letter from Daphne. She wanted to let him know that she would likely be hard to reach during the entire summer because she was going back to Madame Yafel's shop to continue her apprenticeship. That girl is going to become a scary witch in the future, Harry thought. Daphne was already extremely talented at practical magic, and Morgana Le Fay was the most dangerous witch Harry had ever met during his previous life. Had she been free from the curse and able to move around, it may have been her, the one who ended up killing Voldemort. If Daphne learns from someone like that, it's hard to say how far she will go. Harry would have loved to enjoy a couple of months of peace and quiet after that eventful end of his third year. But this time, the silence was doing nothing but making him uneasy. Dumbledore has not contacted me yet, that must mean that nothing has happened. He had given the headmaster all the information he had. Keeping secrets would do nothing but increase the danger of the situation at this point. He had also told him to keep a close eye on the ministry and inform him if anything happened. It's been almost 3 weeks since he killed Dolohov and since someone had taken Lord Rookwood out. But none of the newspapers wrote anything about it. There was also barely anything written about the invasion at the school. A short article on the lower corner of the 5th page, written by some nameless author in the Prophet, had said something about a small incident that had occurred during the minister's party. The article only made a passing mention of one student getting hurt by a careless accident but said little more than that. It was obvious that the minister had used all his power to prevent the public from finding out. This was made easier thanks to Harry's actions, who eliminated the invaders away from prying eyes and then used the castle elves to clean up the evidence. Other than the rumors about his sister and her friends being attacked by some masked men, there was nothing to show. The headmaster didn't even attempt to get the real story out, as it would do nothing but bring panic into the public while also damaging his own image, since Minister Parkinson would surely spin the story to make him seem like a senile old man who is imagining things. Shit. He accidentally put too much pressure on the quill and ruined the page. I need to focus. This is important. He had been having a hard time doing that for the past few days. His mind is always working on the many possibilities, but he had to try. This was also necessary. He glanced down at the large tome where he had been writing for so many hours already. Harry took a letter opener from the other side of his desk. The blade was completely dull, but a quick transfiguration changed that. The now sharp utensil did a clean job at removing the ruined page. I was almost done with that one, now I have to start again. Harry grumbled and his stomach started to make noises. What time is it? He had already forgotten how long it had been since he had eaten lunch. Just then, the door to his room opened without a knock. Hey! His sister poked her head inside. Good, you are dressed. You could have knocked. Harry was sure that his sister had been taught everything about manners and etiquette. She just chose to ignore them. She chuckled. That's boring. And I had my hands busy, look. Lyra came into the room while carrying a silver tray. On top of it was a plate with a delicious-looking sandwich and a glass of orange juice. Mom said she didn't want to bother you when you were working, so I missed dinner, huh? He took a glance at the large mechanical watch that was hanging from the wall on his right side. It was already 30 minutes past 8. His family usually had dinner at 7 o'clock. Thank you, can you leave the tray over there? Harry pointed at the coffee table that he placed near the center of his room. Whoa, it's been a while since I entered this room. Lyra rested the tray on the table and looked around the neatly organized bedroom. I try to keep it clean, Harry commented. He knew well why his sister had not come into this room often. The previous him was not fond of visits. I like it, she said with a smile. Her eyes then moved towards the book on Harry's table. Are you studying already? That one thick book too. It reminds me of the one Hermione is sometimes reading. I am not reading this book. I am writing it, Harry corrected. You are writing a book? Lyra was surprised to hear this. She didn't know her brother had such hobbies. What are you writing about? She got closer to take a better look. What I am writing is not exactly a story. Harry closed the book to show her the cover. It was made of blue-tinted leather with the silver silhouette of a hippogriff placed in the middle and the letter P at the top. Is that the symbol of our house? Lyra had seen that one before that day when she went to the basement of the Potter Manor. This is a grimoire. The House Potter Grimoire. Chapter 274. A grimoire. Isn't that the book that contains all the family magic? She recalled a conversation she had with her friends about that topic. Ginny had told her that her mother's family, the Pruitts, used to have one, but it was lost when they were attacked by dark wizards. Astoria mentioned that her family still had their own grimoire, but she was not allowed to read it until she was older. Luna's family also had theirs, and she had actually read it but apparently didn't understand anything because it was written in Old Gaelic. That is correct. Harry stood up from his desk and went to the small coffee table to eat his dinner. Our house used to have one, but it was lost a long time ago. There is nothing recorded about what happened, so it remains a mystery. Lyra sat next to him on the couch before realizing something. But wait, why are you the one writing it? Shouldn't it be Dad the one who does that? Harry smiled. Both of our parents have already written a few pages of the book, but it's up to me to fill the rest. I have yet so much to write in there. Is that what you have been doing all week? Lyra had barely seen her brother since they came back from school. He always seemed to be busy with something. Yes, you could say that this is going to be my summer project. Harry took another bite of his sandwich. This is really good. What sauce did they put on the turkey? Lyra gave Harry a look of suspicion. Are you writing those weird spells that you use sometimes? Like that giant fireball that killed the basilisk. I will write down every bit of magic I know. That's why it will take a while. He was telling mostly the truth with that statement. He wanted to make sure that all the knowledge he had accumulated during his lifetime did not go to waste. This wasn't just his personal knowledge, but that of many others who had contributed. Without their help, Harry would not be the wizard he was today. He did not want all of that work to be wasted. The only exception he was making was his knowledge about demonology. That was not a branch of magic he was willing to let anyone learn. It was just too dangerous. That knowledge he would take with him to the grave. What's the hurry? You just finished your 3rd year. Lyra could not understand why he was writing this now, instead of doing it after graduating at least. This time is as good as any other. It's not like I'm going to learn much more with a few years at Hogwarts. Harry told her. Lyra did not miss the implication of what he was saying. Is this like one of those things you promised you would tell me? You know about yourself. She had not forgotten about that promise. Have you been keeping up with your occlumency training? Of course. Go ahead and look for yourself. She said with confidence. Harry would rather not do that. He had not forgotten what happened the last time he went inside her mind. But he did make a promise to his sister, and he was not going to break it. Once he was done with his dinner, he pulled out his wand and glanced at her. Okay, lay down, get comfortable, and look into my eyes. As soon as she did, he pointed the wand at her forehead. Legilimency. Lyra had not been lying when she said she had been practicing. He could read her surface thoughts, but her memories were no longer moving around in plain sight. She had locked them behind protections with the use of occlumency. Of course, if he really tried, he could certainly break down those defenses. But for a second-year student who had just begun to practice, this was a really good result. I'm impressed, he really was. Unless the attacker put in quite a bit of effort, they would not be able to steal her secrets. You are. Lyra snapped back to reality and heard his words. Harry chuckled. I really am. You have clearly put a lot of effort into learning occlumency. I did. She smiled with joy. All those hours she spent meditating seemed to have paid off. But don't get overconfident. You have just begun to learn that discipline and are still a long way from becoming a master at it. Promise me that you will continue your training. Of course I will. For a moment, Lyra had a strange feeling. Her brother's words sounded like he was planning on going away. Harry. Ah yes, your reward. He said. Yes. Then will you answer anything I ask? Lyra's face became more serious. She had been thinking a lot about this, and the questions had been piling up. Instead of just sitting here and answering stuff, let's do something better. Like what? Lyra gave him a dubious look. You are not backing down now, right? Harry pressed his wand towards his own temple. Why don't you take a look into my mind and see for yourself? What? Lyra exclaimed. Chapter 275. You want me to enter your mind? Lyra asked again. There are some things that unless you see them for yourself, you won't be keen on believing them. I'm afraid that explaining my, let's say, special circumstances with words, well, it won't be enough. Is it that incredible? I knew it. You are a time traveler, right? Lyra stood up from the couch with excitement. Calm down, Lyra. You'll see soon enough. You need to sit back down. Right? She calmed down a bit. So, what do I have to do? Normally, you would use legilimency on me, but since you haven't learned it yet, we'll have to do it differently. Harry pointed his wand at her. Hold on, isn't that the same as before? You will enter my mind, Lyra said. It is a bit more complex than that. A mental attack like legilimency works by establishing a connection between both minds. The one doing the attack will always have the advantage. But if the other person is skilled enough, they could use that chance to turn the attack back to the aggressor. You mean that I can enter the mind of someone who is attacking me? Lyra had never heard of that before. It is possible. And I will put aside my defenses to grant you entrance, so it will be very easy in this case. Now let's begin. Harry used the same spell again, but this time, instead of trying to access Lyra's inner mind, he opened the connection even wider while removing any resistance on his end. A moment later, Lyra's mind was diving into his. When she regained her senses, Lyra found herself looking at the moon and stars. What is this? When did we leave the house? We didn't. Look around you. As she heard her brother's voice, she looked ahead of her and was shocked by the view. Whoa! What in Merlin's name happened here? She appeared to be in the middle of a large city, but everything was in ruins. Most of the buildings were half collapsed and there was fire everywhere. What city is this? She asked. We are less than 20 blocks away from the River Thames. If you look towards the east, I believe that St. Paul's Cathedral is that way, and if you keep going in that direction, you will reach the Tower of London. Or whatever was left of it. This is London. Lyra did not have the chance to visit these big cities very often, but she was somewhat familiar with London at least. This is not your London. This is or was my London, Harry told her. Lyra made a confused expression, but when she turned around to look at her brother, she could not find him. Harry? Where are you? Look to your right. She now realized that the voice of her brother was not coming from anywhere in particular, and then remembered that she was inside his mind. When Lyra followed his instructions, she found a small group of young people, walking through the ruined streets of the city. She had no idea who they were at first, but they began to walk directly towards her, and as they got closer their faces became a lot more familiar. Are they? No, they look older. They are older than the ones you know. Around 8 years older, in fact. But you can still tell who they are? Harry asked. Of course. Lyra sounded a bit offended by the question. The one at the front of the group was a tall young man with short dark hair, brilliant green eyes and a pair of circular glasses. He was wearing a dirty brown trench coat. But no matter how ragged he looked or how much older he was, she would never fail to recognize her own brother. That's you. Lyra smiled. You look so old. I was only 21 back then. Harry's voice sounded slightly bitter. And the other ones, she pointed at the bushy-haired girl at Harry's side. Hermione, wow. She looks so pretty, even with those dirty robes. A bit behind Harry was a red-headed man with slightly long hair and a very unfriendly expression. Is that Bill Weasley, or Charlie? That is Ron Weasley, Harry answered. That's Ron, you were friends with him? Lyra raised an eyebrow. From all of Ginny's brothers, that was definitely her least favorite. And considering that Percy was one of them, that was saying a lot. Harry did not deny it. I don't know who the last one is. On Harry's other side, was a tall and strong-looking man. He had short brown hair and a chiseled jawline. The man was wearing something that resembled more armor than a wizard tunic and carried a sword on his hip. He is kinda handsome though. You do know him. That is Neville Longbottom. What? That's Neville. Lyra was completely shocked. Is he really going to look like that in a few years? I can't give you any guarantees. This version of Neville has gone through a lot already. Lyra took a step back when she noticed that they just kept coming closer to her. Wait. Neville. She put her hands forward as to stop him, but the figure of Neville continued forward and passed right through her as if she wasn't there. This is just a memory, remember? You cannot interact with them in any way. You can just watch. The voice of her brother resounded everywhere and made her feel a bit foolish for her actions. Right, I forgot. Lyra turned around and could now see the backs of the group. Where are they going? As she asked, at the top of one of the nearby buildings exploded into a rain of fire and debris. Some massive figure came crashing down and landed close to the group. The creature reminded Lyra of a gorilla. She had only seen its picture in books, but this one seemed many times bigger than those. Its fur was also of a different color. This one was bright red just like its eyes. And it had 4 arms. That thing roared with pure rage and everything around began to shake and break. To answer your question, they came to kill a demon. Chapter 276. A demon? Lyra almost jumped from the shock. But demons are not real, are they? Demons are very much real, Lyra. They just don't exist in the same realm of reality we do, the detached voice of Harry explained to her. Then what is that one doing here? Lyra pointed at the creature. The other Harry and his friends had already started their fierce fight with the demon as Lyra and he spoke. That one, and many others were brought here by a madman who only cared about achieving his goals, no matter the price. Lyra then realized that something was missing, or more like, someone. Where is Ginny? What about Luna and Astoria? What about me? Why aren't we helping you fight that thing? If her brother was already in his 20s during this time, that meant that she and her friends were already adults too. Luna was busy, working on something else. I never met Astoria, so I don't know what she could have been doing by then. As for Ginny, she was killed, almost 2 years before this happened, Harry said with a bitter tone. What? Ginny died? Lyra turned around, but of course, her brother was not there. Can you explain that better? There is not much to explain. She was killed at the beginning of the war. Back then we didn't even know there was a war at all. We all thought that it was over. We were so wrong. What about me? And Holly? Mom, Dad? She could only guess the worst now. Calm down, Lyra. It's not what you think. Lyra's eyes did not move away from the battle. She could never have imagined that she would see something like this. Then this is the future. Is this going to happen to our world? She had reached a dreadful conclusion. What you are seeing right now is not your future. This is not your world. Lyra's eyes opened wide. Not my world. Correct. Since humans began to manipulate time with the use of time magic, there have been countless fractures in our time and space continuum. As a result, many different realities and timelines have been born. What you are seeing before you is just one of the many possibilities. Are you saying that this is like a different reality? Lyra asked. Yes. A grim reality in which Voldemort, at his lowest point, decided to open a gate to the netherworld and bring a host of demons to destroy the world. To you, this is just a different reality, something that didn't happen and will not happen in your world. But to Met his is my past-me-old home. You, Lyra realized. These were Harry's memories, so he had to have lived this before. You came from another world. The burning city around Lyra began to vanish into smoke, along with the figures of the demon and the ones fighting it. And it was soon replaced by a different landscape. It wasn't exactly a better one. This one was a completely barren land, devoid of everything. There were no signs of life or buildings, or anything at all. Even the sun was looking dim while washing over the gray dirt and stones. You are correct. Lyra detected that the voice of her brother was different, and it was now coming from behind her. When she turned around, she found herself face to face with a tall man. He had short dark hair, an unkempt beard, and wore some ragged clothes, filled with holes and covered in that gray dirt. It looked like this person had gone through hell and somehow came back. But a quick look into his bright green eyes was enough for Lyra to know that she was in front of her brother. You look like shit. Don't let Mom hear you say that, Harry chuckled. So this is what you really looked like? Lyra asked. This is what I looked like by the Endies. Lyra moved her eyes around the area. There wasn't much to see. And where are we? We are in the same place as before, but around 20 years later than the battle you saw, Harry explained. 20 years, Lyra muttered. By this point, most of the planet looked like this. They destroyed everything the few remnants of humanity had to hide underground. You didn't beat the demons. Lyra exclaimed. She could not imagine her brother losing a battle, not even to something like a demon. No, I'm afraid not. This was not something that could be won in the first place. The moment Voldemort opened that gate, he doomed us all. You know who did all of this? Lyra had heard terrible tales about the Dark Lord, but she could never have thought he could destroy the world in such a way. Did you at least kill him? I did think, at least. You are not sure? Lyra asked. No, you see, that's when I died. You died? But wait. I am not a ghost, Harry hurried to add. That's not what I was going to say. Lyra looked offended. I don't understand either how it happened. I remember dying in this world and then I woke up in the body of a younger version of myself. In your world. Lyra stared at him for a while without saying anything. But then all of a sudden, she smiled at him. I think I understand now. I just have one question. Chapter 277. Is it about what happened to your original brother? I'm sorry, but dash. No, of course not. Lyra interrupted him. Why would I care about that ungrateful brat? He tried to kill me. Oh, Harry had not anticipated her to care so little about that. Then, what question did you have? To be fair, I have 1,000 questions, but remember that day, in the basement, when my friends and I snuck in? Yes, I do remember. That was very reckless, one of my golems almost killed you, Harry said. Yes, that day, Lyra looked a bit embarrassed. That day, I asked you if you were really my brother. And I told you to never doubt that, Harry added. Did you really mean that, or was it something US-? Of course, I meant it, Lyra. I'm not the kind of person who likes to manipulate others with lies, you should know that by now. Harry looked down to meet her eyes. I may have come from a different reality, but I am still Harry Potter, the son of Lily and James Potter. And for as long as you consider me your brother, that is what I will be. Lyra jumped at him and gave him a crushing hug. You have 1,000 questions, huh? Well, if there is anything else you want to ask while we are here. Lyra shook her head. I think I'd rather not ask. She wanted to ask about what happened to her parents and the other versions of herself and Holly. But Harry never mentioned any of them, and she had a good idea as to why. Let's go back then. Sensing that she had seen enough, Harry pulled her out of his mind. A minute later, Lyra opened her eyes. How was it? Harry asked. I feel a bit dizzy, Lyra answered while holding her head. That is a normal after effect, but that is not what I meant. Lyra lifted her gaze to look at him directly. You have learned what you wanted to know about me, right? Harry asked. I suppose, I mean that explains so much. No wonder you can do all that stuff with your magic. Lyra exclaimed. I did go through a lot, yes, Harry nodded. And you are like, super old. Lyra added. Pardon, Harry raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to thank you again, Lily. Molly, I already told you that's unnecessary. James just gave him a recommendation, nothing more. Lily felt a bit overwhelmed. Molly Weasley had already thanked her 12 times and sent a large number of cakes to their house. After finding out that Arthur had lost his job at the ministry, James spoke to Lord Greengrass, and this one agreed to give the man a good position in one of his businesses in France. This new job took away more of his free time since he had to travel to another country, so he could not be at home as much as he would have wanted, but it also paid 3 times more than his previous job, so the family was now a lot more relaxed when it came to money. And I insist. We would have been in a lot of trouble without your help. I brought another cake, a chocolate one this time. She pulled a small wooden box from her bag, and this one grew several times in size before Molly finally placed it on the kitchen table and opened it up, revealing a delicious-looking cake. Cake! Holly became excited and went to fetch some plates. Lily glanced at her youngest daughter with worry. She was going to get extremely fat if things continued like this. Is Lyra here? Ginny asked while standing next to the table. She is in the backyard, I believe she is with Harry, Lily said. Ginny hurried out of the kitchen. This was the first time she was able to visit the Potter house since the beginning of the summer, and it had already been a month since classes ended. She opened the door to the large back garden and was welcomed by a pleasant breeze. Her eyes moved over all the greenery and found someone sitting on the bench that was placed beneath the apple tree, near the center of the garden. As she got closer, Ginny realized that the person in question was not Lyra but Harry instead. He was reading a book while also writing something in a notebook. She stood there for a few seconds, not sure of what to say. Ginny felt a bit conflicted about interrupting him while he seemed so concentrated. But then, Harry turned to face her and greeted her with a kind smile. It's been a while. How have you been? Ginny returned the greeting with her best smile. Were you looking for my sister? I believe she was taking a bath, but she should be done soon, we had a practice scheduled. Practice? You mean like the ones we did during the school year? She saw Harry give a short nod. Do you mind if I join? Not at all, please. He offered some room to sit down, and she happily agreed. How is your father liking the new job? Well, I think he would like to spend more time near home, but he does like to work in that shop. He says there are several Muggleborns who know a lot of interesting stuff. I mean interesting for him. Harry recalled the man's obsession with anything made by Muggles, including rubber ducks. Next month, we are going to be spending some time in France. Harry noticed that she seemed upset about something. Are you not looking forward to that? Oh, it's not that. It's just the Quidditch Cup finals are on August 25th. Ireland is going to play against Bulgaria, and I'm going to miss it. Ginny exclaimed. The Quidditch Cup, that brought up some memories for Harry. In his past life, he did go watch that game Ginny was talking about. There are going to be a lot of important people watching that game, he was getting a bad feeling now. Chapter 278. Arc 0, let's begin at the beginning. Our main character originates from an alternate reality where demons invaded the world and destroyed everything. Let us call it Universe 1. In Universe 1, things were mostly the same as in the original universe until around the 4th year. For several reasons, Dumbledore never made the connection between Harry and the Horcruxes. Not knowing that the boy who lived was supposed to die, he took Harry under his wing and trained him the best he could, discovering that Harry had a great deal of talent for transfiguration. During the 6th year, Dumbledore still died, killed in a Death Eater ambush, leaving Harry and his friends alone to deal with the rest. In the 7th year, Voldemort threw an all-out attack on Hogwarts, the last place he needed to control, but this time he had to face a much more prepared Harry. It was a tough battle, but eventually, Harry came out on top and killed Voldemort after destroying all his Horcruxes, not knowing that there was still one more, him. Several years later, Voldemort announced his return by killing Harry's new wife, Ginny. This time, Voldemort was much better prepared. After losing the protection from his Horcruxes, he resorted to a more extreme method. He used an ancient ritual that allowed him to contact a different world, the Netherworld, home of all demons. The war lasted decades and ended with the destruction of 100% of the Earth's surface and almost all humanity. The few survivors had to hide in underground bunkers, protected by both magic and the latest technology they had access to. After decades of war, Harry made a last-ditch effort to kill Voldemort, who was now nearly invincible thanks to the help of the demons. After a long battle that ended in the deaths of every single soldier who accompanied him, Harry achieved victory and killed Voldemort after destroying the demonic artifact that protected his life. Due to his injuries, Harry died shortly after. Unknowingly, he had just destroyed the last Horcrux, preventing Voldemort from ever returning. His death also triggered something else. During his early days, Harry had come into contact with all 3 of the Hallows and became the master of them all, even if he did not know it yet. His own death was the last necessary step to fully become the one and only Master of Death. This title came with privileges but also with obligations. Unlike the rest of the mortals, Harry's soul did not go into the afterlife once his body perished. Instead, it ended up drifting along the river of limbo until a suitable body became available. The next time he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in the body of a younger version of himself. Arc 1. In this arc, Harry learns that he is now in a different reality, which we'll call Universe 2. In this universe, history was very different from what he remembered. He was born almost a month later, meaning he no longer fit the requirements of the prophecy to become the boy who lived, leaving Neville as the only possible candidate. With no one else to choose from, this version of Voldemort focused his attention on the Longbottoms, leaving the Potters and the other members of the Order of the Phoenix to be taken care of by his minions. After Harry was born and knowing they were still in a lot of danger, the Potters moved to their family's ancestral home. Not only were the protections much stronger, but the only one who knew about the location of this manor was Sirius Black. They knew there was a traitor in the Order, so they didn't dare to spread information about their whereabouts. The traitor turned out to be none other than Wormtail, much to their surprise. Remus had been the one under the most suspicion, so he had preventively left the country. After Voldemort demanded Wormtail reveal the location of all the members of the Order, Wormtail disappointed him by saying he only knew of a few of the less important members. But he saved his life by revealing where to find Sirius Black and that he knew how to locate the Potters' main family manor. Sirius was captured and tortured to death but never gave up a single bit of information about his friends. Thanks to this, James and Lily, along with Harry and their newborn daughter, were able to survive the war and thrive. Voldemort eventually found the Longbottoms and went to kill them himself. Because of the prophecy, he thought he was the only one fitting to kill this chosen boy, and his arrogance prevented him from thinking about the possibility of losing. The Dark Lord killed most of the Longbottom family, leaving only Augusta Longbottom, who survived her injuries, and one of Neville's uncles, who was traveling through Germany at the time. But when Voldemort went to administer the killing curse on the young boy, his spell bounced back to him. Luckily for the wizard, the protections on Neville were not strong enough to completely deflect the curse with its full strength, and Voldemort survived, though his soul and body were greatly damaged, forcing him to flee the scene. Bellatrix Lestrange, along with her husband and brother-in-law, went looking for their master after he failed to return in time. They found him in a forest near the Longbottom house, gravely injured and barely conscious. Voldemort ordered his most trusted followers to take him away from England. He needed time to recover completely and to plan his return. A few years after this, Wormtail, who was now a fugitive, was found by a group of Aurors. After killing one of them, the rat was able to escape, but his identity as a rat animagus was exposed. Not seeing a better choice, Wormtail decided to leave the country and go in search of his old master, who everyone believed to be still alive. Arc 2, Remus visits the Potters, and during a casual talk, he mentions something about unusual vampire activity in Romania. Harry pays a visit to his family vault at the deepest part of Gringotts. While he is there, he discovers the vaults of the 4 founders are right next to his families. He also spots the vault that belonged to the legendary Peverell family. When he gets a bit closer, Harry feels a connection with the vault, or at least with some of its contents. There is something in that vault that seems to be calling for him, but he does not have the chance to open it under the strict vigilance of the goblins. During this arc, Harry learns that some of the Horcruxes are missing from the locations where they were supposed to be. He is unable to find the diary at the Malfoy's house nor the Ravenclaw tiara inside the Room of Requirement. Strange occurrences are happening at Hogwarts. The castle continues to suffer from tremors, and Harry eventually realizes that the source of those tremors is inside the Chamber of Secrets. He expects to have to fight a basilisk when he goes in there but instead finds much more. After killing 3 basilisks, he encounters a behemoth-sized basilisk. With the lives of his sister and her friends at risk, Harry resorts to using a grand sorcery that ends up costing him his wand and the 7-array Arkstone artifact he had previously created. He only has a vague theory about how this gigantic basilisk came to be, but months later, the truth is revealed with the help of Professor Silverbell, the chief of the time department at the Ministry and the #1 expert when it comes to time magic. He is also a tiny gnome. He calls it a convergence, a temporary union of 2 different timelines. They become connected due to weaknesses in the walls that separate realities. Those weak points occur in locations with very high concentrations of magical particles. When that happens, it becomes possible for things or living beings to cross from one reality to the next, even without their knowledge. What happened in the chamber was a massive convergence where countless basilisks from countless different realities ended up all trapped in the same one. After they began to consume each other, the protective magical arrays from the Chamber of Secrets ended up acting as the container for an ancient ritual. This ritual enabled the basilisk to become stronger and bigger by devouring its siblings. By the end of the ordeal, what was left was one massive basilisk that had eaten everyone else, and 3 lucky survivors who escaped the massacre by fitting through the cracks in the walls. Professor Silverbell also mentions that these fractures in the walls of reality are only going to get worse until entire universes start to collide with each other, causing the destruction of one or both. This will continue to repeat until there is only one universe left in existence, as it was originally meant to be before time travel was invented. The professor had already predicted that this was going to occur eventually, but something seemed to have triggered the entire multiverse to begin its collapse many centuries before it was supposed to happen. He also says that unless the anomaly that caused the trigger is removed, the complete collapse of all realities will occur in the very near future. After hearing this, it does not take long for Harry to reach the conclusion that he is the anomaly in question. Dumbledore promises to find an alternate solution, but Harry knows that this is very unlikely to happen. One day, he is going to have to make a decision if he wants to protect his loved ones. Arc 3, Harry learns he is now the Master of Death after absorbing the inactive remnants of the 3 Hallows and fully awakening his latent abilities. Lord Parkinson, who had been pretending to be the Dark Lord in Voldemort's absence, finally achieves his goal to become the Minister of Magic and begins his plans to have complete control of the country. Everything is going well until his failed attempt to kill Harry Potter, followed by his next failure, involving the werewolves, trolls, and Death Eaters. Chapter 279. 1 week after the end of the school term. I can't take it anymore. Calm down, Pansy. I know how you feel, but we must be patient, Lady Parkinson sighed again. It had been 2 weeks since her husband had pulled her daughter from school in a rush, even though there was only 1 week left to finish, and asked them to stay at the main family manor. Pansy had to tell her friends that she was going on an early vacation, even when she had no idea what was going on. But Mom. How long is this going to take? I can't even contact my friends. What about my plans for the summer? Pansy had been patient enough during the first days, but after her father had continued to deny her any explanation about why she had to stay locked at home, she was beginning to lose her mind. Martha. Pansy called, but no one answered. Where is the maid? Oh, I'm not sure. She hasn't answered my calls all morning. Aurora Parkinson made a worried expression. I'm sure your father had her occupied with something. Lord Parkinson only allowed a few selected servants to work at their main manor. But recently, he had sent them all away, except for the head maid, Martha, who was left to take care of the meals and some basic cleaning. And when is he coming back? Pansy asked. He didn't return last night as usual. Lady Parkinson glanced down at the table. I'm sure he will be here soon. Pansy threw her mother a look of suspicion. Do you know what is going on? Is there some sort of crisis at the ministry? I'm not sure, Pansy. Your father will give us some explanation, have some patience, please. What she just told her daughter wasn't exactly a lie. She did not know what could have happened now that her husband was so paranoid about it. Of course, she wasn't oblivious to her husband's darker side or his past as a follower of the Dark Lord. She even agreed with many of their points, even if she didn't like their violent methods. After the disappearance of Lord Voldemort, she had hoped that her husband would take it as a chance to make things right, to leave behind that dark side of his. Everything seemed to be going great, until a few years back, when her husband became more secretive and quiet like he was back then. Everything became worse when he was declared Minister of Magic. She saw him become surrounded by questionable individuals like Walden McNair, Antonin Dolohov, and even Yaxley after this one came out of prison. Aurora was sure that her husband did not become minister without doing something illegal or immoral, but he would not tell her about it. Instead, he would be constantly having secret meetings with those who followed him closely. It almost reminded her of what the Dark Lord used to do. Wanting to shake away those thoughts, Aurora looked around the dining hall. Her eyes moved to the large grandfather clock on the side. It's getting a bit late, maybe I should begin to prepare something for dinner. Pansy almost jumped at hearing this. You want to cook? Lady Parkinson began to laugh when she saw her daughter's reaction. You know, I used to bake when you were little. I don't remember that Martha is the one who prepares all our meals. Father says that the kitchen is no place for people of our status. Pansy recalled hearing that many times before. Yes, he does say that. And that is why she didn't cook often. But back in my house, I was taught that a noble lady should know their way around the kitchen and the bedroom. She gave Pansy a playful wink. Mom. Pansy became clearly embarrassed. Come on, you can keep me company. She stood up from her chair. And maybe you'll learn something. I don't want to learn to cook. That's what servants are for. Pansy huffed. It won't hurt you to learn a few basic things. Maybe one day, you will use those skills to make someone happy. Aurora gave her daughter a side glance and saw her mood change. Speaking of how are things going with that boy? Potter, was it? Well, Pansy looked at the ground. We haven't spoken in a while. Is this because of what happened that day? Aurora knew about how those Slytherin seniors tried to use her daughter to lure Potter into Hogsmeade and attack him. She had a good talk with their parents after that, but she wished her husband had done something more, for once. That was not your fault. Harry said that too, but I should never have gone along with those boys. I should have warned Harry earlier. See? He understands. I have only met Mr. Potter very briefly, but he seemed like a very mature boy for his age. Lady Parkinson smiled. It's not just that. I'm sure that Daphne also likes him, Pansy said with a depressed tone. Greengrass? Aurora lifted an eyebrow. She was fairly familiar with Lady Greengrass. She was one of the most beautiful women she knew, and for the few occasions where she spotted her eldest daughter, it appeared that she had inherited much from her mother. Well, a bit of competition won't hurt you. Competition? Pansy looked confused. She never had to compete for anything before. You are all still very young. You will have plenty of time to conquer Mr. Potter next year. I'll give you some tips. She suggested. Pansy's mood seemed to improve after that. Really? Like what? Let me think. At that moment, they heard the fireplace become ablaze with green flames. Dad is here. Pansy exclaimed. How odd, he normally uses the flue from his studio. Aurora stared at the green flames and saw the figure of her husband emerge from it. But she immediately realized that something was wrong when she saw his face. Get your things, we have to leave. Lord Parkinson screamed, his expression contorted with fear. Chapter 280. Both Pansy and her mother became alarmed. You are hurt. Aurora just noticed that her husband was not only terrified but his robes were in a terrible state and his left arm was bleeding. Where is Albert? Lord Parkinson ignored his wife's concerns while he looked around the hall. The butler? You sent him away, remember? Perseus, tell me what is going on. Who attacked you? Aurora asked. Pansy approached her father. Dad, what is going on? You lock us at home, then you disappear and then dash. Lord Parkinson turned his gaze to her and screamed. Now. This was so out of character that neither Pansy nor Aurora knew how to react. One thing that everyone could agree on when it came to Lord Parkinson was that the man was always calm and composed, no matter the situation. Pansy had never seen her father lose his mind in such an extreme way. While Aurora hadn't seen him like this since. Perseus is this about, she did not want to ask. The words stuck in her mouth. Those bloody traitors. All of them, bloody hell. I'm going to kill them all. Lord Parkinson was not in the mood to listen at the moment. He clutched at his wound while pacing around the dining hall as his wife and daughter waited for an explanation. After a minute of this, he stopped and looked at them. Forget your things, we must leave now. We can go to the beach cottage in Italy. No one knows about that one. We have a cottage in Italy. Pansy definitely didn't know about that. We haven't been there in 15 years. The house must be a mess. And you haven't told me what is going on yet. Who are we running away from? Aurora was now sure that her husband had gotten involved in something very dangerous and probably illegal. She could only hope it had nothing to do with. Come on. Get in the fireplace. We have to leave now before it's too late. They will come here soon. Perseus Parkinson exclaimed. Who is coming here? Pansy was beginning to panic also, after seeing her father like that. Even though she didn't understand anything that was happening right now. How can anyone get here so easily? We have only given entrance to the Malfoys and they are gone, Lady Parkinson said. Over many years, Lord Parkinson had been extremely careful and reserved when it came to showing the location of his many properties to the public. Only one of them was used for parties while another was used for important meetings. But the main house, the Parkinson ancestral manor, they had only ever revealed the location to those who were to join their family. Lady Parkinson was only granted entrance the day of her engagement. Lucius Malfoy's son, Draco, was meant to marry Pansy. So they allowed their family access to their house when their engagement became official. But then Lucius died and the betrothal was cancelled by Lord Parkinson, who felt that the Malfoys had lost too much of their status and wealth and were no longer worthy of such a marriage. A short time after that, both Draco and his mother Narcissa had disappeared in mysterious circumstances, never to be seen again. Aurora, as well as many of the ladies she spoke with on occasions, believed that Lucius had gotten involved in something shady. The man was well known for collecting dark artifacts. Perhaps a deal went wrong and he was killed as a result. So most believed that both his wife and son were already dead. Perhaps killed by the same person who ended Lucius's life. Lord Parkinson's expression changed when his wife mentioned the Malfoy name. The Malfoys are the worst of them all. They are all ungrateful traitors. After everything I have done for them for our cause. Wait, have you seen Draco? Pansy was shocked. She never thought to hear about that boy again, after he disappeared in such a way. Narcissa and her son are alive. Aurora was shocked to hear this. I'll explain things later. Lord Parkinson took a handful of flue powder and threw it onto the fireplace. Farnese Cottage. The powder turned into green smoke, but the flames failed to ignite. What? No. Parkinson yelled. The flue is not working. Aurora got closer to the fireplace to take a better look. How can that be? You just used it. They must have closed it from the ministry. Lord Parkinson concluded. Beads of sweat fell across his face as he stared at the fading smoke. But Dad, you are the minister. Who can do that to you? Pansy didn't understand what was happening, just that it was something very bad. Well, use apparition. Come here, hurry. Lord Parkinson held his wand out and lifted it in the air. Pansy and her mother knew this was not the time to question him any further, so they immediately grabbed onto him and prepared to be pulled away, but nothing happened. Dad, Pansy glanced up at her father's pale face. I can't apparate, Lord Parkinson said with a trembling voice. An anti-apparition ward? Aurora exclaimed. But how can that be? What about our protections? No one should have been able to get so close to the manor without triggering their own safety wards. But if there was an anti-apparition charm in place, this meant that intruders were already around their home. What do we do? Aurora was truly scared now. Whoever had her husband so terrified was here now, and they could not escape. Chapter 281. The family was startled by a series of tremendously loud noises. They heard something similar to an explosion, followed by the sounds of things breaking and scattering everywhere. That came from the main entrance, Lady Parkinson said. Mom, I'm scared, Pansy said, barely containing her tears. We are doomed. Lord Parkinson appeared to have given up by now. He let go of his wife and daughter and walked to a nearby chair, where he sat down after placing his wand on the table. Can't we escape with brooms? We can maybe go to the last floor and fly away from there, Aurora suggested. We cannot escape anymore, not from him. It doesn't matter what we use anymore, he will find us no matter where we go. Lord Parkinson slammed his hands on the table. Perseus, who I dash. The Dark Lord. He didn't let her finish her question. Both Pansy and Aurora stared at him with a mixture of horror and disbelief. The Dark Lord, he is back, Lord Parkinson continued. Everyone who didn't immediately return to his side is probably dead already. But you were one of his most loyal followers. Why would he? Aurora then realized, looking at her husband's expression. What did you do? She shouted. What did you do? She ran to his side and pulled him up by his robes. Lord Parkinson did not want to look at her, so he moved his gaze away. I just wanted to be in charge for a while. I didn't think he would come back. You didn't. Perseus, please tell me yo dash. Ah. Pansy screamed when the door of the dining room was blasted apart. I'm sure that one was open, miss, a female voice said. "Oh, but it is more fun that way," another woman answered with a proud and smug tone. The Parkinsons heard the steps of several people getting closer. Aurora held her wand in hand. "Pansy, come here." She hurried to pull her daughter behind her. Lord Parkinson moved his gaze to the destroyed entrance but made no motion to pick up his wand or stand up from his seat. Two women entered the room first, followed by two more figures who had their heads covered by black robes. Aurora immediately recognized the dark-skinned beauty on the right. Trisha Zabini. "And who?" she gasped in shock when she saw the other woman. This was a face she had not seen in many years, but she didn't seem to have gotten older. If anything, she looked younger. Despite her skin being much paler and her eyes having changed color to an unnatural yellow, she would never forget the face of the Dark Lord's most devoted follower, and the most deranged which she had ever met in her life. "Bellatrix, you are alive." Bella gave her a mocking smile. "That is a very rude way to greet someone after so long, Aurora. I hope you don't mind the sudden visit, but we just let ourselves in. What do you want? We have never been enemies. What is this about?" Aurora knew this was all her husband's fault, but she could only hope they could talk their way out of this one. Her eyes moved to the two covered individuals behind the women. One was very tall and towered over Bellatrix while the other was much shorter than the two women. "Your husband didn't tell you what he did?" Bella looked at Parkinson, and he lowered his head. "He has done something unforgivable while our beloved lord was away. A terrible act of treason." Aurora also glanced at her husband for a moment with a stern face. "I haven't heard the details, but whatever it was, I am sure we can work out some compensation. We have been loyal subjects of the Dark Lord for many years, Miss Bellatrix." "Have you?" Bella smiled. "Why don't you rip away that dress and show us your dark mark then?" "I am afraid that I never received that honor," Aurora answered. "No, you did not," Bella stated. "Because you never were a true follower. Your husband was." She pointed at him. "And for the past years, he has stolen the identity of our Dark Lord and ruled over the outer circle followers." "What?" Lady Parkinson could not help but shout. "You heard me. That disgrace of a man took advantage of the fact that only a few selected individuals had seen the face of our Lord and pretended to be him. That's how he became minister so easily. Now do you understand the severity of his betrayal, my dear Aurora?" She looked at her defeated husband again. How could you? This was far worse than what she had imagined. We are doomed, she realized now. There was no way to talk their way out of this. "Miss Bellatrix, my daughter at Lee's dash." Crucio. Bellatrix had her wand pointed at Lady Parkinson before she even began to speak. The curse hit her chest, and she began to scream. She lost her grip on her wand, and it rolled beneath the table. Pansy had been standing right behind her mother and received a small dosage of the curse too, making her fall backward while screaming as well. Bellatrix released the curse. "No, we can't make this so quick. Besides, I'm sure there is someone else who wants to say a few words." Bella turned around and glanced at the shorter person who had been standing behind Lady Zabini. "Isn't that right, Draco?" Chapter 282. The short figure stepped forward while removing his hood. His face had not changed much since his disappearance the previous year, but his skin was much paler and his eyes were now completely yellow, just like Bellatrix's. "Thank you, Aunt Bella, for giving me this chance." Draco turned towards the last hooded figure and gave a deep bow. "And thank you too, my lord." The hooded individual raised his face slightly, but even so, it was impossible to discern his features, as if an unnatural fog was preventing them from being seen. "Have fun, young Draco. But don't delay much," the chilling voice said. Aurora managed to raise her head from the ground as she heard it. The Dark Lord, it had changed, but this was definitely the voice of Lord Voldemort. Despite having only met him once in person, it was not something she could ever forget. Pansy recovered from the pain she had suffered and stood up on shaky legs. She had no time to be terrified about being in the presence of the Dark Lord himself, because she was too surprised to see Draco again. "Draco?" The boy's gaze was also fixed on her. "Hello Pansy, it's been a while. Have you missed your fiancé?" he said with a grin before he began to approach. Wait, my lord." Lord Parkinson finally reacted from his stupor as he saw this. "My daughter, can you at least spare my D-dash?" "Silencio!" Bellatrix shouted. The spell she threw at Lord Parkinson not only silenced him but also threw him across the hall. "You won't speak again unless the Lord gives you permission," she added. "Please." Aurora tried to stand up, but the effects of the Cruciatus curse were still lingering on her. With every movement she made, it felt like dozens of knives were being stabbed all over her body. "Ah!" she screamed before collapsing back on the floor. Draco ignored the plight of Lady Parkinson and continued to advance towards Pansy. Draco, what do you think you are doing?" Pansy took a step back. She could feel the danger very clearly. Those new eyes that Draco had now showed her nothing but cruelty and bloodlust. The blonde boy chuckled. He very much enjoyed her current expression of fear. "I have been dreaming about this for a long time. I want to make you suffer, Pansy." "I haven't done anything to you," she shouted while continuing to step away from him. Draco pulled a knife from his belt. The knife was only around 4 or 5 inches in length, but the moment it was out of its sheath, the blade began to emanate a baleful purple mist. It would not take a scholar to deduce that it was a cursed blade. Just a simple scratch could be a death sentence. "You haven't done anything to me. You took everything from me." Draco screamed at Pansy. He was now very close to her, and she had nowhere else to run. Her back was pressing against a stone wall. I didn't dash. "Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses. I just want you to die." Draco raised the knife in the air. "No." Pansy screamed and covered her face with her hands. Before Draco could finish his motion, he felt movement behind him. When he turned around, he saw the figure of Aurora Parkinson charging at him. "Leave my daughter," she screamed. This might have worked against him in the past, but the current Draco was different. He twisted his body at an impossible angle and avoided the charge of Lady Parkinson. As she passed by him, he moved his right hand at lightning speed and plunged the blade of his knife into the woman's ribs. She yelped in pain for a second before he used his free hand to push her away. Her little remaining strength abandoned her, and she fell down right next to her daughter. As the curse began to take effect, her screams of pain became louder. "Mom!" Pansy panicked and took hold of her mother. Aurora clutched at her sides. The pain she was feeling now was comparable to the cruciatus curse she suffered before. She could not speak or think, she could only scream. "What did you do to her?" Pansy exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she watched Draco return a cruel smirk to her. "The same things I'm going to do to you." Just moments later, the screams of Lady Parkinson stopped. It had taken less than a minute for the curse to end her life. Pansy cried while clutching her mother. "No, please no." Draco glanced back at his lord. He knew he could not enjoy this for much longer, so he got to work. "Let's end this." Just at that moment, he noticed that Lord Parkinson was running at him. The man could not speak, but he had at least recovered from the blow inflicted by Bellatrix moments before. He had lost his wand too, but that didn't matter to him anymore. He just wanted to grab Draco and crush him with his own hands. "Humph." Bellatrix huffed before disappearing from the spot where she had been standing. Like a gust of wind, she appeared between Draco and Lord Parkinson. Before the man could take even one more step, she extended her leg and gave the man a powerful kick on his chest. Once more, Lord Parkinson went flying through the air before he crashed against some bookshelves. Bellatrix turned to Draco with a stern expression. "Stop playing, Draco. Our lord's patience is limited." Draco nodded. He knew how right she was. He had already seen what happens to those who anger the Dark Lord. Pansy glanced up at him, but she said nothing at first. She just stared at him with as much hatred as she could muster in one look. She had never hated someone so much before. She knew she was about to die, but didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing her afraid anymore. Pansy closed her eyes while Draco lifted the blade over her. She didn't even listen to his last words. Her last thoughts were of a certain boy with green eyes and the regret she felt for never seeing him again. "No!" Lord Parkinson yelled. "He broke my charm, not bad." Bella looked more impressed than otherwise. Draco saw as Lord Parkinson began to run at him, but he only took a few steps before his body was lifted into the air. "Enough." The tall figure wearing black robes finally stepped forward. "It is too early for you to throw away your life, Parkinson. I still have uses for you." "You." Lord Parkinson glared at the threatening figure with eyes filled with rage. "You kill them all." His levitating body began to twist in unnatural ways. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his bones began to crack. From behind the dark hood, a pair of red eyes emerged into view. "A monster." Parkinson began to mutter words with difficulty. "Tgthegood will never follow a monster." The hooded figure extended his left hand from beneath the black robes. A hand made of pure white bones came into view and grasped Parkinson's face. "They will do what they are told." Chapter 283. 3 figures landed their brooms in a clearing near a small but cozy-looking wooden house surrounded by a forest on all sides. It was already getting late, but the full moon gave plenty of light. They left their brooms resting against a nearby tree and focused their attention on the house. This is a waste of time, Alastair Moody grumbled. I'm just glad we could leave the desk job for a while, John Dawlish said with a smile on his face. I don't think this was a waste of time. James Potter had wasted no time performing an examination of the area surrounding the house. I can't detect any protections, not even a simple alarm charm, he added. That's suspicious, Moody said. Oh, look. Dawlish pointed at the house. That window appears to have been broken. Moody grinned. His mood had obviously improved. Maybe we can have some action after all. Wands ready. He started to move towards the house at a slow pace, while his magical eye constantly moved around, searching for threats. Be very careful, this could be something much worse than a waste of our time, James said. He had not shared what Harry had told him about Voldemort's return, but he could not help but keep his words in mind. Moody turned around and gave James a knowing look. I am always vigilant. As the three of them approached the house, the first thing that hit them was the smell. Ugh, it smells disgusting in there. Dawlish said. Moody frowned. It smells like death. And not a recent one, James added. It just took a light charm and a quick peek through the window hole to find the source of the stench. A rotting corpse with a missing arm lay on the wooden floor of the living room, surrounded by a stain of dried blood, as well as other bodily fluids. Dawlish, stay outside and keep an eye out. Potter and I are going in, Moody started to give instructions. This man seems to have been killed a while ago, but you can never be too careful. Yes, sir, Dawlish nodded and went to work. James and Moody decided to access the house through the window hole. Part of the wall had also been broken, leaving an entrance large enough to enter comfortably. It was hard to tell if some trap had been set up at the front door. James used a spell to clean the air and make the room more bearable to be in. The state of the corpse was terrible, and his face was barely recognizable. This man looks familiar, Moody commented. James thought the same. But that was not saying much. The magical population of England was fairly small, and by working at the Ministry of Magic for a few years, you could end up meeting most of them. It appears that he died of blood loss. Whatever got rid of his arm was not a cutting charm. That is hardly a clean cut, it's almost like it was ripped apart from its socket. What a nasty curse, Moody said. While he examined the body, James went to look around the room, trying to see if he could find something that could identify the victim. And he soon found it. Displayed above the fireplace were many trophies and medals. Those are dueling trophies, there are so many of them. James felt the need to make the comment. It was truly an impressive number of prizes. A duelist, huh? That didn't seem to have done him any good, Moody said. No, this can't be him, James stared in shock at the name on all the trophies. Potter? What did you find? Out with it. This is Anthony Dolohov. The moment he read the name, everything about this case changed for him. This was no longer a mystery murder. He knew exactly who had killed this man. He also knew the when and the why. Dolohov, of course, that is him. Now that he had a name he knew, Moody was able to recognize the familiar face, despite its rotten state. This guy was quite the piece of work. I can't believe the bastard is dead. I kinda wish to shake hands with whoever managed to take him down, Moody smiled. Was he even reported missing? James was not in the mood to smile. Not that I know of, Moody answered after thinking about it. But then again, I doubt he had many friends. Not friends, but you would think that his fellow Death Eaters would want to know what happened when one of their own goes missing. James knew there was something off about this case they were given. You may be right, and our beloved minister never said a word about this either. Moody glanced at the corpse while his magical eye moved around, searching for something or someone. Who sent the report about this house? James asked. It was anonymous. And I was only told to come here to investigate this house. There was no mention of any corpse, Moody said. The three of us have been stuck in desk duty almost since Parkinson took his position as minister. They obviously didn't want us snooping around in their business, and now all of a sudden. Moody nodded. They sent us to investigate this house in the middle of nowhere with an anonymous report. It's like they had been waiting for the right moment to send us out, James noted. Moody gripped his wand. Be ready, this is TR-. Ah! Dawlish's screams were heard from the outside. Chapter 284. Dawlish! James exclaimed. Moody was about to poke his head out of the window when, all of a sudden, their teammate jumped in. We are surrounded, this is an ambush. Dawlish screamed in a panicked voice. Surrounded? That's impossible, Moody said back. I have been constantly using my magical eye to scan the surroundings. If anyone had gotten close to the house, I would know it, he said with absolute confidence. You can go check yourselves. There are dozens of figures lurking among the trees. Dawlish was extremely shaken up. Did you see what they looked like? Were they wearing white masks? James asked. You think they are Death Eaters? Moody asked. Dawlish shook his head. It's too dark in the forest, I couldn't glimpse any details. Fine, I'll go out there and take a look. You two stay here and take cover, then we can T-dash. Moody! James exclaimed in alarm. The veteran Auror felt a tug on his leg and looked down. They had all been too distracted by what was happening on the outside to notice that the rotten corpse had been moving across the floor with its one remaining arm and was now clutching at Moody's leg, getting ready to take a good bite out of it. Depulso. James was the fastest one to react and take action. Dolahov's corpse was sent flying until it crashed against the fireplace, making a series of very unpleasant noises as its already decomposed body continued to break apart. Unfortunately, he did not act fast enough to prevent Moody from suffering a quick bite. Is that a zombie? Dawlish exclaimed in horror as he stared at the still-moving corpse. Its remaining arm had been destroyed, so it couldn't do much more than twitch and look at them with its white, dead eyes. Oh, this is bad. Zombies have a cursed bite. James glanced at his mentor with worry, but then he realized something. The zombie had chosen the worst target. Moody huffed. They do. But this one, he tapped on his artificial leg, missed the mark. James sighed with relief. But they soon started to hear noises coming from outside. They were far from safe yet. Our brooms are outside, there is no way we can get them back now, Dawlish pointed out. We can still apparate, but James didn't finish his sentence. If whoever set us up has at least half a functioning brain, they have put up some anti-apparition charms, Moody said. Bloody damn it. Dawlish had just tried to apparate away but was unable to do so. What about our emergency port keys? They can get through some wards. But I haven't gotten mine back since they took it. Dawlish glanced at James, who shook his head. Me neither. I should have been more paranoid about this, Moody lamented. We don't even know what is outside. If they are just a few zombies, we may be able to blast our way through them and escape by just running until we are out of the wards, James suggested. They then realized something and shared a look with each other. The noises outside have stopped, Dawlish pointed out. The three of them approached with care to the window hole to take a peek outside. They could see them clearly now that they were in the open, under the moonlight. They were humanoid-shaped, but there was hardly anything human left in them. They were little more than skeletons with a thin layer of gray skin left over them and a pair of creepy red eyes. There were not dozens but hundreds of them. And, although they could not be completely certain, it was likely they were completely surrounding the house. Those are not zombies, James said. Inferi. Bloody hell, no wonder I could not detect them. My eye doesn't work on dead things. Moody huffed. This is much worse than zombies, and there are so many of them. We have no way to run past them. Dawlish added. Like zombies, Inferi were reanimated corpses, but there were some key differences among them that made them much harder to deal with. The zombie is simply reanimated by placing a curse on a corpse. The curse will take control of whatever remains of the body and only move if a living being gets too close to it. Getting bitten by a zombie has the risk of having the curse spread through the bite. If not removed in time, the curse will kill its victim and reanimate them as new zombies. Inferi were made with a purpose in mind. They were constructed using corpses as materials. In reality, they were closer to golems than other undead creatures. Compared to normal golems, the Inferi were completely autonomous, but they always followed their creator's wishes. Their bodies had also been restored to achieve perfect mobility, despite their gruesome skeletal appearance. To sum it up, Inferi were smarter and much faster than zombies. They are moving. Dawlish yelled as he saw the first row of Inferi take off running at them. Use fire. Moody commanded. He was right, James muttered while staring at the undead army. He knew there was only one individual capable of having something like this. Voldemort is back. Harry was right. If he had any doubts before, they were now gone. Chapter 285. Incendio. Inflammare. Several Inferi were hit by the flames and would quickly be consumed by them. But while a small number of them were taken care of, the rest continued to advance. They could hear countless noises of the house being torn apart on the other side while they barely held the front. Moody turned around and found James patting his robes as if he was looking for something. Potter, we need your help here. Start firing spells at something, for fuck's sake. Hold on, I think I found it. My son gave me something. Incendio. Incendio. Dawlish was desperately throwing fire at the creatures. I can't hold them. One of them managed to squeeze inside. Moody hurried and used a powerful wind spell to push it outside while fanning the flames still burning on the exterior. This gave them a small breathing window in the front, but the inferi behind them were already inside the house. What now? We can't use fire inside here, we will die too. Dawlish said. Leave it to me. James tapped the wooden floor with his wand and created a robust wall in front of the door leading to the living room where they were as the creatures were trying to enter. This blocked the only other entrance, but it also meant that they now had only one way to escape the house. Good one, James. Dawlish exclaimed. Yes, but those guys are not that stupid, they will soon come this way, Moody said. I found it. James pulled a small box from his robes. Is that a portkey? Dawlish said with a glimmer of hope. No, this is an explosive artifact. James opened the box and took the item inside in his hands. It was a blue-tinted crystal covered in runes and encased in a metallic thin frame. You said your son gave you that, even for Moody, this was a strange gift to give your father. Cover me while I throw it, this should kill enough inferi for us to escape, James suggested. I'm up for anything that can get us out of here, Dawlish said. Moody pointed his wand at the opening. A large number of inferi were charging at them once the flames went down a bit. Flamma. A wave of flames manifested in front of Moody and made its way towards the undead creatures. Come on, Potter. James nodded. As per Harry's instructions, he carefully moved the tip of his wand in between the metallic frame until it made direct contact with the surface of the crystal. He then injected a large amount of his magic to activate it. The crystal began to shine with an eerie blue light and something that looked like a tiny flame appeared inside the crystal. I think it's ready, James said. You think? Have you never used one of those whatever that thing is? Dawlish asked. I was told to activate it, throw it as far as I could and to cover my eyes, James said. The flame inside the crystal appeared to be growing in size and becoming more wild, it had also begun to change color towards yellow. Moody noticed this immediately. Throw that outside, now. Both he and Dawlish used some fire magic to prevent the inferi from getting close while James approached the opening and launched the artifact with all his strength. James placed a shield in front of him and the other two aurors after they all took a few steps back. He used one of the rings that Harry made to create it and powered it with as much magic as he could spare, and hoped that would be enough. Dozens of inferi were scrambling and pushing against each other to enter through the window hole. In the distance, a flash of light could be seen. A second later, they were hit by an extremely bright wave of golden flames that consumed everything in sight. No. Dawlish began to feel the heat of the fire and screamed. The flames went through their shields like they were not even there. The light was so intense that even after closing their eyes and placing their hands on top, they could still see the golden light. For a moment, they thought they were all going to die for sure, under the massive assault of the powerful flames. But the heat from this golden fire never went above a comfortable warmth. It was actually a very cozy and calming sensation, being enveloped in this strange fire. The event only lasted for 10 seconds but to them it felt like hours had passed. When they felt the light recede, they opened their eyes with caution and looked around. It took a bit for their eyes to adjust to the darkness of the night but when they did, they all were able to confirm that nothing was burned by the flames. The small wooden house was still standing, the same as before. And they were also completely fine, not even a small singe on their clothes. What was that? Moody was the first one to speak. I thought I was sure those flames hit me. Why aren't we burned, not even a bit? Dawlish asked. I don't understand it either. The fire did nothing. James was extremely confused at the moment. The event had been so strange that for a moment, he even forgot about the most important thing. I wouldn't say that it did nothing. Moody stood up from the floor. Can you not hear it? Silence. James finally realized. Where did the inferi go? Dawlish asked. Moody looked outside. The clearing was completely empty. Potter, what in Merlin's balls was that thing? Chapter 286. The anti-apparition charms are gone now, James noted. Then let's leave this cursed place, Dawlish said. Hold on, something has just occurred to me. Moody appeared to be contemplating something. What is it? Dawlish is not wrong. We should not linger here longer than necessary. We don't know if there are more enemies around, said James. If this was an attempt by that blasted minister to take out his opposition, it is very likely we are not the only ones being targeted tonight, Moody concluded. Madam Bones. Dawlish exclaimed. She left work early today, she should be alone in her manor. If that is the case, she is a much more important target than us, James was very concerned. If they already sent an army of inferi to kill them, what did they send to kill the most influential person in the entire department? But there are only a few people who know about the location of T. I'll take you there, Moody interrupted Dawlish. Hold on to my tunic, we have no time to waste. The two Aurors did as told, and in the next instant, they disappeared from Dolahov's house. They reappeared in a different grassy clearing. The biggest difference was that instead of being surrounded by a thick forest, there were massive rocky walls all around them, like they were at the bottom of a cliff. The first thing they noted was the lake a short distance to their right, but after giving the area a passing glance, they all realized that something important was missing from here. Where is the house? Dawlish asked what they all had been wondering. They had never seen the Bones Manor in person before, but as all ancient wizard dwellings, they were expecting a castle or some massive mansion at least. It is supposed to be. Moody pointed towards the darkest part of the clearing. Wait, there is something there. His magical eye began to emit mechanical noises as it moved. Dawlish squinted his eyes and began to approach. You are right, there is something there. It almost looks like. Instead of the expected large mansion, there seemed to be a mountain of something. It was too dark near the walls of the cliff as the light from the moon became completely obfuscated. That's a mountain of rubble. James hurried to send a luminous charm in that direction. The area became bright for a few seconds, allowing the men to get a better look and to confirm James's suspicions. Madam Bones, her manor, there is nothing left. Dawlish could not believe what he was seeing. The Bones' ancestral home had been completely demolished, leaving nothing but an enormous pile of wood and stone. I can see someone. Moody exclaimed. The light from James's spell had begun to dissipate, but he was sure to have spotted a human figure standing there. I saw someone standing near the rubble, Moody said. Could it have been Madam Bones? Asked Dawlish. She also has a niece, right, Susan, I believe. We must find her too, James said. Moody stopped the two men before they rushed forward. Hold on, I can't detect any living things in the vicinity, other than us, he said with a tone of warning. Wait, are you saying that? Dawlish's face became a shade paler. They had just gone through this. The dark figure ahead moved from its spot and walked towards a more illuminated area so they could now see it more clearly. Another Inferius? Dawlish clutched his wand with force. James and Moody thought the same just for an instant at least. Because then, the dark figure spoke to them. It looks like we have some pests left. The words were spoken in a low tone, but despite that, the group could hear everything perfectly, as if it was being whispered directly into their ears. Wands ready, full alert. Moody exclaimed. They did not need to be told that twice. That creepy voice had completely startled them. They then began to hear some strange noises. It was loud enough to get their attention away from the mysterious figure. It was a terrifying and unnatural screeching sound. They all thought the same at the time. No living creature should make a sound like that. And what made it worse was that the sound was getting louder and louder by the second. It was getting closer, and fast. James soon pointed at the dark skies where he saw something pale and gigantic descending upon them. Before he could even utter a word of warning, that something had already landed. The creature was massive, beyond anything they had seen before. Perhaps it was around half the size of the former Bones Manor. It was easy to make that comparison because the creature had landed on top of the rubble. And it also solved the mystery of how the manor was destroyed. Its body reminded them of the inferi they had seen before. The shape of its bones was visible and barely covered by a thin membrane of pale flesh. Its eyes were bright blood red, even more so than the previous undead they had encountered. However, this creature did not have a humanoid shape. This was a completely different type of being, one they were all very familiar with. Despite its current putrid state, it was easy to say what this thing had been in life. A dragon? Dawlish stared in horror at the undead beast. An inferi dragon? How? Moody was at a loss for words. We need to leave, now. James shouted. As terrifying as this massive beast was, James's eyes were locked on the dark-robed individual. Chapter 287. Master. Dobby appeared inside his room with a loud pop. Harry put down his quill and turned around to look at the house elf. Dobby knew better than to disturb him while he was working, and especially this late at night. What happened? He asked with a hint of concern. His father was supposed to return hours ago, and he was afraid Dobby's interruption was related to that. Big Master is back. Dobby exclaimed. So he is back. He felt somewhat relieved. Wait, is he injured? This did not explain why Dobby was so nervous. The elf began to stammer his words while trying to explain, but all Harry could understand was that he did not come back alone. Never mind, I'll go check. Where is he? Main hall, Sir Harry. When Harry entered the room, he immediately noticed the tense atmosphere. He found his father sitting at the table with a pale face and a cup of tea in front of him. On the other side, was his mother with an expression of concern. Next to him were two Aurors he was very familiar with. Harry. James glanced at his son. Harry saw something in his father's eyes. Something he had never seen there before, an extreme amount of fear. He had seen those eyes many times before but never on James Potter. Dawlish was in even worse shape. The teacup in his hands was constantly making clanking noises as he trembled. Moody appeared to be fine on the outside, but anyone who knew the man well enough could tell otherwise. What happened to the three of you to end up like this? Harry asked. Those were all veteran Aurors who had seen plenty of action in their careers. Harry, did you call your son here? Dawlish glanced at Lily. He didn't think this was a conversation appropriate for someone of his age, no matter how brilliant he was. We saw him, James spoke in a somber tone. Harry didn't need to ask his father about who this was. What did he look like? James gave him a detailed retelling of what they went through that night, and their encounter with the Dark Lord himself. But we can't be sure it was him. It has been more than 10 years since he disappeared. Why would you know who? Why would he return now? Humph, think what you want, Dawlish. But I have no doubt that the bastard we saw that was the old Dark Lord. All right, Moody said. Harry was not listening to them. He was instead thinking about his father's words, a skeletal dragon, zombies, an army of inferi, red eyes. It seems like he had delved deep into necromancy territory while in search of his answers, Harry thought. This was not a very surprising result. Necromancy was a popular area of study for those who wished to fight against death itself. And Voldemort had already been studying it before even the First War began. Reanimating a dragon could not be an easy feat. What else has he done, he wondered. He was also worried about what kind of method to preserve his life he was using now. Necromancy had several of them, but he was no expert in that practice. I'll have to do some research. Despite the grim nature of the news he had just received, Harry felt a lot more at ease than before. At least now he had a much better idea of what he was dealing with and could prepare accordingly. What about Madame Bones and Susan? Did you not see them at all? Lily asked. James shook his head. Everything was destroyed by that thing. The Bones Manor, there was nothing left. Had they been still alive, I would not have missed them, Moody answered her. And if we didn't leave as soon as we did, we would all have died there, Dawlish added. Lily nodded solemnly. She knew her husband would not have run away if there was someone he could save. Moody turned both eyes towards Harry. Tell me, boy. What the hell was that explosive you gave your father? Oh, that fire scared me silly. I really thought I was about to die, Dawlish exclaimed. Did you make that? Yes, that golden fire was very strange. It burned down every inferius in sight until there was nothing left of them, but it didn't burn us or the house at all, Moody observed Harry while he spoke. It actually felt very comfortable, Dawlish felt the need to add. James remained silent. He wasn't sure if his son had some good answers prepared for this. Although Harry never specifically told him, James had assumed this was something he had learned during his previous life. If he hadn't been in such a dire situation, he would have preferred not to use it at all and instead protect his son's secrets. Ah, that thing. Harry made an innocent face. I'm afraid that's family magic. Family magic? Dawlish asked. That is correct. The information about the artifact my father used, as well as its nature and the method of creating it, I found it all written in the Potter Grimoire, so I cannot talk about it, Harry told them. Well, at least it will be written when I have time for that part, so it's not completely a lie, Harry thought. Chapter 288. It was the next day. Moody and Dawlish went away to a secure location given by Dumbledore, since it would not be safe for them to return home. This left the Potter family alone once more. They were all currently in the kitchen, having a late breakfast. You are not planning on going back to the ministry, right? Lily gave her husband a piercing glare. Of course not. I mean, not for the moment at least, James answered. The minister had finally gained the courage to go after his opposition, so going back in there would be like walking into the lion's den. James was sure that this change in tactics was due to Voldemort's return. Otherwise, Parkinson would not have been so brazen about his approach. Did you get fired? Lyra asked without holding back. Lyra. Have some tact, Lily scolded her. Well, kind of. I suppose I did, James answered. After all, having your boss trying to kill you must count as getting fired. Daddy got fried? Holly exclaimed in horror. No, not fried, Holly. I got fired, James said. But seeing his daughter's face of confusion, he tried again. It means that I lost my job. Like Ginny's dad. Lyra added. Did you lose it, Holly seemed to be thinking about something. You should ask Mipsy. I lose things all the time and she always helps me find them. Ah, thanks, I will ask her. James smiled at her. In any case, I will be spending more time at home. Will you be here for my birthday? Holly asked. Of course. James answered. All day. All day, yes. Yeah. Holly celebrated. I'm glad Daddy got fried, she decided. He got fired, not fried. Lyra huffed. Anyways, James turned to look at his son, who seemed to have just finished his breakfast. Say, Harry. About that family magic artifact you made, can you make more? James asked in a low voice. Family magic? You mean the grimoire? Lyra asked. How do you know about that? James moved his eyes between his daughter and son. What's a green-agree, what was it? Holly looked at her mother for help. Why don't we go to the library for a bit? Lily stood up from her chair and went to her youngest daughter. She had the feeling that her husband wanted to speak alone with Harry. Okay. Holly was always happy to lie down and read something after breakfast. Want to come too, Lyra? Lily asked. No, I want to stay and listen to this. Lyra didn't like being left out of the loop. Now that she had learned the truth from Harry, she wanted to be more involved. It's fine, let her stay. She was going to hear about it sooner or later, Harry told his parents. James waited until Lily and Holly left to continue. Why did you tell her about that? I made a promise to her, Harry said. And how much did Y dash? I know everything. Lyra gave her father a smug smile. I know where Harry came from and about his previous life. He even showed me some memories. Harry, you could have consulted us about this. I don't want her involved in these things, she is still a child. I'm 13 already. Lyra exclaimed. Exactly. James spoke back. She was plenty involved already. And she doesn't know that Voldemort is back. Harry shrugged. What? Harry. What did I just say? James frowned. It's best if she learns about it. That way, maybe she can avoid getting into trouble, Harry said. Or at least, I can hope so. That only happened twice. Lyra defended. In 2 years. Wait, twice. James didn't know about the basilisk attack in her first year of school. So he is really back, Lyra glanced at her brother. Is he as bad as? Voldemort is Voldemort. He is always going to be dangerous, Harry told her. Is there anything I can do to help? Lyra asked. She was well aware that she could not do much to help when it came to fights, but there had to be something. When the time comes, I will let you know. He wanted her as far away as possible. But she had Potter blood in her veins. Lyra was never going to just stand aside and do nothing, so if he just told her no, she was bound to do something dumb. Harry turned his attention back to his father. As for your request, those explosives are very difficult to make. I may be able to produce one more before the summer ends if I have enough materials left. What explosive? Lyra became curious. Just one. James had been hoping to get many more than that. That's a shame. If we had more, then Voldemort. You are really underestimating him. That artifact won't do much against anyone powerful enough, Harry said. Seriously? But it felt so strong. That's because you used it against some inferi. The effect is just a bit more potent than a Patronus, and they take a lot of time to make. That's why I only made one. I see. James looked disappointed. He thought they had some incredible weapons at their disposal. Don't get me wrong, they would come in handy if he tries to make use of a large army of inferi, zombies, or any other type of undead. It would also chase away Dementors, but don't expect it to kill them. Inferi, zombies? Dementors? Lyra became paler. I'll finish writing the grimoire in a month or so, make sure to give it a read. But be very careful with what you share, Harry warned. That book is going to be the Potter Legacy. Take care of it. James raised an eyebrow. Why are you sounding like my grandfather now? Because he is super old. Lyra exclaimed. Do I need to jinx you? Harry stood up from his chair. W8. Lyra stood back. I know one that makes your hair change color every 5 minutes, or that one that makes you vomit slugs, or maybe. No. Lyra took off running. I'm sorry. Chapter 289. There were 12 rock golems in front of him. They were 10 feet tall, 3 meters, and wielded rudimentary stone swords. The blades weren't very sharp, but considering the weight of the weapon, plus the strength of the rock giants, it would be very easy for them to separate a limb with one good hit. All the golems had received the same command to kill Harry Potter. They all began running at him, but instead of charging together with a frontal assault, they decided to make use of their numerical advantage. While some continued with a direct attack, others moved to his sides and back to overwhelm him with strikes from all directions. Fascinating, they are thinking on their own. I had only given them the objective but didn't specify the how, so they are making decisions now. This had started as a simple training exercise, but now it was also a magical construct experiment. He had already been able to imprint some of his skills onto his creations, but these new golems appeared to have improved even further. Could it be another side effect of my fusion with the Deathly Hallows? Most of his magical abilities had become enhanced, he just didn't have time to test this one before. Whoa! A stone blade had just passed very close to his face. They are faster too. Fortunately for him, his physical abilities had also improved greatly. Thanks to this, he had little trouble avoiding the first barrage of attacks. He also had plenty of room to move since he decided to perform this exercise in the backyard, after taking proper precautions to avoid his sisters from coming here and getting hurt by accident. The golem directly behind him just sent a powerful stab, aimed at where his heart would be. Harry jumped over it, landing on the blade of the massive stone sword, and then used it as a platform to jump once more. This time, he propelled himself above the golems around him and escaped from the circle of death they had created. I guess I better start fighting back before they try that again. His wand was already aimed at the first golem. Reducto. Half the body of the golem was reduced to dust before it collapsed. These golems had some auto-repair properties, for as long as they had some magic left, but there was no chance of repairing the damage Harry had caused to it. Let's see what else. They began the encirclement once more. At first, Harry thought they were just repeating the same tactic as before, but then he noticed that, out of the 11 golems, only 5 were circling close to him, while the remaining 6 had created an outer circle to catch him if he tried to jump away. They are learning, he had not been expecting this. A gigantic stone blade came flying his way. His creations were not going to give him much time to be impressed. Gladius. His wand transformed into a two-sided sword, and he used it to parry aside some of the attacks while avoiding the others. Devulsa, a baleful purple aura surrounded his blade. Harry made a horizontal slash across the chest of a nearby golem. The curse began to eat away at the stone surface. But he could not stop there and continued to run his sword on the golems around him until he was able to create a gap in the encirclement and escape. 3 golems were currently being consumed by the curse, while a 4th one had lost its weapon. But then, the constructs on the outer circle went on the offensive. Harry's wand returned to its original shape. Torquio. A powerful current of wind manifested in the area, with Harry as its epicenter. Despite their massive weight, the golems were pushed away by the wind. Some of them were sent away from him while others ended up colliding with their brothers and being destroyed in the process. By the end of it, only 5 golems remained in a functional state. Bombarda. The first construct to stand up was blown to pieces. The remaining 4 then began a last-ditch effort to reach Harry. Accio. He pulled one of the golems towards him, and once it got close enough, he aimed it at another one. Depulso. The golem was sent flying like a projectile, and when it collided with the other one, the 2 golems were reduced to small chunks of debris. The last 2 were mere feet away already. After using an explosive charm on one, Harry stored his wand and moved closer to the last one. The golem made a downward slash aimed at Harry's head. Instead of avoiding it, he took a step forward and stopped the attack with pure physical strength, something that should not be possible, considering that each golem weighed several tons. Damn, Harry knew he was pushing his body to its limits right now, but he needed to learn how much he could do in a controlled environment like this, instead of a battlefield. With him and the golem at an apparent standstill, Harry was considering what to do next. But then, he felt a presence nearby. A moment later, the golem's upper body was reduced to dust. Chapter 290. It looked like you were having trouble with the last one. Harry moved away from the crumbling golem and glanced at the new arrival. I had everything under control, Daphne. The blonde girl was wearing an elegant blue dress and a large witch hat. My apologies then, she said with a soft grin. How was your summer with that woman? Harry asked. Miss Yafel is a wonderful teacher. I have learned so much from her. There was more emotion than usual in her tone. That went to show how excited she was. Wanna show me? Harry made a gesture with his wand. I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to get my new dress dirty. Perhaps another day, she answered politely. By the way, that was a very impressive display of magic. Harry raised an eyebrow. Were you watching the whole time? She pointed at one of the windows overseeing the garden. I have been meaning to ask you, those golems, they look very similar to the ones at Hogwarts. Of course. I used them as reference. But my constructs are nowhere near the same level as them. A dozen white marble golems would have given me some serious trouble. So it wasn't you who made them? Daphne had wanted to ask him about it for some time, but the proper opportunity hadn't presented itself. Harry shook his head. Those were created a very long time ago. Even before the castle was built. You mean even before Hogwarts existed? So they weren't even made by the 4 founders. Daphne was becoming more interested the more she heard. Who made them then? Harry gave her a mischievous grin. Perhaps another day I will tell you. Daphne knew he had just given her back her previous words. You can be very childish sometimes. How did you even make it here? I left clear instructions to not let anyone in the garden while I was training. Harry decided to change the topic. After speaking with her for a while, your mother let me come here to watch. She did, huh? He didn't really mind it. He had only asked her that to prevent Holly from getting hurt by accident. She appeared to be very busy, reading some ancient tomes. Harry nodded. He was well aware of what she was talking about. Lily had brought the majority of the tomes hidden back at the family vault, in order to study them further. Her idea was to analyze all the spells and determine if any of them were worth adding to the new family grimoire, after Harry had finished with his part. This time, James had no complaints about his wife reading books with illegal magic in them, since he was more aware of the dangerous situation they were all in. In fact, his father had been reading them too and learning from them. I saw one about rituals. Daphne had a tone of concern in her voice. I'm not planning on doing more of those, Harry assured her, especially not after what I know now. His body had been modified by the magic of the Deathly Hallows. The result of mixing the magic of any ritual with that one would have unpredictable results, making it impossible for him to delve into that particular branch of magic for the time being. Still, it wasn't like he needed it. Becoming the Master of Death had given him more benefits than what he would have gotten from the rituals he had planned on performing. The only concern he had now was the fact that he still didn't know what the downside was going to be. Although, I must say there was a very interesting ritual at the end of that book, Daphne muttered in a somewhat low tone. What was that about? He didn't recall anything interesting in those books. Well, it was about Nevermind. Daphne hid her rosy cheeks beneath her large hat. There was something else I wanted to speak with you about. Sure, but why don't we take a seat in the shade? It's getting too warm out here. Harry pointed at his favorite spot in the garden, the stone bench beneath the apple tree. The two of them sat down, and Harry noticed the expression of concern on Daphne's face. Did something happen? It's about Pansy. I haven't been able to contact her all summer. And she hasn't sent a single letter to me. I'm afraid something has happened to her. Harry frowned. The Parkinsons disappearing after Voldemort's return, that could only mean two things: they either ran away and are currently hiding in some small corner of the world, or... My father said that the minister is acting very strange as of lately. He has also approached him several times to ask about the whereabouts of his daughter but has gotten no satisfactory answer. Wait, so Lord Parkinson is still at the ministry? Only Pansy is missing? Harry found this very strange. Did Voldemort forgive him? No chance. Did he perhaps take his daughter as a hostage to ensure his loyalty? Who said anything about missing? I just said that. Harry, is there something you are not telling me? Do you know something? I just have some ideas, but he knew he had to tell her before it was too late. Her father was too involved with the Ministry of Magic and would become a target sooner or later. There is something you should know. I'm not sure if you are going to believe me, but... At that moment, Dobby appeared before them. Master. Chapter 291. Master. What is it, Dobby? We are in the middle of something here. Harry was about to have a serious conversation. You have a visit from the blonde miss, Dobby said. Harry pointed at Daphne. She is right here. Is that what he calls me? She glanced at Harry. My name is Daphne, she told Dobby. She had never seen a house elf who was so bad at remembering names. Not that one. Dobby shook his head. The weird one. Luna? Harry asked. Isn't she here to see Lyra? Dobby shook his head again. They asked to see Master. They okay, fine. Harry knew there was little point in asking Dobby. I'll go see. Do you mind if I accompany you? I haven't seen Luna in months. Daphne asked. He opened the door to the small hall and found Luna sitting on a chair, happily moving her legs and mouthing some melody. Her father, Zeno, was pacing around in front of the fireplace, looking very shaken. Harry. Luna smiled brightly, stood from her chair, and went to give him a hug. "Hello, Luna. Did you have a good summer?" "It was fun. We went to an ancient druid cottage and explored the forests in search of unique creatures." Luna looked very excited. "Did you find anything?" Daphne had always been a bit skeptical about these creatures Luna always talked about. She had already seen enough weird things, so it wouldn't be much of a surprise if some of them were real. I thought I saw some moon frogs, but they may have been albino toads instead," Luna said. "I see." Daphne had never heard of those. "But then Daddy found something in a book and we had to come home earlier." "I'm sorry, Pudding. I'll make it up to you next year." But this couldn't wait. Zeno had dark rings around his eyes and looked extremely tired. "What is this so important that you found?" Harry asked. He could only assume it was something about the Hallows, but he could not imagine what else was left to find. He already had all three of them. Well, Zeno glanced at Daphne and hesitated to continue. "It's okay, I trust her," Harry simply said. Daphne didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on her face. "Very well, that is good enough for me." Zeno stared at Harry with an unusually focused expression. "It's about the fourth deadly hallow," he exclaimed all of a sudden. "Deadly hallow?" Daphne asked. "The fourth one? There is no fourth one." Harry had never heard of this in 2 lifetimes. How could that be? "This one is different than the other ones. This fourth hallow was never given to anyone, unlike the other 3, Zeno explained. "Can someone tell me what dash?" "The Deathly Hallows, from the tale." Luna answered her. "Deathly Hallows," Daphne repeated. It sounded familiar, but she was still confused. "Have you read the tale of the 3 brothers?" Harry asked her. "Of course. Every child in the magical world has wait, by the Hallows." "You mean the 3 gifts from death?" Daphne now recalled some of the details from that book. It has been many years since she read that story. "Yes, those." Luna nodded. "But that's a children's tale. You are talking about it like it's real. Is it that hard to believe?" "With all the craziness you have witnessed," Harry said. "No, but are you serious?" Daphne stared at him, still looking a bit incredulous. "It's the truth." Zeno intervened. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. He is in possession of all 3 Deathly Hallows." Daphne's eyes moved to Harry. "Can I see them?" "I'm afraid not. They are inside me." Harry knew how this sounded. "Inside you?" Daphne repeated. "Yes." Harry absorbed them and became the master of death. Luna said with excitement. "I can still use their effects." As Harry said that, he disappeared from the spot. What? Where did you dash?" "Ah." Daphne yelped when she felt something touch her arm. "You are invisible," she realized. "Yes." He reappeared in front of her. "This is what you used against those werewolves." She now remembered that he used something like that before. "The cloak of invisibility?" "That's right. You've seen me use that cloak many times," Harry said. "You mean that cloak was?" Harry nodded. "It was one of the Hallows. It had been passed down through many generations of my family. That's why I was so sad when it stopped working. And I told you to buy another one," Daphne muttered. "It's fine. The Hallows stopped working because of me, because I took their powers without realizing it," Harry said. "What about the other ones?" "The Wand of Power," Daphne recalled the name. Harry created a bubble of water above his hand. "It made my magic much more potent. It also improved my wandless magic." The bubble of water turned into a block of ice, and then it began to change shapes until it transformed into a crystalline rose. "Whoa!" Daphne stared at the ice sculpture. She knew Harry was a master of transfiguration, but he did this silently and with no wand. All of a sudden, the rose broke apart and the pieces fell to the floor. "It lacks finesse though," Harry added. "Still, it's very useful for other types of spells. Like for defense." Daphne concluded that he meant that. "And the last one? What was it?" "The Stone of Resurrection," Zeno was the one who answered. "It allows the user to communicate with the dead." Daphne gave Harry a nervous look. "Is that what you used with the werewolf?" He did not go into details last year. "Yes, that is what I used back then. But I won't make use of this power without a good reason for it. Disturbing the rest of the dead is not something to use lightly, even if that means you won't believe my words," Harry said. Daphne's look softened. She got closer to Harry and grabbed one of his hands. "Even if you had shown me no proof whatsoever, I would have still believed you in the end." The 2 of them stood in silence, looking at each other for a moment. "Are you going to kiss?" Luna then asked. Daphne was startled. She let go of Harry's hand and took a step back, covering her face with her witch hat. Zeno coughed. Sorry to interrupt. But I would like to finish what I came here for. Write the fourth Deathly Hallow. What did you find exactly? Harry asked. Chapter 292. Zeno's got serious. Over my many years of research, I have found references pointing to a fourth Deathly Hallow several times, but they were nothing more than speculations, rumors, or legends, even more so than the other three. But, Harry assumed that Zeno's wouldn't have come here if rumors were all he had. Zeno's reached into his robes and pulled out a small tome with a black leather cover and something written on the top. A diary? Daphne spoke her first impression. Harry had to agree with her. By the looks of the book, it very much resembled a certain diary he was very familiar with. The name on the cover became clearer after Zeno's held it in his palms. A.N.P. Anthony Nathaniel Peveril, Zeno's revealed. Was that one of the three brothers from the tale? I don't remember if the names were actually mentioned, Daphne commented. No, but this Anthony was the direct descendant of the youngest brother, the one who was given the cloak of invisibility. Zeno's glanced at Harry. It was, in fact, him who was responsible for the cloak ending up in the Potter family. Really? Does it say the how and why? Harry asked. You'll have a chance to read it in a moment, but first there is something else you need to see. He opened the diary around the middle. At this point, the Peveril family was in decline. Anthony was one of its latest members and the current lord of the house. The first half of the diary entries are very mundane and just describe the many struggles he had as the lord. But then, on the night of his 30th birthday, he received the visit of a mysterious figure. A mysterious figure, Daphne repeated. You don't mean Harry could only think of one particular figure? Zeno's nodded. It is as you think. The description given here matches perfectly with the one previously mentioned by his ancestors during their brief encounter with Death. Death in person came to visit him? Daphne asked. He never uses that name directly. He wrote that someone wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body knocked on his door at night, claiming to be an old family friend. Does it say what this individual looked like? You know beneath the cloak, Daphne asked. The description was kept vague and simple, not delving into details. I do believe this was done on purpose, perhaps for fear of punishment if he were to say too much. Okay, let's leave the description aside. What did this individual want from Lord Peveril? From what he wrote, the visit was brief. This black-cloaked person inquired about Lord Peveril's ancestors and about the cloak left in his family's care. Before leaving, he gave Anthony Peveril a box and requested that he and his family safeguard this box until the person meant for it finally appeared. He also left a warning to him, to never open the box or try to look inside. For whoever did so would suffer a terrible punishment. What happened then? Daphne said with interest. He put the box in the safest place he could think of, his family vault. And then waited for this person meant for the box, but that never happened. And he never tried to open it. I would have been too curious, Harry said. Not everyone is so reckless, Daphne added. He never did, Zeno's answered. That visit left Lord Peveril truly scared and paranoid. Even his writing became different after that day. So this box could still be at the Peveril vault? Daphne asked. That is what I believe, yes. If that was something left by Death for someone in particular, I doubt anyone else would be capable of touching it without suffering a terrible fate, Zeno said. After hearing the whole story, Harry recalled something important. But how can you be so sure that this mysterious individual was actually Death, and that the box left behind was a fourth Deathly Hallow that no one had ever claimed? Daphne felt that he was jumping to conclusions. I think you may be right, Harry said all of a sudden. Thanks, I think th. No, I meant him. Harry interrupted Daphne and pointed at Zeno's. Around 2 years ago, I visited my family vaults and saw the one belonging to the Peveril family. You saw the Peveril vault? Daphne exclaimed. Only a few knew about that vault, which remained untouched for centuries at the bottom of Gringotts underground caves. I didn't just see it. When I got closer I felt something, some sort of connection, but it was very faint, Harry explained. Like what you felt from the other Hallows? Zeno's asked. I think so, it's hard to be sure. This was much earlier. Right, you were yet to awaken properly as the Master of Death. I'm sure the connection will be much stronger now, Zeno said. You think that box was left for Harry? Daphne realized what Zeno's was implying. I believe it was left for whoever was chosen by the other 3 Deathly Hallows, it just didn't happen until now. I guess we could make a trip to the vaults and check, Harry suggested. And have you thought about how to open the Peveril vault? Because I assume you don't have the keys, Daphne said. I do have the key, actually, Harry said. This surprised both Zenos and Daphne. Why would you have the key to the Peveril vault? Daphne asked. A few years ago, when I visited my family vault, we found it there, in a small box, hidden behind a wall. It was very weird, Harry admitted. I knew it. This must be fate. Zenos got exited. But those old vaults don't work with just keys. You need to be part of the family bloodline, Harry frowned. So we are still going to need a Peveril to open it for us. That family went extinct centuries ago, Daphne said. We don't have to look for anyone, Zenos proclaimed before moving his eyes to Harry. We have a Peveril descendant right here. Chapter 293. Harry a Peveril. Daphne gave him a dubious look. Zeno pointed to the diary before passing it to Harry. I believe it's from page 90 and onward. Lord Anthony Peveril saved a Muggleborn who was being chased by some Muggle villagers. Harry and Daphne began to read the later entries. After saving that girl, the Lord fell in love and wanted to marry her, but his remaining family was against it. Magical houses back then didn't care that much about blood purity, but they still cared about social status. The Peveril family may have been in decline, but they still held a noble position among the small magical society of the era. This girl was just the daughter of some local Muggle commoner. She came from a humble family of pottery artisans. Anthony Peveril became outraged with his family, and by the end of a long conflict, he renounced his lordship and family status, passing it to someone else and leaving his house. If that's how things are, I'm willing to become a simple potter to be with her, Harry repeated the line written in the diary. That's so romantic, Daphne commented. Please, tell me that this is not the origin of my house, Harry grumbled. His library contained little information about the founding of the Potter house, and this story was definitely not there. I do believe that is the case if you continue to read, there is a lot more, Zeno said. Lord Anthony left the Peveril house, only taking with him a few possessions. But he did take the cloak of invisibility and, I suppose he took the family vault key too. He then married that girl and later adopted Potter as his new family name. Although their firstborn son, Alexander Potter, would be the one recognized as the actual family founder. At least it explains how the cloak ended up as a family relic, said Harry. This also means that you really have some Peveril blood in you, Daphne commented. Wait, and what happened to the rest of the family? The diary doesn't mention much about them, but from what I learned from other sources, they didn't last long. The title of Lord was passed to Anthony's cousin, and after that, the Peveril house only lasted 2 more generations before vanishing from history, Zeno explained. I wonder what happened to them, Daphne said. Many old families end up disappearing over time, it is a common occurrence. Perhaps they got into conflict with another house more powerful than them and got wiped out, Harry said. Regardless of whether that story is true or not, the next step would be to visit the Peveril vault. Only then can we be sure, he added. Do you mind if I accompany you? Zeno asked. I have spent a large part of my life researching the Deathly Hallows, and this could be the culmination of a life's work. Of course, I don't mind. Besides, you are the expert in these matters. I may need your help. Harry. Daphne looked at him. You want to join us? Harry asked. She already knew almost everything about him, so it wasn't like he had much to hide from this girl. That's fine by me. But I can't guarantee that we will find something interesting down there. It may still be a waste of time. Just seeing that ancient vault will be worth the trip. The excitement was reflected in her eyes. It is decided then, and what about you? Harry asked the last occupant of the room. Luna didn't appear to have much interest in their topic of conversation, so she remained quiet the whole time while reading a book. I don't like the goblin mines, they are stuffy and smelly. Fine, then you can stay here. Call Mipsy if you need anything or if you want to go see Lyra. Harry pulled his wand. Let's get to Gringotts then. How far are we going? Daphne asked. The cart ride had already been plenty long, and the goblin kept the cart going further and further into the underground tunnels. They had already passed the area where her family vault was located and just continued further. Even the illumination was getting dimmer, and she could not see any more vault doors around them. There is still a bit left, said Harry. Fascinating. Zeno was inspecting his surroundings. I once wrote an article about how the goblins were amassing a huge army in the depths of these tunnels and conspiring to take over the surface. What? Shouted the goblin while driving. Lord Lovegood. Daphne gave the man a pleading look to shut up. This was the worst possible place to anger the goblin. Oh, I mean, it was just something I heard from an unreliable source. Who told you that? The goblin was getting more anxious. Harry handed him a few galleons. My friend here is just speaking nonsense. Can we forget about his comment? The goblin grumbled something in his language and continued driving the cart. A few minutes later, they stopped before a massive crevice in the ground. Have we arrived now? Daphne looked at her surroundings. She saw no more railroads ahead, so she assumed it was here. I can't see any vaults though. It's just a bit ahead, Harry said before gripping the cart with force. Daphne appeared to be confused. Ahead, there is nothing there. Harry, why are you smiling like that? Chapter 294. I have never seen you scream like that before, Harry commented after the cart finally stopped. You knew. Daphne exclaimed. After stopping at what seemed like the end of the rails, the goblin pulled another lever and the cart was propelled down the hole at a 90-degree angle at a ridiculous speed. I wanted it to be a memorable experience. I'll give you a memorable experience. Daphne punched his shoulder. We have arrived, you can get out. The goblin sounded somewhat annoyed already. Zeno, you look a bit paler than usual, Harry noted. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Bleg, he vomited next to the goblin. Ah. Daphne jumped out of the cart. Damn wizard. Get off my cart, the goblin shouted. I didn't see that coming, Zeno said calmly as he didn't just unload inside the cart. It must have something to do with Bleg. Out. So here we are. The ancient vaults, Harry announced. They could hear the goblin complaining in the back. You know, I could clean that with a single spell, Harry offered. No, we can have wizard magic here. It could trigger the alarm and we would all die. The goblin continued to use his dirty rag in the most efficient way possible. What kind of alarm is that, Dot? Daphne wondered. I'm really sorry about that, Zeno apologized again. Harry had already given the goblin several more galleons. Otherwise, they would have received more than some insults in goblin tongue. Where is the Peveril one? Daphne looked around. There were only half a dozen torches illuminating this large circular chamber, so it was almost impossible to distinguish one vault from another. Over here. Harry was feeling the same connection that he felt during his first visit, but this time it was much stronger. He quickly located the door with the Peveril symbol on top. This is it. The end of my research, Zeno said with mixed feelings. Hold it, wizard. The goblin dropped what he was doing when he saw Harry approach the vault door. You can't do that. I haven't done anything yet, said Harry. You were authorized to access the Potter vaults and only the Potter vaults, the goblin said. If you try to open any other vault, the security. But if I can actually open the vault, doesn't that mean that I had permission? Harry asked, while taking something out of his pocket. The goblin glanced at the vault that Harry had in front of him. Are you a Peveril? Distantly related, Harry looked at Zeno. Maybe, he then added. Are we sure about this? Perhaps there is another way to access that vault. Daphne was starting to have doubts. Despite having the key, this may not be enough to open the vault gate if it also requires having enough Peveril blood. Maybe we could search for the descendants of the main family. After all, Anthony Peveril left his house a long time ago, and since then, his bloodline must have been thinned out in favor of others. It will be fine. This is fate. Harry is the chosen one. The door will definitely open for him, Zeno claimed with absolute confidence. Harry turned around and took a better look at the vault door. The design was a bit different from his family's. It looked much more ancient and rustic. But he could still easily recognize the place where he had to insert the key and put his hand. He looked back at the key he was holding. It was definitely as ancient as this gate and it carried the Peveril symbol on it. This has to work. Wait. This is very irregular. The goblin was starting to panic. We must return to the ground level and speak with the manager, Yellow Scar. And then we have to go through all of this again? Daphne asked. Since I am already here I may as well give it a try. Harry held the key with his left hand and placed his right one on the metallic plate, despite the goblin's complaints. Harry felt a pinch on his index finger and knew that some blood had been drawn and gave the key a twist at the same time. The group stood in silence, looking at the vault door, waiting with anticipation to see if it would open. The key was sucked into the gate without warning, and this one then began to make a series of noises. This is different, Harry noticed that this was not what happened when his father opened the Potter vault. It's opening. Daphne exclaimed. See? I told you. Harry was fated to be here, at this very moment, and to. Silence. The goblin screamed, startling everyone in the process. Listen. Harry felt that something was wrong. The noises coming from the gate had stopped all of a sudden, and now there were different ones from somewhere else. Oh no! The goblin hurried to return to his mine cart. He wasted no time getting inside and began to pull levers, not caring any more about the mess that Zeno made. Where are you going? Daphne glared at the goblin. The security measures. You blasted wizard. You have triggered the alarm with your reckless behavior. Now the defenses have been activated. The goblin pulled one last lever, and the cart began to move backward. Defense system. Harry could detect something opening, but it was none of the vault doors. The sound came from somewhere further away. Hey! You can't leave us here. Daphne wanted to catch the cart but it had already gotten too far away. You are doomed. The goblin's cart disappeared into the darkness. Maybe I was wrong after all, Zeno realized. You think? Harry raised an eyebrow. Still it was me who created this mess. Let me deal with them. He added. Them, Daphne then began to hear steps. The source of the sounds was a large hole that had appeared between two of the vault doors. From this hole, a four-legged creature emerged into the main chamber. The feeble light of the torches did a poor job of showing its features. But for those who were a bit familiar with it they could easily recognize it. Is that what I think it is? Zeno asked. Because if it is, we are in some serious trouble. What do you think it is? Daphne was sure she had seen it before in some books, but the name evaded her. Try not to breathe too much. Harry stepped forward. That is a nundu. Chapter 295. A feline-like creature with dark leathery skin walked out of the recently opened hole. It had bright eyes that pierced the darkness of the cavern and a pouch around its neck with spikes all over its surface. As the creature moved and breathed, green poisonous smoke came out of its mouth. Any person who inhaled that smoke would be dead in mere seconds. Despite its relatively small size compared to other dangerous magical beasts, the nundu was considered one of the worst, and a full squad of 24 trained wizards was the minimum recommended to deal with this monster. This is the security measure the goblin was talking about? Daphne asked. No wonder he was so scared, Zeno said. They only lifted their eyes off the nundu for a second, and that was all it needed to lose it in the darkness. Where Daphne heard a loud sound on her left side and was startled to find the nundu had almost reached her but ended up clashing against a powerful barrier. Harry did not waste time using his strongest defensive spell. Don't take your eyes off them, he warned. Them. Zeno then saw something moving a bit further away. There were two more creatures like the first one, they were slowly walking out of the opening. 3 nundus. Daphne exclaimed. She had read terrifying tales about what a single one of these monsters could do. Petra tradisim haste. Harry did not want to give the nundu any time to recover after hitting its head against his shield and went on the offensive. 13 sharp stone spears formed from the ground beneath it and shot toward the target. This was one of his most efficient transfigurations and the same one he had used to kill a basilisk before. But against the nundu, it was useless. The spears were fast and their aim was true. But the magical feline was too nimble and quick. It managed to squeeze between the stone spears and escaped without suffering any damage. Harry frowned. He had hoped to end this quickly. The chamber was too small to use any of his most destructive spells without the risk of collapsing it. And with 3 nundus filling the limited space with their deadly poison, time was of the essence. In the next instant, his wand was replaced by his goblin steel staff, good thing I took precautions. Libera, 7 of the 9 arcs in his body became active and gained a bright shine. Harry's eyes changed color to a bright blue as his body was overwhelmed by a massive surge of magical energy. The nundu remained at the spot where it had landed and stared at Harry, as if waiting for his next move. The other 2 did not show any intent to join their brother in the fight. Nundus were very prideful lone hunters. They would never share prey unless they intended to steal it. Instead, they moved their attention to the other 2 people in the room, who were still behind Harry's barrier. Harry had finished his short preparation and went back at it. Let's see how you dodge this. He conjured 100 steel blades all around the nundu in front of him. The beast made a startled expression, it clearly had not been expecting a single wizard to be able to do something like this. The blades began to move almost immediately after being conjured, not giving it time to adjust its position. With so many of them flying from every angle, it didn't matter how fast the nundu was, it could not escape this time around. Dozens of sharp steel blades impacted its body with tremendous force. Harry expected to see the creature become completely skewered, but the result was much more disappointing than that. Are you serious? Speed was not the only thing that made a nundu hard to kill. Its leathery skin had magical properties that made it as resilient as the strongest metal. Harry's conjured blades had only managed to inflict superficial cuts. But it wasn't like they accomplished nothing. The nundu roared in anger while glaring at Harry. It had been too long since anyone had managed to make it feel this much pain. This is bad. Harry saw the other two creatures charging at the barrier protecting Daphne and Zeno. He had confidence in his defenses, but those sharp claws would eventually be able to damage the runes and take them down. And even if they didn't, the deadly toxins exuded by these two would start to seep through the barrier. I can't fail again the next attack, I have to kill it no matter what, Harry thought. The Nunda stared at Harry and growled. The creature was not only arrogant but also had a high level of intelligence and understood that this person was very dangerous. As an apex predator, it is rare for it to find an opponent that would force it to get serious, but it knew that this was no time to hold back and went on the offensive. Its eyes shone with more intensity, its leathery pouch became more inflated while green toxic smoke escaped its mouth. And then it disappeared from its spot. Chapter 296. Harry held the staff in front of him to intercept the sharp claw of the Nundu. He saw the incredibly sharp claw beginning to cause an indentation on the surface of the goblin's steel artifact. Something that should be almost impossible. Depulso. The Nunda was pushed back but was not deterred in the slightest. Its intent still lingered and it was already preparing to charge again. Gladius. The staff transformed into a long single-edged sword, made of the same composition as the staff. Normal steel was not enough to cut through its tough hide, but goblin steel was several grades higher in terms of sharpness. However, he could not stop at just that. Divulsa. A baleful purple aura enveloped the blade. Accelerato. He felt his muscles tense as the enhancement charm took effect. This would allow him to move much faster but would also tear his bones and muscles apart if he kept it for too long. The Nundu jumped in the air with both its claws ready to cut him into shreds. But then, all of a sudden, Harry disappeared from view. This took the Nundu by surprise and made it lose its focus momentarily. It all happened in less than a second. The invisible cursed blade slashed the beast across its chest before it had a chance to understand what had happened. Harry had not moved from his spot, he had merely used his ability to become invisible as a distraction to create an opening in its defenses. He then moved aside, allowing the Nundu to fall behind him. The cut had been deep, but not deep enough to reach its internal organs. However, Harry knew that this was already over. The Nundu let out an indescribable roar of agony when it felt the curse eating away at its insides. Its powerful hide could not protect it from this type of damage. And Harry had empowered the corrosive curse as much as it was possible to do so. Even a massive dragon would have been corroded in seconds with the amount of magic he put in it. When he glanced back, all that was left was a pool of blood and some bones. The two other beasts had stopped their assault on the magical shield when they heard the agonizing noises from their brother. It was then that they realized something, that wizard was not just another prey for them to hunt but a predator like them. The creatures were intelligent enough to recognize they were in a dangerous situation and, against their usual instincts, it was best to work together and eliminate the threat. They then proceeded to ignore Daphne and Zeno, who were considered harmless to them, and focused on Harry. Great, now I have to deal with two of them at the same time. One had already been difficult enough. His eyes moved to one of his rings. It was still shining brightly, meaning it still had plenty of magic in it, but that was not going to last forever. Should I activate the other two and go all out? He considered it for a moment, but during the one and only test he had performed, the moment he activated the full 9-arc stone array, it would be followed by a powerful surge of magic that would shake the surroundings with tremendous violence. If I end up collapsing the chamber, it will all be for naught. But it's not like I have run out of tricks. The two Nundus moved at an incredible speed and were already in front of him. His staff had recovered its original shape, but his body was still under the effect of the speed charm, allowing him to react faster. Incendium. Viridescent flames erupted forward like a volcano, covering his vision. Even with their incredible resistances, the two beasts knew better than to get hit by that cursed green fire. So, making use of their incredible speed, they moved away before being touched by the flames. Daphne and Zeno were watching everything from inside the protective barrier. Zeno was, of course, very worried, but the wizard knew his limits. The only thing he could accomplish if he tried to fight alongside Harry would be to get in his way and maybe cause them both to die. Daphne had a different idea in her mind. I have to do something. She could not stand there and continue to watch any longer. It wasn't that she didn't have trust in Harry to win, but more that she did not want to just be one more person being protected by him. She wanted to be at his side. Her eyes moved to the dead Nundu. There wasn't much left of it, but there was only one thing that interested her. That blood should be enough, she murmured to herself. Don't do anything foolish, little one. Those beasts are not to be trifled with. Zeno's usual playful and aloof demeanor was nowhere to be seen. I know what I'm doing, Daphne said with confidence. She was not one to rush into things without thinking. She had a clear plan in mind. I have not wasted my summer playing around, Mr. Lovegood. I can help him now. I have an idea of what to do. After saying that, Daphne ran out of the barrier without hesitation. Chapter 297. Harry was too distracted by the two Nundus to realize that Daphne had left the barrier and was now running across the chamber. Luckily for her, the two beasts were completely focused on Harry and didn't care about chasing anyone else at the moment. When she reached the pool of blood, she knelt down in front of it, touching the thick liquid with her wand, and began to chant in Old English. Seeketh those folk, seeketh those liketh thee. The blood began to stir. Findeth those folk, and killeth those folk all. The pool of blood came to life. It divided itself into several equal parts and remained in the air waiting for the final command. Sanguinis Quidem. Daphne's wand was pointing at the two Nundus. The orbs of Nunda blood adopted the shape of sharp needles before flying to their targets, moving as fast as bullets. Harry had noticed an intense magical current behind him but was not able to turn his attention away from these two. He was using his wand in his left hand, forming a barrier to block one beast while using his staff to fight off the other one. They did not give him even a second to breathe. And that was also starting to apply in the literal sense as the air around him became increasingly toxic to breathe. Then, out of nowhere, some red spikes came flying and buried themselves into the flesh of the Nundus, making them yelp in pain. The blood needles were sharper than the average steel and were able to pierce the surface of their tough hides. But Daphne's magic was not finished yet. The needles used the wounds as an entry point to bury themselves into the bodies of the beasts and continue to cause havoc from the inside. The two Nundus let out roars of agony and Harry felt their pressure completely disappear. The beasts knew they were in a dire situation now and did not think twice before turning around and trying to escape back into the opening they used to enter the chamber. You think you can leave? Harry said. As soon as the first one turned around, he plunged the tip of his staff into its back. Devulsa. The corrosive curse was injected directly into the Nundu's body. The other one was already several feet away, albeit the damage caused by Daphne was making it move much slower than usual. Harry removed the staff from one beast and used all his remaining strength to throw it at the other one like it was a javelin. Depulso. As the staff left his hand, he added a wandless banishing charm for good measure. The staff became a blur until it caught the Nundu on its side, almost piercing it completely and sending it tumbling to its death. Harry could feel his body complaining from the strain he was putting it through, so he hurried to cancel his enhancement charm and close the connection to the 7-arc stone array before collapsing to his knees. Harry, are you okay? Daphne saw the toxic smoke close to his face and used a wind charm to move it away. I doubt that would kill me, but thanks. Harry stood back up. And I'm fine, just a bit tired. He turned and looked at her worried face. Seriously, I'm fine. By the way, was that blood magic? Daphne nodded. I didn't want to learn it at first. That magic I just used, it is meant to kill people related to the target of the blood curse. Seems very cruel. Magic is not cruel, just the people that use it, Harry corrected her statement. That's what Miss Yafel said, Daphne replied. Is it over? Can I come out? Xenos asked from the other side of the room. Harry gave his wand a flick and removed the protection. Totally safe. Those damn beasts are not standing up again. Daphne glanced at the last two. Their bodies had dissolved completely like the first one, leaving only their bones and some blood. You know, the materials of the Nundus would have been worth a fortune. What a shame, there is not much left. If I didn't use that curse, the ones dissolving on the ground could have been us, Harry said. I wasn't complaining. Daphne huffed. I just thought it was a shame to lose such valuable materials. And I think I helped you quite a bit this time, right? She got a bit closer. Harry turned around and went to retrieve his staff. I had everything under control. Really? Because those two last ones appear to have been giving you a hard time from where I was standing. Nonsense, Harry brushed her off. I was about to take care of them with. With what? She asked. Now you'll never know. Harry shrugged. But he stared at her directly. You were very helpful back there, so thanks. He turned to face the Peveril vault. Well, if there are no more security measures, we can open this door now. I don't think it will open with your touch. Your Peveril blood must be too diluted to pass the safety protocols, Xenos said. Yes, I think we all noticed that, Daphne said. But Harry may have another way. Sure, I do. Harry tapped the gate with his staff. You may want to stand back for this. Chapter 298. The vault gate began to shake as Harry attempted to overpower the protections embedded inside. Despite how old this particular vault was, the goblins who created it had made sure it was extremely secure, even by modern standards. Harry knew there was a more efficient and discreet way of doing this. He recalled seeing Bill Weasley opening ancient vaults with relative ease and without triggering any protections. Unfortunately, that required a very specific set of skills he did not possess. The vault gate shook again. Are you trying to break it or open it? Daphne took another step back. She was beginning to doubt Harry a little bit. I'm not sure whatever occurs first, I suppose. Harry said calmly. I believe our goblin guide must be on his way to inform his superiors about our misdeed. Xenos commented. Daphne gasped. Everything happened too fast and she hadn't had time to digest it at all, but she had just realized something important. The goblins are going to arrest us. By Merlin, we are criminals. Relax, it's going to be fine. Let me deal with the goblins when they come here. Harry said. Daphne could not help but become more nervous at hearing this. By dealing with them, you mean? I'm not going to kill them, okay? I have sort of an idea. Sort of, Daphne raised an eyebrow. Yes, sort of. But that is for later. Now allow me to concentrate. This work requires finesse. He huffed in annoyance. Daphne nodded and remained quiet. She may not know much about opening goblin-made doors, but she could believe it was a very difficult and delicate task. Harry continued to pour raw magic into the door, hoping to break the defenses that were keeping him from being able to use transfiguration on it. During the previous fight, he had made use of an external source of magic so his personal reserves were still intact. He could feel something on the other side, calling for him. It was much more intense than during his previous visit, and it was getting progressively stronger. This must mean the gate is being weakened, or at least that's what he thought. Feeling a bit relieved to know that his method was showing results, Harry continued pouring more and more of his magic into the gate. Soon enough, sparks of light could be seen across its surface with their naked eyes. I got you. He coursed even more magic, and this time it shook more violently. Harry knew it was almost there. All he had to do now is give it a last push. But, I must say, Miss Greengrass, Xenos started. You shouldn't worry too much about the goblins. Our previous actions against the Nundus were merely an act of self-defense. I'm sure they will be reasonable. Daphne tried to ignore the vault gate shaking and considered Xenos' words. Maybe we can get away with only an apology and some monetary compensation. I mean, we haven't really caused any real damage. At that moment, the gate stopped shaking and making noises, like it had finally been defeated. The defenses are down. I think I can know. Before Harry could finish his sentence, the vault gate exploded into large metallic chunks that went flying everywhere. The gate had become unable to contain the immense amount of energy that had been concentrated inside, so when its protections finally failed, it blew up with violence. Daphne and Xenos hurried to drop to the ground and heard the pieces of the vault door passing close by and crashing against the walls of the chamber. For the next several seconds, they heard a cacophony of unsettling noise as everything around them seemed to be destroyed. Once it was finally over and silence returned, Harry looked back at the mess he had just created. There were large pieces of metal embedded into the walls and one of them had hit one of the other vault gates, causing some serious damage to it. He was glad to see that Daphne and Xenos were fine. None of the parts were even close to touching them since they had been standing near the center of the chamber. This was not the ideal outcome he had hoped for. And this will certainly make things more difficult with the goblins, but what's done is done. He saw as Daphne and Xenos stood back up and looked around at the disaster before going back to stare at him with complicated expressions. Harry could not guess what they were thinking at this instant. So he just pointed at the hole left behind by the absence of the vault gate. I opened it. You don't say. Daphne had her arms crossed and a deep frown on her face. I did tell you to stand back. He did say that. And what happened to the hole? This work requires finesse. Thing you said before. Daphne glanced around the chamber again. I don't see much finesse here. This is certainly not the way but I suppose it doesn't matter much. Xenos didn't seem to mind it. But the goblins will not like this one bit, he added. Those guys are never happy. Anyway, let us go inside. No need to waste more time here, said Harry. Daphne peeked at the park entrance. As much as she wanted to yell at Harry a bit more, her curiosity about the contents of the vault was stronger than anything else. The three of them stood before the entrance. It was too dark to see anything beyond a couple of feet into the vault. Here we go. Harry aimed his wand forward. Lumos. Chapter 299. Harry's spell illuminated the entrance, but nothing of note jumped into their field of vision immediately. The vault seemed to be at least as big as the Potter one, maybe even bigger. It was hard to tell without seeing the walls. The floor was made of very simple gray stone, and there were no pieces of furniture, gold, shelves, or anything one would expect to find inside a vault. There's not much in here, Harry pointed out the obvious. They then heard a loud, crunch noise coming from below. Wait. I think I stepped on something, Daphne said. The three of them looked down at the same time. There was just enough light to discern exactly what it was. Ah! Daphne screamed and took a big jump back to get away from the thing she had stepped on. There were bones on the ground, but these were not just random scattered bones. They were bones belonging to a human hand that was still attached to the rest of the skeleton. A corpse! Xenos exclaimed. Who dies inside a vault? Harry created a few more spheres of light to get a better look at the skeleton. It was lying face down on the floor, and from the looks of it, it belonged to a woman. She was still wearing a long elegant crimson dress, and her long dark hair remained mostly intact. It was hard to tell if the face was completely decomposed, but no one seemed eager to turn her around. Who is that? Daphne approached again, very slowly, and remained behind Harry. Are you worried she is going to stand back up? Harry asked her with a hint of mockery. Of course not. That is definitely someone from the Peveril family. Xenos pointed at the sign from the Peveril house on the dress. Makes sense, this is their vault, Harry said. So we can discard a thief who sneaked in here and got trapped, not that it was very likely to begin with, added Daphne. And what about those over there? Harry pointed ahead and several orbs of light illuminated the place better. Daphne gasped when the light charms showed her the rest of the vault. In front of them, several more skeletons were now visible. What happened here? How did so many people die inside this vault? Daphne wondered. As they got closer, they counted 4 more corpses at different distances from the entrance. 3 were facing the vault door, like the first one they saw. It was like they all died while trying to leave the vault. It was very unsettling. The one Harry found the most interesting was the last one. This one had died while clutching at some sort of stone altar near the middle of the vault. What do we have here? This altar appeared to be the only thing inside this room. He moved the lights to observe it better. The altar itself had nothing of interest on it. No marks or drawings of any kind, it was like it was created in a rush. But on top of the altar was a box, a pitch-black box. I believe we have found what we came here for. Xenos' eyes rested on the box. Daphne was the only one looking at the last skeleton, the one resting at the base of the altar. This one looked very different from the others. By the type of robes, it could be concluded this was a man. Those robes are incredibly fancy. She recognized some of the materials, like the very high-quality dragon hide that formed the outside of his robes, or the mixture of precious metals and stones that decorated it. She had seen a few pompous lords dressed up in similar fashion during her visits to the ministry with her father, but it was a rare sight. Wait, look at this. She spotted something glistening and knelt down to pick it up. Right next to the skeleton's right hand was a ring. It was golden with a black emblem decorating its surface. Let me see. Xenos got closer and took a better look. It's a family ring, Daphne said with absolute certainty. She had seen many of these types of rings already. The lord or lady of a house would be the only one who could wear them. A quick glance at the emblem on the ring revealed who this person had been in life. I believe we are in the presence of the last Peveril lord, Xenos said. And I believe we have discovered why the Peveril family vanished without a trace, Harry added. These 5 people in the vault must have been the last members of the house at that time. That would explain why no one had come here to reclaim the family ring and take care of the bodies. But how did they enter here? The previous lord had taken the key with him before leaving. That's how it ended in my family vault, Harry said. The goblins must have made another copy for them. After all, once the next Peveril lord took charge, he could use his family ring as evidence of his claim. The goblins could not refuse him entrance to his own house vault. Daphne had read a lot about the inner workings of Gringotts in her free time. I'm more worried about what killed them. She looked at the position of the bodies. It almost seems like they were trying to escape from something. Yes, you may be right. Xenos' eyes moved to the box. And I believe the culprit is right here. The box you mean? Daphne glanced at it too. The box was very strange. Even upon close inspection, they could not tell what material it was made of. But the most striking feature was its color. It was the darkest tone of black they had ever seen. It was so dark that it almost gave the feeling that the box was absorbing the light coming from Harry's light charms. Whatever the box was made of, it was something very unnatural. Harry stared at the Peveril lord with a knowing look. You couldn't help it, huh? You tried to open the box. Chapter 300. Death's warning, Xenos muttered. It appears that the warning left behind was not a mere bluff. Harry, are you sure about this? After seeing those corpses, Daphne was more than worried. According to the diary, this was only meant to be opened by one chosen individual. Harry ran his fingers across the box's surface. It felt cold to the touch, but the connection was stronger than ever. Whatever it was that had been calling for him, it was inside this box. I have no doubt that Harry is the one meant to open this, Zenos said with confidence. You are also sure he could open the door, and if he isn't, we are going to end up like them? Daphne's eyes moved over the several skeletons scattered across the vault. I have a lot of confidence in this, Harry said. But you can wait outside of the vault if you want. I understand. Daphne sighed. Fine, open it. I'll stay. Very well, he picked up the box and held it in one hand. It was a lot lighter than he expected. There we go, he pulled on the lid, and this one opened with almost no effort. Zenos and Daphne stared intensely at the box. They were all holding their breaths as Harry pulled the lid up. And then nothing happened. Well? What's inside? Daphne could not see the inside of the box from where she was standing. Harry was holding it too high for her to peek. How can it be? Zenos exclaimed. I don't know how to say this. Harry lowered the box a bit so now they could all see the inside. It's empty. Unlike the pitch-black exterior, the inside was very light in tone and they could all clearly see that it was completely empty. Empty. Even Daphne could not believe it. This is impossible. No one else could have taken its contents without suffering from death's punishment, Zenos said. Could it have been a different master of death? Harry asked. There has never been another one. Since their inception the Deathly Hallows have only been reunited once, Zenos explained. Still, Harry stared at the box. The feeling had not disappeared. He still felt its calling. But if the box is empty, what is O? He then realized the truth. Is the box? What do you mean? Daphne asked. I mean that there was never anything inside this thing. The box is the fourth Deathly Hallow. As Harry said this, the black box closed by itself. The lid became sealed shut and the opening disappeared, leaving a completely smooth black cube. What's happening? Zenos exclaimed. The black cube in Harry's hand began to dissolve before their eyes. Its previously solid surface turned into a dark thick mist. Harry did not panic. He felt that this was supposed to happen. The cube had only been a temporary shape. That was not the real visage of Death's last artifact. Harry. Daphne was extremely nervous. She was watching as the mist began to encircle Harry. The cube had completely disappeared, leaving only the mist behind. The dark substance was so thick that it almost looked like a liquid. It was now covering Harry from head to toe. Harry's shoes were the only thing left visible. Harry. What do we do? Daphne wondered. Nothing. Zenos hurried to say. Look closely, he is not struggling or making any painful noises. Harry is fine. I believe we are about to see the real Hallow. Daphne did not take her eyes off Harry for 1 second. If he even gestured to ask for help, she was going to do something. But Harry never made a sound as the mist began to take shape. It seemed to mold around his body like a piece of cloth, but it still covered everything in such a dark tone of black that it almost seemed to eat away the light around him. I see now. I know what this is. Zenos said with excitement. Daphne had no idea what he was talking about, so she remained quiet. The material covering Harry had gone completely from gas to liquid and finally to solid. There was a thick fabric covering his body from head to toe, not even showing an inch of his skin. His face remained hidden beneath a cloak, and no matter how much they tried, they could not see his face at all. Then, all of a sudden, a pair of green beacons of light appeared on his face. Daphne got startled and almost fell on her back. Zenos was smiling the whole time. The visage of Death. These are the robes used by Death herself. What a magnificent sight, Death, Daphne mumbled. It was true. Right now, the figure of Harry has been replaced by the god of death. Or at least, the depiction that most people had agreed on when creating their drawings and paintings. The pitch-black robes moved slightly as he took a step forward. Its two shiny green eyes were now focused on the scared girl. Daphne felt shivers and had the sudden need to get away from him. Stop, don't get in dash. Daphne, it's me. The voice of Harry washed away her fear. The cloak was pulled back, revealing his usual face. Sorry for startling you. I was trying to get adjusted to this, still feels a bit strange. He moved his hands a bit while saying this. So this is the fourth Deathly Hallow. I was not expecting clothes, said Harry. He thought it was going to be some sort of weapon. Comparing Death's visage with simple clothes is a bit, Zenos murmured. So you are fine. When I saw that black thing wrap all over you, I got scared, said Daphne. Harry looked at her. I'm perfectly okay, Daphne. I just need tea dash. They heard a commotion outside. Oh, what now? Daphne asked. That may be the goblins, I presume, said Xenos. That's all right. We got what we came for. Let us go outside and deal with the goblins, Harry said. Chapter 301. Are you going out like that? Daphne asked. Without covering his head, Death's robes may appear like a normal black piece of clothing, but the more one stared at them, they would begin to notice their unnatural movements. It was like the fabric itself was alive. The color was also off-putting. The tone of black was so dark that it almost seemed to vanish into the shadows while eating away all the light around it. Right, I should take this off, Harry almost forgot he was wearing them. The robes were extremely comfortable to him, almost like being wrapped in a warm blanket on a cold day. But when he made a motion to take them off, he found an issue. They seemed to be stuck. Daphne got a bit closer to look at the robes better. Oh wow. At this distance, she could clearly see it. The robes weren't really acting like a piece of clothing. The black material appeared to have fused with Harry's body, making it impossible to remove. I'm not sure how to say this, Harry. But it's like the robes have become part of you. She hoped for that not to be true, though. Wait, you mean I can't remove them? Harry frowned. Calm down. Of course, the robes have become a part of you. This is normal. Xenos stated. You knew this was going to happen. Daphne threw him an accusatory glance. I didn't even know the fourth Hallow existed until earlier this month, much less what it was. He looked at Harry. But this should be no different than the other three. They also bonded with you and you have control over them and their powers. The robes should be the same. At least, that is what I believe. He pointed at his head. You removed the hood without thinking, remember? Harry realized Xenos was correct. When Daphne got scared of him, he wanted to show her his face, and the robes obeyed. He closed his eyes and focused on his connection with the robes. Then, he gave them a command to hide away. The robes immediately began to shrink until they were nothing more than a small black sphere, which then proceeded to disappear inside his body. Fascinating. Xenos had a wide smile on his face. So, it's still in your body? Daphne wondered. Yes, I can feel it. If I were to give it an order to come out, it will. He said with certainty. Humans. A loud shout came from outside. This is Commander Silveraxe from the Goblin 1st Battalion. You have nowhere to escape to. Come out and surrender in peace. Yikes, he sounds very angry. Daphne had hoped they would be more willing to talk things out, but it appears to be very unlikely now. Do not worry, Harry said he has a plan. Xenos pointed out to her. This one nodded. You can leave it to me. I'll handle the goblins. He then began to walk out of the chamber. Daphne and Xenos followed him close behind. When the trio went out into the chamber, they found themselves facing an alarming amount of armor-clad goblins, who looked ready for war. How did so many of them get here so quickly? Daphne exclaimed. It took them at least 10 minutes of riding the minecart to arrive at the chambers. For this amount of goblins to be here in such a short amount of time, it should simply not be possible. Xenos gave her a knowing look. You are assuming the goblins don't have a better and faster way to move around the tunnels, one that they keep secret from us. He said with enthusiasm. One of my most reliable sources once told me th. Silence, humans. The commander screamed with fury. Drop your wands and lift your hands in the air. Do not make me repeat myself. The soldiers had circled the vault entrance, completely sealing any chance of escape without a fight. As the commander gave them the order to surrender, the armor-clad goblins took a few steps closer, with their sharp weapons pointing at them. Daphne glanced at Harry's back, wondering what kind of plan he had in mind. She could only hope he was not thinking about embarking on something that would lead to a war with the Goblin Nation. They had enough problems already. It's okay, leave it to me. He turned around to her with a confident smile on his face before walking forward to the goblins. He did not take 2 steps before the commander shouted back at him. He and his soldier appeared to be ready for an attack at any second. Stop. The commander pointed his axe at Harry, and his men did the same with their weapons. A good variety of swords, spears, and axes were being aimed at Harry. There is no need for that, Commander Silver, Harry started. Silver axe. The commander corrected. Right, Harry shrugged. Then, much to Daphne's surprise, Harry lifted his hands in the air and offered the goblin commander a gentle smile. We surrender peacefully. He threw his wand at the leader's feet. What? Daphne thought she had heard him wrong. Harry never gave up without a fight. She never thought she would hear him say something like that. But then, she recalled his words from before. Is this part of his plan? I must trust him. Xenos was also surprised but hid it better. I thought I was about to witness the beginning of a new interesting chapter in Goblin history. He did sound a bit disappointed. Smart choice, wizard. The Goblin commander pointed ahead. Arrest them. A dozen armed Goblin soldiers ran at them. Chapter 302. Once they took away their wands, they put cuffs on them and led them into a room, where they were told to wait until new orders arrived. The room where they left them had grey walls and no windows, but at least it wasn't a cell. It looked more like an interrogation room, with a large wooden table in the middle and some very uncomfortable chairs. 6 guards remained inside to keep a close eye on them and prevented them from speaking with each other. After what felt like hours, the commander from before came back and led Harry away, leaving Daphne alone with Xenos and the 6 guards. How long are they going to keep us here? Daphne complained. And what are they doing to Harry? She wanted to be patient, but even that had a limit. The commander must be questioning him. One of the guards finally answered one of her questions. He was just hoping for her to shut up now. Daphne was about to open her mouth again when the door opened abruptly. A goblin wearing an elegant tunic and a gold monocle on his face came inside and glanced at Daphne and Xenos. Who are you? Daphne asked. Unlike the rest of them, this goblin did not look like a soldier, he was more like a scholar. Ignoring her question, the elegant goblin moved his attention to one of the guards next to the door, the one who had just spoken to Daphne. You may release those 2 humans, but do not return their wands until they are out of Gringotts. You are letting us go, just like that? Xenos inquired. The goblin turned to them. Yes. You are free to go. The guards will escort you outside. And then why dash? Wait a minute, what about Harry? Daphne interrupted his explanation as one of the guards was opening her cuffs. The goblin let out an exasperated sigh. Mr. Harry Potter has confessed to being the only one responsible for the crimes committed against our nation, freeing the both of you from any charges. So there is no point in keeping you here. But that's not fair. He is not a criminal. I want to see him. Daphne demanded. The elegant goblin sighed again because he knew he could not deny that request. I was afraid you would make that demand very well. But you will have to wait for his representative to arrive. Representative? Daphne asked. Of course, Miss Greengrass. We are not savages. Mr. Potter is a minor, and he is entitled to choose an adult to represent him during the reading of his sentence. Sentence? What about a trial? The seriousness of the situation was sinking in for Daphne. These goblins really wanted to treat Harry as a dangerous criminal. Sir. A different guard knocked on the door and peeked his head inside. The representative is here. Wonderful. Maybe we can get this done in a brief manner. I had already made plans for the evening, the elegant goblin smiled. He was about to turn around when he seemed to remember something. By the way, my name is Blue Fong, and I am the judge for this particular case. Now follow me and don't lag behind. Daphne and Xenos shared a look before going out of the room. As they were doing this, they heard a familiar voice. What is this about? I came as soon as I could, but one has T-dash. Headmaster. Daphne immediately recognized the elderly wizard with the bright yellow robes. Miss Greengrass, and Xenos. What a strange combination. Dumbledore looked at them with a hint of confusion. Greetings, Albus. It has been quite a while since we saw each other, Xenos said. Dumbledore nodded. It has. I assume you two are also related to this incident with Harry? Yes, we came with him, but, Daphne said. Well, that is great. Then you can tell me what is going on because... Mr. Dumbledore. The goblin known as Blue Fong interrupted their conversation. I understand your eagerness to know more, but if you all follow me, I shall take you to Mr. Potter. And then we can explain everything in more detail. It will be much faster that way. They obeyed the goblin and followed after him, along with several guards, to a nearby room. The place they were in looked like a maze of corridors and doors that all looked the same. Only the goblins would be able to navigate this maze without getting lost. When they entered, they found themselves in a room that looked exactly the same as their previous one. Harry was sitting at the table, while the goblin commander who arrested them sat on the opposite side. All around them were 8 goblin soldiers with their spears in hand. Harry. Daphne was the first one to say something before she moved to his side, ignoring everyone else. The guards gripped their spears, but their commander was quick to give them a gesture of, "It is fine." Professor, Harry glanced at the old wizard. Sorry to make you come all the way here. They insisted I needed to have an adult present. And I didn't want to bother my parents. So you decided to bother me? He said with a hint of amusement. It is summertime. I doubt you have much to do. You would be surprised, Mr. Potter. The professor retorted. Ahem, the judge cleared his throat in an annoyed way. You would do well to take this more seriously. Now since we are all here, we can begin. The goblin sat down at the table and looked at the stack of papers in front of him. I will ask to not be interrupted while I read the criminal charges against Mr. Harry Potter. Chapter 303. Criminal Charges. Dumbledore exclaimed. What did I just say about not being interrupted? I honestly expected better from you, Mr. Dumbledore. The judge frowned. My apologies, please, continue. What did Harry do, exactly? As I was about to begin saying, he put a piece of parchment on the table. Mr. Potter arrived at Gringotts at 11 a.m. and requested access to the Potter Vault, along with his 2 guests. The goblin judge gave Daphne and Xenos a passing glance. Right after arriving at the vault area, Mr. Potter ignored the guide's warnings and tried to open the Peveril Vault instead. This, of course, triggered the safety measures put in place to protect the vaults from thieves. In this case, since those were some of the oldest and most secure ones, 3 Nundus were released to deal with the intruders. Merlin. 3 Nundus. Dumbledore's hands landed on the table with a lot of force. His eyes moved to Daphne and Xenos. They were very scary, Daphne said. Xenos nodded. I thought my end was near. And these Nundus, Dumbledore could already guess the answer as he looked at Harry, who just shrugged at him. It was self-defense, he stated, without going into details. The judge decided to continue. Yes, the 3 security beasts were slain by Mr. Potter. But this is not the most serious charge. Oh, Dumbledore made a worried face. Mr. Potter then proceeded to completely destroy the Peveril Ancient Vault Gate, built by our ancestors by means that have been lost in time to us. A unique and irreplaceable piece. I was just trying to open it, Harry said. I was not done yet. The judge threw him a venomous glare. In the process of destroying this invaluable gate, he also caused tremendous damage to the chamber it was in. Those are just rock walls, come on. Harry complained. And, the judge raised his finger. He half destroyed the Slytherin Vault Gate. Is that the one I hit? He recalled seeing something breaking behind him. The Slytherin Vault. Daphne almost jumped from her seat before glancing at him. Harry. How could you? Do you have something against my house? I didn't hit that one on purpose. He said back. Although if one vault was going to be damaged, I'm glad it was that one. He whispered the last part. These are very serious charges, Mr. Potter. The Commander Goblin raised his voice and spoke in a stern tone. Yes, Harry. Be more respectful, Dumbledore told him. Fine, let's get down to business, Harry said. How much? Pardon? The judge raised an eyebrow. How much do I have to pay to fix this, he asked. Money? You think you can fix this with money? The commander slammed his fist on the table. I thought I made it very clear that those vault gates are priceless and irreplaceable. As for the 3 Nundus, those would be prohibitively expensive to replace, not to mention difficult. We can't just go to the nearest pet shop and ask for a Nundu, can we? The judge explained. And what kind of compensation would be necessary to fix this? Dumbledore asked with tact. 10 years of forced labor in our mines, and 3 million galleons. The goblin judge declared. What did you say? Daphne's eyes opened like plates. That's outrageous. He is only 14. Dumbledore. According to the law written by your ministry, the minimum age for forced labor on wizards is 13. The judge corrected him. That must be an outdated law, Dumbledore considered it. No matter, the law is the law. There has to be something else. A different punishment. Xenos said. This was never meant to be a negotiation. I am merely stating his punishment. The judge glanced at the commander and this nodded. The goblin guards around the room grasped their spears. The tension became palpable. Just one wrong move and they would be attacked. Harry, on the other hand, looked very relaxed. I have a counter-offer. I already stated that this is not a negotiation, Mr. Potter. If you behave yourself, I may allow you to say goodbye to your parents before taking you to the mines. The judge gave him a cruel smirk. Dumbledore, Daphne, and Xenos were all looking towards Harry with worried faces. They weren't really worried about Harry being arrested. They were worried about what his response was going to be. Dumbledore was the one who worried the most. He had a better idea than the majority about how dangerous the Goblin Nation was. The majority of the population didn't consider them a big threat because they only saw the few goblins who worked on the surface. But deep beneath, there was an endless series of tunnels that led everywhere in the British Isles. There were even rumors of massive cities hidden underneath, filled with thousands upon thousands of goblins getting ready for the next war. Just the idea of going to war with these creatures again made his blood run cold. And with Voldemort working in the background to take over the country, this was the last thing they needed. Dumbledore was about to open his mouth and request to speak with Harry alone. They must discuss the best course of action. But Harry spoke before he had a chance. "I want a trial by combat," he said with a straight face. "Harry?" Daphne was confused. "What are you talking about? Trial by combat, you say?" The Goblin Commander had a grave expression on his face. The judge was doing the same. "Harry, where did you hear that?" "There is N-." Daphne was interrupted by the voice of the Goblin Judge. "How did you learn about our trial by combat?" Chapter 304. You mean to say it's real? Even Dumbledore was unsure of the existence of that goblin custom. Goblins were very secretive creatures who lived in closed communities. They would rarely share something with an outsider. The headmaster gave Harry a side glance and wondered when he had gained that bit of knowledge. "How did you learn about this, Mr. Potter?" the judge asked. He obviously shared the same questions as the rest of the room's occupants. "It doesn't matter. The law is clear. If someone is accused of a crime by the Goblin Nation, they have the right to request a trial by combat. If they are victorious, any and all charges will be dropped immediately," Harry told the judge, who proceeded to make a very displeased face. "This law is only meant for goblins," the judge raised his voice. "I don't think it specifies that in your books, does it? That means humans can also summon this law." Harry still recalled well that conversation he had with a very drunk Griphook. The poor goblin had revealed a lot of the goblin secrets to the entire bar that night. Not that it matters that much at this point. Harry never thought that any of that could be useful to him one day. "Well, does the law say that it's only for goblins then?" Dumbledore chimed in. "No, it does not." The judge had some difficulty getting the words out due to his anger. Of course, the law was meant for goblins, as every other law they had written. But no one thought about the need to specify that, since no one outside the Goblin Nation was meant to speak about it. The judge glared daggers at Harry. This could only mean they had a traitor in their ranks. But it was too late to fix this issue now. As a person of law, he had to abide by it. "Are you sure about this?" the Goblin Commander spoke. "Since you seem to know about our customs, you must also be aware that a trial by combat is meant to be carried out with the exclusive use of close-range weapons. So no bows or crossbows are allowed, and of course, that would include magical wands." "I do know about that part, yes," Harry told him without a single change in his facial expression. The commander looked displeased. He took this casual attitude of his as a great insult. "You think us weak, boy? You would do well to not underestimate us based on our looks. Goblins may be small compared to humans, but we are a martial nation. We begin our training at the age of 4 and we never stop after that, until we retire. Even those working at the bank could chop your limbs in a second if they were provoked." "I am sure that Harry's intention was not to insult you," Dumbledore tried to placate the angry commander. "No, it was not. And besides, aren't I the one being underestimated here?" Harry asked. He knew a lot about goblins. Despite not being able to use magic in the same way that humans do, they are, in essence, magical creatures. Even with their reduced size, they are at least twice as strong as humans are. And as the commander said, they are trained in martial fighting from a very young age. Every goblin is a potential soldier in case of war. The other thing that goblins excelled at was metallurgy and runes. This all combined turned them into the strongest warriors, with the best weapons and armor to boot, in the entire world. It was natural they would not take a martial challenge very seriously when it came from a human wizard. "The commander is right. For a young human wizard like you, this trial by combat would be akin to suicide. You are in time to change your mind." The judge managed to calm down after thinking about it a bit further. Even if Harry knew about their laws, he had no chance of winning. Especially when they could choose any champion they wanted to represent the Goblin Nation. "I am not retracting my words. I want a trial by combat that is final," Harry insisted. The judge glared at Dumbledore. "You are acting as his representative, and as such you can stop this madness. As an adult, you may make the best choice for him." As much as the judge disliked Harry, having a young wizard from an important family potentially die at their hands, it was bound to bring trouble. Oh, Dumbledore pretended to be thinking about it for a good minute. I believe that I will trust in Mr. Potter's judgment. If he wants to do this trial by combat, he can do so with my blessing. Dumbledore had never personally seen Harry fight with a sword, but if this was the way he had chosen to solve this issue, he would not get in the way. After all, Dumbledore was well aware that if Harry wanted to resort to violence, those cuffs they put on him were going to do little to stop him. This is outrageous, the judge exclaimed. Yes, let's get this over with. Harry could not wait to get out of this underground facility. The air was very unpleasant here. Luna definitely made the right call on not coming along. So does he have to fight here, or, Daphne asked. Of course not. Trials by combat are a rare occurrence, but we have a place to carry them out. The commander said before looking at the judge. The only thing left is choosing the champion who will face the wizard. Any of my men would be willing to. No. The judge cut him off abruptly. I already have something in mind. He moved his eyes to the guards around the room. Find me Blood Fong. Chapter 305. Wow. They have a coliseum down here. Daphne stared in awe at the magnificent structure. I'm sure they have much more hidden in these tunnels. I really need to write an article about this. Zeno was taking mental notes. I'm not sure that would be a good idea, my friend, Dumbledore added. What you see here, spoke the general, is just a small arena meant for trials. We have a much bigger one for the tournaments. I didn't expect to have an audience. Dumbledore glanced at the goblins sitting around the stone platform. There were at least 24 of them, watching attentively from the stone benches that surrounded the arena. The commander gave the goblins a glare of disapproval. This matter should not have reached the ears of the public. But word gets around quickly. I'm sure many are here to see what kind of human dares to challenge a goblin to a martial battle. They moved to one side of the arena. Once inside, it was not too different from the one at the Ministry of Magic. It was a rectangular stone platform that had been raised a few feet off the ground with one entrance on each side. All around it were places for the audience to watch, as well as some extra-large doors covered with metallic fences situated below them. The decorations were undoubtedly superior, and the intricate carvings on the stones were a clear showcase of goblin artisanal skills. On the other side of the fighting arena, they spotted the judge, Blue Fong. Next to him was a large goblin, fully clad in dark metal armor with a helmet that completely hid his face. I assume that is my opponent? Harry asked. Commander Silveraxe nodded. Indeed, that is Blood Fong, he said with a solemn tone. You seemed very upset when the judge mentioned that name before. Why is that? Daphne decided to ask. Of course I was. You wouldn't know about him, but Captain Blood Fong is one of our best warriors. He has also been the Coliseum champion for the past 5 years in a row. There aren't many who would dare to cross blades with him. He is known for his cruelty and incredible thirst for blood. Judge Blue Fong has been excessive in his choice of a champion for this trial to fight a human child. He glanced at Harry. No offense. He added. Well, see about that. Harry returned the stare. Blood Fong stepped into the arena platform, and they could now see him much better. He was certainly much bigger than the average goblin, almost reaching the height of a human. His body was also incredibly thick. His bulging muscles could be seen in between the gaps of his armor. He looked very impressive and intimidating as he turned to glare at his opponent. Blood Fong pulled out his sword and pointed it at Harry. The human who wants to die, step up here. I don't have all day. His sword was very crude looking. It had a single-edged thick blade shaped more like a cleaver than a sword. On his left arm, he held a circular metallic shield with intricate carvings on it. All of his equipment seemed to have been crafted with goblin steel, and all of it was heavily enchanted, as the glowing runes indicated. How scary, Harry said. And am I supposed to face my opponent while still chained and unarmed? Does your champion require a handicap, perhaps? What did you say? Blood Fong shouted. The commander gave a sign to one of his men, and this one removed Harry's restraints. Over there, Silveraxe pointed to one side of the arena. You will find weapons and armor. Take what you need. He didn't believe this was going to be a long fight, but to send him in unarmed would be a stain on his honor. Then, Harry gave Dumbledore, Daphne, and Zeno a quick look before turning around. I'll be back in a moment. This earned him a few grunts and huffs from the upset goblins who were watching the human group. We'll be here, said Zeno. Don't take things too far, Daphne added. Most of the goblins in the arena thought that this wizard had lost his sanity for even requesting a trial by combat, and even more so after the fact that he did not try to run away from the challenge after learning who his opponent was. Harry ignored the stares and walked to the shelves containing the armament. He never had any intention of wearing any goblin armor, even if there was something there that could fit him. His eyes moved to the weapons. There was a good variety of them. Short swords, long swords, hammers, axes, spears. But even he could easily tell that these were just normal weapons, made with regular steel and without a single rune carved into them. One could find weapons such as these in any muggle shop that sold medieval-style blades. There was nothing special about them. And the armors were much the same. Compared to that, the equipment worn by Bloodfang could be considered priceless magical artifacts. Harry shrugged and picked up a long sword. These kinds of things did not have much importance to him. It also didn't really matter what weapon he chose, as none of them would be able to pierce that goblin's steel-enchanted armor. With his sword in hand, he jumped on top of the rectangular platform, ready to face his opponent. Bloodfang laughed when he saw him like this. "Oh, this is going to be quick." Harry's eyes became sharp for a moment. "Yes, I think so too." Chapter 306. Right after the judge gave the signal to start, Bloodfang jumped into action without hesitation. He felt no threat from Harry or the simple steel sword in his hand. In only a short moment, he had closed the gap between them. Gah! His cleaver descended upon Harry at tremendous speed, aiming at his shoulder. Harry used his own blade to deflect Bloodfang's. As the two weapons made contact, the blade of Harry's sword was cut at an angle with no effort, leaving only a small piece of it. Bloodfang laughed and lifted his sword again. "I'm finishing this now, boy." As he did this, Harry moved his eyes to the gap in the armor covering his right arm. There was a few inches of space around the joint of his elbow. Moving at lightning speed, he drove his broken sword in there, stabbing the goblin's exposed flesh. Bloodfang screamed in agony but did not stop his attack. Harry used his other hand to stop the vertical slash by grasping onto the goblin's gauntlet. Bloodfang gasped in shock when he saw this. By all means, he should be heavier and stronger than this human boy. This made no sense to him. He felt like he was having a terrible nightmare. This can't be. Harry moved his fingers to get a good hold on his opponent's blade before lifting his left leg and sending a powerful kick. Bloodfang raised his shield and blocked it, but the impact was enough to make him release his weapon before being sent flying backward. He only managed to stop himself at the border of the arena, and he hurried to stand back up and stare at Harry, who was now holding his own weapon in a menacing manner. "This has to be a dream," Bloodfang said. Humans were not supposed to be like this. The goblins watching were also thinking the same. They could not believe what they were seeing. Bloodfang grunted in pain as he removed the broken sword from his elbow. Arg! His eyes became bloodshot. "You damn human, I will kill you for this." His hatred rose to the point of losing his self-control. He was about to run at Harry but quickly realized there was no need for thought as this one was already doing that by himself. "Fast," Bloodfang muttered. He could barely follow Harry's movements as he approached. Before he could formulate any sort of plan, Harry was already next to him. Letting his instincts take over, Bloodfang raised his shield to block the attack. He knew how dangerous that blade was, but his shield was made of the same material, so it stood to reason that it should be able to resist its assault. Even with his quick reaction, Bloodfang was barely able to lift his shield in time to intercept the horizontal swing from Harry. He heard a loud clanking noise as the metals collided, followed by a sharp pain in his left arm. When he looked down, he understood why his shield had been cut in half, and so had his arm. The goblin had never suffered any serious wounds during his entire career as a fighter and a soldier. "Ah! No!" He screamed at the top of his lungs. His will to fight had been instantly shattered. Bloodfang's eyes moved to the front, trying to find Harry, but the human had already vanished from sight. He then heard Bluefang shouting. "Stop! It's already OV." Bloodfang felt something hitting the back of his head, and then nothing. Harry released the grip on the blade and let it fall, along with Bloodfang, who had the blade stuck on top of his head. He didn't want to drag the fight more than necessary, so after disarming his opponent, Harry moved behind him and gave the goblin a lethal blow. The audience was not happy with him. Impossible. That boy killed Bloodfang. He must be using magic. Yeah, he must have done something strange. The audience was both angry and unconvinced about his performance. Silence. The commander shouted with authority. "You shan't say a single word about what happened here today." The commander's eyes locked onto Harry. "The wizard fought according to our rules. So I am free to go then?" Harry glanced at the judge. Bluefang appeared to be extremely enraged and did not take his eyes off Harry. "Man, I don't have to pay anything, right?" Harry decided to add. The judge glared at Harry for a good minute, then. "I can't believe he shouted at me like that. Just because I won the fight, what a sore loser. Harry huffed as they walked out of Gringotts. I'm fairly sure that Bloodfang and the judge were related, Daphne commented. Well, what was I supposed to do? It was a fight to the death, Harry said defensively. He did what he had to do. I'm not sure that was the case, Dumbledore joined in the conversation. That goblin judge never mentioned that you must continue to fight until someone dies. Now that you mention it, it was true that the goblin only said there was a risk of death. I believe he was about to stop the fight before you. Daphne made a motion with her hand. But look at the bright side, the goblins would have been a lot angrier if they found out that you cheated. Dumbledore gave Harry a knowing look. Cheated? Xenos asked. What do you mean? Harry fought with a sword like they wanted. Daphne did not understand it either. He did fight with a sword, but as for not doing any magic, Dumbledore started. You used magic? Daphne had not noticed this at all. They only said that I couldn't use my wand. They never said anything about wandless magic. Harry stated. It was implied, and you know it. Dumbledore gave him a look of disapproval. He knew that Harry could have won without breaking any rule, but decided to do it anyway. What did you do? Daphne was just curious at this point. I used a bit of wandless magic to make the sword cut a bit better. Also, I used some enhancement charms on my legs, Harry admitted. You are lucky the goblins have a poor understanding of wandless magic, so they could not pick on that. But they definitely know you did something, but otherwise, that goblin steel sword should not have been able to cut through the shield in such a way. Dumbledore explained. I wanted to finish it faster, okay? Let's keep this among ourselves. The goblins are angry enough with me. Angry? They were talking about banning you from Gringotts as we were leaving, Daphne said. What's done is done, Harry shrugged. And it was much better than my alternative plan anyway. You had another idea? What was it? Daphne asked. Oh well, Harry scratched his head. I think I better not say that could have ended up in a war. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat. He wanted to change the topic of the conversation, but there was still something he wanted to know. What were you even doing down there? What was so valuable inside that vault that you would even risk starting a war to take it? Harry looked around. It was late afternoon, but there were still a lot of people in Diagon Alley. I'll tell you another day. Dumbledore nodded. He could agree that this was hardly a good place to speak about important matters. Very well, you may tell me tomorrow when you come to my office then. Tomorrow? Harry appeared to be confused. Have you forgotten? Dumbledore asked. The Quidditch finals are tomorrow. You asked me to get us some seats. Chapter 307. The next day, during the early hours of the morning, Harry visited the headmaster's office. He operated in a hallway and walked to the gargoyle. Harry was waiting for it to request the password and speak some nonsense in return, but to his surprise, the statue moved aside without saying a word and allowed him to pass. When he entered the office, he found the old headmaster in his usual seat, writing something on a parchment. Your gargoyle is broken, Harry told him. No, it is not, Dumbledore answered without lifting his eyes from the parchment. It didn't ask me for a password this time. Dumbledore stopped writing and placed the quill back on its stand. I have given you full access to my office, so the gargoyle has no need for a password. You ruined my fun. Harry then heard a loud cry coming from the other side of the office. Hello to you too, Fox. The Phoenix made some cheerful noises in response. Wait, so this means I'm a fully fledged headmaster now? Harry asked. Dumbledore chuckled. As far as Hogwarts is concerned, yes. But legally, you are still a normal student. Why? Are you interested in the position? Not at all. Sitting all day in that chair, writing and reading stuff. That's really not my style, Harry said in a joking manner, though he knew the real reason behind the headmaster's actions. He was making preparations for the worst-case scenario. With that out of the way, can you tell me now? What were you doing at Gringotts yesterday? Dumbledore was very curious about what could be so important as to risk turning the Goblin Nation into enemies. The Fourth Deathly Hallow, Harry answered. There is no such thing, Dumbledore muttered, not entirely sure if Harry was just trying to test him in some way. Hey, you don't know everything, that's fine. Until yesterday, he had no idea either. And you found this unheard-of relic in Gringotts? The headmaster did not look very convinced yet. Inside the Peveril vault, Harry said. Indeed? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I would love to see it. I thought you would. Harry distanced himself from the large table and moved to a less crowded place in the office. He closed his eyes for a moment and focused. What? Dumbledore stood up from his chair and stared in shock at Harry. A black substance seemed to emerge from inside his body and covered him completely. "What is that?" Dumbledore asked. The fabric of the robes was fluttering around, despite there being no wind inside the office. It covered Harry's body from head to toe, and Dumbledore could barely see him at all, except for a pair of green eyes, which made the whole look more unsettling. "Harry?" Dumbledore called for him with a hint of wariness. As he had done with Daphne, Harry removed the hood and revealed his face. This time it was easier, and he was much more aware of what he was doing. He had time for a few hours of practice last night at home. "That's not what I was expecting." Dumbledore continued to observe the robes with great interest. He wasn't as knowledgeable as Xenophilius when it came to the Deathly Hallows, but he had seen enough depictions of death to recognize how much these robes resembled them. "The robes of death." "That's what Zeno said." "What do you think?" Still doubtful, Harry asked. "And you found them inside the Peveril vault? How did you write?" Dumbledore was about to ask how Harry managed to open a vault belonging to another house, but now the charges from the goblins made more sense to him. The headmaster sat back down in his chair. "Now that I have it in front of me, I do not doubt the artifact's authenticity. But your method of acquiring it could have been a bit more discreet." "Yes, well, things didn't go according to plan." Dumbledore smiled. "They usually don't, my boy, so what does this fourth Hallow do?" "The other three all offer powerful abilities. I cannot imagine this one to be any less. Haven't had much time to test it. But I think I've learned about the nature of this artifact and the abilities it offers. It is a bit more complicated than the other three," Harry explained. "Is that so? Care to elaborate?" the headmaster asked with interest. Harry pointed to a ceramic cup resting on top of the headmaster's table. It was the one he used for his morning tea. The elves hadn't removed it yet. "I'll do a small demonstration. Keep your eyes on the cup," Harry said as he focused. All of a sudden, a pitch-black circle appeared next to the cup. The circle was just floating in the air, and it was so dark that it almost seemed as if someone had removed a piece of space itself, leaving behind an empty void. Dumbledore was already surprised by this, but then a hand appeared from inside the black void and took hold of the cup, dragging it inside before disappearing. Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry, just in time to see him pulling his hand out of a similar black hole. Harry was holding on to his cup. "Pretty nifty, huh?" Harry said with a grin before moving closer to the desk and placing the cup back in its original place. The black circles vanished from existence, and everything returned to how it was before. "Space manipulation," Dumbledore muttered. Chapter 308. "A very rare type of magic," Dumbledore added. "What else can you do with it?" The robes began to shrink until they disappeared completely. "Come on, I didn't come here to perform tricks for you, Professor." The truth was that he couldn't really do anything more at the moment. But this was the result of just one night of practice, so it wasn't too shabby. The headmaster returned to his usual calm demeanor. "Right, but we still have some time before the port key becomes active." He pulled a piece of paper from one of the drawers. "There is something I want you to see first." "A teacher's list?" Harry read the headline out loud. "Yes, they are the selected teachers for this upcoming school year. I think you'll find some of the names interesting," Dumbledore told him. Harry's face went pale when he saw the name. "Wait, Dolores Umbridge as the defense teacher. Please, tell me this is a joke list or something." "No, I'm afraid that is the final list. It has already been approved by the school board," Dumbledore said with a solemn tone. "You are aware of what type of person she is because I told you about it," Harry stated. "Even if you didn't, I would still know very well what kind of person she is. So I take it you didn't personally choose her for the position." "What happened then?" Harry asked. "That choice was forced upon me by a new law that allows the Ministry of Magic to influence some decisions for all magical schools located within Britain. The school board also put as much pressure as possible to get the choices they wanted." "You are the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, how can that happen?" Dumbledore's expression became more somber. "I no longer hold that position. It was decided by a majority vote to remove me from it and choose someone else instead." "What?" Harry expected some things to change, but this was moving very quickly. "I believe Electo Caro has now been given that honor. My influence in the ministry is very minimal at the moment. I have no doubt that I will also lose my title of Supreme Mugwump of the ICW very soon, as my contacts there have been warning me. It is already fortunate that I managed to hold on to my place as headmaster. They will no doubt try to take that away as soon as possible. I wasn't aware that things were that dire already. Looks like you took a political beating this summer." "Many things have happened. Yes, the minister has changed the most. He is now much more aggressive and imposing with his moves. His policies are also much more extreme and openly anti-Muggle. I guess I underestimated what Lord Parkinson was capable of. You don't really think this is just him making these decisions, Harry stated. No, of course not. These things happening shortly after Voldemort's return cannot be a coincidence. He must be the one behind many of the changes. No one has seen it yet, but I can feel his influence in the ministry. Harry glanced back at the list. So we are going to have that woman as a teacher. You have no idea how insufferable she is going to be. He was beginning to contemplate the pros and cons of killing her in the first week of school. Indeed, they even forced me to retire Professor Binns. The ghost? You know, that is not a terrible idea anyway. Who is the replacement? He went down the list until he found the name of the new history professor. This can't be right. I know what you are going to say. That man is a known follower of the Dark Lord, but he was cleared of all charges after leaving Azkaban. No, this man is more than a Death Eater. He is a dead Death Eater. Harry looked at the name again, in case he made a mistake. What are you? I'm saying that Augustus Rookwood is dead. He cannot conceivably be a teacher, unless you are planning on replacing one ghost with another. Dead? No, that's not possible. I have personally seen him speak before the school board last week, Dumbledore said with absolute certainty. Harry informed him about the night he went into his castle. But you never found his body. He could have escaped from whoever attacked his house. I summoned his soul, Harry revealed. Dumbledore's expression changed. You did? Harry had already told him about his ability to control the Deathly Hallows powers, so he was not too surprised to hear this. Dumbledore was even a first-hand witness to these abilities when Harry tried to bring the soul of his sister Ariana back. It only lasted for a few minutes, but he would never forget it for as long as he lived. According to what Harry said, he could only maintain the connection for a short period of time because she had been dead for too long, and her spirit was now too disconnected from the mortal realm, making the process more difficult and consuming. So, what did his spirit have to say? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. Nothing. I could not talk to him at all. His soul had been damaged beyond repair and disappeared shortly after, Harry explained. Are you suggesting what I think you are? Dumbledore asked. A person dies, their soul is either damaged or destroyed, and then that same person is walking around like nothing had happened. Harry looked at Dumbledore directly. Can you think of any magic that can accomplish that feat? Chapter 309. I do. Dumbledore could only think of one possibility. Things like Polyjuice Potion were ruled out since they require the target to be alive. Hair from a dead person would be useless. Human transfiguration is a more distant possibility, but that one requires great mastery over that type of magic. And it would have no effect on the soul whatsoever. As far as he was aware, necromancy was the only thing that could accomplish such a feat, and Dumbledore knew well that Voldemort had been delving into that dark path for a very long time. Any spell in particular? Harry asked, trying to gather more information about necromancy, as his own knowledge in that branch was very limited. However, there were no books about it in his family library, and you couldn't just walk into a bookstore and ask about them since that type of magic was highly illegal. I'll have to ask Lord Greengrass about this, Harry thought. Of course not, Dumbledore denied immediately. I am an advocate for the freedom of knowledge, but some knowledge should remain untouched. That is not a branch of magic that I wish to touch. You won't find much information about that in Hogwarts either. Sure, but it would be useful to know what he's doing. This also raises some questions, Harry said. If Voldemort could make the dead act like the living. Are you suspecting someone in particular? Dumbledore asked. A few. The only good thing about this was that Harry had a reliable way to check if someone was dead or alive. He was unable to interact with the souls of the living, so if he called for someone's spirit and it answered, that person was dead for sure. Oh, it's time to go. If we miss the port key, there will be no more chances, Dumbledore said, pulling an object from his tunic as he moved around the table to the other side. Here, hold on to it. Harry gave him a serious glare. Is that a dirty sock? The crowd was massive. Perhaps even bigger than what he remembered. Our seats are that way, Dumbledore told him. Harry glanced over at the VIP area. You got a private box? Of course. I still have some reliable contacts, Dumbledore said with a satisfied grin on his face. Albus? Someone turned around when he heard Dumbledore speak. It really is you. I wasn't expecting to see you at a Quidditch game of all places. He looks very familiar, Harry thought as he stared at the middle-aged white man with a mustache and a top hat. He was sure he had seen him before. Bartemius, I also wasn't expecting to see you here, Dumbledore responded. Harry, this is Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Right, Harry now recalled him, though he was more familiar with his son. Would Barty Jr. still be alive, he wondered. Harry. Dumbledore tapped him on the shoulder. Harry realized that Crouch was staring at him. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Harry Potter. Potter, ah, yes. You must be the son of James Potter. As Crouch looked at him, Harry got the impression the man didn't like him for some reason. I heard your father quit the Auror division. How shameful, Crouch huffed. Bartemius, Dumbledore said in a warning tone. Don't mind me. Crouch chuckled. I'm just talking. Oh, he turned to look at his side. This is my new assistant Wither boy, Walther. Wesley, sir. Percy looked a bit embarrassed and tried to avoid making eye contact with Crouch. Right that, Crouch glanced again at Dumbledore. So you brought a student to watch a game? That's a bit unusual. Yes, well, Mr. Potter here got excellent marks last year. I had some extra seats, so I brought him along as a reward for his outstanding performance, Dumbledore explained, saying the first thing that occurred to him. Crouch seemed to be losing interest quickly. Anyway, I'll be visiting the school soon. We need to discuss you know what, he said the last part almost in a whisper. Of course, visit any time you want, Bartemius. The man soon left, with Percy and his house elf following him. Harry paid close attention but couldn't detect any other sources of magic around them. If his son was hiding, I should have felt something. This didn't really mean much. He could have been left at home, or maybe he has already escaped, or maybe he is dead. Harry? Dumbledore called when he saw Harry staring intently at the back of Crouch. Everything okay? Nothing to worry about for now. So the Triwizard Tournament? Harry asked. I didn't have the chance to tell you yet. But yes, it wasn't my idea. But Bartemius and a few other influential wizards were very insistent on using Hogwarts as the host location. Dumbledore was especially wary of this tournament after hearing what had happened in Harry's timeline, of course. But he had been powerless to stop it. This is fine. I don't want you to stop it. It gives us a good chance. Harry appeared to be considering something. A chance for what? Dumbledore asked. To put things in our favor. But it's still too soon to tell. There were still many unknown factors, and Harry didn't want to rely too heavily on his old knowledge. Harry? Is that Harry? Before they could step onto the stairs leading to their box, they were spotted by someone else. Ginny. Harry glanced at the girl. He had only seen her briefly at the beginning of the summer before she went to visit some family members. In this short amount of time, she seemed to have grown even more. With every day that passed, she became closer and closer to the Ginny from his memory. Did you get taller? Harry asked when she was in front of him. She offered a sweet grin. You noticed. I act to dash. Hey. Are you going to one of the upper boxes? Ron almost pushed his sister out of the way to get in front of Harry. Can I go with you? He said excitedly. Chapter 310. Whoa. The view here is amazing. Ron leaned against the railing. These are high-grade view enhancers. George said as he took hold of one of the devices that had been set up in the headmaster's VIP box. I bet we can even see the players' nose hairs with these. Ew, why would you want to see that? Ron made a disgusted face. I'm sorry for this, Albus. Just let me know if they're too much of a bother, and I'll take them away, Molly Weasley said with embarrassment. Don't worry about it, Molly. This box is plenty big for everyone, Dumbledore brushed aside her concerns. Ron had kept insisting on coming to the fancy seats, so in the end, Dumbledore invited the entire Weasley family to join him and Harry. Still, we already had some seats reserved, Molly said. The Diggories will enjoy the extra space then, her husband, Arthur, said. Right. Molly had almost forgotten they were going to share a tent with the Diggory family later. We should go tell Amos something. He'll get worried otherwise. I'll go speak with him, you stay here with the boys, Arthur offered, standing up. Let me see too. Ron was now trying to push George off the viewing device. Use the other one, his brother replied, pushing him back. It's not working, Ron huffed. Hold on, George's tone suddenly changed, and he leaned his face closer to the artifact while pointing it at the audience. I think I saw some Velas. What? Let me see. Now Fred was also trying to push him away. Molly sighed. Do they always have to be so noisy? She glanced toward the other corner, where her daughter was standing next to Harry. They seemed to be engaged in a pleasant conversation. Why can't Ron be a bit more like Harry? They're the same age, but one is so mature, while the other one has the manners of a toddler. Dumbledore let out a chuckle. All kids mature at different ages. I mean, look at your daughter, she's younger than everyone else, but she's always polite and well-behaved. Ginny, yes, in some ways she is like that. But she also has a rebellious side. That girl loves to sneak behind my back to fly that broom of hers or do who knows what else. I don't know how to control her anymore. I do believe that's also very normal for her age, Dumbledore said. I know that too, but she's going to have a hard time finding a good husband with that wild personality of hers. A bit early for that, don't you think? The headmaster asked. It's never too early to start looking. Molly's eyes went to Harry. If only. Sorry I couldn't send more letters this summer, Ginny was telling Harry, completely oblivious to her mother's thoughts on the other side of the room. My parents would only let us use the owls from the next city's owl office for some reason. They've been acting weird all summer. Weird? In what way? Harry asked. Ginny looked displeased just from remembering her summer. We spent the first 6 weeks locked in our house in Paris. It wasn't really their house, but Lord Greengrass had let the family use a house located near the shop where Arthur was now working. I mean, the house is 10 times better than the borough, but they wouldn't let us go into the city at all. I couldn't even fly my broom because the house was too close to a Muggle neighborhood, Ginny lamented. And after that? Did you go back home? I wish. She huffed. We went to Aunt Muriel's house. I hate that woman. She always forces me to clean and cook and wouldn't let me have any fun. Sorry to hear that. Harry had a good idea about why Molly and Arthur were acting so paranoid this summer and why they avoided going to the borough. As members of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore must have kept them informed about the current situation. This is the first time I can have some fun all summer, Ginny complained. And in just a few more days, you'll be back at Hogwarts, Harry said. Yes, she exclaimed with excitement. I never thought I'd be looking forward to going back to school this much, but here we are. I hope my flying skills didn't get rusty over the summer. I'm sure you'll be fine, Harry assured her. Are you planning on staying as a seeker? Ginny shrugged. For now, at least there won't be any openings for the chaser position until Angelina and Alicia graduate at the end of the upcoming year. Harry could not tell her that the Quidditch House Cup was likely to be cancelled this year due to the Triwizard Tournament. Well, I think you did great as a seeker, so it wouldn't be a loss to stay as one. But it's best to do whatever you enjoy the most. Thanks, Ginny smiled at the compliment. Oh. I just realized something. This year I can finally go to Hogsmeade. She said with excitement. It's not like you didn't already go last year. Ginny chuckled nervously. About that don't tell anyone, please. Of course I won't. And if anyone is going to find out, it'll likely be through my sister's mouth. That's true, Ginny had to agree with that. Say Harry. Since this year you know, would you want to go to Ho? They're here. Ron screamed like a madman. Yes. The game is about to begin. George shouted. The players are finally here. Fred said with joy. Chapter 3:11. The game went exactly as Harry remembered. Ireland won against Bulgaria, but Victor Crumb was the one who ended it by catching the snitch, after realizing they couldn't close the point gap. It was late at night by the time it was all done, and most attendees retired to their camps. Harry and Dumbledore were invited to rest in the Weasley tent since they still had room for a few more people. They accepted the offer, even though neither of them was planning on sleeping. Harry activated his invisibility and walked outside after everyone fell asleep. He immediately found Dumbledore waiting for him. That seems very handy. I didn't feel your approach at all, the old headmaster commented when he noticed Harry appear at his side. It's supposed to be as untraceable as the cloak used to be. And no need for enchantments, Harry said. Well, it's not that surprising, considering its origin, Dumbledore added. Harry smiled. During my first year, I tried to sneak around using the cloak, and you found me very easily. I still don't know how you did it. Did I? Dumbledore smiled with amusement. He knew that Harry wasn't talking about this lifetime but his previous one. I can't really answer that, but I'm sure the other me had a few tricks up his sleeve. The headmaster scanned the area with care. There were hundreds of tents covering the surface of the clearing. The light of the full moon and a few torches was enough to see quite far into the distance. You think something is going to happen tonight? Honestly, no, Harry simply answered. You don't? Dumbledore asked, a bit surprised by his answer. He was about to speak again when Harry continued. But it would be good if it did. Harry had a very stern expression at the moment. How so? Dumbledore could not think of a single positive thing about having a group of Death Eaters attacking them. The attack happened before his resurrection, before the Dark Lord could reclaim his empty throne. The ones who did it were likely some drunk idiots who missed the old days. I was just a clueless child back then and didn't get to see much. So this is mostly speculation, but... I understand, Dumbledore then realized. No attack would mean that he is in full control of his forces again. It was clear to them that Voldemort still wished to keep his return silent. He wouldn't want some of his followers to come here and start terrorizing people in his name. It would also give me a chance to capture a few of his followers and get some details from them. It's not like I can walk into the ministry and grab them, Harry said. I hope so, Dumbledore gave him a side glance. Something like that would turn you into an international criminal. The two of them continued to wait and observe for the entire night. In the end, the sun began to creep on the horizon and the quiet night ended without a fuss. What now? A worried Dumbledore asked. If the enemy doesn't want to show, we have two choices: we could do something drastic that might force him out, or we'll have to discover what he has planned and use it in our favor, Harry concluded. The door of the tent opened up. Ginny stepped outside and started looking around until she spotted him, standing a few feet away from the tent. There you are, she exclaimed. You really woke up early, huh? Oh, Headmaster, didn't see you. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, you seem to be very preoccupied with finding Mr. Potter, he said with amusement. Ginny blushed. Sorry. Don't be. I believe it's time I take my leave. There's still much to prepare before the start of the new school year. Minerva would never forgive me if I slack off. That does sound like Professor McGonagall. Did you sleep well in our tent? You look a bit tired, Ginny noted. Neither he nor Harry had slept for a single minute, so it was normal they looked tired. Harry was less noticeable because he had tremendous stamina. A few days without sleep wouldn't be too detrimental to him, especially if he used magic to diminish the effects. I'm afraid I had too much on my mind to sleep soundly. But regardless, I thank you for the invitation into your family tent, Miss Weasley. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and looked at Harry again. We can talk again in a few days. Of course. Harry nodded, giving the headmaster a wave before he disappeared. Ginny and Harry stood there for a moment. I didn't know you were that close to the headmaster. Yes, we became acquainted a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, this brought her some memories. He was very curious about the magic I used to destroy the castle grounds, Harry said with a grin. Ginny gasped. You mean, this was the year when he fought that giant basilisk? I hope you didn't get into trouble for that. She never really thought about it. She had been too traumatized by the monster itself. But the aftermath of that night had been quite severe. A large part of the castle was broken by the basilisk as it made its way out, and then Harry had used that fire magic that left a massive burned hole on the ground. Not at all. The headmaster understood the situation. To be honest, you should have gotten a reward for that, like an Order of Merlin or something. I mean, they gave one to Professor Lockhart. Ginny made an angry expression. Harry chuckled. Yes, he loved to remind us of that. Maybe I should behave more like Lockhart. Ginny's expression changed. Please no. Chapter 312. As soon as Harry crossed the main gates of the castle, he somehow knew that this year was going to be different from the others. There was a tension in the air that he could not describe. Hogwarts felt different, as if the castle itself knew that some danger was lurking around and was getting ready for battle. The rest of the students around him were completely oblivious to this fact. They were all cheerful and happy to be back at Hogwarts and see their friends again, like one would expect. Hermione, Parvati, and Lavender passed by his side and greeted him. Those three had become inseparable since the first year. And even though she would never admit it, Hermione had changed a lot. She now worried a lot less about books and studies and paid much more attention to her appearance. Not that she stopped studying, but had found a better balance in her life. The boys were definitely starting to notice this. Many of them turned their heads as she passed. Harry, come on, walk faster. I don't want to miss anything. Lyra tugged at his robes. It's the welcoming feast, it's always the same thing. What is there to miss? Harry rolled his eyes. Well, I'm going without you then. Lyra stuck her tongue out and ran ahead to catch up with her friends before they had to take their seats. Harry continued to walk at his own leisurely pace. He was in no hurry to begin this year. The corridors began to empty as more and more students got ahead of him. What's with the bitter face? The year has just begun. Daphne walked in front of him, blocking his way, so he had to stop. What if I told you that I had a vision of the future? And it was not good? Harry said. Daphne gave him an inquisitive look, as if trying to figure out if he was serious. I'd tell you to go teach the divination class. Apparently, you're the only one still having visions of the future. The problem with divination had now become public knowledge. After all, they had to give some explanation for the sudden cancellation of divination classes in all magical schools worldwide. And after the rumors about the state of the Prophecy Hall and the Ministry of Magic started to circulate, the disappearance of an entire branch of magic had been a big deal in the news. More so because no one knew how it happened, if it was permanent, or if other branches of magic were also going to start disappearing. "I don't like teaching," Harry retorted. "That's too bad, you're really good at it. Could you two go flirt somewhere else?" Tracy bumped their shoulders as she stormed away. "Tracy!" Daphne called after her friend. "I'll go alone," she shouted without stopping. "What's with her?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Tracy had never liked him, but this was a bit too much. She was usually polite at least. "Don't mind her, she has been like this for a while." "It's because of her boyfriend, Zabini. Well, I should say ex-boyfriend now," Daphne commented. "Zabini broke up with her?" He honestly didn't even remember they were dating at all. "He didn't just break up, he's not coming back to Hogwarts." Harry was surprised to hear this. Despite its flaws, Hogwarts was still considered one of the most prestigious magical schools in the world. Unless something very serious happened, a pure-blood house like the Zabinis wouldn't quit the school. "Do you know why?" Harry asked. Daphne gave him a knowing look. "I know what you're thinking." Harry had told her about Voldemort's return and everything his father saw that night, so she could make an educated guess about Harry's suspicions. "Zabini's family has always remained neutral, much like mine." "You know it well, Daphne." "That's not going to work anymore," Harry told her. "So you think that?" "I just don't think it's a coincidence, that's all." Daphne remained silent for a moment, considering the possibility. The pressure on her family had lessened a lot after Lord Malfoy passed away, but she had no doubt that this was going to change soon. Right, she'd rather not think about it now. After looking around and not seeing any more students nearby, Daphne pulled something from a hidden pocket. It was a small rectangular box that fits in the palm of her hand. She held it up for him to see. "My father would rather not ask why you need something like this, but..." Harry grinned and picked up the tiny box. "You'll know soon enough. I think the surprise will make it better." She frowned. "I'm not sure I want to be surprised by you, that usually involves danger." Harry stored the box very carefully so as not to damage the enchantment on it. Then, from the other side of the hallway, they heard hurried steps. "Hey, you two!" They both recognized the badge on the older boy who called them. It was a prefect from Hufflepuff. "What are you waiting for? The feast is about to begin." The boy appeared to be in a foul mood already. "Sorry, we were just catching up about our summer," Daphne told the boy. "Sure, come on. Walk ahead of me so you don't get lost in a broom closet or something." Daphne's face gained a red tint. Harry didn't take it seriously and just laughed about it. "It's not funny." She hit his shoulder. "I have a reputation to maintain." "You mean the whole Ice Queen thing?" She hit him again. "I meant a reputation as a proper student." "Okay, fine, do you want me to obliviate that guy?" Harry waved his wand around. "You know," Daphne had an impassive expression. "It worries me the fact that I don't know if you are joking or not." Chapter 313. Welcome once more to Hogwarts. Dumbledore tried to appear as cheerful and energetic as usual, but he felt so tired. "I don't know, he looks off this year." Hermione and her friends were just discussing this. "It's probably just age. I mean, isn't he like, over 100 or something?" Lavender commented. "He was still very lively last year. And besides, wizards can easily live over 100 and be in good shape, right, Harry?" Hermione glanced at him. He nodded absent-mindedly, his attention somewhere else at the moment. Harry's bright green eyes scanned the professor's area. The toad was easy to find. She was standing close to the podium where the headmaster was still giving his welcome speech. She looked about ready to push him out of the way and take his place for herself. Then there was Augustus Rookwood. This one was easy to miss if one wasn't paying attention. He took his seat between Hagrid and Flitwick. The man had a bald head, an unkempt black beard, and a large scar across his face. He wore very simple black robes with no decorations on them. The scowl on his face could almost put Snape to shame, but this one seemed directed at no one in particular but more like his natural state of mind. Other than the scar, there was only one remarkable thing about Rookwood that made him stand up for Harry. It was in his eyes. There was no light in them, they looked like the eyes of a dead fish. Harry had never met the man in person and had only seen a single picture of him, but he doubted that was his usual look. "I'll soon get some answers on that front at least," he reminded himself. Dumbledore ended his speech and was about to introduce the new professors when the woman behind him decided it was finally time to act. "Ahem, if you don't mind, headmaster," she sneered when she called him that. "I wish to introduce myself." "Right, of course, go ahead, Miss Umbridge." Dumbledore stepped back and allowed the plump woman to step in front of the podium. Her smile was giving him a shiver and he would rather look at anything else. She gave the great hall a passing glance and smiled with delight and a clear air of superiority. I'm sure most of you still remember me from last year's announcement or for my fantastic work at the Ministry of Magic as the right hand of Minister Parkinson. But in case you somehow don't, my name is Dolores Umbridge, and I will be your new defense professor this year. She received mild applause after the announcement. She didn't seem very pleased with that. I expected better. Is that all the enthusiasm you have? A scowl crept behind her false smile. This time, most of the students clapped. They all knew she was the type to keep insisting until she got what she wanted. A bit better, Umbridge nodded. Now, besides being your new professor, as his loyal right hand, our beloved Minister Parkinson has also decided to entrust me with an extra position. The smile returned to her face as she was about to read the next part of her speech. Along with the school board of directors, we have decided to bring back an old charge that used to be part of every magical school in Britain back in the day. This is the High Inquisitor of Education. The hall erupted in murmurs. Silence. She used her wand to amplify her high-pitched voice several times over. This was enough to be called a weapon, and all the students cried out in pain while covering their ears. You will remain quiet while a professor is speaking to you. She looked back at the other professors sitting at the table. It seems like you educators have failed to teach you some proper manners, but that will change this year. Her eyes moved across the hall. As High Inquisitor, I will have full authority to create and enforce new rules and regulations, and I have the feeling that I will have to make many changes around here, and I... Miss Umbridge, Dumbledore tried to get her attention. What? She snapped back. There was still one more page left and she hated to be interrupted. We need to get the feast started soon, so... Umbridge frowned. Fine. Since the headmaster has decided to interrupt me so rudely, I will finish my introduction here. You will learn all the details very soon anyway. She stepped back and walked away with loud steps. Dumbledore sighed and got back on the podium. Well, we also have another professor to introduce. Professor Augustus Rookwood will be replacing Professor Binns in the subject of history of magic, now that Professor Binns has decided to retire. He glanced towards the dark-robed man. Professor Rookwood, would you like to say a few words to your new students? Rookwood stood up and glared at Dumbledore for a few seconds. No, he grunted before sitting back down. Dumbledore wasn't sure what to say to that. Right, well, let's give Professor Rookwood a nice welcome. The students gave a few claps before the hall fell back into an awkward silence. None of them knew what to think about their new history professor. Now, I know you are all very hungry and wanting to begin the feast, but there is one more very important announcement to make before that. This year, Hogwarts is bringing back another old tradition to these halls. I am honored to inform you all that we will soon be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 314. Triwizard Tournament. Lyra tilted her head to one side. A tournament? That sounds cool. Ginny appeared to be excited about it. I think I read about that one. Hermione was trying hard to remember. Wasn't it banned after some students died? Wait, seriously? Lavender asked. The Triwizard Tournament is an old tradition. A competition between champions from 3 different schools who will face 3 difficult tests to determine which one is the best, Dumbledore explained. 3 schools, does this mean? Parvati said. Are we getting visitors from other schools? Lyra exclaimed. Boys? Lavender perked up. The headmaster waited for a bit before continuing. In 1 week, we will receive students from 2 very prestigious schools into our walls. Those will be Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Once the last announcement concluded, the headmaster finally allowed the feast to begin. Most of the students were in great spirits after learning about the tournament and the foreign students coming to Hogwarts. But even this was not enough to lift the spirits of many students from Hufflepuff. It wasn't until very recently, before the start of the classes, that it was finally revealed in the newspaper. The deaths of Amelia Bones and her niece, Susan Bones, were confirmed on the second page of the Daily Prophet. The circumstances of their deaths had been skimmed over and were said to have been an unfortunate accident. It did not go into details, other than that it was caused by the partial collapse of their family manor. Susan had been a very beloved figure in Hufflepuff House, so many of the students were still in shock from her sudden death. Harry glanced over at the other side of the Great Hall. The Slytherin table was also devoid of laughs and smiles, but of course, this was for a different reason. They didn't care for a dead Hufflepuff. Several of their students were missing, much like Blaise Zabini. The older Slytherins knew better about what was going on out there. But even the youngest ones could feel the tension in the air, and that made them very uneasy. Most of their parents were now on Voldemort's side, and those who weren't would soon have to make a decision, as was the case with Daphne and Tracy. A war had already begun, even though most people didn't know about it yet. The members of that house were the closest ones to people who knew what was truly going on behind the scenes. Harry's eyes landed on an empty chair next to Daphne, serving as a reminder of something he had to do. I need to tell her about it. Daphne had not brought up the matter of Pansy's absence, but he knew she was very much worried. After the day of the Quidditch finals and learning about Rookwood and his conversation with the headmaster, Harry felt the need to check a few things. There was one sure way to find out if someone was alive or dead, and that was to call upon their soul, something that only he could do. Calling the name of a living person would have no effect whatsoever, so when he said the name Pansy Parkinson and her spirit manifested in front of him, he learned of her death. He wanted to understand more about the circumstances surrounding her demise, but much like what happened with Rookwood, her soul appeared to be extremely damaged and could not remain in the mortal realm long enough to reveal any useful information. Harry then repeated the process with her mother. It was the same. And then, he tried with Minister Parkinson. The man was dead too. Which meant two things. That the person ruling the Ministry of Magic was an imposter, and that the one responsible for the death of Lord Rookwood was likely the same one who killed the Parkinson family. Or at least they used the same method. Lord Greengrass, the headmaster, and his father James had all mentioned noticing a sudden change of attitude in the minister. That must have been at the point when he was killed and replaced by something else, Harry concluded. The only way to know for sure what was happening was to check on him personally. This was unfortunately impossible for the minister. He was too well protected. But if the same thing happened to both of them, Rookwood could have the same answers. There was a slim chance that this could be a simple case of an imposter using Polyjuice Potion or some human transfiguration. However, the damaged souls told Harry that something much more sinister had befallen those people, especially when Voldemort was involved in this matter. It would be just like him to find a way to, not only kill, but also destroy the souls of those he hates. Harry, you have barely touched your plate. Lyra leaned closer to him. Are you feeling unwell? Harry looked down at his plate. It was true that he had barely touched it. He had too many things in his head at the moment. It's nothing, I'm just not feeling very hungry. His sister stared at him for a moment before shrugging and going back to her meal. After all, she didn't think it could be something serious. Harry had time to take a few bites of his food before the end of the feast. The headmaster ushered them all to their respective house common rooms, and the prefects made sure they all got there. Harry followed along and went to his room, but he had no plans of resting that night. It was almost midnight, and his housemates were fast asleep, like the rest of the castle. Time to go. Chapter 3:15. Moving around the castle at night was no issue for Harry. After all, the castle elves, ghosts, and paintings were on his side. The only one he had to avoid was that nasty man and his cat. This way, my lord. It is close to Miss Williams' cottage. A middle-aged man dressed in elegant clothing from the 1800s pointed to his left from within his painting. Harry didn't know where the dormitory of the new professor was located, so he had to ask for help. He thanked the man inside the painting and continued walking. After taking 2 more turns, he arrived in front of a painting depicting a beautiful landscape of a grassy meadow with a wooden cabin on one side. At the front stood a young woman in a yellow tunic. Ah, my lord. Did you come to visit me this late at night? She asked in a flirtatious manner. I'm afraid it's not that kind of visit. Miss Williams, is he here? Harry asked. She made a face of disgust. Yes, why did they have to put him next to my painting? That man creeps me out. She pointed to her right. There was an old wooden door right next to the painting. This corridor only contained 2 rooms, and if he recalled correctly, the one at the end was used for storage. Did the headmaster give him this room on purpose? Harry considered it for a moment. This was not a usual area for professors' offices or bedrooms. This part of the castle was very isolated and rarely visited. Well, it's good for me, anyway. Harry thought. Thank you, Miss Williams. I'll talk to the headmaster about moving you to a different location, perhaps closer to the main hall. Oh, that would be lovely, she answered excitedly. Okay, now, Harry activated his invisibility and walked toward the first door. He first checked for any extra security the new professor could have added. There was nothing. He's either very confident or very careless. All Hogwarts' private bedrooms were well protected with anti-unlocking charms and more. But none of those worked on him, and no additional security has been added. With the full authority of a headmaster, there was no door in this castle that would not open to him. He grasped the copper handle and began to twist it very slowly. The door opened with a soft click and he began to move inside. The charm on his shoes prevented any noise from being produced, and his cloak of invisibility protected him from all sorts of detections, but he still moved with a lot of caution. The inside of the room was very dark, but the moonlight coming from the window on the other side gave him just enough to know where to step next. Not much was in this room. Basic furniture, and a small bed next to the only window, which was carelessly wide open. The dim light illuminated the surface of the bed. Wait, where is he? The bed appears to be completely empty. The sheets were still intact, making it obvious that no one had used this bed yet. Harry could feel a faint magical presence inside the room, so he looked around. His eyes widened, and he had to stop himself from making any noise by covering his mouth. Professor Rookwood was standing next to the wardrobe, with his eyes open and not moving an inch. He was looking right at him. Did he see me? Harry took a few steps to one side, but Rookwood's eyes remained in the same position. Is he? He can't be sleeping like that, this situation was too strange. No matter, let's just do what I came to do, I need answers. He decided to ignore the bizarre behavior and push forward. Harry pointed his wand at the strange man. Imperio. As the forbidden curse hit Rookwood's chest, Harry knew something had gone very wrong. Normally, when you use this curse, you feel an immediate connection with the other person as you try to get past their defenses. This time, he only felt a powerful backlash that almost made him drop his wand and push him back. What is this? There was something blocking him from accessing his mind. It broke the connection so fast that he didn't even feel it form. This is not a clemency. This is more like, oh. Rookwood's brown eyes changed color until they became completely red and shone with enough intensity to stand out more than anything else inside this dimly lighted bedroom. Who dares? The still body of the new professor came to life in an instant. He pointed his wand directly in front of him. Avada Kedavra. The deadly flash of green light passed a foot away from where Harry was standing. I need to leave, he decided immediately. When he moved his foot slightly, the wooden tile beneath him let out a mild creaking noise. His charm only affected his shoes and not the floor beneath. There. This time, Rookwood used a silent curse for more speed and accuracy. Harry almost tripped on the bed while trying to avoid what looked like an organ-dissolving curse. There was no room to fight here. He lifted his wand up and was about to apparate away when he realized that it would be a mistake. Only the headmaster can apparate inside the castle. This would put the blame directly onto Dumbledore, and the ministry is only looking for an excuse to expel him from the position. With no other choice, Harry got onto the bed, and before Rookwood could fire again he jumped out of the window. Rookwood held his wand firmly and walked to the window. He then poked his head outside and glanced down. There was nothing to be seen or heard at all. The night was completely quiet once more. I can only feel faint traces of their magic, not enough to find the source. A skilled one, interesting. The red light in Rookwood's eyes disappeared, and they returned to their previous lifeless state. Chapter 316. The next day, all the students received their schedules. Double defense against the dark arts first thing in the morning. Ron made a face of pure disgust. At least it's not double potions like last year, Seamus reminded him. I mean anything except for that again, but have you seen the new professor? She looks and sounds insufferable, Ron said. Come on, maybe she's not that bad. Neville decided to say something he was going to regret very soon. Harry glanced at the schedule for the day. There was indeed a double class with Umbridge and no history of magic until the next day. This gives me a good chance, he thought about going directly to inform Dumbledore of his findings with Rookwood, but he could already imagine how the old headmaster was going to react. It would be better to first have a good conversation with Umbridge. I just need to secure a private meeting with the Toad. That shouldn't be difficult, Harry thought as he finished his breakfast. Professor Umbridge was already standing at the end of the classroom when the students began to enter. She waited with an impassive gaze as they took their seats. 10 points from Gryffindor. Umbridge announced. Wait, what? Hermione exclaimed. What did we do already? Ron looked confused. You arrived late. Umbridge glared at them. Hermione raised her hand. Professor, there are still 2 minutes until the dash. Silence. Umbridge shouted at her. You have to be here 10 minutes before the start of class in order to prepare. I expect you to be on time next year. It will be 20 points then. Some of the Slytherin students who shared their classroom began to chuckle. Hold on. Ron pointed at the other half of the class. They got here at the same time. Why aren't you taking points from Slytherin too? I do not need to excuse myself to students. But I will make an exception just this time, Mr. Umbridge looked directly at Ron with intensity. Ron got a bit nervous. W. Weasley. She scowled. Of course you look like your useless father after all. Ron was about to snap, but Neville stopped him. Shoo. Don't, he warned his friend. Umbridge saw this and grinned. For your information, Mr. Weasley, the reason I have not punished the Slytherin students is because the dungeons are much further away from this classroom than the other houses. So I can forgive a few extra minutes. Hermione was about to raise her hand to tell the professor that she was wrong about that statement, but Parvati was quick to grab her hand. No. It was easy to tell that this woman was very biased toward the House of the Snakes. They already had experience with this, thanks to Professor Snape. Arguing with her would only serve to lose more points for their house. No, if there are no more interruptions, we will begin the class. The students pulled out their defense books and placed their wands next to them, as they had always done during their previous D.A. classes. Umbridge saw this and gestured for them to put the wands away. You can store the wands back in your bags. The book will be enough for this class. So we're not going to practice any magic? Daphne raised her hand and asked. Umbridge frowned. There will be no need for any practical use of the wand. The theory will be more than enough to pass your tests. Daphne's eyes widened at hearing this. The class stood in silence as the information began to sink in. It was not just for today. This woman was not planning on teaching them anything practical for the entire year. But what about the LS? There's a practical part to it. How can we pass if we don't practice? Hermione couldn't take this without saying something. That won't be a problem. Our beloved Minister Parkinson, along with the Board of Education, and of course Mahave, decided to create a new law that will change the way the L exams work. The practical part will be removed, leaving only the theoretical test, Umbridge explained. So you see, there's no need for the wands. In fact, once this law passes, we will also remove the practical part from every single class that still has them, like charms. Umbridge smiled after seeing the horrified expressions on her students' faces. In fact, the laws that the minister had planned for the future went far beyond that. He intended to completely take away the wands of every student until they passed their final exams, and even then, only those that the Ministry of Magic declared as trustworthy would be given the right to use magic. In the future, they would be able to control who could even use magic at all. And of course, they would only give this right to those loyal to their cause. No more mudbloods and blood traders with wands. Umbridge almost giggled at the mere thought of what the future held. No, if there are no more pointless questions, perhaps we can begin this class. A student lifted his hand, and her mood immediately dropped a few notches at noting who this was. The student in question was none other than Harry Potter. I do have a pointless question, Harry said with an innocent face. Umbridge gritted her teeth. She had not forgotten about him. This was the one she hated the most and the one she was the most wary of. She could not wait for the moment when she could take his wand away. And what is it? Be quick about it. She snapped at Harry. Is it true that you are half magical, Toad? Harry asked without skipping a beat. The class stared at him with shocked eyes. Chapter 3:17. What did you say? How dare you? Umbridge looked about to explode. Did I get it wrong? Was it 1/4 Toad, perhaps? Harry made a confused expression. Harry, what are you plotting now? Daphne muttered softly. That's it, she shouted. 50 points from Gryffindor and 2 weeks of detention. Harry shrugged. You said we could ask questions. 4 weeks. Umbridge screamed. Harry, what are you doing? Hermione whispered to him. The rest of the class also wore expressions of bafflement. Umbridge pointed her finger at him. This afternoon, after classes, you are coming to my office. And you better not be late. Of course, Professor. I wouldn't dream of it, Harry replied with a kind smile. He knew this was going to be easy, at least now he just needed to wait. As requested, Harry finished his classes without causing any more trouble and walked to the Inquisitor's office. Umbridge was waiting for him at the door with an upset expression. She was too angry with him to use her usual fake smile. I didn't expect you to actually appear. She was getting ready to go talk to his head of house and present a formal complaint. You may not know, but I am quite the exemplary student around here, Harry said as he pointed at the door behind her. Shall we? Umbridge had her wand ready in her left hand, just in case. Despite her hatred for Harry Potter, she was very wary of him. How could she not be, after what she saw him do the previous year? She opened the door and urged him inside, not taking her eyes off him for a moment. Leave your wand on my desk, you won't need it for this detention, and then sit down in that chair. She pointed to a small table in front of her desk that had a single piece of parchment resting on top. Harry did as she said, placing his wand on her desk before taking a seat in front of the small table. This calmed her down a bit and gave her more confidence now that she was the only one armed. Students like Harry Potter were the main motivators for laws that restricted the use of wands to only trustworthy individuals. Umbridge closed the door and added a silencing charm. It was going to be needed for what she had planned. Mr. Potter, she walked to her desk and grabbed Harry's wand. Today, you are going to learn to respect your superiors. I want you to. Harry turned to look at her. His wand appeared from its holster and was pointed at Umbridge. The woman was completely caught off guard when her wand was sent flying with a silent disarming charm. She quickly grabbed the wand she had taken from her desk and aimed it at him. Crucio. But nothing happened. Harry ignored her confusion and followed up with a restraining spell. Incarcerus. White chains wrapped tightly around her body, making her let out a painful grunt. How, the wand? My wand is right here. Harry showed it to her. What you're holding is just a wooden replica. I conjured you way too naive, Professor. You didn't even check if it was real or if I had other facci on me. Harry turned to examine the room. Potter. You can't do this. Let me go. Umbridge screamed. Harry continued to ignore her complaints and performed a few tests. He wanted to make sure there was nothing that could disrupt him, but other than the silencing charm Umbridge had used, the office was clean. Release me this instant. This is a very serious crime, Potter. You're going to Azkaban for this. That's a bit harsh, Professor. You're the one who used an unforgivable curse on me. That was I have the right to. Don't worry, I won't judge you for that. The unforgivable curses can be useful sometimes. Although my favorite is a different one. Harry pointed his wand at her face. W8. Umbridge recalled the coldness Harry had shown when he killed all those people at the ministry. Don't kill me, please. Kill you already? No, it's too soon for that, Imperio. A flash of light came out of his wand and hit Umbridge directly. She seemed to enter a trance, her eyes becoming glazed over. Umbridge, I'm going to ask you a few things, and you will tell me the truth. Is that clear? Harry said. Of course. She smiled at him like he was her best friend. Wow, she has like no mental protections at all. Harry wondered how someone like her could hold such high positions in the ministry. Anyway, where do we start? Harry considered for a moment. What is your real objective here at Hogwarts? I have several, but the most important ones are to keep an eye on Albus Dumbledore and to make sure that Neville Longbottom participates in the Triwizard Tournament. Neville, did Minister Parkinson order you that? She shook her head. Not his. Came from the Dark Lord himself. He said that my job is crucial and that I will be rewarded properly. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The Dark Lord, you say? Harry flicked his wand, removing the white chains. There was no more need for them, as the woman was completely under his control. Show me your right forearm. Right away, she lifted the sleeve of her right arm, and Harry could clearly see the familiar black tattoo depicting the snake and skull. You are a Death Eater. My lord granted me that honor very recently. That was not a question, but she seemed very eager and happy to talk about it. Do you know where the Dark Lord is? Harry decided to ask, even though there was little chance. The Dark Lord has only visited the ministry twice to share some of his plans with us, but he never told me where he was staying. I need to work harder to earn his trust. Figures. How does he communicate with you? I've been told to listen to what Mr. Rookwood says. He will deliver any new orders to me. Rookwood, what do you know about him? I knew him a bit before he was sent to Azkaban. He has been a very loyal follower of our Dark Lord. That's why he was released from prison, so he could continue to serve. That's it. Do you know nothing about his death? Umbridge looked genuinely confused at this question. But he's not dead. I don't know. Looks like you really don't know what he is. Did you not notice any change in his personality? Personality, he seems quieter than the Lord Rookwood. I remember we never really spoke much. It wasn't much, but at least he had a clue of what Voldemort was planning for Hogwarts at the moment. He was trying to get rid of Neville and Dumbledore. His eyes went back to Umbridge. Tell me more about your plan. How do you intend to force Neville Longbottom to participate in the tournament? I want to know all the details. Harry was thinking that he could make a few changes. Chapter 318. A loud knock was heard all of a sudden. It surprised the two other occupants of the room, as they weren't expecting any more visitors. But the headmaster knew exactly who it was. Come in, he said. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with wide eyes. It was very unusual for a student to visit the headmaster directly. If a professor had any issue with a student, they would first have to go through the head of house, and she certainly hadn't received any messages concerning Harry Potter. Potter, Snape narrowed his eyes. The mere sight of this boy already soured his mood, and this year had been bad enough on the first day. Oops, should I come later? Harry asked the headmaster. Dumbledore stared at him for a moment. He knew that Harry wouldn't appear unannounced unless he had a good reason. Now we're already done with this meeting, just wait a bit. Albus, we were not done. That woman is talking about re-implementing a lot of medieval rules in our school, like physical punishments. We have to do something. McGonagall exclaimed. I'll see what I can do, Minerva, but for the moment, just try to keep your head down and don't give her any excuses to make trouble for you. Dumbledore knew this wouldn't satisfy the other professor, but for now, it would have to do. McGonagall was still not completely aware of how tied his hands were already. There was nothing he could do, at least not legally. Fine, let's leave it here for now. McGonagall stood up and prepared to leave. Harry was waiting near the door and noticed the inquisitive look on his head of house's face as she passed by. Then I presume my presence is no longer needed either. Snape stood up from his chair. Harry closed the door. No, I want you to stay. We may need your assistance in this. Excuse me, Snape stared at Harry in disbelief. Are you giving me orders, you arrogant boy? Severus, calm down. I am sure Harry was merely making a polite request. Dumbledore tried to placate the professor. Harry took the seat that had been left vacant by Professor McGonagall. You might want to sit down for this. Snape frowned. He had been trying very hard not to snap at Harry, just because he didn't want to ruin his relationship with Lily, now that they were talking again. The best way he found to accomplish this was to completely ignore Harry, or at least as much as he could, given that he was a professor. But the boy wasn't making it easy. Voldemort is inside Hogwarts, Harry stated. Dumbledore almost fell to the ground and had to grab his desk for support. I told you to sit down, Harry added. Are you crazy? Don't say that name. Is this your idea of a prank? Snape finally lost his calm. And Umbridge is a Death Eater, Harry added. What? Snape shouted. Maybe I should have opened with that, Harry pondered. Harry, how can this be? Please, explain it a bit better. Dumbledore managed to sit back down. Headmaster, you can't be taking him seriously, right? The boy is obviously making things up. His father was known for his ridiculous pranks. Snape tried to make him see reason. Severus, I understand your point of view, but I assure you that Harry's information is always reliable. More than you can imagine. Dumbledore gave him a knowing look. Snape's eyes widened as he realized something. Don't tell me it's him. He pointed at Harry. This is the mysterious source that you always refuse to reveal during the order meetings. Mysterious source. Harry tilted his head. Yes, Severus, there is more to Harry Potter than I could explain at the moment. I never revealed this to you because I knew how you would react. I would appreciate it if you kept this information to yourself. Dumbledore told him. Snape was staring at Harry now. He could never have imagined that the mysterious informant who had been helping the Order of the Phoenix was none other than James Potter's son. You, Snape muttered. I knew there was something strange about you. Who are you really? Snape demanded to know. Now is really not the time for that, Harry said. He is correct, Severus. Harry, tell Muhan, did you see him? Tell us all the details. Dumbledore leaned forward on his desk. Here's the thing's not here in person. I believe he is controlling some sort of magical construct, Harry clarified. A construct? You mean like a golem? Dumbledore asked. Something like that. Remember when I told you that Rookwood was dead? Well, I was right. Is definitely dead, Harry said. Dead? What is he talking about? Snape had never heard about this. Dumbledore, however, had an idea of what Harry was implying. You don't mean that. Yes, if you remove the soul from a person, you are left with something that is neither completely alive nor dead, a vessel to be filled by something else, Harry explained. Right, that could be possible. Dumbledore began to consider this possibility. You believe he put a fragment of himself in that vessel? That would create something akin to a living Horcrux. No. Harry immediately dismissed that possibility. He didn't think Voldemort would have recalled all of his soul pieces just to fragment his soul again and put them in living vessels. That would make him even more vulnerable than before. I think he found a way to create a connection with the construct. I just don't know if he is directly controlling it or merely giving it orders like I would with one of my golems, Harry said. Regardless of that, we cannot have something so dangerous inside the school, Dumbledore said. Snape was feeling a bit lost, but from what he understood, he had to agree with the headmaster. Anything connected with the Dark Lord should be immediately removed from the school premises. Let's not be so hasty. I don't think that puppet is an immediate danger to the students, Harry said. How can you be so sure? That's why I had to speak with Umbridge before coming here. I couldn't get any information from the construct, but I did get some interesting things from the Toad. Let me tell you about it. Chapter 319. Toad, oh I think I see it now, Dumbledore seemed to realize. You spoke with that woman? Snape looked a bit dubious. I have to assume that she didn't willingly share any important information with you. That woman hates you, Dumbledore stated. The feeling is mutual, yes, Harry nodded. And I suppose it would be better not to ask about the specifics of how you obtained that information, yes? That would be for the best, I agree, Harry answered. Why? Snape asked. You don't want to get involved in this one, trust me, Harry told him. Is she still alive, at least? Dumbledore inquired. Alive, well, and won't remember a thing, Harry said. That's good enough, I suppose, Dumbledore decided. Good enough? Snape could not believe what he was hearing. Now what did you find out? The headmaster leaned forward on the desk. She revealed to me the details about her mission here at Hogwarts. Other than serving as a spy for the Death Eaters, her most important role is to make sure Neville's name comes out of the Goblet of Fire. How do you even know about the goblet? Snape pointed his finger at Harry. They hadn't revealed the goblet yet or explained how the selection process was going to be. That can't bias this the same. Dumbledore looked somewhat shocked. He had considered many possible outcomes for this year, given the information he received from Harry about his own timeline. This could have been one of the possibilities, but it no longer made sense in the current circumstances. Why would he be after Neville? The prophecy is no longer valid. And he had no doubt that Voldemort was well aware of this fact. I also thought it was strange. But if you think about it from his point of view, you will see that this is more than just about the prophecy, Harry said. It's about pride. Snape understood it well. He had known the Dark Lord for many years, and he had never seen someone with a bigger ego than him. Even my little sister knows the story about how the boy who lived defeated him when he was a mere baby and sent him fleeing to another country, where he had remained licking the wounds of his humiliating loss until now, Harry said. He wants revenge, Dumbledore muttered. But he's just a boy. I think he wants to put on a spectacle and kill Neville in a very public way, to show the world that he will not be defeated by some miracle again. He wants people to lose any remaining hope. Harry was very familiar with that scenario. Still, he doesn't need to put him in the tournament for that. Dumbledore still had doubts about this plan of his. Harry shrugged. Who knows what goes on in that psycho's mind? Maybe he wants to present Neville as a competent wizard before crushing him. It could be about the rumors, Snape muttered. What rumors? Dumbledore asked. Since the first year, there have been a lot of rumors circulating about Longbottom's hidden potential and about his secret feats of magic, Snape answered. I'm sure Lavender started at least half of those, Harry commented. Of course, he was familiar with the rumors that had been going around the school for 4 years already. It would be impossible not to be. You think he put Neville in the tournament to see if those rumors had any weight? Dumbledore said. I only know that the Dark Lord is a very cautious man, and after all these years in hiding, I can only imagine how much worse it got, Snape added. Very well, regardless of his motivations, we now know what he is planning and can do something about it. The question is how to stop it. Dumbledore looked at them for ideas. That should not be too difficult. You were already planning on adding several protections to the Goblet of Fire. We can think of a few ways that would make it impossible for Longbottom's name to come out of there. Snape seemed to be in deep contemplation. Stop it. Are you too mad? Why would we do that? Harry exclaimed. Harry? Dumbledore glanced at him. Think about Idavan. If we ruin his plans, do you assume he will just give up? No, he will come up with a different way to get what he wants, and maybe next time we won't find out what it is until it's too late. Now we have an opportunity, Harry explained. An opportunity, but, Dumbledore repeated. Are you trying to get Longbottom killed? You have no idea how dangerous this tournament is. Snape felt a bit conflicted. A part of him would certainly enjoy seeing that annoying brat getting a bit roasted by a dragon. We are not going to put Neville in the tournament. I will be the one participating in the tests. We just have to make everyone believe it's actually him. You. Snape got up from his seat. That would not be as simple. If Neville's name comes out of the goblet, he will be bound by a magical contract. You won't be able to take his place in the tests, Dumbledore pointed out. I am well aware of how the Goblet of Fire works, but I have an idea for an idea that would require the cooperation of both of you and Neville himself. Dumbledore glanced at Snape. That's why you asked him to stay. You had something planned from the beginning. Let's hear it then. Chapter 320. No, a bit more to the right. Umbridge woke up the next day in a very bad mood. And she couldn't even tell why. The events from the previous day were somewhat fuzzy. Did I eat too many rum chocolates last night? This was not the first time it happened, but it was certainly not a common occurrence. She was so angry that she decided to begin applying her first new rules today, instead of letting the students have a bit more time. I said to the right. She just realized that the janitor was moving the plaque the wrong way. Ugh, the man grumbled from his ladder and moved the other way. There. Hang it there. Umbridge instructed, and Filch began to use a hammer and a large nail to secure the plaque on the wall. This one read, Educational Decree Number 23, Dolores Jane Umbridge has been appointed to the post of High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Next to this sign were 22 others with different texts written on them. Some were rules, while others were mere announcements. It was still early in the morning, and the students began to walk by the wall. What is that? Where did all of those plaques come from? This was the main hallway that led to the Great Hall, so everyone who was going to get some breakfast stopped to read the plaques. Umbridge stood there and watched with amusement at the students' reactions. Curfew has been changed to 7 p.m. That's just after dinner. We can't wear skirts shorter than the school robes. Who even has something like that? No holding hands or any other show of affection inside the school premises. Osh's begun already. Harry took note of the large number of plaques as he made his way to the hall. What's all of that? Lyra was at his side and began to read them. Her reaction was much like the others. She was outraged. Come here, he took her by the hand and dragged her a bit further away from the crowd. Harry? What are you doing? Lyra asked but did not try to resist. I need you to listen to something. If Lyra was going to complain, the thought disappeared when she saw how serious he looked. I know those rules are ridiculous, but you have to obey them for now. What? You can't be. You have to trust me on this. Okay, she could not say no to her brother when he was like this. Do whatever you can to avoid getting in trouble. That woman will take any chance to give you detention, don't give her the opportunity. The new professor, why would she do that? Harry, what is going on? You're scaring me, Lyra said. It's best not to know some things, just keep in mind that Umbridge is more dangerous than you think. Make sure to tell this to your friends. If she gives detention to any of you, let me know immediately and never stay in a room alone with her. Do you understand? Lyra nodded. I get it, even though I don't understand why. Harry was well aware of how selfish this was of him. Umbridge was going to do her best to discipline as many students as she could, and he was not going to stop her because he wanted to keep things as unchanged as possible. This was his best advantage at the moment, and he did not want to lose it. But if that toad were to lay a finger on those he cared about, that did not trust himself to stop before ripping her into pieces. That would ruin things quite a bit and put everyone in even more danger in the long run. He looked back at the toad as she smiled in satisfaction at her creation before he moved his eyes to the wall. There are still quite a few rules left. I can't believe I have to deal with this and the tournament at the same time. The rest of the week went in relative peace. This was a much forced peace, given all the rules that had been newly implemented by Umbridge. The first Hogsmeade weekend was still another week away, but at least, it was finally time for the arrival of the 2 other schools that would participate in the tournament. The Great Hall had been expanded with an extra table to accommodate all the upcoming guests. At the front of the hall was a very large object that had been covered with a tarp. Tonight is a very special one. Tonight we will be receiving students from 2 foreign schools, who will remain on Hogwarts premises for the remainder of the year, the headmaster announced. Now I will expect all of you to be on your best behavior and make these students feel very much welcome. He made a hand gesture, and the giant double doors on the other side of the hall opened by themselves. Let's first give our welcome to Durmstrang. A large number of students dressed in black and red robes made their way in between the tables. They all look upset, Hermione observed. I heard that Durmstrang is in the middle of some frozen tundra. I would be upset too if I had to study in a place like that, Parvati added. Look. That one in the front is really hot. Lavender was quick to point out. That's Victor Crumb. Ron shouted. Look, George. Yes, Fred, one twin said to the other. Looks like our brother has finally found love. It does look that way. The twins began to laugh. Hey, stop it. Ron pointed his fork at them. The group from Durmstrang was around 30 people strong, and most of them were males. Their headmaster stood at the front. He was a tall man with long hair and a beard, who looked around with paranoia. Dumbledore greeted them briefly before signaling to the door again. And now. Chapter 321. Beau's Batons. This group received a lot more cheers than the previous one. If the Durmstrang students felt very angry and intimidating, these ones were the complete opposite. With their tall headmistress at the head, the group from Beau's Batons made their way to the front of the hall. They were around the same size, some 30-odd students, and most of them were females. Whoa! Seamus was practically drooling. I know, Neville agreed. I heard some rumors about Vilas going to that school, George commented. Well, the tall blonde one next to the headmistress does have the look, Fred added. Dumbledore went to greet the headmistress from Beauxbatons before introducing them to the audience. Olympe Maxime was even taller than Hagrid and certainly had some giant blood in her. The paranoid headmaster from Durmstrang was a man called Igor Karkaroff, a former Death Eater who betrayed his allies to avoid prison. Harry was surprised the man even dared to show his face in England at all at this time, given the circumstances. Judging by his demeanor, he no doubt knew about Voldemort's return to the country. He must have a lot of trust in the security offered by Hogwarts walls. Too bad he doesn't know they're already inside, Harry thought. While Maxime and Karkaroff took their seats at the professor's table, most of their students sat down at the newly added table. But a few of them were daring enough to approach some of the 4 house tables. Harry spotted the face of an old acquaintance getting close. Fleur Delacour looked so much younger and more innocent compared to the one from his memories. She stood behind Fred and George, along with 2 of her friends at her side. Excuse-moi, may we sit here? She pointed at the empty seats next to Fred. Let me say something. I know Fleur is supposed to have this heavy French accent, but I don't know how to convey that in text, other than adding a few French words here and there. So I'm not going to try imagine she is talking with a French accent. Fred became frozen like a statue until his twin gave him a smack on the head. Yes. Wonderful. Fleur offered him a sweet smile and sat down at his side while her 2 friends occupied the other places. Your English is really good. Ginny decided to say something after seeing the panicked faces of the twins. They were usually a lot more vocal around girls. Merci, I have practiced all summer. Fleur said. Are you going to join the tournament? Lyra asked. Oui. I will. This is the reason for my visit. Fleur said with determination in her eyes. She is going to be our champion, one of her friends said. She is going to win the tournament, the other one added. Please behave, Fleur threw them a glare of disapproval. Really? You already know who your champion is? We still don't know ours. Ginny felt like their school was already behind and they haven't even started yet. We don't even know how the champions are chosen, Lyra added. With the thing beneath the tarp, Harry told his sister. Just then, the plates with food began to appear. Finally. Ron groaned. The tarp, both Ginny and Lyra glanced at the mysterious object. They had all been wondering what it was since they arrived at the hall. Do you know what it is? Ginny asked. Harry gave Fleur a quick glance. There was a smug smile hiding beneath her mask of calmness. You can ask our French guests, they know. Harry began to eat his dinner. You do. Can you tell us? Ginny turned to them. Fleur made a troubled expression. Oh well, we promised to keep it to ourselves until your headmaster. We can't tell you. Yes, our headmistress will get angry with us, the 2 French girls said. Oh, Ginny looked down in disappointment. By the way, Fleur wanted to change the subject to something else. Her eyes wandered around the table. I heard many stories about the boy who lived and that he was in this house. Is it true? She finally looked at Neville. Ah. Neville became very nervous. He was not used to talking to girls. Much less one this beautiful. Fleur smiled. She was used to this reaction. Me and my sister are great fans of your stories. The stories. Yes, Neville felt very awkward. He hated being reminded of those children's stories. People always made assumptions about him because of them. And then he had to hear how disappointed they were because he was nothing like the character in those books. He doesn't like those stories, you know. Hermione decided to jump in the conversation. Oh, and you are? Fleur glanced in her direction. Hermione Granger, she did not like the way the 3 French girls were glancing at her. And why would he not like those stories? Yes, he is a great hero in them, the 2 French girls commented. I'm not like that, Neville looked down. Fleur was measuring him with her eyes. Really, I figured you would become one of the champions. Who else is more qualified than the boy who lived to represent Hogwarts? Those stories are all made up. They never even consulted with Neville before writing them, Ginny said with a frown, despite the fact that she had been one of the many who believed in them. Yeah, but Neville is a great guy though. Seamus jumped to support his friend. Yeah. And very rich. Ron added. Ron. Neville exclaimed. I see, so none of the rumors were true then. Fleur's smile seemed to disappear from her face and was replaced by one of disappointment. I thought I could measure the competition a bit, seems like I wasted my time. She stood up from the table. Let's go, girls. She told her two friends who hurried to follow her. Chapter 322. 6 days later. It was 30 minutes past midnight. The halls of the castle were dimly lit with the help of a few magical torches. Everyone was fast asleep by now, or at least almost everyone. A certain woman was in a hurry to arrive at a late meeting. The silence was constantly being cut by the incessant noises produced by her new shoes hitting the stone floor. Most would find the sound very irritating, but she quite liked it, and so she never bothered with any sound-dampening charms. All of a sudden, she heard a loud hiss next to her as she was about to take another turn. Ah! Madame Umbridge jumped 1 foot in the air and almost lost her balance from the unexpected noise. When she looked down, she found herself staring at an ugly cat with disgustingly dirty hair and a pair of piercing orange eyes. "What is this thing doing here?" her high-pitched voice resounded all over the place. She then heard hurried steps approaching while the cat stared at her with a pair of disturbingly orange eyes. "Oh, Miss Umbridge, it's you." The janitor appeared in a rush from around the corner. He was gasping heavily for air after finally catching up to his cat. "Mr. Filch, of course." Umbridge scowled. She should have remembered that this ugly creature belonged to this ugly man. But perhaps her mind was trying to protect her from such memories after all. "Your pet startled me." She gave the man a look of displeasure and waited for his apology. "I'm very sorry, Madame Umbridge." Which he immediately offered. I thought Miss Norris had found some students sneaking around at night, for you know, they do that very often in T-. I don't want the details, that is strictly forbidden." She screeched. "Of course, yes. I will allow such acts in my halls," Filch said with passion. "These are not your halls, you dimwit." That's what she wanted to say. Well, going back to the topic. I am obviously not a student. She really disliked this man and had planned to get rid of him as soon as possible. But he just so happened to be useful for now, at least. So you can go back to patrol your halls, and do it properly this time. Yes, he picked up his cat from the floor. Still, it's a bit late to be wandering the halls though. He glanced at her for a possible explanation. Umbridge's frown deepened. Now she was being questioned by this lowly individual. A woman of my status and caliber has many obligations. Rest can be a luxury sometimes. Now, if you don't mind, I have some business to attend to. Ah yes, he fumbled with the words. She did not even let him finish his mumbling before turning around and walking away, leaving the nervous janitor behind. She was already anxious, and now she was also furious, thanks to that buffoon. I'll get him back for that. Perhaps I'll make that cat of his disappear. Umbridge did her best to calm herself before reaching that person's room. Talking alone with Mr. Rookwood always made her feel uneasy, to say the least. In public, Rookwood is a quiet man with a personality as interesting as a rock. But during the few private conversations they had, he seemed to become a completely different person. His eyes turned more lively and his demeanor suddenly switched. Umbridge was, of course, very curious about this, but she did not dare to ask. She had been told very clearly that, at least for the duration of the mission, Mr. Rookwood was going to be acting as her superior. She would receive any new instructions directly from him, and any reports would also have to be delivered to Rookwood in person. Tonight, she had a very important report. Okay, here we go. Umbridge stood before the door until she got up the courage to knock. Enter. Just by the tone alone, Umbridge could tell that Rookwood was in his alternate persona. She opened the door and went inside. The bedroom had even less light than the corridor, with only a couple of candles doing all the heavy work to light the place. Rookwood was sitting in front of a small circular table that had been set up at the center of the small room. An empty chair was on the other side and Rookwood made a gesture for her to sit. Well, how did it go? He asked with a tone that gave her goosebumps. Her intuition told her that if she were to give this man some bad news, something terrible would happen to her. Luckily, that was not the case. Umbridge tried her best to form a smile and pretend to be calm while she sat down. It was a complete success, Mr. Rookwood. I followed all your instructions to the letter. Give me the details. He demanded. Yes, I took a piece of parchment with Longbottom's name on it. One that had been written by him, as you instructed. He nodded. Continue. I used the Confundus charm on the goblet to make it believe there was a fourth school after bypassing the protection set by the headmaster. Did you encounter any problems? He asked. Not at all. She lied. Umbridge had never been skilled in practical magic and it took her many tries to get the spell right. You will definitely see the boy's name coming out of the goblet of fire tomorrow night. Rookwood's eyes seemed to shine with a red light for a moment. Excellent. If it all goes according to plan, you will be generously rewarded by our Lord. But do not forget that failure will not be tolerated. His gaze pierced her. Umbridge's face went a shade paler. Why yes. Of course. Chapter 323. The next day, at night. The entire school was in the great hall, finishing their dinners and looking towards the front, where the goblet of fire had been placed, with great expectations. Tonight, the headmaster was finally going to announce the 3 participants for the tournament. Over this last week, they had the opportunity to meet the students from the other schools, and it was easy to tell who their champions were going to be. From Beaux Batons, Fleur Delacour was the favorite candidate and the only one. Everyone else appeared to have come here just to support her as champion. From Durmstrang, there were a few candidates who put their names in the cup. But everyone was expecting Viktor Krum to be the one chosen. He was, after all, a very famous and popular professional Quidditch player. From Hogwarts, it was less clear. Dozens of seniors had put their names in. However, there was one student in the hall who already knew what the results were going to be. Harry stared at the goblet of fire with impassivity for a while before looking at Neville, who was peacefully finishing his dinner while talking with Ron and Seamus. He felt a bit bad for what was about to happen, but this was the best way. He had no doubt about that. If he hadn't taken charge of the situation, the danger could have come from anywhere at any time. It was preferable to have a sword pointed at you in the open than 100 daggers in the dark. "Ugh, I can't believe it," Hermione groaned. Harry glanced at her. Meanwhile, his housemate was worried about something completely unrelated. "Cheer up, Herms. That happens to me all the time," Lavender said. "Yeah, honestly, no one will blame you. That professor is even worse than the ghost." Parvati made a face of disgust. "I never fell asleep in class before," Hermione exclaimed. Apparently, the history lessons of Professor Rookwood were even more boring than his predecessor. Boring enough to make someone like Hermione Granger fall asleep during his class. Harry didn't understand all the ins and outs of whatever necromancy Voldemort had used to create that soulless puppet. But it appears that as long as the Dark Lord was not directly controlling him, Rookwood would act in sort of automatic mode. And that made him extremely dull. "Look. It's time." Lyra pulled on his robes over and over. His sister was extremely excited about this tournament. "Who do you think Hogwarts champion is going to be?" she asked him. "Probably Cedric Diggory," Harry told her. The Hufflepuff. Lyra could not imagine a Hufflepuff champion. "Cedric?" Ginny poked her head from behind Lyra. He is very popular." Yes, of course, she was very familiar with him. Not only was Cedric her rival at Quidditch, but he was also her neighbor. "But I still think that Ethan Coulton has a better chance to become the champion." "Who?" Harry asked. "The head boy." "Wait, how are you sure that?" Lyra then realized something. The reason her brother was so sure must be because the same thing happened in his time. With a mischievous smile on her face, Lyra turned around. "Say, Ginny, do you want to make a bet?" "A bet? On who becomes the champion?" "Sure, why not? But what do you want to bet?" "I don't have a single nut." Ginny was completely oblivious to her friend's machinations. Lyra grinned widely. "Don't worry about it. I don't want money. What about this? The loser has to g ouch." Lyra felt a hand smacking her head. "No bets," Harry told her in a firm tone. "But," Lyra pouted. "No bets," he insisted. Ginny tilted her head in confusion. She had no idea what Lyra had in mind. She would have to ask her later. With the dinner finished, it was finally time to make the announcement everyone had been excited about. Dumbledore approached the goblet of fire and tapped it with his wand. The blue flames on the top became much more intense. "And now we will know the names of the 3 Triwizard champions. I will have to ask everyone to remain in silence." He pointed at the artifact. "The goblet of fire will select a name, and this one will come out from within its flames. Once that person has been chosen, there is no going back, so I hope that everyone who put their names inside thought things through." The entirety of the audience remained silent as requested. Their eyes were glued to the goblet waiting. Not even a minute had passed when the flames flared up, and a piece of scorched paper flew out. Dumbledore, who was waiting close by, was the one who caught the paper. "Viktor Krum." The students cheered for the Durmstrang champion. Viktor stood up from his chair and acknowledged the cheers with a polite gesture. Another minute passed, and another paper flew out of the goblet. "Fleur Delacour," the headmaster declared. This surprised no one, but still, Fleur stood up, smiled at the crowd, and gave a curtsy. "Merci." It was finally time for the last champion. Another minute, and the paper came out in the same way as the others. Dumbledore extended his hand, and the paper landed on his palm. He looked at it for a moment and read its contents. Cedric Diggory. Everyone cheered, but no one as loudly as the Hufflepuff table. Hey, you were right, Lyra. Ginny exclaimed. Yeah, she pouted, crossed her arms, and gave her brother a glare. Hufflepuff. Cedric. The entire table began to cheer. The Hufflepuff house really needed this now. The atmosphere had been very depressing for the past weeks, and this bit of happiness was very welcome. Hogwarts. Cedric. Soon enough, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables also joined in. After all, this was their champion. And he was going to win. Or so they thought. The Goblet of Fire became active again. Its blue flames gained a green hue and began to rise in intensity. What is going on? Are there more champions? I think there is something wrong with the goblet. Umbridge opened her eyes widely. She expected the fourth name to come out like the others, but something was off. She was extremely worried now. If something went wrong, she was going to take the blame in front of her lord. Stay calm, remain in your seats, the headmaster shouted. Just when the flames appeared to be losing control, something came out of them with a loud explosion, a piece of paper. As the paper descended, the flames on the goblet calmed down until they returned to normal. McGonagall and a few other professors stood up from their seats and approached Dumbledore for an explanation. They all saw the headmaster catch the fourth piece of paper and look at it, before closing his fist around it. Neville Longbottom, he announced. Chapter 324. The hall became completely silent. What did he say? Neville stammered the words. I'm sure he said your name, Seamus told him. Ron frowned. You put your name in. Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore repeated. Neville, I think you are supposed to go there with the others, Ginny said. But, I didn't put my name. I swear. Neville said defensively. Why didn't you tell me? I would have put my name in too. Ron glared at Neville with disgust. Neville Longbottom, come here please. Dumbledore made a hand gesture for him to approach. The other champions were already behind the headmaster and staring at Neville. Not being given any other choice, Neville lowered his head and began to walk towards the front while everyone stared at him. He heard some of his housemates whispering and calling him a cheater and worse. He hadn't felt like this since his first year. Most seemed to have lost interest in the whole boy who lived thing after a while. Especially after Draco disappeared. Other than hearing ridiculous rumors about him, no one had really bothered him, but now this happens. Why? Neville wondered while he walked. Mr. Longbottom, I expected better from you. Neville was first welcomed by a very disappointed Professor McGonagall. The headmaster got in between them and put his hand on Neville's shoulder. Let us discuss this in a more private setting. Severus, do me a favor and guide the champions to the side chamber. We have to talk. This way, the potions professor told the other champions. They all followed him, along with the two foreign headmasters. They went inside a large studio filled with cabinets and shelves. As the door closed, the headmistress from Beauxbatons went directly to confront Dumbledore and Neville. What is the meaning of this? Hogwarts has two champions now. I demand that you remove one this instant. I don't care which one. Miss Maxime, I assure you that. I agree. I was not expecting this type of machination from you, Albus, Karkaroff joined in. Neville kept his head down, not wanting to make these people even angrier. Igor, you know me, Hogwarts has nothing to gain from doing something like this. Dumbledore tried to calm the two. Madame Maxime's eyes moved to Neville. If this is not something you planned, then this boy cheated all by himself. Is that what you are saying? I did not put my name in the goblet. Neville muttered. Humph, like we are going to believe that. I just don't know how you got past the protections, Karkaroff grunted. How did you do it, boy? He got a bit closer, and Neville was more scared now. Snape stopped the other headmaster. Igor, you are in no position to go accusing people of transgressions, or have you forgotten your past? Severus, how dare you say that to me? Who do you think you are, Dot? Karkaroff frowned. Okay, that's enough. Dumbledore got serious. The intensity of his magic flaring was sufficient for them to take a step back. What is done is done. You know as well as I do that once the name comes out, the magical contract is formed. And there is no going back. Neville Longbottom will participate in the tournament. Before they could open their mouths again, Dumbledore added something else. However, Hogwarts will only have one champion, and that is Cedric Diggory. since he was chosen first in the case of Mr. Longbottom winning the tournament it would be treated as an independent side, and Hogwarts would take no credit for it. Is that acceptable? He glanced at Neville and Cedric. Cedric shrugged. Sure, as long as everyone knows I'm the real champion. Neville nodded. I don't mind, he knew he wasn't going to win anyway. He just wanted people to stop being mad at him. Ha! Like that little boy is going to win. Fleur stepped forward and stood next to her headmistress. It's fine, headmistress, let Hogwarts do what they want. I will be the winner in the end. Maxime smiled. So much fire, that's my girl. Very well, Albus. I'll complain no more about this matter, but I want you to know that I am very disappointed in you. Victor Crumb moved next. It is all right, headmaster. I always welcome the competition, he glared at Fleur. And the final champion will be me. Karkaroff chuckled. Right. He looked at Dumbledore. Fine. Let Hogwarts have 2 champions, there will be more to crush. Dumbledore shook his head. They weren't even listening to him after all. Very well then, I will just say, congratulations to all the champions. You can go back to the Great Hall and celebrate with all your friends. I have convinced Madame Umbridge to allow a 10 p.m. curfew, just for tonight. The foreign champions began to leave the room, while McGonagall accompanied Cedric. Neville was about to follow them when he was stopped by Dumbledore. Not you, Mr. Longbottom, I'm afraid we still have more to discuss. We can continue in my office. Am I in trouble? Neville asked with a trembling voice. My grandma will kill me if I get expelled. Snape could not help but scowl. The Dark Lord is wary of this boy, the potion master reminded himself of that fact. No, you are not in trouble, Neville, I just want to talk about a few things related to what happened tonight. I promise to be as brief as possible so you can return to your friends, Dumbledore said. Neville flinched. That's okay, I'm in no hurry to get back there, they probably hate me now, they think I'm a cheater. Dumbledore sighed. He detested that they had to do this. He looked at Snape, and even the potions professor looked a bit troubled. Go call for him. Chapter 325. The gargoyle mechanism activated as soon as Harry and Snape got close to the entrance. How strange, it did not ask for the password. Snape stopped in his tracks and stared at the moving stairs. It must be broken, Harry told him. Snape's eyebrows twitched a few times. Potter, I know you are hiding something, I won't ask about it, but don't take me for a fool. Harry glanced at him with a serene expression. I am hiding many things. You may learn some of them soon, while others you will never get to know. And I will only take you for a fool when you do something foolish. Potter. Snape stood in front of him with clenched teeth. You will show me the proper respect. Harry returned his aggressive glare with a face that didn't give anything away. Is that an attempt to intimidate me? Because you have no idea how funny that is to me. Before Snape could begin yelling, Harry spoke again. But, I believe the headmaster is waiting for us to arrive at his office. Unless you want to keep him waiting. Snape muttered a few curses under his breath before going up the stairs. When they walked inside, they found Neville discussing something with the headmaster. A magical contract, the boy asked. That is correct. Every tournament champion is tied to the Goblet of Fire by a magical contract until the tournament is concluded. Breaking such a contract would have terrible consequences, but his clear blue eyes moved to the new arrivals. I don't think you need to be concerned about that. How can I not? It was then that Neville realized there were 2 more people in the office now. Harry, what are you, Professor Snape? His face went a few shades paler. The headmaster had told him they were waiting for someone, but... I thought you called for my grandma. I believe that conversation can wait until tomorrow. Dumbledore was already dreading talking to that stubborn woman again. But Neville still didn't understand what his classmate and potions professor could be doing here. Allow me to explain this, Neville, this is going to take a bit of time, so I would ask you to bear with me and be patient. Dumbledore told him all about Voldemort's return and his plans to involve him in the tournament. You know who is back? Neville's body shook with terror while sitting in his chair. I'm afraid so. This has been confirmed to me by various sources, and all of them are very reliable. But, what does he want with me? Hasn't he already done enough to my family? Neville still didn't know about the prophecy that was the main trigger that caused the death of his parents all those years back. Dumbledore didn't feel it was necessary to tell him due to the fact that the prophecy was no longer in effect. So, there was no need to put that extra burden on Neville. And knowing him, there was a good possibility that he would end up blaming himself for what happened that night if he were to learn the full truth. The motivations behind Voldemort's actions are not important at this precise moment. But now that he has decided to go after you, well, he is not the type to change his mind. Let's just say that. Dumbledore sighed. So he is the reason my name came out of the goblet of fire then. Can't you at least tell that to everyone so they don't think of me as a cheater? Neville requested without much thought. You want me to announce the return of the Dark Lord to every professor and student in Hogwarts? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Well, now that the headmaster was saying it like that, it did not seem like such a great idea anymore. People's complaints about your presence in the tournament are going to disappear after the first test, trust me, Harry told him. Really? But even if that is true, Neville lowered his head in defeat. I don't want to be in the tournament. About that. Dumbledore started. I believe it's time to tell you the next part. You won't really be participating in the tournament. What? But you said before. Voldemort expects to see Neville Longbottom taking part in the tests. The headmaster moved his eyes to Harry. But thanks to the wonders of magic, there are many ways to accomplish that without putting you in any real danger. Harry took something out of his pocket. It was the same tiny box that Daphne had given to him on the first day of school. He placed it on the desk and gave it a gentle tap with his wand. The box grew in size until it resembled a briefcase. We will be using this, Harry said as he opened the case. Inside it were around 20 vials, all with identical contents and carefully stored to avoid any breakage. Potions? Wait, Neville gave the case a sniff. He may have been terrible at making potions, but he was great at recognizing the ingredients of a potion just by smell alone. However, there was someone else with much more expertise already in the room who had already recognized the identity of the potions inside these vials. That's Polyjuice Potion. Snape had only been given part of the plan, but now that he saw this, he finally understood how Harry was going to participate in the tournament. Correct, this is a large supply of Polyjuice Potions. More than enough for the task. But we are going to need everyone's cooperation for this to work. Harry glanced at Neville. Will you help us? Chapter 326. Over the next few weeks, Neville learned what it felt like to be disliked by an entire school, plus 2 foreign ones. Ron was quick to turn against his friend, and Seamus felt like he had no choice but to follow along with the rest of his house. The fact that he knew the truth about his participation in the tournament and that he was helping in the fight against the Dark Lord did make him feel a bit better, though. Also, he didn't have to worry about the tournament itself since Harry had already explained in detail how they were going to handle it. He wasn't left by himself either. Harry, along with his sister Lyra, and Ginny, would often keep him company. Luna Lovegood and Astoria Greengrass would often join them, so he never felt truly alone. But Neville was hardly the only one suffering at Hogwarts this year. Professor Umbridge had quickly become the most disliked person in the entire history of the school. She had continued to add more decrees to that wall, and it had gotten to the point where there was barely any room left. Umbridge even tried to limit the Hogsmeade permits to only the good students. Of course, this was done according to her own criteria. The headmaster had to intervene in order to stop that decree personally, as it would have created an endless amount of trouble. But just the fact that she tried to do that, had earned the scorn of most students. There were so many rules that it was impossible not to break one by accident, and students would often find themselves in detention. This was the reason he had been forced to interject today in Hogwarts affairs. Well? How did it go? Lyra asked with expectant eyes. Harry walked out of Umbridge's office and closed the door. Today, the Toad had found some excuse to give detention to both his sister and Ginny. The girls came to inform him, and he had no choice but to deal with her in person. I spoke with Professor Umbridge, and your detentions have been cancelled, Harry informed them. Really? She looked so angry with us this morning, Ginny said with a frown. This was the first time she truly hated a teacher. Even Lockhart had not earned this much dislike from her. You didn't kill her, right? Lyra asked with suspicion. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Harry was beginning to show concern about his personal image. I just spoke to her in a reasonable manner and made her see the error in her ways, he told them before walking away. This was the 4th time he had to obliviate the Toad since the year started, and he was beginning to worry about causing her some permanent mental issues. Not that he was worried for her well-being, but she needed to remain at least functional until the end of the tournament. Otherwise, Voldemort will be forced to send someone more competent. Wait, Harry. He heard Ginny call for him. Yes. Well, I wanted to thank you for the help, Ginny said. It was no trouble. Now you can enjoy your afternoon. Harry nodded. Yes, hee. If only we could play Quidditch. Ginny was still somewhat hurt by the absence of her favorite activity. The headmaster only said that there would be no Quidditch House League. You can still play on the fields. There is plenty of space all around Hogwarts. You just have to convince a few more people to play. Harry gave her some advice. Ginny's eyes opened wide. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Just be a bit discreet about it. If that woman finds out that someone is having fun, she is going to add another rule, Harry told her. Yeah, you are probably right, Ginny nodded. Say, Harry, there was something else I wanted to ask you. What is it? Harry noted the girl's face becoming a bit red. Well, would you know the weekend? Yes. I never mind. She took off running. Harry had a complicated expression. Ah. She almost got it. Lyra exclaimed before jumping from behind a nearby column. Are you a stalker now? He asked her. You doofus. She came to him and punched his shoulder. Why didn't you help her? Is this how you thank me for getting you out of detention? My little sister used to have better manners than this. Don't give me that now, Lyra raised an eyebrow. You are not that thickhead. Ginny wanted to invite you to Hogsmeade. She didn't, though, Harry pointed out. He was already conflicted about this matter, and his sister was not helping. You have to invite her now, Lyra said seriously. Why are you getting involved in this? Harry asked her. Because she is my best friend, and I want to help her, Lyra said. Come on, you even went with Pansy last year and don't tell me that Ginny isn't pretty. There are already plenty of guys lining up to invite her. That's not the issue here. There was no way he could explain the whole thing to her. Just one date to Hogsmeade, please. And besides, that way we can do a double date with me and Lyra stopped talking. Hold on you. Who are you going with? Harry's tone became slightly harsher. That's my business. Isn't that what you always say? Lyra seemed to enjoy this. Just tell me who it is. It's not someone from Slytherin. It's not Michael Corner, I hope. That guy was too sleazy. You'll have to wait for the next weekend to find out, Lyra chuckled. Chapter 327. Neville moved his eyes around, looking very nervous. So you and my sister? Harry glared at him. He had arrived and found him standing next to Lyra and Ginny. Harry, stop it. Lyra huffed. This is why she didn't want to say anything. It's not like that. This is the first time that Neville stammered the words badly. It's our first date, okay? Lyra stood in front of Neville in a protective manner. Fine, Harry's eyes met Neville's. We'll talk about this later. Lyra hurried to push Ginny forward, as if she were some kind of offering. Isn't Ginny looking beautiful today? She got a new dress for the occasion. Of course, Lyra was the one who paid for it during their previous outing. Ginny wore a long garnet-colored dress with some gold accents that reached her knees, paired with boots and a jacket in the same tones. Very Gryffindor. You look great, Ginny, Harry told her. What about me? Lyra waved at him. His sister's attire was very similar, but hers was black and silver. You look okay. Now, shall we go? Harry said. Hey. Lyra huffed. I think you look great, Neville hurried to say. Thank you. Lyra grinned. Let's go then. She grabbed his hand and began to walk out of the castle's back doors. Harry did the same, while Ginny walked at his side. Did you apply some warming charms? Otherwise, those clothes are not going to be enough. I did. We learned them last year, Ginny said. What about Lyra? She can be kinda useless with charms sometimes, he inquired. Ginny grinned. She can do this much at least, she glanced at him. You care a lot about her, huh? Of course, Harry answered without hesitation. She does make it difficult sometimes. Come on, Neville. Grab my hand harder, are you a boy or not? Lyra shouted loud enough to make everyone nearby turn their heads. Yes, I understand that feeling, Ginny nodded. But you aren't really mad at Neville, right? He is a good boy. I can't believe everyone got mad at him for the whole tournament thing. It's so stupid. Crowds are easier to convince than individuals. And the article from the Daily Prophet calling him a cheater probably didn't help either, Harry told her. Yes, but my brother and Seamus should know better. They've been friends since first year, Ginny huffed. Your brother Ron is also an idiot, Harry said. No offense, he then added. No, he can be an idiot sometimes, Ginny said. Okay, most of the time. But I think he's just jealous. I know he wanted to be in the tournament too, she then added. I wouldn't worry too much about that. He'll change his mind as soon as he finds out what the first task is going to be, Harry told her. You know what it's going to be? Ginny's embarrassment began to vanish as she became more interested in the conversation. I could tell you, but you can't tell anyone, Harry said. Not even Lyra? Especially not Lyra. Ginny nodded. That made sense. Okay, I promise. Dragons, Harry whispered. Seriously? Ginny glanced at Neville, who was walking a bit ahead on the snowy path. Does Neville know? She asked. Of course. That was not exactly true. There was no need for Neville to know what the test was since he wasn't going to be the one participating in it. But I should give him a heads up, just in case someone goes to tell him. They continued to walk at a leisurely pace until they arrived at the small village of Hogsmeade, along with many other students who also traversed the same path. Lyra and Ginny seemed to have already decided where they wanted to go and guided the boys towards the 3 broomsticks. Harry almost let out a breath of relief when he found out they weren't going to that terrible cafe he visited last year with Daphne. The pub was already getting full, even though it was still far from lunchtime. This was likely a side effect of Miss Umbridge's endless rules and regulations. It made students feel trapped while inside the school, and Hogsmeade was the only place where they could be free at least for now. The group went inside the place, and the atmosphere seemed to immediately change. Most of the students stopped their conversations and turned to look at them or, more specifically, they were all looking at Neville. Oh, the boy felt the intense pressure already. Then, the murmurs and nasty glares began. I don't like this. Ginny was becoming worried that something bad could happen. No one would dare to move a finger while inside the castle for fear of breaking some of Umbridge's rules in the process. Rumors about her harsh punishments were already well known among the students. But here in Hogsmeade they did not have to worry about any of that. Longbottom. You have some nerve to show yourself here. A group of Hufflepuff seniors were already making their way towards them. Lyra stood in front of Neville while she looked at the approaching group. Right behind them were Ginny and Harry. And maybe we should go somewhere else, Neville muttered. Look who it is, the fake champion. Cho Chang's words carried enough venom to kill an adult. She clutched at Cedric's arm with enough force to make the boy flinch. Cedric looked at Neville's group with a troubled expression. Come on guys, let's just get along. No, Cho is right. The fake champion deserves a lesson, a 7th-year Hufflepuff boy said. Many of the students at the table began to cheer at the comment. Harry felt the ambience of the place becoming more violent. Looks like we won't be able to solve this one with words alone. Chapter 328. It appeared that in the absence of Draco and his ridiculous badges, people didn't have a proper outlet for their anger. Add to that all of Umbridge's oppressive restrictions, and now the situation had reached a boiling point. Harry didn't recognize the 3 Hufflepuff boys at the front, but they were likely 7th years. He did recognize Cho Chang, though. Harry hadn't thought about her since the 2nd year when Cho and some of her friends began to mess with Luna. But that quickly stopped when Lyra and Ginny stood up for their friend. It seemed like she was now dating Cedric Diggory again, and by the look on her face, the girl was very upset with Neville at this moment, much like everyone else present in the pub. Harry was thinking about a way to handle this in the most peaceful way possible. After all, he was sure that Dumbledore would not be happy if he sent a bunch of students to the infirmary today. Then, his sister decided to shove away one of the seniors who got too close to them. Leave us alone, and Neville is not a fake champion. He did not cheat. Lyra shouted. Oh yeah? Then how did his name come out after the Hogwarts champion had already been selected? Cho asked with a smirk. That was a question that Lyra had no answer to, so she turned to look at her brother for help. Neville did know the answer to that question, but he could not say anything. Even if he did, the reaction was bound to be a negative one. They did not even believe that he did not put his name in the goblet. Why would they believe him if he began to talk about the return of the Dark Lord without an ounce of evidence? The 2 foreign champions, Crumb and Fleur, were also present, sitting at the second-floor tables, from where they had a perfect view of the whole commotion. Neither of them seemed interested in joining in to support either side and were content to just watch the Hogwarts students fight each other. Cho is right, there is no way for you to be a champion other than cheating, one of the older boys said. Potter, get out of the way. I can't believe you are defending him. Cho let go of Cedric's arm and got closer to Lyra. That's enough, Cho, just leave us alone. Ginny went to stand next to her friend. Ginny? What are you doing here? Ron appeared from among the crowd and pointed at his sister with an angry face. Come here right now. I can't believe you are with that traitor. Ron. Neville wore a hurt expression. He could take those comments from others, but he had considered Ron his best friend. You two, move, one of the Hufflepuff boys exclaimed. He had his wand in hand. Don't think you are untouchable because some people are afraid of your brother. Okay, let's stop right here. Harry moved in front of his sister and Ginny, standing very close to the 3 large Hufflepuff boys. Before you lot get hurt, he then added. The 3 boys became angered, and 3 more of their classmates came closer, with the clear intention of confronting Harry. There is no need to fight. Now Cedric was getting worried. This could only end up making him look bad if some seniors began to beat students on his behalf. That's right, there is no need to fight, Cho pointed at Neville. All he has to do is drop out of the tournament, and we can let this go. Cho, Cedric looked at his girlfriend with conflicted feelings. He had already told her that it was impossible to drop from the tournament, even though he didn't tell her the specifics about the magical contract. I can't do that, Neville said. So you admit it then? You wanted to be in the tournament after all, Ron joined in the conversation. You found a way to put your name in the cup and didn't tell me anything. The redhead huffed. So. What if he did? Harry's words were loud enough for everyone to hear, despite not shouting. So what? That's against the rules. Yeah. The crowd began to complain. Sure, the rules said that no one under the age of 17 could enter, but it's not like many of you didn't at least try. That shut down the murmurs. I remember seeing the Weasley twins attempt to cheat their way through the age line for almost an hour. And you were all cheering for their success. So what is your complaint with Neville being chosen? It's not like he took anyone's spot. Harry pointed at Cedric. The Hogwarts champion is right there. He took the spotlight away from Cedric. Cho shouted. All the newspapers talk about the boy who lived being in the tournament. He stole all the attention from my boyfriend. I don't care that much about that, Cedric muttered. That's it? You all think Neville wanted more fame? Harry snorted. You are all being ridiculous. Harry's words made many of the pub's occupants hesitate, and they began to doubt if their motivations were correct after all. But the seniors from Hufflepuff were too angry to back down now. No. That's not enough. The cheater has to leave the tournament, or else, he pulled his wand and showed it to Harry as a threat. We are going to take matters into our own hands. While Neville, Lyra, and Ginny were looking concerned, Harry shook his head in disappointment. Oh well, I tried at least so no one can complain. He looked up at the senior students. Just remember that you chose this. Chapter 329. I'm not afraid of you, Potter. The senior moved his right hand to point his wand directly at Harry but stopped moving soon after, as if he had just become paralyzed. Cedric did not waste the chance to grab his girlfriend and drag her away from the conflict, despite her complaints. What are you waiting for? Curse him. The other Hufflepuff seniors who were right behind him began to react. There is something wrong, another one said. Bloody hell. I'll do it myself, a third boy pulled his wand. Harry was not planning on letting anyone fire a single spell. After paralyzing the senior student in front of him, he slammed the palm of his hand on the boy's chest. The Hufflepuff robes of the boy were transformed into dozens of ropes made of the same fabric and quickly wrapped around all the students that were standing behind him. Ah! What is this? I can't move. There were 6 Hufflepuff seniors in total, and now all of them had been tangled with the transfigured ropes. Harry then pulled them all together by tightening the ropes until he created a nice bundle with the 6 students. The seniors' screams changed quickly from shock to realization. Let me go. You can't do this, they began to complain. But Harry was not done with them. He moved his right hand up and touched the boy's forehead with his index finger. The Hufflepuffs had no time to react before they began to experience some unpleasant changes in their bodies. One of them found his teeth becoming larger and larger with no sign of stopping. Another one had all the hair on his body growing uncontrollably while it also changed color to a strong lime green. Bleg, one began to vomit slugs all over his housemates. Another's tongue transformed into a snake before it began to bite at his own face. Hundreds of massive pimples on one of the boys' faces began to explode, splashing a disgusting white substance over them. And the last one continued to laugh while all of this was happening, as he was feeling an uncontrollable tickling sensation all over his body and would continue to do so for a very long time. To finish things up, Harry flicked his fingers in front of them, and the boys went flying out of the tavern in time, taking the whole mess with them. The place got very quiet after that. Perhaps it would be best to go to a different location after all. Harry glanced at his sister, Ginny, and Neville. What do you think? That was awesome. Were those all jinxes? You have to teach me some of them. Lyra looked very excited. I think leaving is not a bad idea. Ginny glanced at her brother Ron. His face had gone pale and he was trying his best to avoid looking at Harry. Yes, I think so too. Neville did not feel comfortable with everyone staring at them. Although the looks had now become a lot more reserved and the air of hostility had disappeared completely. No one was daring to speak up now, for fear of suffering the same fate as those 6 Hufflepuffs. Let's go then. Harry saw Madame Rosmerta approaching with a less than happy expression. I don't want troublemakers in my tavern. You better leave and never come back here, she shouted. Harry stopped for a moment and pulled a small pouch from one of his many pockets. The pouch grew 3 times in size until it was bigger than his palm and made some metallic noises in the process. This should compensate for the disturbance. She took it in her hands and began to open it. You rich kids think that you can fix everything with money, huh? Well, let me tell you that. She now noticed that the pouch was filled with gold galleons and there were at least 50 of them. Is that not enough? Harry asked. A beautiful smile appeared on the face of Madame Rosmerta. That will be more than enough, Mr. Potter. Come back any time you want. Harry nodded and led the group outside. A small crowd had already begun to gather around the screaming boys, but for the moment no one was trying to help them while the Hufflepuff seniors continued to make sounds of complaint. Most of them were younger students and didn't even know where to start to remove Harry's spells, so they just watched in fascination at the spectacle. Where do we go now? Ginny asked while trying to avoid looking at those boys on the floor. The smell alone was enough to turn her stomach. What about Madame Putifmim? Hog's Head. Harry covered Lyra's mouth. It's close by and is usually quiet at least. Isn't that a bar for adults? Neville asked. Harry pulled another coin pouch. I'm sure they'll let us in. Back at the Three Broomsticks, the jovial mood had not returned to normal. Most of the patrons were whispering among each other, discussing what had just happened. There were many rumors about Harry Potter already circulating in Hogwarts. Many claimed he was the powerful wizard who destroyed the Slytherin common room and later on, killed several members of very important pureblood families. This made it so most students avoided getting into conflict with Harry. But at the end of the day, those were just rumors and no one had seen him acting seriously before. That was until today, and now there were going to be a lot more rumors. On the second floor of the tavern, Krum turned to the next table, where the French champion remained silent, as if she was pondering something. What is Miss Delacour thinking about? Are you grateful that he is not one of the champions? There was a tone of mockery mixed in Krum's words. Chapter 330. As usual, Fleur was accompanied by her 2 best friends, who came all the way from France just to cheer her on. The 2 girls furrowed their brows after hearing Krum's comment. Fleur is not afraid of any British wizard, much less a boy like that one of them said. Yes, and what is so impressive anyway? Those were childish jinxes. I could do those too, the other one added. Fleur clicked her tongue to show her disapproval while Krum just laughed. Those 2 are not the brightest of the class, yes? Krum asked. What? How dare you? Enough. Fleur smacked her palm on the table. She glared at Krum. What do you want? I just wanted to have a friendly conversation with another champion about something that I found interesting, that's all. Krum raised his hands up. Fleur glanced at him without saying anything for a few more seconds. You want to know how much I noticed? Is this your way to measure the competition? Please, that's something that you would do. But it's not my style. Krum gave her a knowing glance. She had been using her good looks to gather information on the other participants since the first day. Of course, he knew about it. Humph. I don't care for your schemes. Go away, Fleur said. Fine, I'll start. Krum took a seat next to one of the other girls, who immediately complained. He first used a petrifying charm on the boy closest to him. Wait, he did? When did he do that? The 2 French girls asked. Fleur sighed. She knew what he was doing already. Wandless, chantless, he used his left hand. Krum smiled. Good eyes. I almost missed that one. But I found more impressive what he did next. The ropes? Ah yes, he put his hand on that boy's chest and then those ropes came out. What spell was that? The 2 girls asked Fleur. Transfiguration, Fleur said. Krum nodded. No chant either. He must have done a free transfiguration. One of my professors is capable of doing that, and he said to me that it is one of the most difficult feats of magic that a wizard can perform, due to how much precision it involves in controlling your own magic to shape the material to the desired form. I can do it too, as long as it's something simple, Fleur admitted. But not without a wand. Krum saw her flinch. Don't let it bother you. My professor can't do it wandless either. In fact, I didn't believe it was possible until today. Now that you mentioned it, he never used his wand. Right, the girls said. Who is he? I've never heard of him before, Fleur asked. Then you have to get better sources for information. Krum told her. Harry Potter has quite a bit of fame in the school. I was already hearing about him on my second day here. Mostly about his time as seeker for the Gryffindor team. Apparently, he broke a few records and won the House Cup that year. Then he didn't play again. Quidditch, ugh, Fleur made a disgusted face. I also heard that one night, he went into the Slytherin house by himself and made an absolute mess in there, sending several senior students to the hospital with grave injuries, Crumb added. This piqued Fleur's interest, did he? Crumb shrugged. It's only a rumor, you know how those are. I assumed that if there was solid evidence, he would have been expelled. I know Hogwarts is not that lenient with those kind of things. If he is so incredible, why isn't he in the tournament? Fleur asked. Well, he is only 15, so he is not allowed, Crumb said. Fleur raised an eyebrow. But if you want another reason, Crumb added. Maybe he is not interested in money and fame. Everyone has something to prove. Fleur did not like this. And she also hated the fact that, like Crumb said before, she was glad that Harry Potter was not one of the champions. Let's go. She was no longer in the mood for cheap butterbeer. Already? Her friends were not very happy to leave this soon, but they still stood up. You're leaving now? We still haven't talked about the other champions, Crumb said. What is there to talk about? One is a pretty boy with average skills and the other one is a little boy who should not be here, Fleur said. That's harsh, and what kind of boy am I to you? Crumb had a playful smile on his face. An asshole. She pushed him aside and left towards the stairs. I am also great at Quidditch, and kinda handsome according to the girls of my fan club, Crumb told her as she left. Oh well, at least I learned something new. He looked to the floor below, just in time to see Cho Chang dragging Cedric out of the pub. The pretty boy is on a tight leash. It was already dark by the time that Harry returned to the castle with Lyra, Ginny, and Neville. It was close to curfew, so they couldn't waste any time before returning to the common room. Harry noticed a familiar presence close by and stopped. Harry? We only have 15 minutes, come on. Lyra turned to look at him. You guys go ahead, I'll be there soon. Harry said. The entrance to the common room was just around the corner. Okay, but just be quick. You don't want to get in trouble with that woman. Lyra said. Harry, Ginny got a bit closer. Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun. Really? I thought it was quite the mess with all those Hufflepuffs. Ginny made a complicated expression. Yes, that was a bit, but the rest of the day was very fun. They did end up spending a good time at the Hog's Head before walking around the village and visiting a few shops, so he supposed it wasn't that bad in the end. What Ginny did next took him off guard. The girl leaned closer and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Let's do it again sometime. She did her best to cover her face before turning around. Neville's eyes were as wide as saucers while Lyra was making victory signs. Harry felt strands of magic stirring nearby and he knew he was in trouble. Chapter 331. I know you are there, Daphne said. She looked ahead to the empty narrow hall that ultimately led to the Gryffindor common rooms. Of course you do. Harry removed his invisibility and walked closer to her. After all, you have been following me, all the way from Hogsmeade. He said in a low voice. Not wanting to take chances with other people hearing him. Daphne did not even attempt to deny it. After all, she had been dragging her friend Tracy all over Hogsmeade to look at what Harry had been doing and finally followed him here. Instead of that, she punched him on the shoulder. You kissed Ginny. Her face contorted in anger. As far as she was concerned, her wrongdoings were much worse than his. Your clemency needs work. Your emotions are showing. Harry said casually. Now she slapped him. Maybe I deserve that, Harry admitted. You sure did. She spat the words. Perhaps we can take this conversation somewhere else. The halls are hardly a good location to talk right now and curfew is just a few minutes away. He looked around. They had been lucky so far, but that was not going to last eventually. Some students were bound to pass through this same hall and spot them. Fine. Daphne could agree to this much, no matter how angry she was with him. Harry produced his wand from the holster and extended his left hand for Daphne to grab onto. The girls seemed hesitant for a moment but eventually did grab his hand, and Harry whisked them away. In a flash, the duo appeared right in the middle of the inner part of the Chamber of Secrets. This should be good enough. It's clean, well illuminated, and very private, Harry declared. It still smells terrible. Daphne had to cover her nose with a handkerchief. She hadn't been here since the day of the ritual and had not been looking forward to return. Ah yes, poor Dobby tried his best to clean the place up, but you know it was impossible to remove traces of so many basilisks living in this closed space for so long. All day here, dying, eating, and sure. Harry. Yes. We could have gone to that safe room that we've been using before. Remember, the safe room? Ah, that one that is not a good idea. You see, Umbridge gave Filch a master key that can open all those unused old rooms, so it's not really so safe anymore, Harry explained. I see. Still. Daphne looked around. The chamber was completely empty except for the stains left behind by the rituals they tried the previous year. This is gross and we can't even sit here. Harry sighed. All right. He held his wand again. I'll take you somewhere else. Daphne did not hesitate to grab his hand this time. She did not want to stay here longer than necessary. In the next instant, she found herself standing on a grassy hill that overlooked the castle of Hogwarts. It was already dark outside, and the sky was filled with stars that gave just the right amount of light. This is beautiful. I come here sometimes when I need to think in peace, Harry said. Well, I wish we had come here sooner, Daphne huffed. Sure, but we are barely inside the school premises. He pointed behind them. Just make sure not to go past that rock over there. If you leave the wards, you will trigger the tracking charm on your head, Harry suggested. Wait, there is a tracking charm on my head? Daphne didn't recall ever hearing of this before. Harry nodded. But that's not important now. You wanted to discuss something about TH. Right. Daphne punched his arm. You kissed Ginny. Technically, she kissed me, Harry pointed out while rubbing his shoulder. The girl was stronger than she looked and it was beginning to hurt. Don't give me that. What about our deal? Deal? If you mean the contract we made with your family, it did not cover any type of compromise in that regard. It only talked about the possibility of a future marriage contract in the distant future, after both of them were 17 and considered adults. I know what the contract said, but I thought she couldn't say it. Daphne knew she was being unreasonable, but she always had this idea in her mind that one day. So does this mean that you and Ginny? She was unable to finish the sentence. Tears had begun to form in her eyes and even her mind protections were not able to stop her raging emotions. Harry did not like seeing this usually stoic girl looking like this. Look, there is nothing between me and Ginny. It was because of my stupid sister's meddling that today's mess happened. I don't see Ginny that way, she is more like family, I guess. He had thought about this more than a few times since he woke up in this world. Would it be possible for him to have another chance at a relationship, to get more, to have a family? But the answer to that was always the same. And even if he did, Ginny would not be the one he would choose. He had loved the Ginny Weasley from his world, the one who became his wife. And a part of him died the day she did. However, his Ginny was irreplaceable. Of course, he still cared for this version of Ginny also, and he wanted her to be happy, as well as all the other members of the Weasley family including Ron. As well as Hermione, Neville, Luna, and so many others. That was as far as his feelings for this Ginny went. He cared for her like he cared for his own family. Family, is that all? Daphne repeated. She then got closer and stood in front of him. What about me? Do you also see me as just family, or is there something more? That's, Harry hesitated to answer. If you tell me that it's complicated, I will punch you again, Daphne warned him. It is difficult to say. She punched him. Chapter 332. That hurt, Harry complained. You deserve it. I want you to tell me straight, what do you think of me? Very well, I'll tell you the truth. Harry got serious. But you must keep this to yourself. Daphne tilted her head. What do you to keep it to myself? The world is ending, Harry told her. That was not what she expected to hear. Not just this world, but every world in the multiverse is ending, Harry added. The multiverse? You never told me about this. Wait, are you making this up to change the topic? Daphne asked. Of course not. This is very important. At one point in time, there was only one single world, but after time travel was invented, the world began to shatter into fragments that gave birth to different worlds. Each one with a few differences compared to the others. Like the world that you came from? That's right. Harry nodded. That was just one of many. And what makes you think that the world is ending? Daphne was still somewhat skeptical about this and still wasn't sure if this was Harry's way to avoid an important topic. Since the moment I woke up here, there have been strange events occurring all over the world. More often in places with large magical concentrations, Harry said. You mean like Hogwarts? A lot of strange things happened at the school. To the point that she already considered them kinda normal occurrences. Yes. Or the train station, Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, there are many places like that. And what are those strange events exactly? She still wasn't sure where he was going with all of this. Those events are situations where two or more realities get too close to each other, and one reality begins to bleed onto another one. At first, they were small things, like briefly seeing other versions of myself or my friends. But things got more serious at the end of my second year with the basilisk. Harry explained. Wait, Daphne was getting a bit concerned now. You mean that monster was the result of one of those events? She never got a proper explanation for what happened in her second year. What happened in the Chamber of Secrets was the result of countless basilisks from different worlds converging in the same place. This is why Professor Silverbell coined these strange events as convergences. Who? He is an expert found by the headmaster to help us figure out what happened. Professor Silverbell is the director of the Time Department at the Ministry of Magic. Time Department? I didn't even know that existed. Daphne said. Not many would. It is part of the Department of Mysteries, Harry said. And this professor is the one who claimed that these convergences are causing the end of the world. Harry shook his head. All of those events are nothing more than symptoms that point towards the disease. The reason they are happening is because realities are beginning to collide with each other. Once the collision is strong enough, the result will be that one of them will cease to exist, or even both in the worst-case scenario. This process will continue until only a single world remains or none. Harry, you are scaring me. Daphne frowned. I am sorry. I know it's a lot and it's hard to accept. But there may be a way to stop this process. That's what we've been working on. And what is the solution? According to Professor Silverbell, the reason for this happening is the creation of too many alternate timelines. There is a limited amount of energy and matter, so when too many worlds try to exist at the same time, it eventually becomes too much, and this chain reaction begins. Okay, I think I understand that much. Daphne said. So we have already reached this critical point. That's the problem. Things shouldn't have gotten this bad for at least several centuries from now. Several centuries? Then what is causing this now? Daphne asked. Harry had a weary smile on his face. That would be me. Excuse me? Daphne raised an eyebrow. You will have to explain that one better. Time travel is the main cause of all of this. The more important the change is made, the more damage it causes to the walls of reality. My appearance here has already caused changes that affected the entire multiverse. I became an anomaly large enough to cause an imbalance in all reality, and now everything is collapsing earlier than expected because of that. Wait, if you are the one causing it, then this solution of yours, Daphne could already see where this was going. There is only one way to stop this process. And that is to remove the anomaly, in other words me. Harry said. You can't be serious. Daphne stared at him. Dead serious. How much time? Daphne asked. There is no clear answer to that. The professor said at least a few more years, but the sooner I do it, the higher the chance for this world to survive, Harry said. And you are sure that's the only solution? I mean, have you even tried to look for an alternative? Daphne was beginning to get furious. Daphne, we have B. Don't give me that. You are such a Gryffindor. Don't be in such a hurry to throw your life away. She shouted. Harry sighed. He was expecting a reaction like this. That's why he had never told his family and would rather never have to do it. I assure you that I am in no hurry to do that, Harry said. But you don't even have a guarantee that this would work. Daphne said. No, but I do have the guarantee that if nothing is done, this world will end in a few years, and everyone will die. If my death can give everyone a chance, this is for the greater good. He wasn't going to let another world die for his mistakes. Chapter 333. Bloody hell, Harry. At least get a second opinion. Daphne exclaimed. Did I just hear Daphne Greengrass saying bloody hell? Harry asked. Can you be serious for a moment? She huffed. I already am. The wisest wizard and the #1 expert in time magic are already working on it. If there is an alternative solution, they will find it. If there isn't, I am prepared to do what is necessary to protect the ones I care about. Is that serious enough for you? After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Have you told your family about this? Daphne asked. Only Dumbledore knows, and maybe Silverbell managed to figure it out. And now you. I hope it stays that way, at least for now, Harry said. Daphne looked at him with a conflicted expression. So, this is your reason for avoiding getting close to people? I don't avoid getting close to people. I just enjoy the moment. He told her. She scoffed. You totally avoid getting too close to anyone, and you still haven't answered my first question. What was that again? Daphne furrowed her eyebrows. I asked you how you feel about me. You already know my side. I need to hear yours, and no more going on tangents about world-ending events. She leaned closer to him. That tangent was relevant, he retorted. Harry. She had a serious expression on her face. Her blue eyes almost seemed to shine under the stars. You are an extremely beautiful and intelligent girl. Any guy would fall for you. Although sometimes you are too stubborn, and you also get violent at th. She hit him. Don't ruin the moment. Fine, you wanted a clear answer, and you do deserve one. I consider you my closest friend. Of course, I have feelings for you. However, I see. No, you can stop there. I'll take it. She said with a soft grin. Huh, you'll take what? Now it was Harry's turn to be confused. I know what you're going to say. That because you have limited time, you don't want any compromise. Daphne said. That would be correct. That's why I revealed everything to you. So you can understand my reasoning. I didn't want to hurt you. Harry told her. I understand, and I said that I'll take it. Whatever time you have left, I'd rather have you for a short time than none. Daphne looked completely serious as she said that. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Harry said. I don't care. You will regret that decision. I don't care. Okay, Harry finally said. It appears there was no convincing her to change her mind. And what do we do now? Daphne seemed to be considering it for a moment. Why don't you ask me out properly? You are from a traditional pure-blood family. Don't I need to speak with your father and sign a contract or something? Daphne chuckled. Actually, normally, you would need his permission to court me. Something that he has denied to everyone who asked so far, but I think we can do this the informal way. Our families already have an alliance, after all. That works for me. I hate those formalities. So do you want to go out for coffee or something? Daphne lifted an eyebrow. Maybe a bit more formal than that. She decided. You are so difficult sometimes. Daphne Greengrass, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? A beaming smile appeared on her face. I would love to. She wrapped her arms around his neck. There is one more formality to perform. She added. Harry placed his hands around her waist and brought her closer. Their bodies were touching. He approached his lips to hers, just 2/3 of the way there, and then waited. Daphne did not want to waste any time and pushed her lips into his. The kiss lasted for almost a minute. It was moist and sweet, but also chaste and pure, as this was the first one of many to come. When they finally separated, they both looked happy. So is it official now? Daphne asked. Of course, but there is something I want to ask you. Harry said. Sure, what is it? She said. Do you mind if we keep this between us for now? Daphne was not too surprised by the request. I don't mind. But why are you asking? I know you are not worried about the reaction from Slytherin. Everyone there is afraid of you, and after today it would just be worse. It's not the students that I worry about, but their families. If word gets out that you are with a Gryffindor, it would just make things more difficult for your own family, Harry said. It would also make them more likely to be attacked if their alliances are revealed. Voldemort would be too busy still to go after neutral families, but others may try something in an attempt to earn his favor. I also would like the opportunity to clear things up with Ginny. I don't want to hurt her. Harry said. Daphne nodded. I agree on that. This was also better for her, as she didn't want her father to find out like this. That would only get her into trouble. I just wish I could tell Tracy. Can she keep a secret? Harry asked. Better than Lyra. That's not saying much, Harry frowned. But not too much better. Daphne added. I mean, you can tell Astoria and Luna. Your sister barely talks, and no one ever believes anything that Luna says. Harry commented. So does this mean we can't go out on dates? She looked a bit upset at the thought. Not to Hogsmeade. But I can take you to other places. Really? Like where? Daphne got more excited now. There are a few other magical communities here in England. But before that, we will need to remove the tracking charm on your head. Wait, that was actually true. Chapter 334. Oh, I'm very nervous. Harry was shaking like a leaf and kept muttering stuff while wandering around the office. Calm down, Neville. If you start to act like this in public, people will notice that something is off. Neville said with a deep frown. He then turned back to the full-body mirror that the headmaster had set up for them. He wanted to make sure that the transformation had no flaws and that his robes were well adjusted. Come here, let me take a look at you, he told the other boy. Harry composed himself and approached Neville. This is so strange, I'm looking at myself. Okay, everything seems fine. Neville said after a quick inspection. There is no need for much worry, most of the attention will be on the tests, so no one should look at you twice. Just don't be too obvious. Neville said. But I don't know how to act like you at all. We are going to get caught. Harry looked extremely nervous and worried. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I must say, it is very bizarre seeing Harry act in such a way. Dumbledore chuckled while watching the scene from his seat. Longbottom. Snape stood up from his seat and walked to him. Just act like an annoyed brat who looks down on everyone and keep your mouth shut. No one will notice the difference. Yes, very professional advice, Professor Snape. Neville rolled his eyes. But the part about keeping your mouth shut is not a bad suggestion. Don't say anything unless someone asks you something, and keep your answers short, like, yes, no, or, I don't care. Harry nodded repeatedly. Yes, no, I don't care, he repeated his words. I'll try. But then he seemed to recall something else. But what if the potion effect runs out before the test is over? I read that the polyjuice effect can last anything from 12 minutes to 12 hours. That would depend on the skill of the brewer, Snape pointed out. Hopefully, Potter didn't make this himself, otherwise 12 minutes would already be a miracle. Neville snorted. Not at all, I got these from a reliable source. They were brewed by a well-known and respected master potioner from Wales, and they have a guaranteed effect of 6 hours, or I'll get my money back. He said with confidence. Let me see that. Snape picked up one of the vials and examined the label. Master Rugal created these. He recognized the unique symbol on the vial. This was the equivalent of a potion master's signature. He always sells his potions at exorbitant prices. Yes, well, it is good to have some money then, Neville remarked. I'm sorry to interrupt this lovely conversation between professor and student, but there is only 1 hour left before the tournament starts and Mr. Longbottom is expected to be ready at the field, Dumbledore decided to remind them. Here, take this with you. Neville placed a flask inside Harry's inner pocket. It's an extra dose of the potion, just in case. If you feel the effects disappearing, take a sip from the flask. Harry nodded. He felt a bit better now. Remember the plan, just go to the stands and sit next to Lyra and Ginny. They are waiting for you. Try not to stand out too much and keep the talking to a minimum. This is difficult, Harry muttered. Would you rather fight a dragon? Neville asked. And no thank you, Harry gave a sigh of relief. Speaking of the dragon. Dumbledore glanced at Neville. Try to avoid killing it please, we will be charged an extra fine if one of them dies. I wasn't planning to, he noticed the judgmental stare. Look, I don't go around killing everything that moves, okay? Neville said defensively. Come on, we better get going. He spoke before he walked towards the open window at the back of the office. What are you doing? Harry almost jumped out of shock. I'm taking a shortcut to the Quidditch fields. As he said that, a black circle appeared next to his hand, and from within it, he produced a flying broom. Without saying another word, Neville jumped out. How handy. Dumbledore noticed that this was the same space ability that Harry had previously shown him. It seems that he had already found other uses for it, the headmaster thought. What magic was that? Snape said. Wow. How did he do that? Harry stared in awe. Mr. Potter, unless you are planning on doing the same thing, I suggest you get going. There is a 15-minute walk to the fields, Dumbledore said. Yes, sir. Harry took off immediately and left the headmaster's office. Severus, you and I should do the same. We both have roles to play today, Dumbledore reminded him. Yes, I have not forgotten. Snape lamented. He was to keep very close to Madame Umbridge and Professor Rookwood, and pay close attention to any strange movement on their part, at least for the duration of the tournament's first trial. While Neville flew to the location of the tests, Harry was walking at a brisk pace. He didn't want to be late, otherwise, the stadium would be filled and it would be more difficult to find his seat next to Lyra and Ginny. There you are. Harry heard someone say. Right then, the door of a broom closet opened as he was about to pass by. A hand came out of it and grabbed onto his arm, dragging him inside. He felt someone pushing him against the back of the closet and quickly closed the door. At first, he thought someone was pranking him. After all, this would not be the first time someone locked him inside one of these closets. But he then remembered that he was Harry now. Who would dare to attack Harry? He then quickly realized that the person who dragged him in here was also inside along with him. You made me wait, Harry. Daphne said in a soothing tone. Chapter 335. W8. You are. Harry stammered the words. His entire body was shaking. Seeing a girl throwing herself at him was the last thing he expected to happen. I know we weren't supposed to see each other until tonight. Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned closer. But I couldn't wait, the other day was so much fun. I just wanted to give you a reward for that wonderful date. Her face was mere inches away from his. Why you're Greengrass. Harry finally recognized the girl. He was more familiar with her sister, Astoria, but Daphne would sometimes come talk with Lyra and Ginny while he was there. What? Daphne pulled herself away from Harry. Why did you call me by my last name? There was something wrong here. Harry was behaving very strangely. I'm not. You're not what? Daphne's tone became more serious as she let go of him. I'm not Harry, he finally managed to say. What? Daphne's wand was already in her hand. She pointed it at his neck. You better have a good explanation. Who are you? Her tone was now cold as ice. Neville felt terrible. It had been less than 10 minutes and he had already revealed the secret. I am sorry. He was mostly saying that to Harry. Who are you? Daphne's tone became more pressing. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. We have talked a few times. Remember? Longbottom, why are you? At that moment, something snapped in Daphne's mind. She recalled the case filled with polyjuice potions that had been given to Harry. When she asked about it, he just told her that she would find out soon enough. If Longbottom is pretending to be Harry, then... Where is Harry? She asked with urgency. Well, Neville made a troubled expression. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. They made me promise, he begged. He's going to take your place at the tournament. Daphne could make an educated guess at this point. This sounded like something Harry would do. Just say yes or no. I won't ask anything else from you. Why yes, Neville admitted. Damn it. Why didn't he tell me? She looked about ready to punch him. Neville panicked. I'm not him. Neville felt the need to remind her. She was scarier than Professor Snape right now. Please don't make that face. I'm not going to hurt you, Longbottom. I know this is not your fault, Daphne said. I guess Harry dragged you into this whole tournament thing. It's not like that. Harry and the headmaster are just trying to help me, Neville said. The headmaster is involved in this too? Daphne said. Ah no, Neville covered his mouth. He did not want to reveal anything else. Okay, you can go now. I'll talk to him later, Daphne told him. He sighed in relief and went to open the door. She placed a hand on the door. What happened here today? Daphne's eyes were locked onto his. I won't say anything, he promised immediately. Good boy. She nodded. Go on. It's best if we are not seen together. Neville didn't need to be told twice. He hurried out of the broom closet and almost ran to the Quidditch field. He hoped that was the scariest thing that would happen to him today. Daphne closed the door behind her and stared in the direction that Harry had left. What in Merlin's name are you planning to do? Good. Mr. Longbottom is finally here. Barty Crouch Sr. rushed to his side as soon as he entered the large tent and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, bringing him further inside. Now that all the champions are here, we can explain what this test will be about. Neville moved ahead, closer to the rest of the group. The other 3 champions were staring at him. Cedric looked almost apologetic. He still felt bad for what happened that day at the 3 broomsticks. Even though things ended quickly, thanks to Harry's intervention. The Hufflepuff students had continued to make his life difficult. Or at least as much as possible, since no one dared to raise a finger to him. So it was mostly an occasional shoulder bump here or a mean comment there. Neither Fleur nor Crumb had much of an opinion about Neville. They did not see him as a threat at all, so they mostly ignored him. And after learning more about the boy, they were more than willing to believe that he didn't put his name inside the goblet. Fleur reached the conclusion that someone put his name in the tournament just to show the world that the famous boy who lived was nothing like the stories. Crumb would have reached the same conclusion if it wasn't for his headmaster. Igor Karkaroff had been a follower of the Dark Lord, and he knew there was a good chance that his old master had a hand in this matter. So he told Crumb to remain as far as possible from Neville Longbottom as he could. Lest he get involved in something nefarious while dragging his headmaster along. Well then let's see. Barty Crouch went to open a large chest that had been placed at the back of the tent. But he seemed to be struggling with the lock. Wallafell. Come here and open this thing for me, he demanded. Percy Weasley became a bit embarrassed for being called by the wrong name for the 100th time, but he no longer had the will to correct his boss. Yes, sir. Percy got the lock sorted in a few seconds and opened the chest. The champions leaned forward, trying to peek at its contents. Even though they all knew what the test was about. Except for one person. Cedric Diggory was the only one who remained clueless. Dumbledore didn't even consider telling him, as his mind was occupied with more important matters, and his head of house was too honorable to break the rules. Barty was about to take the sack when it began to move. "You take it," he told his assistant. "Yes, sir." Percy did not seem to like the task but obeyed in the end. He pulled the brown sack out and allowed everyone to take a good look. "Now is time for the reveal." Barty unfastened the knot that was holding the sack closed. "Who goes first?" Chapter 336. "What about you?" Barty Crouch pointed at Crumb. "Me?" Crumb glanced at the moving sack with apprehension. "Yes, come on, you're a big boy. Don't tell me you're afraid. They won't bite too much." Barty gave Crumb a sign to hurry. The large black-haired boy did not want to look weak, so he stepped forward until he was in front of Percy. Weasley opened the sack just enough so Crumb could fit his hand inside. "Go ahead, grab one and pull it out," Barty Crouch urged him. Crumb did as told. A moment later, he let out a painful grunt, followed by some curses. "It bit me," he said as he pulled the miniature dragon by the tail. "Is that a dragon?" Cedric was obviously the most surprised in the room. The tiny dragon that Crumb pulled out was completely red and continued to struggle in his grasp. "Oh, the Chinese fireball, nasty fellow. They love to burn things down," Barty Crouch said before urging the next one. "We have to fight dragons?" Cedric almost shouted. "Exactly," Barty said with a wide smile. "Each of you will have to face a different dragon. The dragons inside the sack are exact replicas of the ones you will encounter outside. Although you don't have to actually fight them, I'll get to that in a moment." "You didn't know?" Fleur gave him a glance of pure disappointment. "You did?" Cedric exclaimed. He then heard Crumb laughing. "You did too." He glanced at Neville, who just shrugged at him. "You all knew." Cedric realized he was the only one behind. "What? You did? I can't believe this." Barty Crouch was outraged by the breaking of rules. "Hey, you brought several fire-breathing dragons onto the school grounds. Someone was bound to see them and talk about it," Crumb said. "Yes, only a fool would fail to find out." Fleur gave Cedric a side glance. Cedric frowned but did not say anything else. "Oh well, what's done is done. Let's continue." Mr. Crouch pointed at Fleur. "What about we let the lady go next?" Fleur smiled and walked closer to the sack. She pulled a small dragon with green scales. The creature almost seemed docile in her hands. "Lucky. That is the common Welsh green. The least aggressive of the bunch," Barty Crouch said with a smile. "Can we hurry? I think these two are starting to fight." Percy complained. Yes, Mr. Diggory, if you will." Cedric went ahead and pulled another miniature dragon. "The Swedish short snout," Mr. Crouch proclaimed. "Be careful with its fangs, they have a potent venom." Cedric hurried to secure the head of the creature. "Ha! That one is harmless." Crouch laughed. "But now, this means that I see. Do I still have to pull it out?" "You already know what it is," Neville said. "All participants must pull their creature. It is written in the rules, Mr. Longbottom. And we will need them for the picture." Neville went and took hold of the last dragon remaining in the bag. Percy made a startled face when he saw it. "You brought that one?" "Ho ho. Yes, that is a special one," Mr. Crouch said. "You see, we only had planned the first 3 dragons, so when a 4th contestant appeared out of nowhere, we had to improvise. And this was the only dragon available." The violent little creature tried to wrestle itself out of Neville's hand. It had brown scales with spikes around its head and at the tip of its tail. Even at this scale, the dragon looked dangerous. "A Hungarian horntail," Mr. Crouch said. "The most violent species of commercial dragon, although it is rarely sold. It was very difficult to bring this one here." He glanced at Neville. "I suppose it is appropriate that the 4th champion gets to face the last acquired dragon, albeit very unfortunate for Mr. Longbottom. You got the worst one, huh?" Crumb chuckled. Fleur had a mocking smile on her face. She held her calm green dragon while looking at Neville's, which was trying to bite and stab him. "How big are the real ones?" Cedric could only think of that. Barty Crouch turned to him. "Well, you will see soon and dash." Crunch. They all turned to the source of the strange crunching noise. The little pieces of stone that had been forming the dragon miniature in Neville's hand had been reduced to pebbles and were now falling onto the ground. "Did you break it?" Mr. Crouch exclaimed. "It tried to bite me," Neville said. "You broke it with your hands," Crumb said. Neville realized that everyone was staring at him. It's just a golem, I didn't kill anything. He made sure to clarify. We needed that for the photo shoot. Crouch made a complicated expression. Speaking of, where is that blasted reporter? He asked his assistant. I don't know, sir. I haven't seen her today. Percy answered. Fine, everyone stay here. We still have 30 minutes before the start of the tests. I'll go look for her. Barty Crouch hurried outside the tent. Neville decided to go take a seat on one of the several couches placed around the large tent. Ptth. He heard someone making noises outside. Neville. He now heard a very familiar voice. Neville looked down and saw a pair of shoes sneaking beneath the tent's fabric. He lifted it a bit. Lyra? Soon, his sister's head poked inside. There you are. She smiled brightly. Neville glanced back. The other champions didn't seem to be paying attention to him and were instead focused on their own preparations. What are y-? Before he could ask what she was doing there, Lyra went inside the tent and got close to him. I just wanted to wish you good luck before your test, Lyra said, and then without giving him time to react, she leaned forward and smashed her lips against his. This was quickly followed by the flash of a camera. Oh, young love. Chapter 337. Lyra pushed Neville away and looked at the strange woman who was now giving her a creepy smile. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm so sorry, the woman said before pointing her camera and taking another picture. Where did you come from? Lyra was sure there was no one there before. Rita Seeker, Neville said. Now I have to deal with this woman too. There was no way he would let her keep those pictures, so now he would have to find a way to get them. You remember me. I'm so flattered. You must have read the article I wrote about you. Did you like it? Rita had a predatory smile on her face. Rita Seeker, wait. You're the one who wrote that awful article about Neville being a cheater. Lyra recalled. Oh dear, it was not my intention to make your boyfriend look bad. I just write what I see. By the way, what is your name? Rita asked. Lyra got nervous. Me, no, wait, we are still not. At that moment, the tent opened again, and Barty Crouch entered. What's all the ruckus, Rita? There you are. We've been waiting for you. I'm sorry, my dear Mr. Crouch. I was held up by another exclusive, but I came here as soon as I could, Rita said. Fine, just hurry and take the pictures of the champions. We can't waste any, he suddenly noticed Lyra. And who are you? Visits are not allowed until the tests are over. Well I was just leaving. Lyra hurried back outside the tent and got away before things got more awkward for her. They ruined my perfect moment with Neville, Lyra lamented. Neville watched her leave and shook his head. Why do these things happen to me, he wondered. Well then, let's get this done. Rita, the pictures. Mr. Crouch exclaimed. Yes, Rita didn't have much interest in some boring pictures. But she was looking forward to writing another article about the boy who lived and his new girlfriend. She just needed to find out who that girl was. Very well everyone, go stand over there and make a nice pose. He indicated to the champions. Make sure to hold your dragon out. It would make for a better picture, Mr. Crouch added. And where is Mr. Longbottom's dragon? Did you not give him one? Rita gave Crouch a side glance. He broke it. Crouch pointed at the remains on the ground. Okay, whatever, Rita hurried to take the picture. There, done. She had someone to find now. Excellent. Crouch glanced at the clock on the wall. We are on a tight schedule, so we will start calling you very soon. Wait, you still haven't told us what we have to do. Cedric complained. He was sure that everyone else already knew everything about the first test, but he didn't. Barty Crouch looked flabbergasted for a second. Of course. Sorry about that. I will now explain what the first test entails. I suppose we have a few minutes for that. I'll take my leave then. I have a few items on my agenda to prepare before the main show begins. Rita Seeker started to make her way out of the tent. Yes, Miss Seeker. Make sure to do an excellent job with your coverage of the event, Crouch reminded her. He could not afford for anything to go wrong today. Rita made a gesture of affirmation and pulled the tent door open before leaving. While Crouch was distracted, explaining the test to the champions, Neville sneaked out of the tent and caught up to Rita before she disappeared. Miss Seeker, he called out. Rita Seeker almost jumped from the surprise. She had made sure that no one was around and was about to transform into her animagus form. The last thing she expected was to see the boy who lived running up to her. Mr. Longbottom. A smile appeared on her face. Rita could imagine what the boy was about to ask of her. I hope you are not here to request me not to publish those saucy pictures with you and your girlfriend. Because the public has the right to know. Neville got closer to her. No, Miss Seeker, I was not planning on asking that. Rita looked at him, a bit confused. She had been sure that's what he wanted. If this is about my previous article, I assure you. Neville did not stop until he was just a few feet away from the reporter. He needed to be close for this, and she did not suspect anything from him. As far as Rita was concerned, Neville Longbottom was harmless. Not at all. I understand you were doing your job, I just need one little thing. And what would before she could finish her sentence, a silent spell hit her chest and prevented her from moving. It was a paralyzing charm, just a bit weaker than the petrification curse but much faster and easier to throw without a chant or a wand. Just a flick of his left hand, and that was enough, he had her. Without wasting time, Neville took the camera that was hanging around her neck. Rita was aware of what was happening but could not move an inch. Neville opened the compartment at the back of the camera and took a small crystal cube from within. This was the storage component of the camera where all the images were contained. It worked similarly to the camera reel from the Muggle version. Neville took the cube out and closed the camera back up, placing it again where it was before. A small black circle appeared next to him, and he dropped the crystal cube in there. This was a small pocket dimension created by the powers of his new Deathly Hallow. He had discovered that if he created an entry hole but no exit, the items deposited inside ended up in a different dimension, separated from everything else. He could use it to store things, like his broom, and no one would ever find them there. Now that he had gotten rid of the evidence, he used his wand and placed an obliviation charm on the reporter. He had gotten a lot of practice this year and was much more precise at deleting specific memories. This would leave some gaps in her recollection, but the brain was good at filling those gaps without the need for further action. After releasing Rita Seeker from the magic trapping her, she appeared very dizzy and disoriented. Miss Seeker, are you all right? Neville asked with an innocent face. She glanced at the tent she had just left, then at her camera, before finally moving her eyes back to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, is there something you need? I have some important work to do. I understand. Perhaps we can discuss what I had in mind on a different occasion then. Neville turned around and went back to the tent. Rita looked very confused. She did not remember having spoken about anything with Neville and now she felt like she had a headache. Great, I had to get sick today of all days, she grumbled. Chapter 338. When Neville sneaked back into the tent, Mr. Crouch was still going on with his explanation about the first test that was until he realized it was time to begin. Right. So why don't we let the lady go first? Crouch suggested. That's fine by me. Fleur glared at the other champions. I'll show them how it's done. She said with a confident smile on her face. Oh. Crumb raised an eyebrow and then bumped Cedric's shoulder. You think all French girls are this fiery? I don't know, Cedric was too nervous to think about girls or anything else right now. He still hadn't come up with a way to get the golden egg that Mr. Crouch just mentioned they had to retrieve. Meanwhile, he was sure that all his opponents already had a clear strategy. After all, they had weeks to think about it. Can we see the other champions' performances? Cedric finally asked. Crumb seemed to find his nervousness amusing. I'm afraid not, Mr. Diggory. That would give an advantage to whoever goes last, as that person would have more information to work with, Crouch explained. Right, Cedric lowered his head. He couldn't argue with that. Now, if you are ready, Miss Delacour. Crouch made a gesture to proceed. Fleur nodded. She was also feeling nervous but would never allow herself to show it. With a confident expression, the French girl waltzed out of the tent through the front door, and soon they began to hear the cheers from the audience. Okay, I will also have to go outside, Mr. Crouch said. The order will be as follows. After Miss Delacour has completed her task, the next one to come out will be Mr. Crumb, then Mr. Diggory, and finally, our fourth champion. His eyes moved to Neville. Put on a good show, my boy. Some people are expecting a lot from you, but no pressure. He smiled. He then approached Percy Weasley and patted him on the shoulder. Weatherly here will be in charge. If you need anything, just ask him. And remember the rules I told you. Good luck. With those last words of encouragement, the man left the tent. Crumb glanced at the other two boys. So, you two have a plan already? I was thinking of creating some sort of distraction, Cedric commented. It was the only idea he had come up with so far. You probably have something better. You had plenty of time after all. Cedric couldn't help but sound bitter as he glanced at Crumb. Crumb had a satisfied smile on his face. I suppose I did. His eyes moved to Neville. What about you, fourth champion? You look very confident today. You must have a foolproof plan, then. Neville shrugged. Not really, I'll just go in there and grab the egg. He hadn't really put much thought into how to complete the task. After all, he had been wondering if Voldemort had something planned for him. Perhaps he had prepared some interference that could get him killed. Or maybe he thought the dragon would be enough. Just go in there and grab the egg. Cedric had a look of disbelief. Oh, I would love to see that, Crumb added. Outside, in the stands, Daphne was receiving some curious looks from her sister and Luna. They all thought she would be sitting on the other side of the stadium with the rest of the Slytherin students. But now she was here, sitting next to Astoria. Ginny and Harry were in front of her. There is no way I'm not keeping my eye on him, Daphne told herself while glancing at the boy in front. Harry looked back at her for just a second before he became too nervous and went back to looking at the floor. Harry, are you feeling all right? Ginny asked with great concern. She had never seen Harry act this way. He even looked to be trembling. He must be very sick and he still came to see Neville. How brave. Ginny concluded. I'm I'm ouch. I'm okay. Harry scratched his head after Daphne gave him a subtle smack. Okay. Ginny continued to look at him with worry. What was Harry thinking? No one is going to believe this is his doing. Daphne thought. Sorry I'm late. Lyra had just arrived at their seats, looking very cheerful. Where were you? Ginny asked. They had come here together, but before the tournament began, Lyra made some excuse and took off. Did you have to poo? Luna asked casually. Oh, so that's why. Astoria nodded in understanding. No. That's not it. Lyra's face became flustered. She sat down and became quiet. Lyra, what is it? Did something happen? Ginny knew her friend very well. When she got like this, it was because she had something big she shouldn't tell but always ended up spilling in the end. A secret, Astoria said. Another one? What is it? Luna asked. Oh, come on, Lyra. Just save us the waiting, Ginny said. You know you always end up spilling the beans. Yes, there was even that time when you actually spilled some beans while spilling the beans, remember? Luna earned an angry glare from Lyra. Fine. I can't keep this any longer. Lyra exclaimed. You just sat down, Astoria pointed out. Is it about the crumpled Snorlax following you around? Because we all know about that one, Luna stated. No. Lyra shouted. And I don't want to know what that is. Did you actually go to poo? Ginny asked. No. And shut up about that. Lyra took a moment to catch her breath. I kissed Neville. Chapter 339. You kissed Neville? Ginny exclaimed. You did what? Daphne shouted. Lyra's green eyes moved to her. Huh, Daphne? What are? Neville Longbottom? Luna asked. Who else is it going to be? We don't know any other Neville, Ginny said. There is Neville McCloud, Luna added. Who? Lyra was confused. He's a second year from Ravenclaw, Astoria said. I don't know who that is. Lyra was getting annoyed. I just told you Neville McCloud, from the clan McCloud. I believe he's from Scotland, Luna clarified. I know I kissed Neville Longbottom, okay? Lyra knew it was impossible to argue with Luna when she got like this. You kissed. Harry kept pointing at her. Oh, Lyra had forgotten her brother was also there. Harry, calm down, please. It was just a kiss. Harry's hand was shaking. You kissed him, I mean Neville. Lyra interpreted the boy's nervousness as Harry being extremely angry, to the point that he couldn't even talk properly. She was getting very concerned. Her brother could be overprotective sometimes, and she didn't want him to do something reckless. Neville already had enough on his plate with the first test. Calm down, Harry. She said in a soft tone. So you kissed Neville, the one inside that tent over there? Daphne pointed, just to be sure. Yes, that one. Lyra was getting annoyed now. What part of her message was not clear? Daphne was baffled. She wasn't sure how to feel about this. At first, she got angry. But the more she thought about it, it was almost funny. So how was the kiss exactly? Daphne eventually asked for details. She was getting more curious about this. Well, Lyra glanced at Harry, who seemed to be having a mental breakdown. She wanted to tell all the details but was also worried about making things worse. Yes, how was it? Ginny asked. Okay, I'll tell you. Lyra sat back down and began to narrate the whole thing with as much detail as she could. He was surprised. Daphne asked. He looked shocked, to be honest, Lyra said. So, no tongue? Luna asked. No, and how do you even know about that? Lyra asked. Tongue, what do you use the tongue for? Astoria asked innocently. I saw some of the seniors practicing the other day, Luna told her friend. Want me to show you? She offered. No. Daphne grabbed her little sister and pulled her back in a protective manner. It's too early for that. Oh, okay. Luna shrugged. They could always do that later at night if now was too early. So back to the topic, Ginny said. What happened then? Where did he put his hands? Well, he didn't really move, now that I think about it, Lyra recalled. He must have been too shy, Ginny nodded. This was expected of Neville. Harry's face was red as a tomato, and he couldn't articulate a word. I think so too, Lyra nodded. Maybe next time, I'll grab his hand and place it on my butt. Oh dear Merlin. Harry collapsed in the stands. Ah, Harry. Ginny hurried to help him. I think he's not feeling well. Oh no, I broke my brother. Lyra frowned. Dear, this is too much. Daphne could barely contain her need to laugh. Harry had barely managed to stay conscious. He felt very conflicted about this. For one, he was happy that Lyra felt that way toward him, but on the other hand, albeit unknown to her, she had just done something that had been banned by the Ministry of Magic for 200 years already, much to the dismay of some pureblood families. He felt a wave of relief when Fleur Delacour entered the arena and everyone began to cheer. At least he could distract himself with something else now. Barty Crouch climbed a tall podium and announced the first tournament test before explaining what it was about. Most members of the audience were shocked when they saw the handlers bring a giant green dragon and secure her on one end of the arena. The tournament arena, also known as the Quidditch field, was, for the most part, a giant oval covered in rocks, with the dragon on one side and the champion on the other. All around the arena were the stands, placed several feet higher on top of a solid stone wall. This was done for a better view, but also as a security measure against dragon fire. Unless the beasts started to spew fire upwards, they would be fine. The walls around the arena were heavily reinforced with magic, and even the dragon would not be capable of damaging them. The last security measure was the chain that secured the beast's legs to the ground. It could still move around a bit, but it wouldn't be taking off into the sky. This is too scary, Lyra said. They all knew already what the test was going to be. After all, one of Ginny's brothers worked as a dragon handler and was responsible for bringing the beasts to Hogwarts. But seeing the giant creatures in person was a different matter. She didn't know if Neville was going to be capable of succeeding. Lyra cared little about him winning the tournament, and she knew Neville didn't care either. She just didn't want him to get hurt. Ginny was also concerned, but mostly about Neville. When put beside the monstrosity that chased them 2 years prior, this dragon almost looked friendly. Daphne glanced at the dragon but was not too impressed. She considered the basilisk and Nundu a lot scarier creatures than this dragon. At least fighting a dragon was a lot more direct, and one didn't have to worry about petrifying gazes or poison clouds. With all said and done, it was finally time to begin. Fleur got in position and was given the signal to start her trial. Chapter 340. Oh Merlin. You can see everything. Lyra stared at the French champion, who got a bit too exposed after the dragon burned away her dress while she was in the process of getting away once she got the golden egg. Don't look. Ginny hurried to cover Harry's eyes. I didn't see anything, I swear. Harry said quickly. What did she do to the dragon to piss it off so much? Lyra asked. She used some type of bewitching charm on the dragon. I'm not familiar with that one, but it must have been something between a compulsion and the Imperious curse. She must have forgotten that most magical beasts are very resistant to mind magic, so it wore off very quickly. Daphne explained. Fleur had managed to return to the champion's tent while carrying the golden egg and covering as much of her body as she could. Look, they're giving the scores, Luna pointed at the judges' area. Seriously, she got an 8? Lyra raised an eyebrow. That seemed like a very high score for someone who barely completed the task. They make an average of all the judges' scores, Ginny commented. And she got a 10 from Headmaster Karkaroff. She added with a raised eyebrow. And another 10 from Mr. Barty Crouch Sr. of course. Daphne huffed. I wonder what they liked so much about her performance. Lyra looked very annoyed. Can I open my eyes now? Harry asked politely. What's with him today? Lyra could not recognize her brother right now. Did my news snap something in his brain? That can't be, she thought. While they took away the green dragon, the next champion entered the arena. That's the Victor Crumb that my brother Ron won't shut up about, he is always surrounded by fangirls. Ginny said. I wonder if he's also good at using magic, Lyra said. He wouldn't be here if his only skill was flying a broom, Daphne added. At that moment, they were all startled by a loud cracking noise coming from the sky. What is that? Lyra asked. A storm. Astoria suggested. It doesn't look like a storm, Daphne said. They looked up, but the morning sky was completely devoid of any dark clouds, and no matter how much they looked, they couldn't find anything amiss. Daphne stared up with a concerned look. She couldn't say what it was, but she had this foreboding feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Daph, Astoria pulled on her sister's robes. It's nothing. I'm fine, Daphne tried her best to offer her a reassuring smile. The proceedings continued, and Crumb's dragon was brought into the arena. A violent red dragon, who began to spit fire around the moment its mouth guard was released by the handlers. Okay, that one looks a lot scarier, Lyra admitted. A Chinese fireball, Luna identified the dragon immediately. Let me guess they love breathing fire, Ginny said. Yes. How did you know? Luna looked impressed. Ginny rolled her eyes. Crumb was given the signal to begin. His performance went a lot better than Fleur's. He used a conjunctivitis curse on the beast, blinding it completely, before sneaking by and grabbing the egg. He would have gotten an almost perfect score if his spell hadn't caused the dragon to step on several of its eggs, killing the unborn hatchlings. He ended up with an 8-5 score, which put him in first place for now. Then it was Cedric Diggory's turn. The entire stadium cheered for him as soon as he entered. Wow, he really is the most popular candidate, Lyra grimaced. Of course. This is Hogwarts, and he's the Hogwarts champion, Daphne shrugged. At least that's what everyone says, she glanced at Harry. Well, for one, I hope he gets burned a bit, Ginny said. Ginny, you can't say that, Harry muttered. Why not? It was his housemates who attacked us, why should I care what happens to him? She crossed her arms. But Cedric has never said anything mean to M. Neville. Maybe not him, but that girlfriend of his has said enough for both of them, Lyra added. Cho, Astoria muttered the name. She was one of the few people in the entire school she actually disliked. I don't like her much either, it was rare for Luna to say that about anyone. They brought out Cedric's dragon, the Swedish shortsnout. It was the smallest one so far, but it looked angrier than the two previous dragons combined. That dragon is ready to rip his head off, Lyra said. Then for his own good, he'd better have a good plan, Ginny said. Cedric looked very nervous as he approached the dragon step by step. Once he determined he was just outside its range of attack, Cedric tapped his wand on some loose stones and transfigured them into several small animals. The creatures began to run toward the dragon from different directions, successfully distracting it just long enough for Cedric to sneak behind it. The audience watched with rapt attention, not wanting to make a noise that could ruin their champion's plan. But just as Cedric was about to grab the golden egg from the nest, another one of those loud cracking noises resounded all over the arena. This one was much louder than the previous one. Cedric, who had been so focused on grabbing the egg, was startled by the sudden noise and let out a short scream. He immediately realized what he had done and covered his mouth, but it was too late. The dragon heard him and turned around. Cedric was now trapped at the back of the arena, and the only way out was to circle around the dragon. Merlin. He's going to get killed, Daphne said. This is very bad. Ginny commented. Bad? He's bloody screwed, Lyra said. Charlie Weasley and the other handlers hurried into the arena to save him. Cedric stared directly at the ugly giant beast, thinking he was about to be killed. But at that moment, out of nowhere, something fell from the sky and landed with force on the head of the dragon. Chapter 341. Not wanting to waste what could be his only chance to escape, Cedric took advantage of the confusion and sprinted past the dragon. The beast shook its head and snapped back to reality after being hit. Without turning around, it swung its tail like a whip, catching Cedric on the back. Argh! The boy was pushed forward and ended up falling on top of a large rock. He heard the dragon moving behind him. No, he must have broken something in the fall because he could barely move. The dragon began to open its mouth, sparks of crimson flames appearing within. But before it could unleash its fiery breath on Cedric, it was hit by a barrage of spells from the 4 dragon handlers rushing at it. The dragon shrieked violently and took several steps back. Get him out of here. Charlie Weasley commanded the others. 2 of the handlers grabbed Cedric and carried him out of the arena, into the infirmary tent that had been placed nearby. Let me see, Madame Pomfrey was ready and waiting for them. 3 broken ribs and a fractured leg. It could have been so much worse, to be honest, the healer smiled. I'll get you fixed up in a jiffy, Mr. Diggory. You'll be running by dinner time. Back in the audience stands, everyone was talking about what they had just seen. Yikes, I thought he was a goner, Lyra grimaced. Lyra. Have some tact, he really could have died there, Ginny sighed. She had said earlier that she hoped Cedric would get burned a bit, but this had been too close. They were warned that the tournament was dangerous and still chose to participate. So there's that, Daphne said. Did anyone else see something fall on top of the dragon's head? Luna asked. The girls turned to look at her. Am I seeing things again? Luna asked with a confused expression. No, you are not seeing things, Luna. Well, at least not in this specific case. I saw something too. It fell on the dragon's head and distracted it for a few seconds. Daphne told her. While the handlers placed the dragon back in its cage, the judges were giving their scores. A3. Harry exclaimed. It's already very generous, considering he failed the task, Daphne pointed out. They probably gave him a few points based on the quality of his transfiguration, she added. It didn't seem very impressive to me, Lyra commented. She was used to seeing her brother use that branch of magic, and he always made it seem so effortless as he transformed his surroundings. Turning a few rocks into small animals was something even she could do. What do you think, Harry? Lyra turned to glance at her brother. Yes. Harry recalled his instructions. He was told to keep his answers short, and that was exactly what he was going to do. Yes, what? Lyra was confused. She had no idea what was going on with Harry today, but it couldn't be just because of what she said before. I mean, I don't care. Harry tried his best to sound authentic. The girls looked at him for a moment before losing interest that had been a more normal answer, at least. Back in the arena, the dragon handlers were able to safely remove the beast and place it back in its secure container. While some of them began to work on replacing the eggs for the next dragon, Charlie appeared to be looking for something on the ground. Where could it be? He scanned the area with his eyes. What are you looking for? One of his co-workers approached him and asked. I swear I saw something fall from the sky and hit the dragon before it could attack the boy, Charlie said. The other young man looked up. From the sky, you mean one of the spectators threw something at the dragon to help the champion? The stands were much higher than the arena floor, so it wouldn't be impossible. Maybe, Charlie said. That's some impressive aim, then. Charlie spotted something red behind a large rock. There. He rushed over and grabbed the object. A broom? His coworker got closer to have a better look, and when he saw it, his eyes widened. That's not just a broom, that's a firebolt. The best flying broom in the whole world. Yes, I know that, Charlie said. Most of his family was obsessed with Quidditch, so how could he not know what this was? My brother Ron wouldn't shut up about this broom all summer. Apparently, one of his classmates got one. He then added. Must be a rich kid. That broom costs about 6 months' worth of my salary. The young handler said with a chuckle. What I meant to say is, who would throw a broom at a dragon? Charlie wondered. A very rich kid? The young worker looked at the broom with wide eyes. Say you think we could keep it? Charlie scoffed. Don't be ridiculous, of course not. This must belong to a student from the audience, and I'm certain they'll want it back. Yeah, I guess so, the young man looked a bit disappointed. Charlie chuckled at his friend's reaction before turning his attention back to the broom. He passed his finger across the wooden body. There's a bit of damage on the handle, but it shouldn't be too much trouble to fix. Wait, here are some engravings on the side. He just noticed. Does it say the name of the owner? Let's see, Charlie read its contents aloud. To H.J.P., with love from your favorite godfather, Padfoot. Chapter 342. Padfoot? What kind of name is that? Charlie shrugged. I'm going to take this to the headmaster. You lot start preparing the horntail, but don't release it until I'm back, you hear me? I don't want any incidents, he said in a serious tone. I hear you. We know how dangerous that bugger is, I can't believe they're sending the youngest kid against it, one of the young handlers said. Yeah, me neither, Charlie nodded before leaving the arena, carrying the expensive broom with him. He made his way to the judges' area, where the school headmaster sat. As he neared the familiar old wizard, someone rushed past, bumping into his legs. Charlie glanced down, initially thinking it was a small child. But the white hair and long beard streaming behind the figure suggested otherwise. A gnome? He had met a few in the past and knew better than to confuse them with someone like Professor Flitwick, who was half goblin. But gnomes were extremely rare in Britain. Dumbledore. This is terrible. The gnome ran toward the judge's table, while waving a peculiar stick around. Professor Silverbell. What are you? Dumbledore looked around as the other judges turned their attention to the gnome. Dolores Umbridge, one of the judges, was among them. This was exactly why Dumbledore had warned the old gnome not to meet with him in public. If the ministry caught wind that he had been in contact with the director of the time department, they would demand answers. The only good thing was that few people in the entire ministry knew who Silverbell was. Most would go their entire careers without catching a single glimpse of the peculiar gnome since he rarely leaves the Department of Mysteries. You shouldn't be here, Dumbledore whispered, leaning closer to the small professor. This is an emergency. Look. Silverbell waved the stick in front of him. Why are you showing me a broken stick? Dumbledore noted that the top part seemed to have been snapped. This used to be my most accurate tool for measuring the scale of time anomalies. It blew up this morning. What, you don't mean, Dumbledore began, his mind already racing to the possibility of a timeline convergence. He and Harry had considered the possibility of one of those taking place during the tournament trials. What is going on here? Umbridge glared at them, though thankfully, she wasn't familiar with the time department at all. Otherwise, her attitude would have been very different. Still, this was a woman who disliked anyone who was human, and even among those, she only had respect for a select few. Albus? Who is this? Bartemius Crouch, another judge, asked, narrowing his eyes. Crouch had worked many years at the ministry but had never set foot in the time department either. Few, even within the Department of Mysteries, had ever done so, and thus, very few recognized Professor Silverbell at first glance. This is, an old colleague of mine. Excuse me for a moment, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. You are friends with a gnome, why am I not surprised? Umbridge huffed. You can't leave now. We still have one more champion to go, Crouch complained. It will only take a few minutes. Headmaster. Charlie interrupted, approaching the group. I'm very sorry to intrude. I just wanted to hand you this, he said, placing the broom on the table. A broom? Dumbledore looked at him in confusion. I believe one of your students threw this into the arena during the last match. Someone threw a broom? Dumbledore glanced at it again. He still didn't understand why this was brought to him. You could have handed to any of the Prof. That's a firebolt. Headmaster Karkaroff interrupted him and got closer. What kind of rich brat would throw something like that? Well, whoever did deserve a thank you from the Hogwarts champion. This might have saved his life, Charlie said. What do you mean? Dumbledore inquired. This fell from the sky and hit the dragon on the head just as it was about to attack the boy. He got very lucky. From the sky, you say? Professor Silverbell asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Is the next dragon ready? We must get the last test started, Crouch interrupted, clearly impatient. I have a very tight schedule, he added with a scoff. Right. They're waiting for me to release the dragon. Charlie glanced at Dumbledore. I have to get back to work. I'll leave the broom with you, Headmaster. It should be easy to find the owner, there's an inscription on the side. He rushed out. Right, Dumbledore flipped the broom over and found the inscription. This is not the time for this, Dumbledore. You must stop this tournament before it's too late, the gnome urged. Stop the tournament? Are you mad? And who are you anyway? Crouch frowned. Dumbledore was about to respond but suddenly froze. His eyes focused on the inscription on the broom. Padfoot, he murmured. He had heard that nickname before. But that's impossible, Dumbledore thought. That person had died almost 15 years ago, and this model of broom was quite new. There could be a student with a similar nickname, I suppose, he considered. But then his eyes caught the initials H.J.P. James Potter, Harry James Potter, this can't be a coincidence. While Dumbledore was deep in thought, another cracking noise echoed through the stadium. Ah, that blasted sound again. Umbridge yelled. I hope the storm holds off until we finish the last test, Crouch said, concerned. That's not a storm, Madame Maxime observed. There aren't any clouds in the sky either, Karkaroff added. Whatever it is, I hope it can wait. Nothing can disrupt the tournament. Everything must go according to plan. Mr. Crouch exclaimed. Dumbledore's gaze met Professor Silverbell's for a brief moment before the old gnome glanced skyward. The sounds, are they? It's too late now. It has begun, Silverbell said, just as a massive black crack appeared in the clear blue sky, splitting it in half. By Merlin. Dumbledore's eyes opened widely. The convergence is here, Silverbell muttered. Chapter 343. Neville was stepping out of the champion's tent when the last cracking noise echoed, and the sky seemed to rip in half. That can't be good, he mumbled. He had been expecting something to occur. But this may be worse than predicted. As he moved onto the rocky terrain, he could see the dragon handlers in the distance. It had been too long since he last saw that creature, but the memories rushed to the front of his mind like a torrent as he laid eyes on the angry beast. We meet again, Horntail, but it won't be the same this time. Neville glanced up at the sky again. This was a clear sign of a convergence. The walls of their reality must be colliding with something, thus creating a rupture. The only question was just how bad things were going to get, and what would slip through that crack before it closes. There was a notable lack of cheers after Mr. Crouch announced his entrance. In fact, most of the crowd was booing or calling him a cheater. Technically, they're not booing me, I guess, he thought. Still, it did not make him happy. And brought back some very unpleasant memories. Mr. Crouch reminded him of the task and wished him good luck. The audience fell silent as the Horntail was finally unleashed. Can't blame them, that thing is terrifying. Neville stopped a safe distance away and considered his next move. It wasn't clear if Voldemort had interfered with the test, but that seemed unlikely. If that was the case, it would be best to complete his task without showing too much of his abilities. That would keep him confident, and he wouldn't make any rash moves. Then again, Voldemort acting early could be a good thing. The best-case scenario would be if the Dark Lord attacked Hogwarts directly, bringing all his forces with him. If that were to happen, he would be in the strongest position to counterattack. A battle within the castle would be quick, and he knew time was of the essence. This world might not last long. With his mind made up, he moved forward. Okay, I think the best course of action would be. Something fell in front of him with a loud thud. What was that? Something fell from the sky, the commentator announced, stating the obvious. Everyone could see it now. This is, Neville squinted. Screams began to echo around the stadium. The thing that had fallen wasn't a what, but a who. No one could immediately identify the person, but it was clear by their appearance that they were dead. Let me through. Madame Pomfrey was already rushing into the arena at an impressive speed. Neville stood there, staring at the body. It was lying face down, so he couldn't see the person's face, but he knew who it was. He glanced up at the sky. The black crack was still there, showing no signs of disappearing. Whatever this was, it was just the beginning. Let me see. Pomfrey knelt beside the corpse and checked for vitals. Oh no, it's too late, she confirmed what everyone already suspected. But as a healer, it was her duty to be certain. All that remained was to identify the body. She placed a hand on the shoulder and was about to turn it over when Neville spoke to her. It would be best if you left it as it is. I must confirm this person's identity as soon as possible. Their family and friends deserve to know, Pomfrey insisted. Also, it's not like we can leave him here. The dragon ahead of them began screeching loudly, pulling violently at its chains. I know you have a job to do, but, Neville pointed upward. That's going to be difficult right now. He gestured toward the sky. Pomfrey first heard the screams from the crowd, and then a large shadow was cast over her. The moment she looked up, she, too, screamed. The first arrival had been the broom. The rider came next. And now, the one who had caused them to fall had arrived. One Horntail roared from the air, and the other roared from the ground. The newly arrived dragon ignored the audience and landed in the rocky arena. Something had caught its interest, the eggs guarded by the other dragon. Where did that one come from? There should only be one. Pomfrey shouted. Leave the arena while you still can. It won't be distracted for long, Neville advised as he walked past her with his wand in hand. Where are you going? Let the dragon handlers handle this. Pomfrey cried out. I have a task to complete. An extra dragon won't change much. Neville's voice was cold, but he wasn't trying to be. He was worried this wasn't the end of it. He wanted to deal with this problem before anything worse happened. Neville aimed his wand at the extra dragon, and it must have sensed the magic stirring because it shifted its attention away from the eggs and toward him. He didn't want to waste time. He focused his wand on the target and conjured a metallic spear. The spear was similar to a lance used in knight tournaments. It was round and thick on one side, sharp and pointed on the other. The spear measured about 3 meters long and was made entirely of steel. Dragonhide was nearly impervious to magic, much like the basilisk he had faced in the past. It also offered resistance to physical attacks. He would need something with incredible piercing power to get through it. As the dragon moved toward him, its mouth opened, and Neville gave his wand a twist. The spear began to spin in place, so fast that it created a grinding sound as it cut through the air, building friction. Flames started to form in the dragon's mouth. Too slow. Neville released the spear. It shot forward faster than a bullet, piercing the dragon's skull. It didn't stop there, it continued through, disappearing into the Colosseum walls. The flames in the Horntail's mouth vanished as it collapsed. Chapter 344. Neville Longbottom killed the dragon. Mr. Crouch yelled into the voice amplification artifact. His eyes were wide with shock, his hand trembling with excitement. This has to be a jest, that boy. Madame Maxime could not believe it. Igor Karkaroff stared at the arena with worry. This could make things difficult for his champion. Madame Lumbridge tried her best to avoid showing her emotions, but the mixture of anger and concern was clear on her face. This boy is a freak too. She had been ordered to keep an eye on the boy who lived, but she had never been too concerned about it. The rumors about Longbottom had all appeared to be false for what she had the chance to observe. But now, she was worried that those rumors talking about Longbottom's hidden magical abilities could be true after all. Mr. Crouch stared at Neville in complete disbelief. I never thought I would say something like this, but wait. That wasn't our dragon, was it? He stood up from his chair, pointing at the one still chained to the ground. Our dragon is right there. What are the handlers doing? He could only assume this was some mistake by those in charge of the creatures. However, Charlie and the other dragon handlers were just as confused as everyone else. They had only brought one horntail dragon and a few of her eggs. No one knew where the second dragon had come from, and it made no sense to them there were no wild dragons in Britain. Wow, that was amazing. Did Neville really do that? Lyra exclaimed. Since when can Neville do magic like that? Ginny looked perplexed. That looked like Harry, Astoria managed to say. Of course it does. That is Harry, after all, Luna commented casually. Lyra turned to Harry and shook his shoulder. Harry, have you been teaching Neville weird stuff? What do you, no. The boy wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. He just hoped Harry hadn't killed a dragon while using his face. Now, everyone was going to get the wrong idea. Lyra, I don't think that. Wait, what did Luna just say? Ginny glanced at the blonde girl. I must have misheard. I said, Luna pointed at Neville, who was still standing in the arena staring at the dead dragon. The one over there is Harry, and she pointed at Harry, sitting beside them, looking pale. That's Neville. What? What are you talking about? Lyra asked. That makes sense, Astoria nodded. No, it doesn't. Lyra retorted. Wait, that can't be true. Ginny looked at Harry. Is it? Well, Harry looked incredibly troubled. Come on, Nevada, think of something. What would Harry say in this situation? Right. He turned to look directly at Lyra and Ginny with the most serious expression he could muster. I don't care, ... Then, he quickly looked away. The girls stared at him in disbelief. Luna, how can you be so sure? Ginny asked, clearly feeling something was off. Neville is always surrounded by at least a dozen nargles, 6 blibbering humdingers, and 1 gulping plimpy. It's impossible not to recognize him, Luna explained. That many? Harry wasn't sure what those things were, but it sounded like a lot. Today, you have more nargles than usual, though, Luna added. Also, the real Harry is easy to recognize because the only creatures that get close to him are a few dark ones. They look very wrong, but Harry told me not to worry about it. So, you knew who everyone was from the beginning? Why didn't you say anything? Ginny asked. I thought you all knew too. I mean, it was so obvious. Luna shrugged. Luna, we can't see the creatures you do. Only you have that ability, Daphne reminded her. Luna made a surprised expression. Oh right. I forgot. So, Ginny glanced at the terrified Harry, who kept mumbling something about failing. Meanwhile, Neville in the arena turned his attention to the remaining dragon. This isn't how I wanted to do things, but it is what it is, I suppose. The headmaster will have to understand. His eyes sharpened as he looked at the horntail. Now, how do I deal with you? The dragon couldn't understand his words, but it was intelligent enough to recognize that this human was dangerous. It could kill her, just as it had killed the other dragon. The beast took several steps back, trying to distance itself, but was quickly reminded of the chains binding her. She began pulling at them in desperation, attempting to escape. Is the dragon trying to run away? Lyra stared at the bizarre scene, looking completely baffled. Poor thing, it looks so scared, Ginny said, starting to feel sorry for the creature. Please, don't kill that one too, Harry begged. He did not want to be remembered as the dragon killer for the rest of his Hogwarts years. Lyra's eyes moved from the Harry beside her to the Neville in the arena. She might not have Luna's ability to see magical creatures, but the situation had become painfully clear. Even the bloody dragon is scared of him. Yep, that's my brother, all right. The realization hit her all at once. By Merlin's balls. I kissed my brother. Ginny gasped in shock. You totally did. Oh no. What have I done? Lyra brought her hands to her head. Apparently, something illegal, Luna said, matter-of-factly. Lyra. Too loud. Astoria noticed people nearby had started staring at them. Why didn't anyone stop me? Lyra cried. We didn't know you were going to kiss your brother, Luna reminded her. Yeah, you can be very unpredictable sometimes, Ginny agreed. That was not the plan. Lyra yelled. She then turned to Harry. You. Me. The boy began to sweat nervously. Chapter 345. Why did you have to do that? Lyra shook Harry's shoulders. I'm sorry. I was told it was very important, but I can't say more, Harry apologized. Lyra, calm down. I'm sure they had a good reason. Harry isn't the type to do something like this for fun, Daphne told her. But it was my first, Lyra mumbled. If it makes you feel any better, Harry was also my first kiss, Ginny told her friend. It does not make me feel any better. Her eyes moved to Harry, who she now knew was actually Neville. She realized that he had heard everything she said. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Am I the only one worried about that crack in the sky? Luna asked. No, you are not, Daphne told her. She was also looking at it, wondering if this was one of those events Harry had described to her. If this is a convergence, then that dragon must have come from some parallel reality. Her eyes landed on the dead boy lying on the ground of the arena. It was impossible to catch any details, but if that dragon that appeared was an alternate version of the one chained to the ground, then the person who fell was likely a different version of either Harry or Neville. She didn't care to find out which one it was. The situation was disturbing enough as it was. But, she looked up again. If Harry had already killed the invading dragon, why isn't that crack going away? At the judges' table, Professor Silverbell and Dumbledore were having the same thoughts as Daphne. There's more, isn't there? Dumbledore asked. Definitely, and I don't know how much. But it's too late to stop it. Now we must face this trial and hope to come out on top. Our continued existence depends on it, Silverbell said in a somber tone. Excuse me, but what are you talking about? Headmistress Maxine approached them. Next to her, Professor Silverbell looked even tinier, like an ant beside an elephant. We were a giant. The old gnome had been too concerned with other matters to notice the large woman's approach and got really startled. She frowned. I am not a giant. Just a tall woman. She did not like being reminded of her origins. We were merely talking about some theoretical experiments that we were interested in, Dumbledore gave Silverbell a knowing look. It would do them no good if more people found out what they knew. And with Umbridge so close by, that information was bound to end up in the worst possible hands. The situation was bad enough already, there was no need to make it worse. Yes, it's just some theoretical experiment. By the way, he pointed at the arena. Who is that boy who just killed a dragon? That's Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore could not reveal the secret right here. I thought everyone in Britain would recognize the boy who lived, Maxine commented. And he wasn't supposed to kill the dragon. Mr. Crouch said. But then again, that dragon wasn't ours, right? We don't have to pay for that one. He felt a bit more relief now. Ah, the boy who lived, I see. I don't leave my study very often. He looks like a talented young man, not like that other rude pupil of yours, Silverbell thought about Harry and how bad the first impression he had left on him was. And who is the girl next to him, he asked, keeping his eyes on the arena. What girl? Dumbledore said. There was only one female champion, and Fleur had already gone into the infirmary castle for further treatment of her burns. But when they looked, there was indeed a girl with long dark hair in a Hogwarts uniform. Did someone sneak into the arena? This is bad. Mr. Crouch was already thinking of the implications if some random student got killed in his tournament. She's definitely one of yours, Albus, Maxine recognized the Hogwarts robes. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp. He had prepared all the protections on that arena. There was no way for a spectator to just jump in without his knowledge. She must have entered in a different way, his eyes moved to the large crack in the sky and then to the dead boy on the ground. Could it be? Dumbledore wondered. Only he knew that the one down there was actually Harry Potter and the one who fell from the sky was likely another version of himself. Now a third person appears out of nowhere, there was a likely conclusion to reach here. Down at the rocky field, Neville was considering what spell to use on the dragon when he felt a familiar magical signature appear behind him. He turned around, thinking this could be an ambush of some sort, and found himself staring at a young girl with long black hair and deep green eyes. "It is quite big, I suppose, She looked away from the dragon and proceeded to stare at him. The girl couldn't hide the surprise on her face. "Longbottom? What in Merlin's name are you doing here?" "I should be the one asking that. Only the champions are meant to be here," Neville answered. The girl raised an eyebrow and gave him a very haughty look. "Are you mocking me, Longbottom? I didn't think you had it in you." She pointed her wand at him. "I am the fourth champion. Now get out of my arena before I curse you." He could already guess who this was. "Your name isn't Potter by any chance?" The moment Neville asked this, he realized he had made a mistake. Her face contorted in fury. "You dare use that name in my presence?" Her wand lit up. Chapter 346. "Calm down. If you are who I think you are, then I believe we have bigger problems right now," Neville said to the black-haired girl in front of him. Her response was to fire a curse at his feet. "That was the only warning I will give you, Longbottom." "Get out of my way," she said coldly. Neville just noticed the robes she was wearing. They were of very high quality and heavily enchanted. Beneath them, he could catch a glimpse of a green tie with the symbol of Slytherin House. "Your eye," he was interrupted by a wave of magic washing over him, as if someone had thrown a stone into a pond, creating ripples. "Huh, what is this? I thought I was supposed to do the test alone." A tall young boy with short dark hair and green eyes walked out from behind some large rocks and stared at them. He wore small rectangular glasses and had his wand in hand. The unnamed girl and Neville returned his stare. "Bloody hell, this is going to be much worse than I thought." He kept his ward up and continued scanning his surroundings. He had a feeling something terrible was about to happen. For every extra person that ended up here, a lot more trouble would follow, and he had no way to stop this. "What, another one? And who are you?" the girl demanded an answer from this new arrival. The boy looked a bit surprised. "I thought everyone in the school knew me by now." His eyes moved to her robes. "I guess it's true that Slytherins live in their own world. Fine. I don't care anymore. This is my test, so get out of here. And take Longbottom with you," she shouted. "Neville?" The boy stared at him, shocked. "Mate, what are you doing here?" "This is a dangerous place to be," the boy said, concern clear in his eyes. "Ouch." They heard someone complain. His voice came from somewhere nearby. "Oh no," Neville lamented. Then, out of nowhere, another boy came walking from behind a rock and began to complain in a very loud manner. "I hate this. These rocks are sharp. The headmaster is going to hear from me this time." The boy came into view and immediately looked flabbergasted when he saw the others. "Wait, who are you all, Dot? Okay, is this a prank?" "Because it's not funny at all," the girl scoffed. The new boy looked very skinny and fragile, with long dark bangs that covered part of his vibrant green eyes. "This is so not fabulous. Are you girls trying to take away my big moment? Because let me tell you something, I am so not in the mood for this." He waved his wand at them. "Whoa, you look a lot like me," the other green-eyed boy said with shock. "Like you, with that terrible hair and cheap clothes?" "Honey, please, keep dreaming." The skinny boy looked at the symbol on his clothes and his expression got more serious. "I shouldn't even be talking to a Gryffindor. My boyfriend would get mad." "Okay," Neville sighed and hoped this was the last one. "Just out of curiosity, what are your names?" Neville asked. He already knew the answer but needed to confirm something. "You forgot my name, mate," he looked confused. "Just humor me," Neville said. "I'm Harry, Harry Potter. Your best and only male friend. Do you remember now?" The tall Harry said while adjusting his glasses. "Is this a joke?" "I am the only Harry Potter here," the skinny Harry said, looking very offended. "Potter, that's impossible. That's my old family name, and I'm sure there are no Potters left. And I'm even more sure there aren't any in my school." The girl turned to Neville. "You also mentioned that name. What is this about?" "If it's about money, their vault is empty. You can thank the old headmaster for that." "What is your name then?" Neville asked. "And before you answer I'll tell you all that I'm not the Neville Longbottom, you know." "What's that supposed to mean, Nev?" Harry asked. "I'll try to explain, but I doubt we have much time." Neville looked around. Nothing had happened yet, but it wouldn't be long. He looked back at the girl. Can you tell me your name? It's important. She stared at him for a moment, trying to figure out if he was being serious, but couldn't detect any deceit, and she was very good at that. I am Victoria Cassiopeia Black, current lady of the House of Black. Now tell me, what is this about? The House of Black. You mean like serious? Tall Harry asked. That house is extinct, Skinny Harry muttered. But Draco told me that in the future it will belong to him, because his mother is a BL. Did you say Draco? Victoria's eyes became sharp as knives as she glared at the Harry who had just spoken. Yes, that's my boyfriend. What is it to you? He huffed. You better not get any weird ideas, honey, he's not interested. Neville sighed. He had to do something before they started fighting over that blonde twat. Listen to me, this is not your tea. At that moment, someone landed on the ground, right in the middle of the group, creating a large crack in the rocks beneath him. Oops, I got my robes dirty, should have been more careful. The young man said in a casual tone. They were all forced to take a few steps back to look at the newcomer. The young man was about the same height as Neville. His face was more than familiar, but he had very long black hair that reached his waist and a striking pair of bright orange eyes. He wasn't wearing any robes, just a pair of black leather pants and a leather jacket that showed off his muscular, bare torso. Now where's the dragon I have to kill? He asked. Remember to comment, vote, and/or leave a review if you have the time. Those things help me a lot and I would really appreciate it. Chapter 347. Oh my, and who is this? Skinny Harry glanced at the latest arrival with great interest. Another one? This is getting out of hand, Neville said. I wasn't told there would be other people here. And you lot don't look like dragon handlers to me, the young man in tight leather pants said to them. Who the hell are you? Victoria Black furrowed her eyebrows. There was something about this newcomer that made her uneasy. The young man's orange eyes met her green ones before he offered her a charming smile. Whoa, I haven't seen you before. You must be new at Hogwarts. He approached her, causing her to take a step back. I am Lord Hadrian Potter Black, among many other titles. I'm also the heir of the 4 founder houses and the creator of the 5th Hogwarts house. It's a pleasure to meet you. Victoria's expression softened. And nice to meet you. He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. You know, after I deal with this test real quick, why don't you come with me? I have a massive private chamber in my own personal tower. We can get to know each other a bit better, what do you say? Victoria's eyes became glazed and lost their brightness for a moment. She appeared to be in a trance, but then something snapped inside her, and her demeanor returned to normal. She clenched her fists and punched him hard enough to knock him onto his back. You bastard. You tried to charm me. I was about to do that, Neville remarked, looking down at the fallen boy. What happened? I felt something strange just now, Skinny Harry said. It looks like Mr. Gigolo over there tried to use some type of compulsion on the girl, and it didn't work out as he planned, the other Harry replied. That's awful. The other Harry looked very perturbed by the mere thought. The young man on the ground didn't look angry or disappointed. He simply chuckled while clutching his wounded cheek. You must have top-notch mental defenses to throw off my charm like that. Now I want you even more. What did you do to me? Victoria pointed her wand at him. Now that she mentions it, I didn't see him use a wand or anything to cast a spell, Tall Harry observed. The magic in his eyes, Neville said. He has demon blood from a type capable of manipulating the minds of others. Perhaps a succubus. I am no succubus. Hadrian scoffed, annoyance creeping into his voice as he got back up. On my 11th birthday, I awoke my latent abilities as an incubus. My charm only works on women. He's actually a demon. Those exist. And you tried to use it on me? That's going to cost you. Victoria's wand began to glow. Whoa, hold on. I was just playing around, Hadrian raised his hands defensively. Wait, Neville interjected, stepping between them. Move. I'm going to curse this bastard. Victoria shouted. And he would certainly deserve it under normal circumstances. I'd let you curse him until your arm got tired, but now's not the time for that. You all need to find a way back before it's too late, Neville said. Go back where? What are you talking about? Victoria demanded. You seem to know what's going on, Tall Harry pointed out. Is this one of those weird things that always happen at the end of the year? Skinny Harry asked. Because it feels a bit early for that. Hadrian nodded. Neville Longbottom is taking charge, and I got rejected by a girl. There is definitely something wrong here. No doubt about it. You're so annoying and conceited, Skinny Harry said, crossing his arms. His eyes trailed down from Hadrian's face, taking in his appearance. You're so arrogant and hot. Hadrian grinned. I know. Ahem, Neville cleared his throat. If you can pay attention for 1 minute, I'll explain. I think it's best if I just say it directly. You've all traveled to a parallel universe without realizing it. Pardon? Victoria raised an eyebrow. A parallel universe? Care to explain a bit better? Neville pointed around. This isn't your original world. It may look similar, but if you take a closer look, you'll notice things are different. Now that you mention it, Hadrian glanced toward the stands. My cheering squad was over there. Most of the members of my harem had come to watch me slay the dragon. Did he say harem? Both Skinny Harry and Tall Harry said at the same time. He's not wrong. Victoria was scanning a different part of the stadium. I can't find my friends nor Draco. Where are they? Wait. I can't find my Draco either. Skinny Harry was starting to panic. And I don't remember seeing that ugly woman at the judges' table either. Who is that? She looks like a toad. Or that tiny old man who keeps pointing at us, Tall Harry added. His gaze then shifted to where Ron and Seamus were sitting, and his expression darkened. Okay, I definitely believe you now because the Ron Weasley I know is very much dead. Good, now we can figure out how to get you back to where you came from. That being said, there's one more thing that worries me. Neville looked around. Where are your dragons? Chapter 348. Where did all those students come from? Madame Maxime asked, her confusion evident. Albus. Is this some ploy to help your second champion? I won't stand for it. Karkaroff shouted, clearly agitated. Igor, I assure you Albus. This is a disaster. You have to get those boys off the arena. They are interfering with my tournament. Mr. Crouch demanded. Dumbledore sighed. I have nothing to do with that, but I do agree that we need to do. I also have something to say. Madame Lumbridge screeched at the headmaster, standing abruptly. Albus Dumbledore, I don't know what. The fury on her face was quickly replaced by confusion. I don't know what I was going to say. She sat back down, leaving everyone perplexed. The headmaster stared at the toad woman with an inquisitive look and wondered what was wrong with her today. Now that I think about it, she has been a bit off, as of lately. He thought. Dumbledore. Look. Professor Silverbell pointed at the firebolt broom in Dumbledore's hands. It was becoming transparent. The tiny professor hurriedly pulled another tool from his belt and began performing checks on the item, but he couldn't do much before the broom vanished completely. What in Merlin's name is going on? Madame Maxime had never felt so baffled in her entire life. What does this mean? Dumbledore asked Silverbell, concern growing in his voice. I'm not sure yet. Silverbell's eyes shifted to the arena. I need to examine that body from before, and perhaps the Dr. Creaking noises echoed from the sky, startling everyone, followed by a series of loud roars that reverberated through the arena. Then they saw them. One dragon after another began to appear, filling the rocky area. More dragons. Mr. Crouch shouted. But where are they coming from? Maxime asked, alarmed. This time, they saw it clearly. The dragons didn't fly down from the sky, instead, they simply appeared out of nowhere. Is this an attack? Karkaroff muttered, worried this might be something orchestrated by his old master to kill everyone. Oh, this is much worse than I thought. Professor Silverbell caught a glimpse of the dead dragon as it disappeared, followed by the corpse of the unknown boy. Dumbledore, we must hurry. Something had occurred to him. Quick. Someone call the dragon handlers. Mr. Crouch ordered. No. Silverbell quickly objected. You must not interfere. What is this gnome talking about? We can't just let those dragons run wild. I'll get fired for this. Crouch shouted. Hold on, Bartemius. The professor here knows a lot about these phenomena. We should listen to him, Dumbledore said calmly. Do you know what is happening? Maxime asked, sensing that Dumbledore was withholding information. Dumbledore, there is no time. You have to get me down there. I must speak with those boys before they do something that could doom us all, Silverbell urged. See? This is what I was worried about, Neville said, as 4 more Hungarian horntails manifested into their world. There was 1 extra dragon for each extra individual that had appeared. Counting the one that had already been there for Neville's test, that made 5. Whoa, that's a lot of dragons. This might get tricky, Hadrian Potter commented nonchalantly. Where did they come from? Skinny Harry asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. They came from the same place as you all did. These are your dragons, Neville explained. What about that one? Tall Harry pointed at the corpse lying on the ground. He was already like that when he appeared. I guess the dragon killed him right before crossing over. Wait. Neville was interrupted as the dead dragon and the corpse both disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Where did they go? Tall Harry asked. Did they go back to their world? Victoria asked, looking at Neville. Is that what we have to do to return? Do we have to die? Wait, hold on. Is that true? Skinny Harry asked, panic rising in his voice. I don't have all the answers, okay? Just give me a moment to think. Neville was clearly frustrated. At least all the dragons had appeared with their chains, which gave them a bit of time to come up with a plan. Neville's eyes drifted to the spot where the dragon he had killed had been before it vanished. Maybe they'll go back as soon as their dragon dies, Neville considered. Maybe we should just kill these dragons and see if that works. Because I'm certainly not willing to die myself. I don't know about the rest of you, Hadrian said, reaching the same conclusion. Hadrian began walking away from the group, but Tall Harry stopped him. So you want to do that alone? Tall Harry asked. No offense, but you all look like a band of weaklings. I can handle this myself. Hadrian smirked. You don't have to thank me. Just stay there and watch. Hold it, leather pants, Victoria said. Oh. Did you change your mind? Hadrian gave her a wink. You do realize that you're all different versions of the same person, right? Neville commented. Ew, I'd rather not think about that, Victoria grimaced. But what I was going to say is we don't know if killing all the dragons will send us back. What if it makes things worse? So. It's not like we can wait all day. Look. Hadrian pointed at the dragons. The Hungarian horntail is a notoriously aggressive species of dragon, and even though they were chained, they were now struggling fiercely to break free. It was clear they wouldn't remain restrained for much longer. Wait, please. Don't do anything yet. Professor Silverbell's voice echoed through the arena. He and Dumbledore were descending slowly onto the field on the headmaster's flying carpet. You should all listen to what he has to say, Dumbledore spoke in a grave tone. Everyone's future may depend on it. Chapter 349. Only if it's very, very short, because, as Neville was speaking, one of the dragons broke free from its restraints, because that will happen. Wait. You mustn't kill any of these dragons. It's very important. Professor Silverbell shouted urgently. Why not? What happens if we do? Victoria asked. Right now, your connection to your own reality is weakening by the second. If that connection breaks for any reason, you will not be able to return, and Professor Silverbell hesitated, unable to finish. And? Tall Harry looked at the old gnome with interest. No matter. What's important right now is that you must accomplish your mission in order to go back. I believe that's the only way. Silverbell concluded. Our mission? You mean the trial with the dragon? Skinny Harry asked. So, we do have to kill the dragons then, Hadrian commented. The goal of the first task is for you to acquire the golden egg and bring it back. The dragon is just the obstacle to pass, Dumbledore explained. Oh, we just need to get the egg, Victoria said, realizing. And then we can return. I see a problem with that, Neville pointed at the R where the dragons were located. They weren't the only thing in the arena. There were nests all over, filled with golden eggs. Can we just grab any golden egg? Tall Harry asked. Absolutely not. You must confront only your own dragon and retrieve the golden egg from your world. If you pick the wrong one, the consequences will be catastrophic, the gnome warned. How can you be so sure? Aren't you just guessing? Hadrian scoffed. I'm making an educated guess. I'd say there's about a 60% chance I'm correct, Professor Silverbell admitted. Another dragon broke free from its restraints. It's not like anyone else has a better idea. Just listen to the old gnome. Neville approached the furious dragons. Wait, Mr. Longbottom. Silverbell yelled. I know I won't kill them. I'll just hold them in place a bit longer so our visitors can complete their task without the audience being burnt to a crisp. Neville knelt down, letting the tip of his wand touch the ground as the first dragon began to move toward him. Need help, mate? Tall Harry offered. No, I've got this. Neville's eyes briefly glowed green. Ferrum magnum constrictus. The rocks and stones scattered around the arena transformed into iron chains, which quickly took on a life of their own and wrapped around the dragons. The more the dragons struggled, the more chains appeared, binding them tighter until they could no longer move. Neville kept his wand on the ground and sat down. Just let me know which one I need to free. We can do this one at a time. That was impressive, Skinny Harry said with a playful wink. Nice one, mate, Tall Harry gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, but now what? We've got 5 dragons and 5 sets of eggs, Hadrian pointed out. How are W-? The pervert is right. She interrupted him. How do we find the one that belongs to our world? Victoria asked. Hey! Hadrian complained. That's a good question, Dumbledore said, his eyes on Professor Silverbell, hoping he had an answer. When Silverbell mentioned catastrophic consequences, only he and Harry truly understood the gravity of the situation. Their very existence was at risk. As I said, you're still connected to your own realities, and so are the eggs and dragons. When you're near something connected to you, you should feel it, Silverbell explained the best he could. That's a bit vague, what exactly are we supposed to feel? Skinny Harry asked. Just give it a try. Neville urged. Get closer to the dragons and see if you sense anything. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. The more they delay, the worse things will get. Fine. Skinny Harry, with an exasperated gesture, moved toward the nests of eggs. The others followed, while the audience looked on in confusion. Mr. Crouch, who had been narrating the previous trials, had fallen silent. He didn't know what to say, understanding as little as everyone else in the stands. The only people who seemed to know something had just joined the contestants down below. Harry, do you know what's going on? Lyra asked. Harry shook his head. He hadn't been told anything about what was going to happen during the task, but he doubted it was supposed to be like this. He had only been warned about the possibility of Voldemort making a move during his trial. But seeing even Dumbledore involved, this had to be something else. I don't know, it was the only answer he could give. Daphne watched in silence. Since Harry had revealed more to her than anyone else, she had a better idea of what might be happening. A convergence, those dragons, and those people down there, they must be from different realities. But, she was now very worried. Based on what she had learned, 2 separate realities couldn't remain connected for long. If they did, there was a risk of one of them disappearing entirely. Back in the arena, Skinny Harry jumped in excitement, pointing at a group of eggs. I felt something. I think these are mine. Great. Now you have to find your dragon and confront it, Silverbell instructed. Can't he just take the egg and be done with it? Hadrian suggested. No. The task must be completed properly, like you would have done originally. Otherwise, there's a risk of leaving something behind, and the connection won't close properly. What happens if the connection doesn't close properly? Victoria asked. Professor Silverbell sighed. If that were to happen, then. Chapter 350. Well, Silverbell seemed hesitant to continue. Well, what? Come on, spit it out, old man. Are we going to die if we don't get this done? Victoria asked harshly. I have a feeling it's worse than that, Tall Harry sensed something troubling. Neville glanced at the old gnome. He knew what would happen if those other versions of them didn't return, their worlds would collide, and only one could survive. And it looked like the small professor did not want to tell them that. I believe it's best to focus on the task at hand. Knowing too much won't help you right now, Silverbell decided, fearing that the added pressure could backfire with so much at stake. There were murmurs of complaint, but Neville cut them off with a powerful shout. That's enough. His voice carried so much force that the entire arena shook. Even the dragons snapped their jaws shut. All you need to do is complete the task, and you'll go back home. That's all you should focus on. Thinking about what happens if you fail is just a distraction, he added. Longbottom's right, Hadrian said, locking eyes with a particular dragon. Why would I think about failing, when I never fail? He pointed at the dragon. That one's mine, then at the nest, and those. Everyone, stand back. I'm going to release his dragon and bring it forward, Neville instructed. The dragon had to be before the nest, as it would have been in the actual test, or so Neville believed. He wasn't sure of the universal rules for fixing cosmic convergences, but this felt right. Go get yourself burned, pervert, Victoria muttered, hoping the Hungarian horntail would wipe the smirk off Hadrian's face. Hurry up, will you? Tall Harry urged. Be careful. Those beasts look nasty, Skinny Harry added. As Neville dragged the dragon into position using the chains, Hadrian stood confidently in the center of the arena. Ready? Neville waited for Hadrian's nod, then vanished the chains holding the dragon. The dragon was freed and began to roar. It looked extremely angry and ready to kill the first thing that got close to it. The horntail proceeded to look back at its eggs for a moment, before turning its fiery gaze toward the front. Hadrian did not seem intimidated by the best and approached a bit more. This will be fun. He smiled. Everyone else, including Neville, had positioned themselves far behind, ensuring the dragon's aggression would focus on Hadrian. The young man stood tall, showing no intention of retreating. The audience watched in breathless anticipation as he boldly approached the dragon. Flames flickered in the dragon's mouth, and a moment later, it unleashed a torrent of fire straight at him with no restraint whatsoever. The boy made no attempt to defend himself, not even drawing his wand, or at least that's what it looked like. He simply stood there, letting the flames engulf him. Neville could hear gasps of shock from behind him. "He's fine," he muttered. If he wasn't lying about being part incubus, dragon fire would never kill him. Neville recalled that both incubi and succubi had a natural affinity for fire, giving them a lot of resistance also. On top of that, he noticed Hadrian had cast a fire-resistant charm on himself without needing his wand. As the flames diminished, Hadrian's silhouette emerged unscathed, much like Neville had predicted. The young wizard stood untouched, watching the dragon tire from its fiery assault. He let out a loud chuckle. "Ha! That's the best you've got. Those flames are nothing, let me show you some real fire." Hadrian raised his right hand, and a strange flame began to form. Viridescent flames, glowing green, danced around his arm. And the temperature in the arena spiked rapidly. "Tisk that fool," Neville muttered, casting a heat-protective charm around himself and the others. Without it, they would have been seriously burned at this distance. "What dark magic is that? Is it fiend fire?" "No, this is something else," Victoria exclaimed, her eyes wide. She was well versed in the dark arts. After reading most of the books at the Black Family Library, she would have recognized a fiend fire being used, but this was something she had never seen before. It looked even more potent and dangerous. The dragon, sensing danger, tried to turn back to protect its eggs, but Hadrian wasn't about to give it the chance. "This is too much. He's going to destroy the eggs," Silverbell shouted. "Stop freaking out." "I know what I'm doing," Hadrian replied with a wide grin. He threw the small green flame toward the dragon. As soon as the flame touched the horntail scales, it rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire beast. The dragon's roars of agony echoed through the arena, but they didn't last long. The green flames consumed it like a living entity before sinking into the ground, leaving almost no trace, only a few black bones and the scorched stones where the dragon once stood. Neville couldn't help but be impressed. This boy had a tremendous level of control over something that no ordinary human could ever hope to master. He noticed that the nests had not been touched. Most of the head had been focused on himself and the dragon. "What was that?" Victoria demanded. "Those were nether flames. Fire is sourced directly from the netherworld, where demons reside. Fiend fire was modeled after Ida a very long time ago," Neville explained. Hadrian walked with his head held high, confidently retrieving the golden egg from the nest. "See? I told you. I never fail. Now I would like to go back. I'm sure there are a lot of worried girls waiting for me." Just as he said that, Hadrian vanished, along with the nest and the rest of the eggs. Chapter 351. The hot guy is gone. Lyra exclaimed. "Who was that? Or the other people, who are they?" Ginny commented. "I mean, one of them looks a lot like Harry, and the others." "They are all Harry Potter, though," Luna said with confidence. "All of them?" Astoria asked. "Luna, what are you talking about?" "One of them is clearly a girl," Lyra said. "Are you sure about this?" Daphne asked Luna, and she nodded. "They all have the same feeling. It's hard to explain, but they all feel the same. I know they are all the same person." The others stared at Luna with wide eyes. She rarely spoke with this much focus in her expression. Usually, she seemed distracted or in a daze. "You know something?" Lyra noticed that Daphne didn't look too surprised by all the strange stuff happening today. "It's not for me to say," Daphne answered her. "So you're saying they're all like different versions of Harry or something?" Ginny was getting used to weird things happening, but this was truly new. "That's exactly what they are," Daphne felt she could say at least that much. "Even the girl? Or that hot guy who disappeared?" "That can't be right," Lyra said. "Yes, and you might want to stop calling him hot guy, he was technically your brother too," Daphne pointed out. "I'm starting to think she has a problem." Ginny looked at her friend with concern. "Ah. What's wrong with me?" Lyra panicked. Lyra, Harry, looked at her with worry. It worked. It actually worked. Professor Silverbell was jumping around with joy. Not just Hadrian, but also the remnants of the huge dragon and its nest had all vanished without a trace. "You weren't sure at all that it was going to work, were you?" Neville glanced back at the professor. So, he went back home, the tall Harry asked. Yes, definitely. My tools can't detect any trace of his presence, the gnome assured him. The 4 remaining dragons continued to struggle, trying to free themselves from their restraints. Neville had to pour a lot more magic into the transfiguration to reinforce the chains. Oi, he shouted back at them. In case you've forgotten, I'm still holding 4 bloody giant dragons. Do you mind speeding this up? Don't worry, mate. I already found mine. The tall Harry walked ahead and pointed to the Hungarian horntail on the far left. Can you let that one go for me? Great. Neville brought the dragon closer and removed its bounds. Good luck. You have a plan, don't you? Skinny Harry asked. The other one gave him a confident thumbs up. Yeah, I got this. I was the best in my class at defensive music. He said before turning around to face the dragon, wand in hand. Did he say music? Skinny Harry thought he might have heard wrong. I hope he's not planning on soothing the dragon with a song because that's going to end badly, Victoria commented. Defensive music, Neville repeated. An idea popped into his head. The tall Harry held his wand up, and it transformed into a long wooden flute with runic marks over its surface. He brought it to his lips and began to play. It was a soft, calm sound. The dragon did not seem affected by the soothing music and began to approach. What is he doing? My comment before was merely a jest, Victoria said. Should we do something? Skinny Harry asked. No. You must not intervene in the task, no matter what. This is of utmost importance. Professor Silverbell ordered with authority. The truth was, he was also worried. He wasn't sure what to do if one of them failed the task completely. Relax, he's not going to fail. Neville could guess what they were all thinking right now. Do none of you feel the intense magic being emitted by that flute? Magic? I can't see anything, Victoria said. No. Well, neither does the dragon, Neville said. Since it's already surrounded. It was then that Dumbledore noticed it too. By Merlin. I've never heard of such magic. The previously soothing melody began to change and transformed into something a lot more aggressive as the tempo sped up. They could all see it now with their naked eyes. Hundreds of light orbs floated in the air around the dragon. The beast panicked and tried to attack them with its sharp teeth and claws. Harry's flute made a sudden strident sound. The color of the orbs shifted from yellow to red, and they morphed into sharp objects, before they began to assault the dragon from all sides. They didn't inflict serious damage, due to the dragon's resistant scales, but it was more than enough to keep it busy. Harry did not stop moving for a second as he continued to play his flute, and soon, he was standing in front of the egg's nest. He actually did it. Skinny Harry celebrated. I've never seen anything like that before. Victoria was truly surprised by the music demonstration. Harry secured the golden egg under his arm while keeping his magic in effect and began making his way back. The dragon was unable to do anything under the constant assault of his magic. Only when he reached the starting position with the egg in his possession and completed the task did Harry stop playing. As soon as he did, the red lights disappeared, and the dragon collapsed. It was still alive, but covered in bleeding wounds. Chapter 352. That was very impressive, Neville said. He now wondered how different this version of Harry's world could be, for them to use a completely different branch of magic. This was not the first time he had seen someone conjuring magic by sound alone, but at least it was the first time he saw a human do it. Thanks, mate, tall Harry replied with a grin. You should see me play with my band. His body began to disappear. But I guess that's not possible. No. You're going back home, Neville assured him. Hey, I'll tell my Neville about you. I'll tell him how badass he can be, ha ha ha, Harry laughed. Then, the boy vanished completely, and soon after, the dragon and the nest followed suit. They heard some cracking noises coming from above. The fissure in the sky was visibly shrinking now. It's working. Professor Silverbell exclaimed with excitement. Okay, let's keep this going. Next. Neville called. I'll go, Skinny Harry said, looking at a particular dragon. Did you find yours? Neville asked. Yes, that one. Neville nodded and proceeded to release the correct beast, away from the remaining 2. Go on. You can do this, Neville encouraged him. The boy looked a bit hesitant. Oh, come on. Just try not to get murdered by the dragon. You're not that useless, are you? Victoria said haughtily. Harry snapped back at her. Shut up. I'm not scared, just worried about something. As you should be. She crossed her arms. I cannot imagine what a pillowbiter like you is going to do against a dragon. Humph, what does a virgin like you know? Harry grinned. What? Victoria looked outraged. How d-dash, I mean, I'm not, that's none of your business. I bet your Draco is only with you because he wants the Black family fortune, Harry said. How dare you, you know nothing about me, Victoria huffed. Would you two quit bickering already? This is not helping at all, Neville shouted. Stop wasting time and go get your egg. Very well, here I go. Harry turned around but glanced at Victoria one last time. By the way, those Prada boots you're wearing are so out of style. Victoria gasped. Okay, let's do this. Harry looked at the dragon, and the dragon stared back. He had originally planned on using his broom to distract the dragon by flying around, but that no longer seemed like an option. He needed a quick way to finish the task, and he knew how, but he didn't like it. Harry looked around the stands. You're not there, are you, Draco? Well, if you're somehow seeing this, please, close your eyes for a minute. He said in a soft tone, mostly to himself. Harry's eyes narrowed. He put a hand on a small container tied to his belt and withdrew a thin sword. This won't take long. Dumbledore, who had been observing the proceedings from somewhere close, recognized the blade instantly. How does he have that? Neville also recognized it. Oh, so you went through that too. Wait, Victoria said. Why do you have the sword of Gryffindor? Aren't you a Slytherin? She didn't want to remember that day in the Chamber of Secrets when she was forced to use that blade. It had been one of the worst days of her life. Harry ignored everything else, he was now completely focused on the task ahead of him. He held the sword in one hand and brought the steel close to his lips. Wake up, please, he whispered to it, and the sword answered his request. Neville's eyes widened. That's new. Harry hated doing this. For a proud Slytherin like himself, using this sword was a stain on his pride. But more than anything, he hated using this sword because his personality changed, and he didn't like the person he became. The sword of Godric Gryffindor responded to the call of its heir and transformed into its original shape. The previously thin rapier morphed into a massive, two-handed medieval claymore that had been once wielded by Godric Gryffindor. Harry held it over his shoulder and glanced up at the dragon with cold, green eyes. You're in my way, as he said this, his magic was already taking shape. Oh bloody hell. Neville reacted when he realized what was about to happen. His right hand was busy keeping the transfiguration active to restrain the other two dragons, so he moved his left hand and poured a large chunk of his remaining magic. Magna Custodia. He erected 3 layers of his most potent protection before them. He hoped that this Harry had some control since there was nothing he could do for the audience right in front of him. Dumbledore was shocked to see Harry use this protective magic and wondered what he was so worried about. But the answer came very soon. The Hungarian horntail was about to open its mouth to breathe a wave of fire, and then, it stopped all of a sudden. Before the beast could even understand what was happening, it was dead. It hadn't even noticed Harry moving from his spot or making a swing with that blade. In its awakened state, the Sword of Gryffindor had only one function, to absorb as much magic as possible into its runic circuit and manifest it in the form of an empowered cutting charm. A very thin strand of magic traveled forward, cutting through anything in its path until it ran out of energy. It was a simple concept taken to the absolute limit. And in the hands of the right wizard, it was the most terrifying weapon one could imagine. Harry took a step forward and made a single swing, everything in front of him was cut in half. Chapter 353. There was absolute silence for a long moment. Most were still trying to comprehend what had just happened, and why the dragon was now in 2 pieces. Neville let out a sigh of relief. At least he has more control than I thought. He removed the protective wards. Thankfully, he didn't have to test their effectiveness against such powerful magic. Harry had aimed the cut downward, making sure it didn't hit the stands or the audience. Instead, it only sliced through the lower part of the wall. It hadn't even cut anything behind him. That showed a lot of restraint on his part. Someone else would have made a mess in this situation. The person in question, however, seemed to be preoccupied with something else. Ew, gross. Harry exclaimed, jumping back to avoid the dragon blood spilling everywhere. He sheathed the sword and carefully made his way around the dragon's remains to grab the golden egg from the nest to complete his task. He did not want to stay here for longer than necessary. Okay, I've got the stupid tacky egg. This is disgusting, my silk robes are ruined, and I think I broke a nail. I really hope this was worth it, he continued to complain. Did that really happen? Victoria was still in shock. He cut the dragon in half. I never knew the Sword of Gryffindor had such abilities, Dumbledore remarked. He never really realized that the sword could have anything hidden. After all, he had the chance to observe a few of the Founder's artifacts in his life in great detail. Even at my age, it seems like I can still learn new things. Don't beat yourself over it. I doubt there's anyone else who could use it in that way. It probably requires a very specific set of magical skills and a mindset to project a cutting charm to that extreme, Neville explained. Something even you couldn't do? Dumbledore asked with amusement. I've told you before, there are plenty of things I can't do. Neville glanced over at Harry, who was still standing next to the nest, holding the egg. Oi! You have to bring it here to finish the test. I know. Harry shouted, looking around in panic. There's blood everywhere. He could not find a single clean path to pass. Ugh, Neville rolled his eyes. Just come over already. You can clean your shoes with a spell afterward. His patience was wearing thin. Okay, no need to yell. That's easy for you to say, wearing those cheap boots, Harry muttered as he navigated through the pools of blood under the watchful eyes of the audience. Ew, oh, this is so gross. And it smells. I think I'm going to vomit, he whined. I can't believe this guy just bisected a dragon, Victoria said. And now he's complaining like a little girl. You shouldn't judge by appearances alone. Professor Silverbell told her. Ugh, okay, I'm here. Harry finally arrived, looking down at his blood-soaked shoes in disgust. I'm throwing these out, so, we're done. I'm done here, right? Yes, I believe you are, Neville confirmed, pointing at Harry's legs. They had begun to fade. Wonderful. I can't wait to be back, Harry glanced at Neville. Good luck with the rest. Neville nodded. Thanks. And be careful with that sword. That move you made is a lot more dangerous than you realize. There are some things you really don't want to cut. Harry disappeared completely, and soon, the dragon and its nest followed. Even the blood vanished, leaving the stones clean. Okay, you don't need to guess, Neville twisted his wand. That's your dragon. As he said this, one of the two remaining dragons was dragged forward. And the nest behind it, that's yours. Are you sure? Victoria asked. There are only two left, and I never lost track of mine, so yes, I'm sure, he answered confidently. A noise from the sky caught their attention. The large crack from earlier was now just a thin black line. It's almost healed. Just one more. Silverbell muttered. Okay, let's finish this, Victoria said as she walked forward and stopped beside Neville, glancing at him. I guess I owe you a thank you. You've been very competent. For a Gryffindor. Thanks, I guess. Do you have a plan for the test? Neville asked. Victoria removed one of her rings. I am the last lady of the ancient House of Black. I have prepared myself to surpass any obstacles and ensure the prosperity of my house. It's the least I owe to my family. I am always prepared. The dragon roared with pure rage, finally freed from its chains and eager to burn something to ash. Its eyes locked on Victoria. The black-haired girl strolled forward without concern. The ring in her hand gleamed silver as she tossed it into the air. I won't let that annoying boy get all the credit today. Let me show you what a rune master can do. The ring transformed mid-air into a long metallic object that landed in her hands. Isn't that the thing muggles use? Silverbell asked while staring at the newly appeared weapon. Indeed, I haven't seen a wizard wield one since the Great War, Dumbledore replied. She has a runic rifle. Neville had seen similar weapons before. Muggles had made them with the help of wizards. It was a rare combination of disciplines from both worlds. To create one, that person needs a great deal of knowledge about runic enchantments and also firearms. The long metallic rifle had a large blue crystal embedded in it, glowing with power. Victoria flipped a switch, and the crystal began to shine brightly. She aimed the gun at the dragon's head. Hold still. And then, she pulled the trigger. Chapter 354. When the smoke cleared, the terrifying result of the shot became apparent. The top half of the dragon's head was missing, with smoke billowing from the remaining lower portion. It was a gruesome spectacle, but at least it didn't last long. The dragon, clearly dead at this point, collapsed to the ground and did not move again. The blue stone embedded in the weapon dimmed, turning a dull gray before shattering into dozens of small fragments that disintegrated into dust as they hit the ground. You overloaded the arc stone with that shot. Too much power, Neville commented. Victoria turned to look at him, unable to hide the surprise in her expression at the fact that he understood that much. I designed it for a single shot. And something had to be sacrificed to achieve maximum potency. You made that yourself? Neville asked, impressed. Apparently, there was a version of him that was competent with runes. A smug smile spread across her face. Of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a trial to finish. With the beast already dead, it took her only around a minute to retrieve the golden egg and return to the starting position. He wasn't wrong, this is tacky, she muttered, glancing at the egg in her hand. Good job. Professor Silverbell cheered. I suppose we're done here, I don't want to stay in this place longer than necessary, she said, her green eyes scanning the few people left in the arena. With the alternative versions of Harry Potter gone, only Neville remained. He was still seated with his wand touching the ground, maintaining control over the last dragon. Professor Silverbell and Headmaster Dumbledore were the only others present. Her eyes paused briefly on Albus Dumbledore, her expression shifting to one of disdain before she looked away. The old headmaster noticed this and wondered what could have caused such animosity. Victoria's body began to fade, and within moments, she disappeared. Just like the others, her dragon and the nest vanished as well. The fracture in the sky had shrunk to a barely visible line, easy to miss unless you knew it was there. Looks like we've nearly made it through, Dumbledore observed. Hey, don't jinx it, Neville huffed. All that remains is for you to finish your task. Concluding that should end the convergence, Silverbell said with a tinge of hope in his voice. He could not be completely sure of that until they actually tried it. Right, let's do this quickly, Neville said, glancing over at the nest containing the dragon eggs, including the golden one he needed to acquire. The egg was protected against summoning charms, but there was another way to bring it to him. Without moving from his seated position or lifting his wand from the ground, Neville began to manipulate the rocks beneath the nest. The ground trembled for a moment before the entire nest began to shift on its own. Moving a bit of dirt and rocks was much easier, and faster than confronting the angry dragon. This had originally been his plan, to restrain the dragon's movements with transfiguration and simply move the nest closer. It would have been a display of magical prowess impressive enough to attract Voldemort's attention and perhaps make him a little uneasy, while simultaneously not revealing too much about his abilities. But things hadn't gone according to plan at all, he lamented. Now he needed to find out more about Voldemort's reaction to today's events and any potential change in his plans. I may have to rely on Umbridge for that, he thought. She was the most accessible active Death Eater at the moment. Hopefully, her mind will hold another interrogation. While Neville was lost in his own thoughts, the nest had already arrived beside him. Oh. I guess we're done here, he remarked. The audience didn't even react. This had likely been the least impressive-looking task of them all since they had already been shooked too many times today. The moment he lifted his wand from the ground and stood up, the metallic chains binding the dragon disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Neville picked up the golden egg and raised it for the judges to see. I have completed the task, he declared in a bored tone. He was mostly met with silence, as the audience was still trying to process what they had just witnessed. They had seen dragons appear out of nowhere and 4 different versions of Harry Potter complete their tasks with absurd displays of magical ability. Even Mr. Crouch stood there, watching and wondering if it was truly over, or if something else was about to happen. Maybe another dragon would appear out of nowhere or more people would enter the arena unannounced. Congratulations, Mr. Longbottom, Dumbledore said, clapping loudly enough to wake the audience from their stupor. This seemed to stir the crowd, who soon followed his lead. Applause and cheers began to fill the arena. Well, there you have it, folks, Mr. Crouch finally reacted, picking up the voice-enhancing device and bringing it close to his mouth. Neville Longbottom has completed the task in record time, if we only count the last part and ignore that girl who blew up a dragon's head with that strange weapon or everything else. What was that all about? Oh, sorry about that, let's move on to the scoring. See? Neville turned to Dumbledore with a smirk. I completed the task without any issues. And the dragon is still Ollie. Thud. The dragon collapsed. Chapter 355. What the, there's no way it's dead. I didn't do anything. Neville glanced at the horntail, lying still on the ground and not moving at all. Perhaps it was choked by the chains. Dumbledore suggested. I saw it moving just a minute ago, Neville replied. Wait, something's wrong. Professor Silverbell was now staring at the sky. Dumbledore sighed, clearly disappointed. Oh well, I was expecting this outcome. Hogwarts will cover the fines, he muttered. Don't pin this on me. It's not my fault. Do you think it's easy to hold 5 dragons and not accidentally kill one? Neville protested. You could have asked for help. Dumbledore pointed out. That was not part of the test after all. The dragon handlers rushed into the arena to check on the horntail, unsure if it had died. One handler ventured too close to the dragon's mouth when, suddenly, its eyes snapped open. Careful. Charlie Weasley managed to pull his teammate away just in time before they could be bitten. The creature woke abruptly and began thrashing around, forcing the handlers to restrain it and hurriedly guide it out of the arena. See? It was just sleeping, Neville sighed, relieved. Enough dragons had died today. Will you two listen to me? Silverbell's voice rose, but he was largely ignored. You did kill the other one, Dumbledore pointed out. That one was extra, you don't have to pay for that one. Neville defended himself. Would you both shut up, the small professor shouted, startling them both. Professor? What's wrong? Neville turned to look down at the enraged gnome. Look. Silverbell pointed to the sky. They all looked up and immediately noticed it too. That thin black line in the sky hadn't disappeared, even though the task had already been completed. It is still there. But perhaps it just needs more time to close. Let's not panic yet, Dumbledore suggested. No, the professor's right. Something's wrong, I can feel strange magical oscillations coming from up there. It's almost like, Neville's eyes widened in realization. What is it? Dumbledore asked, concerned. There's something, or rather, someone approaching. Neville said just as another cracking noise echoed from the sky. The fracture didn't grow larger, but something, or more like, someone came out of it and began to fall onto the ground at terminal speed. I've got this, Neville said, flicking his wand. A bubble of air formed around the falling figure, slowing their descent. It's her, Dumbledore said, recognizing the person as they got closer. It was Victoria Black, eyes closed and motionless. Neville caught her in his arms before she could touch the ground. What's the meaning of this? Why is she back here? He asked, perplexed. Right after she came out, the crack vanished, as it had only remained open for her. That was close, Silverbell said, glancing upward. If my theory is correct. The crack is gone now. Dumbledore observed as the thin black line disappeared entirely, leaving no trace. Neville looked up as well. The chaotic feeling from earlier, it's gone now, he noted. Professor Silverbell glanced at the girl in Neville's arms. It appears like we were too late after all. What do you mean? Dumbledore asked. Do you not see it? Do you not understand how close we came? Silverbell's voice grew tense with frustration. Let me make it clear, he pointed to Victoria, our world and hers just collided, and now, only one remains. She must have been caught mid-transition and, with nowhere to go, she returned here. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. But, I thought you said this wouldn't happen for years. I didn't account for a convergence of this magnitude. Silverbell snapped. So, we're the lucky ones, Neville murmured, looking down at the unconscious girl in his arms. And now we have to explain to her that everyone she cared about is gone, that her entire world no longer exists. It seems that way, Dumbledore said grimly, though he wasn't looking forward to that conversation. The girl already seemed to dislike him for some reason. His blue eyes turned to Silverbell. Will this happen during the next task as well? Silverbell shrugged. There's no way to predict something like this so far ahead. We can only get readings moments before a convergence begins. If that's the case, perhaps we should consider changing the remaining tasks, Dumbledore suggested. We can't do that. The tournament has to continue as planned, Neville interjected firmly. Changing it now could delay his encounter with the Dark Lord, and he couldn't risk that. The sooner they resolve this, the sooner he could move on. Besides, altering the task in this world won't affect what happens in the other realities. I hadn't thought about it that way, Silverbell admitted, before turning to the headmaster. Wait, how does he know so much? Did you inform this boy about everything? Wasn't Potter enough? No, that's a bit complicated to explain right now, Dumbledore said evasively. You two can sort that out later, Neville cut in, gesturing toward Victoria. We have more urgent matters to deal with. He was also eager to return to his own persona. I hope Neville didn't mess things up too badly and managed to keep the secret for at least an hour, he thought briefly. Then he shook his head. No, there's no way he could pull that off. Why don't you take the young miss to my office and wait there with her, just in case she wakes up? Dumbledore suggested. I'll call Severus and make the necessary arrangements, he sighed heavily. This was going to be a very, very long day. Chapter 356. Seriously? You couldn't keep it secret for even an hour? Neville glared at Harry, who sank onto the couch, looking guilty. Don't be so harsh on him. He was put on the spot, Daphne defended Harry. She had insisted on accompanying him, and the headmaster allowed it since it was obvious she already knew who he really was. By you? Neville stared directly at her. Daphne glanced away. Well, among others. She wanted to kiss me. I had no choice but to tell her the truth. Harry blurted out. What? Neville shouted. You weren't supposed to say that, remember? Daphne glared at Harry with narrowed eyes. I'm sorry. Harry quickly covered his head. Don't be mad at me, Dot. What happened to wait until tonight? Neville asked. I couldn't wait. I just wanted to kiss my boyfriend. What's wrong with that? Daphne gave Neville her best attempt at puppy eyes. Greengrass? You're involved with Potter. Snape, who had been silent in the room, looked utterly horrified. They had all forgotten he was still in the office. Your secret boyfriend, Neville emphasized the word. But apparently, everyone has forgotten what that word means. Don't be so dramatic, Professor Snape is not a gossip, and his is getting weird. Can you go back to your normal look? I don't like being scolded by Longbottom, Daphne complained. The potion may still last several more hours, Neville said. Several more hours? I want my face back. Now Harry was the one complaining. Luckily, we have someone competent here. Snape pulled a couple of vials from his robes and placed them on the headmaster's desk. Take this. It will nullify the effects of the previous potion and free us all from this madness. That's brilliant, Severus, Dumbledore praised him. Harry was quick to grab one of the vials and down the strange liquid in one gulp. Is being me that bad? Neville wasn't sure whether he should feel offended by Harry's eagerness. It's complicated, Daphne muttered. Did something else happen? Neville asked, curious. Daphne hesitated, glancing around. The headmaster and Professor Snape were standing nearby. We can talk about that later. Ah, it hurts, the real Neville yelped as his body began morphing back to its original form. It's an expected side effect of ending the magic too soon, Snape said. Perhaps I should have given you a warning. Harry, meanwhile, walked over to the desk and took the other potion. They all watched as both boys slowly returned to their original appearances. I'm back. Neville exclaimed, looking at his reflection on the polished table. I'm me, Dot. Harry considered reminding him that they'd have to do this at least 2 more times but decided now wasn't the best moment. Daphne grabbed Harry's face with both hands, examining him closely. Let's see, everything seems to be in order. Good, then, can you release my head? Harry requested. She smiled and leaned in, kissing him softly on the lips. After a few seconds, she let him go. Do that again, and I'll give you detention, Snape said with disgust. I believe that's against the rules now, but I can look the other way, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Can I go now? Neville asked, clearly eager to return to his normal life, though that wouldn't be possible until the tournament was over. You may leave if something comes up, you'll be informed. Oh, and take this, Dumbledore handed him the golden egg from the first task. The champions are expected to discover the secret inside the egg to prepare for the next task. Neville eyed the egg with concern. You don't actually have to figure it out, Harry assured him. But if anyone asks, just pretend you're working on it. Neville looked relieved. Right, then, I'll get going, he said, hurrying out of the office. I wonder why he was in such a hurry. He didn't even ask about the sleeping girl on the couch. Harry pointed to Victoria, who had yet to wake up. I would like to ask about that, Daphne said. I was going to say the same, Snape added, his tone sharp. Well, Dumbledore glanced at Daphne, uncertain how much he should say in her presence. Harry noticed his hesitation. She knows pretty much everything about me and what's happening. So don't worry about her, just speak your mind. You told her everything? Dumbledore was genuinely surprised. Harry could be even more secretive than he was, at times. I felt it was necessary to keep her away from me, Harry said, as Daphne grabbed his arm and smiled. And I see that worked wonderfully, the headmaster said with an amused grin. So, what's her story? Is she really, like another version of you? Daphne asked. How did you reach that conclusion? Harry asked, intrigued. Luna. She said that you all felt similar, you and the other 4 who appeared earlier in the arena, Daphne explained. So, Luna can sense that much, Harry muttered, impressed. She's right. This girl is from an alternate reality. Another variant of what could have been. And now she's trapped here, Dumbledore added. Trapped? She can't return to her world. Why not? Daphne asked, concerned. Because her world doesn't exist anymore, Harry said solemnly. Snape's gaze shifted to the headmaster, utterly confused. They had only explained parts of the situation to him, mostly those concerning Voldemort. He hadn't been told anything about parallel realities or convergences. "Headmaster, what is this all about?" Snape asked, his tone demanding answers. Dumbledore considered his response for a moment before noticing something. "Why don't we wait until our guest wakes up? That way, we'll only have to explain it once." "You heard Madame Pomfrey. She might not wake for another." Victoria moaned softly as she began to regain consciousness. "This is going to take a while to explain, and she's not going to believe us," Harry noted grimly.